Nevertheless, the proclamation as a whole sounds forced and strained against the background of earlier declarations that seem in comparison fresh and spontaneous. The shriller and more blood-curdling the violent rhetoric, in fact, the less believable it is. The play-acting that is virtually acknowledged in the confession is apparent in the appeal, both in the circumstances of its composition and in the work itself. He had become, in short, self-consciously aware of his capacity to inspire, or, more accurately, the capacity of a role he could play to do so. When he wanted to, as he did now, he could come on stage, perform his part with consummate skill and enjoy the applause. The soaring ideals, the apocalyptic exhilaration, the complexly interwoven theories that were once unconscious projections had already congealed into a repertoire of fixed scripts, complete with appropriate gestures and emotions. But the fact that he had grown increasingly detached from the role does not mean that he needed it any less. However ungenial, however much it required him to overcome himself and go against his own nature, the role had by then become indispensable to him, the only way he now had to release the repressed emotions and quiet somewhat, if not resolve, the warring contradictions within him. The sanctuary that he had first built in escaping from life and the world and that he had later hoped to turn into a fortress to destroy that world had become instead his own prison, and from behind its high walls, locks, and gates he was more and more to become, as the years went on, the bondsman to his own fantasy, a bystander and witness to his own emerging legend. The legend was to grow larger and brighter, until it became the heroic fiction of history books and revolutionary hagiography, while the man himself was to diminish and dim, becoming ever more childlike, helpless, and pathetic. The inspiration for writing Appeal to the Slavs seems to have come from his old friend Müllerstrelbing, in a letter he wrote Bakunin in mid-October. How badly your Czech friends are behaving themselves. You must speak out loudly against this, my friend, it is your obligation to do it. The Slav must raise his voice in the service of democracy and must formally denounce these perfidious crusaders of nationalism with their deceptive patriotism. You must openly disavow them. You must come forward with an appeal to Slavic Democrats. Now is not the time for laziness. You say to me, Hugh, whether I'm lazy or active won't make any difference anyhow. I'm just one of many. If I don't do something, that doesn't mean it won't get done. Others can do it just as well or even better. Your situation is exceptional. What you don't do, just won't be done. Since you represent Slavic democracy, you are a force, or at least can become one. 224. While Bakunin had been enjoying his laziness, the Jelicic scandal had deepened. After leading Slavic troops against Hungarian rebels, he and his forces had allied with Windisch Greets to crush the German rebels in Vienna. The aim of the appeal was to right this grotesque wrong by returning the Slavs to the democratic path they were meant to follow. The pitch and tone of the broadside are high-voltage apocalyptic. Registered, it is as though each failure extended the horizon and exacerbated the frenzy of Bakunin's messianic message. From speaking for the Russian people in November 1847, through speaking for the Slavs in Prague in June 1848, he now, at the end of 1848, is speaking for all the people, Slav, German, Magyar, and so on, against all the tyrants. Everywhere the old order is crumbling to the ground with a fearful crash. Revolution and chaos reign everywhere. A new spirit, emerging at first as the spirit of destruction, has penetrated down to the deepest and darkest levels of the people and shakes the nations. It is necessary now to destroy this old world that is collapsing under the weight of its own injustices. It is necessary to wipe all of this off the face of the earth in order to have a clean place for the new world. A new world, brothers, a real and complete liberation for all individuals as well as all nations, the beginning of political and social justice, the kingdom of love, of brotherhood, the boundless kingdom of freedom. We must destroy the material and cultural conditions of contemporary life, overthrow from top to bottom our antiquated social world, which has become impotent and sterile, unable to contain and support such a vast scope of freedom. We must first of all clear the air and totally transform the atmosphere in which we live, because it corrupts our instincts and our will, binds our hearts and minds. Once again employing, as we see here, images that unmistakably disclose the real motivations and sources of these declarations, Bakunin repeatedly summoned the new spirit with its destructive, disintegrating power, which, since Whiteling, he had identified entirely with the people. He conceded that the character of recent popular risings in Galicia was conservative rather than revolutionary, but, in spite of that, he remained as convinced as ever that the people, the peasantry, conceals in its womb the embryo of a new and unprecedented force, a volcanic fire, whose explosion will bury beneath tall mounds of lava the well-ordered, artificial gardens of your diplomacy and your reign, shatter your power in a single instant, blind Tsar, exterminated without a trace. The peasant rising in Galicia is nothing, but its flame spreads ever deep. 225. Er beneath the earth, and already among the peasant masses of the vast Russian kingdom gigantic craters flare up. It is in fact Russian democracy with its tongues of fire that will devour the state and by its blue-red glow illuminate the whole of Europe. The miracle of revolution will arise from the depths of this flaming ocean. In Moscow, out of a sea of blood and fire, the constellation of revolution will ascend on high in splendor to become the guiding star for the benefit of all liberated humanity. While, presumably, the peasantry of all nations were destined for this glorious task of extermination, it was specifically the Slavs who were to spark the world-shattering revolution. To create miracles, the Slavs must become like fire. Agitate among the Slavic masses without restraint or second thoughts. Ignite in them a sacred flame. Advance like apostles of awakening Slavdom. The old world must be completely annihilated. A new kingdom of love, of brotherhood, the boundless kingdom of freedom would arise from the ruins. The transmutation from one to the other must be catastrophically violent. And, as the fourth principle of IHQ appeals apocalyptic litany, there could be no compromise between the doomed and the saved. The rejection of any contact with the dark, filthy, and vile world that had been a leitmotif in everything he had written before, whether in private letters or public pronouncements, was dramatically re-emphasized in the appeal. The world is divided into two camps. There is no middle road running between them. The world is divided into two camps. Here, revolution, there, counter-revolution. Each one of us, you and I both, brothers, must decide on one of them. There is no middle road. Those pointing to such a road and glorifying it are either deceiving themselves or deceiving others. As for himself, the choice had been made long ago. He rejoiced in it and triumphantly urged others to follow his lead. At one point in the appeal his evangelism becomes a virtual love song to his bride, the revolution. Throw yourself bravely and completely into the embrace of the revolution. In her there is everything: your awakening, your resurrection, your hope, your salvation, your future. In her and only in her. Trust her. Only in her is there life. Apart from her, death. Only the one who follows her and does her work will see his efforts crowned with success, for she alone distributes all the glorious rewards of battle. Whoever is against her must sooner or later perish and not see the day of salvation. She tolerates no ambivalence, no duplicity, no playing around a little with her and a little with her enemy, no wavering, doubting, hypocritical hedging. She demands that you surrender yourself totally, unreservedly, believing in her and belonging to her completely. She alone. 226. Can create a full life, provide unshakable confidence, give strength, create miracles. Believe in the revolution. Give yourself to her completely, and unconditionally. Tyrannically possessive, the queen of the deepest and darkest realms, concealing in her womb the embryonic volcanic fire, his bride the revolution was, nevertheless, the divinely good mother and wife, giving birth to new life and a new and splendid world, healing him by intoxicating paroxysms. Twice before he had enjoyed her, first in Paris and then in the Prague street rising, when, as he recalled in the appeal, the noble youth whose triumphant songs still ring in our ears and who were inspired by the grandest and loftiest sentiments took to the barricades, and when, under the fire of Austrian artillery, we proclaimed the overthrow of all tyrannies and the onset of the era of Slavic democracy. In contrast to the beloved bride the revolution, there was also, however, another feminine presence in the appeal to the Slavs, an evil force, the all-bad image. Identifying her with the old world destined for destruction, Bakunin denounces Jelicic for being so foolish as to think that he could cooperate with her. Jelicic was blind not to see that instead of using her for yourself, you yourself will be used, that once she has beaten her present enemy with your help and finished him off, she will once again enslave you. Just take a close, hard look at the face, twisted by evil, and you will be seized by disgust and horror at the enticements of this procuress and be shaken back from her in dread and revulsion. No, one must not look to her as an ally. How could she possibly be an ally of that demonic force that will renew both the world and us? Brothers, open the way for us to pour out vigorously our inner fullness like fresh spring juices into the stiff, frozen life of the people of Europe. Given what these symbols and images represent, it is not surprising to find him reacting in horror and distrust, dread and revulsion to this evil procuress and her enticements, denouncing her for being hypocritical and treacherous and for so long having led the people on lead strings like infants. And identifying her with her mother, that same old despotism. Nor is it remarkable that he calls even his cherished bride the revolution a demonic force, even in this complexly camouflaged and sublimated guise of revolutionary politics. The animal passions they permit him to release remain evil, still denizens of the deepest and darkest levels, like that volcanic flame secretly spreading deep beneath the earth. The violence of the people's revolution was always to express for him the devil in the flesh, not because its sea of blood and fire implied political violence, killing, and the like, but because the blood and fire meant sex and sex meant incest. As for the traitor Jelicic and his Slavic alliance with the Austrian army against Hungarian, German, and Italian rebels, they seemed to fade away into in 227. Significance in the glare and passion of these messianic visions. Although much space and many arguments are spent on proving to the Slavs that they must shift sides at once and join the rebels against the empire, this all becomes almost incidental in comparison to the vision of the new Crimson Dawn, the end of the thousand-year sleep that carries Bakunin higher and higher in apocalyptic ecstasy. Even on the mundane level of actual politics, Jelicic is upstaged by Russia and its blind Tsar. So central was the theme of Russia in this declaration to the non-Russian Slavs that a portion of the appeal reprinted in a radical Leipzig journal was given the title Revolution in Russia. It was this part that also most impressed the appeal's Polish translator. Marvelous. I wept reading what you wrote about your people. We have already seen above, in descriptions of those mounds of lava, gigantic craters, tongues of fire, blood-red glow, flaming ocean, and sea of blood and fire, one such moving passage. Vienna had become as Poznan and Prague had been before. Another Archimedes point to overthrow Tsarist Russia and wipe it from the face of the earth, the goal of my life. And so, I turn to you in the name of a Slavic people of 60 million Russia, in the name of 60 million of your brothers against a calculating and heartless despot. His hour has struck. I say to you that the despot's intrigues are more and more shattering against the granite breast of the revolutionary spirit as it moves forward invisibly, and like an Asiatic plague sweeps away all barriers and defenses. The composite of images and the interplay of characters again disclose the inner drama. The enemy is the blind Tsar and his well-ordered, artificial gardens. We will see later, in connection with Bakunin's confession, other associations between the blind Tsar and Bakunin's blind father. The force that will destroy the tyrant, wipe him from the face of the earth, is the people, his Slavic brothers against the father, and that volcanic fire lying at the deepest and darkest level. This demonic force, heretofore stifled by the heartless despot, is no longer in a deep sleep, but only slumbering and already beginning to awaken. Even without this force, however, victory is assured because the enemy is so weak, impotent and sterile, old, decrepit, blind, crumbling under the weight of its own injustice. It is helpless above all precisely because the forces that will destroy it are hidden, elusive, insidious, spreading beneath the earth, moving forward invisibly. Again we have victory without direct confrontation, omnipotence via impotence, and victory achieved, moreover, by a beloved revolutionary force that is at the same time demonic, evil, an Asiatic plague. Although he waited uncertainly before publishing the appeal, Bakunin was anxious to have it read once it did come out, and in a most business-like way he mailed packages of the brochure to friends for distribution. In a letter accompanying a copy to Herweg, he succinctly summarized the core of the enterprise. 228. Both in its public and in its personal perspective, only an anarchic peasant war could now save Germany, not the so-called democratic leaders with their constitutional and republican phrases and their fear of the so-called evil passions of the masses. As for himself, I am not afraid of anarchy. I wish it with all my soul. It alone can tear us from that damned middle way in which we have had to go on vegetating for so long. Indeed, his months of Anhalt vegetating were now over. Renewed by his Anhalt rest and now buoyed by the appeal, he returned to battle, more ardent than ever. My political fever, further intensified and inflamed by my earlier failures, by my bizarre and intolerable situation and, finally, by the victory of reaction in Europe, reached at this time its highest paroxysm. I was entirely transformed into a thirst for revolution. Aglow again, he left Anhalt for Leipzig in December of 1848. Soon after arriving, he chanced upon two Czech students from the University of Leipzig, Gustav and Adolf Straka, who, before meeting him, had no thought of politics. I changed their way of thinking. I uprooted them from their peaceful pursuits and persuaded them to become instruments of my activities in Bohemia. Their first assignment was to go to Prague and invite some Czechs to a Czech-Polish-German meeting he was planning. He would himself contact the Poles. The results: one radical came to the meeting from Prague, none from Poland, even worse, no one even answered, never mind. He would himself arouse the Bohemian masses, the peasants. Nothing seemed easier, and provoked thereby a radical, absolute revolution, in a word, a revolution such that even if defeated afterwards, would have thrown everything topsy-turvy. The Austrian government, after winning, would have found nothing in place. The nobles and the hostile clergy would be exiled. Part of the land would go to the peasants, in order to win them to the side of the revolution, and the rest would be used to help finance the revolution. All property titles and other legal documents would be destroyed. Debts under a certain amount would be annulled. The revolution would be, in short, terrible and unprecedented, even though a most important point, it would be directed against things rather than against people. This accomplished, Bohemia would then become a revolutionary camp, powerful enough not only to safeguard the revolution in the country itself, but also to take the offensive, starting out from Bohemia and inciting the Slavic peoples along the way. Since the new government to be established in Prague would have to be capable of these awesome undertakings, it would, of course, have to possess unlimited dictatorial powers. All organizations, all journals, and all signs of chatterbox anarchy will also have to be abolished. Everyone must submit to a single dictatorial power. The youth and all able-bodied persons will be divided into categories according to character, capacities, and individual tendencies, and 229. Sent throughout the country in order to provide a provisional organization, revolutionary and military. Nothing could be clearer. All he had now to do was to make it work. While he was still in Anhalt, he had met two alleged members of a German Revolutionary Central Committee, Dester and Hexamer, who had come with him to Leipzig and who, supposedly, were collaborating with him on the grand design of a Slavic-German revolutionary alliance. Himself impoverished, he turned to them for funds to get the Bohemian Rising underway, but their income could not even cover their own political expenses. In fact, they were probably as isolated as he was, Central Committee notwithstanding. As for the dedicated Czech who actually came to his Czech-Polish-German meeting, Emanuel Arnold, a journalist, he could only stay one day and, as Bakunin put it, wasted most of it in useless discussions with Dester and Hexamer over calling a Slavic German Congress, which Bakunin energetically opposed. But Bakunin succeeded, he says, in winning Arnold over, and he sent him back to Bohemia with instructions to form a secret society. Bakunin had already prepared an outline of its organization, 3 separate groups to work with the petty bourgeoisie, the youth, and the peasantry, each group to be ignorant of the other's existence, all groups to submit to a strict hierarchy and absolute discipline, and, at the top, the inevitable Central Committee. These 3 societies would be linked by a Central Committee composed of 3 or, at most, 5 members, myself and Arnold, with the rest to be elected. The revolution once achieved, my secret society would not disperse, but, on the contrary, reinforce itself and expand, gathering together those who were really strong and vital, until, little by little, all Slavic lands would be encompassed. With regard to the other major partner in the Grand Alliance, the Germans, he appointed a Viennese student to organize, on the same plan, among the Germans of Bohemia, a society of which I would have been the secret head, without at first appearing to be part of its central committee. If my plans were successful, consequently, all the important threads of the movement would be concentrated in my hands, and I would have been sure that the revolution planned for Bohemia would never depart from the path that I had charted for it. Finally, the post-revolutionary government. First of all, I wanted to know intimately the people involved in the government, know about them and their situations. I did not know. 230. Whether or not I would openly take part in it, but it would seem to me that I would surely have to do so, directly and intensively. It was not egoism or ambition that led me to deviate from my former shyness, but rather the conviction, resulting from a year-long experience, that no one among the Democrats I knew would be capable of taking into consideration all the conditions of the revolution or of taking all the decisive and forceful measures that I regarded necessary for victory. Is this Bakunin or Lenin? Where is the Bard of Freedom? If one looks closely, he is still very much there, hiding in the coy uncertainty about assuming power, even about appearing to belong to the leadership, in the almost hoped-for defeat that will let him and his revolution play their part then run away, and in the pathetically small-scale operation that he is actually involved in, so ludicrously disproportionate to his grandiose fantasy. No doubt fully aware that he had nothing at all to work with, he tried again to use an already established organization, a new Archimedes point, in this case the so-called Slavic Linden Society, the center of all societies and Slavic organizations in the Austrian Empire. As unconcerned as ever with reality, he was certain that it would be easy enough to take over the Slavic Linden Society, which would then become a powerful and effective instrument for reaching my goals. Arnold was given the job. For some reason, however, he never let Bakunin know how things were going. Bakunin's only recourse was to go to Bohemia himself, which he did in March of 1849. On the way, he stopped at Dresden where he met 2 émigré Galicians, Krzyżanowski, whom he had known in Brussels in 1847, and Heltman. The prerequisite for friendship between Bakunin and the 2 was the same as it had been for his friendship with Dester and Hexamer, their disbelief in the various rumors about him. Once that was out of the way, the 2 men agreed to have their central committee send representatives and money to Dresden to help prepare for Bakunin's Bohemian Revolution. As it turned out, however, the representatives sent by the central committee were none other than Krzyżanowski and Heltman themselves, and they came, it goes without saying, empty-handed. Registered, but that blow was to come a little later. First, the Bohemian failure had to run its course. In spite of the detailed instructions he had given Arnold, Bakunin found on his trip to Prague that nothing was ready, literally nothing. Arnold claimed poor health as the reason, but Bakunin always thought, to the very end, that Arnold had simply done nothing whatsoever, even when he gave the appearance of being active. Bakunin was even more discouraged after one evening spent discussing politics with some Czech radicals, who turned out to be just another group of incorrigible chatterboxes, a defect, he believed, they had acquired from the Germans. Still, their Philistine formalism did hold one advantage for him, ceding to them all the external signs of power. It would not be 231. Much trouble for me to take over power itself, once the revolution had broken out. 169. Contrasting the grandeur of his purpose with the sparseness of his means, he might have been expected to feel disheartened by the visit. Not at all. My short stay in Prague was enough to convince me that I was not wrong in hoping to find in Bohemia all the necessary factors for a revolution crowned with success. Upon his return to Dresden, accordingly, he gave the Straka brothers their battle orders, detailed and complete instructions concerning all the necessary preparations for the revolution in Prague and in Bohemia in general. To begin with, they were to organize at once secret societies in Prague and to select from the workers a reliable force of 500, 400, or 300 men, depending on possibilities. Money. He turned to his fellow conspirators, Krzyżanowski and Heldman, but all they had brought back from their central committee were best wishes. No one gave me a kopeck, except for Rockel, who was able to contribute a little by selling his furniture. Enriching the tragic comedy with still more absurdity, the leaders had ceased cooperating with one another or even telling each other the true state of affairs in their respective corners of the conspiracy. When I received unfavorable news I did not mention it, and when the news was good, I exaggerated it. Hexhammer, moreover, turned out to be a doctrinaire Democrat and utopian, who was mainly interested in starting a newspaper, while Desta was superficial, lacked both sufficient intelligence and enough character to be a leader of a party, and was more interested in his election to the Second Prussian Legislative Assembly than in preparing for revolution. Bakunin had come to realize, moreover, that their Central Committee had done absolutely nothing for the success of the planned revolution. The Germans, finally, were dismissed as hopelessly undisciplined, each group going its own way, ignoring completely the directions of their own Central Committee. Anarchy prevailed, a consequence of Protestantism and of German political history as a whole. Anarchy is the fundamental nature of the German spirit, character, and life. So, nothing was ready there either. Leaders should have been designated, a revolutionary hierarchy set up, the peasants should have been propagandized and drawn into the revolutionary movement. The Straka brothers remained my only hope for the revolution in Prague. Still, he remained firmly confident that I would soon be summoned to Prague. Taking advantage of his friend Rockeff's departure from Dresden to Prague, for reasons we will turn to below, he urged him while there to speed up as much as possible the preparations for the insurrection of Prague. The results, as recalled by Rockel, were predictable. In Prague, however, I found things completely different from the way they had been described to me. Czechs and Germans were more hostile. 232. To each other than ever. And the great battle in Hungary found no sympathy among the Bohemians. The different nationalities glared at each other jealously, and instead of joining forces against the common enemy, they were convinced that each would gain from the repression of the others. Rather than the powerful, widespread organization that Bakunin imagined himself to be leading and through which he assumed he could set the most powerful forces in motion, I found scarce one and a dozen very young people. Penniless, powerless, at odds with even his few allies Arnold, Dester, Hexhammer, Krzyżanowski, Heldman, with no one except the young, inexperienced Straka brothers, whose mind I had, so to speak, to reshape and fill with my own spirit in the course of more than 2 months of daily, even hourly meetings. Bakunin still went on waiting in Dresden for his summons to the great revolution that would usher in the new world and his own invisible reign. Looking back over these months some years later, Rockel caught the essence of the madness. Whatever he begins to hope for and strive for becomes through his impatience an illusion of something already attained. Bakunin himself, referring specifically to these frenzied months after the appeal, put it even more incisively, echoing dozens of earlier expressions of the same solipsism: I reasoned as follows: the revolution is necessary, consequently it is possible. He realized, he admitted in this account of the period, that all his plans were ridiculous. But he could not help himself. I no longer belonged to myself. The demon of destruction had taken control of me. My will, or rather my stubbornness, grew with the difficulties, and instead of these countless obstacles frightening me, they excited my revolutionary thirst, driving me into tireless and feverish activity. I was doomed to my demise. I foresaw it, and I rushed towards it joyfully. By then I was already sick of life. There was another reason now for frenzy and despair besides the unmitigated failure of everything he had tried. At the very time when his political impotence was becoming ever more apparent, his arch-rival, the blind Tsar, was putting on an impressive display of his own enormous strength. In the Appeal and, during the months immediately thereafter, in a quasi-sociological series of articles on Russian conditions registered, Bakunin had assured rebellious Europe that Russia was in no condition to come to the aid of reaction, that Tsarist troops were too filled with shame at their role of oppressor and with hatred toward the Tsar to be used for such repression. Reality again argued otherwise. Several weeks after Bakunin's articles appeared, Austria announced that Russian troops were on the way. In 233. The weeks that followed, 3 Russian armies marched in and crushed the Hungarian rebellion. Bakunin struck back with mighty appeal: "Arise, Slavs! Russian troops are here. They have invaded Austria. All internecine Slavic strife and all nationalistic discord that had divided the multinational revolutionaries against each other must now end. Magyars, Slavs, Germans must all join now to drive the Russians back." Such was the situation: Russians advancing, Slavs fighting Germans and Magyars, Bakunin helpless, the imminent Prague Revolution nowhere in sight, when fate, with masterful irony, threw a revolution right at Bakunin's feet, in Dresden, where he had planned nothing and expected nothing. The final act, as Bakunin aptly put it, now began. In his confession Bakunin disclaimed any part in preparing the Dresden Revolution. While there is no reason to doubt him, he admitted far worse. Throughout the confession it is certain that he did meet with German radicals there, and that he influenced the editors of a leading opposition journal, the Dresden Gazette. There is no contradiction here, however, since most of the actual leaders of the Dresden insurrection were worlds apart from the revolutionaries Bakunin was meeting. The Dresden Rising was a bourgeois, liberal, constitutional movement, as were most of the revolutions in the German lands during 1848–49. An all-German constitution, freedoms of speech, press, and religion, equal representation, a withdrawal or reduction of privileges from the nobility — these were the general concerns of all of them. At the center of the struggle in Saxony at this time, spring of 1849, was the demand by the elected, Liberal Chamber of Deputies that the King of Saxony accept the Frankfurt Constitution. It was by then a late and futile demand. The Frankfurt Assembly had been powerless since that March, when Frederick William IV, King of Prussia, had declined the offer to lead the proposed united constitutional Germany. He would have no crown from the gutter, no dog collar. That April he showed that he had the power to practice his disdain. When an impatient Prussian parliament demanded a further liberalization of their own constitution as well as Prussian acceptance of the Frankfurt Assembly's all-German constitution, he simply dissolved it and wrote a new election law assuring a conservative Prussian parliament. At the same time, on April 28, he promised military aid to any other royal authority in Germany who needed help in resisting their own local constitutionalists. For the King of Saxony the offer came just in time. On the 22nd of April, the Vaterlandsverein, representing some 75,000 citizens, had met in Dresden and had voted against imposing any taxes until the Saxon king accepted their constitutional demands. On April 30, having by then learned of the Prussian action and promise of aid, the Saxon king dissolved the Chamber of 234 deputies. It was then that Roeckel, fearing the loss of protection he had enjoyed as an elected deputy, decided to leave Dresden for a while, and when Bakunin used him for his phantom revolution in Prague. Faced with a great public outcry at his actions, together with a temporary shortage of Saxon troops, on duty in Schleswig-Holstein, the Saxon king urged Frederick William IV to rush the promised Prussian forces. That same day, an angry but unarmed crowd attacked the Dresden arsenal, claiming the need of arms to defend Dresden against the foreign troops on their way from Prussia. The guards fired, killing 5. A second assault was made, this time armed. One officer was killed and several soldiers wounded. That same Niglet, May 3-4, the king fled, and, on the 4th a provisional government was formed. Although the insurrection had begun, the main Saxon forces had not yet become involved and the Prussian troops had not yet arrived. The rebels seemed to have won, but it was unclear just what. Nor was it at all clear, under these circumstances, what the provisional government should do. It was, on the whole, a moderate government, chosen by a meeting of former chamber deputies and made up of 3 men: Bürgermeister Todt, a constitutional monarchist and close friend of the crown's ministers, Hübner, chairman of a district council, and Tschirmer, a lawyer. Only the last of these, Tschirmer, seemed to relish the excitement of the insurrection and the opportunities for personal glory it offered. At first the moderates prevailed. A truce was arranged and negotiations begun. From a realistic perspective, the rebels' prospects were not very promising. The Saxon troops had remained loyal and were on their way, as were the Prussian forces. The town militia stayed neutral, against all pleading from the rebels. The arsenal was still in government hands, and throngs of townspeople, guessing what lay ahead, were already streaming out into the countryside. True, the barricades were going up, manned by exhilarated youth, intellectuals, and, it is said, some workers. Reasonably sure of the outcome of any clash between the barricades and a combined Saxon-Prussian force, the crown's negotiators were firm in their demands. The leaders must give themselves up, especially those in the provisional government. Weapons must be surrendered in 24 hours, the barricades must come down and the streets cleaned up, and the town must be reimbursed for its expenses. These were the costs the insurgents would have paid had they quit then. The costs that were eventually paid for not retreating from this hopeless situation was, 5 days later, over 100 soldiers killed and about another 100 wounded on the king's side, and, for the insurgents, 250 killed and some 400 wounded. According to an account published later in the Dresden Gazette, the journal of Bakunin's friend Wittig, Bakunin was delighted by the insurrection when it broke out on May 3, but he was convinced that it would fail and was, in any 235 case so intent on leaving Dresden for Prague that his friends had a hard time convincing him to stay. As Bakunin recalled the events, down to the 4th he had taken no interest in the rising at all, since its bourgeois leaders were only planning legal demonstrations. It would be peaceful, without bloodshed, inoffensive, and in no way a revolution. Only on the 4th, after the king had fled the night before and the provisional government had been set up, did he decide that the movement had become a revolution and that he had a role to play. During the 4th he played his part. He strenuously urged the provisional government to end the truce and the useless negotiations, to take the offensive, and to conquer the city. He himself, he said, would lead a detachment and capture the arsenal. By the next day, the 5th, he had won Tschirmer to his point of view. Registered. And by noon, according to Todt's later testimony, Bakunin was in the town hall leading a revolution, together with Heltman and Krzyzanowski. Separated behind a fire screen from the rest of the group, they were feverishly active. Faced with what seemed a choice between ignominious surrender and disastrous defeat, the moderates, Todt and Hübner, were hesitant and confused, uncertain as to what to do next, and so made way for the Democrats, as Bakunin expressed it. Registered. Perhaps this remarkable Russian nobleman and artillery officer, bursting with confidence, rich in revolutionary experience, and ready to bring in others no less experienced, Heltman and Krzyzanowski, was right. Why not give him a chance? Had Bakunin not been on the scene, had he not persuaded a trapped, desperate, and inexperienced group of moderates that he could save them and their revolution, would they have chosen to fight that futile and costly battle? And why did Bakunin get involved? Nothing could be farther from his own political aims and ideals than those bourgeois, constitutional goals. I have very little interest in parliamentary debates, he had written Herweg 2 months after the Prague fiasco. The epoch of parliamentary life, of national, constituent assemblies, has already passed. I do not believe in constitutions and in laws. Even the very best of constitutions would not satisfy me. We need something else, passion and life, and a new, lawless and, therefore, free world. Once the Dresden insurrection had failed and the rebels were fast retreating, Hübner asked Bakunin straight out what his own politics were. As forthright as ever, Bakunin answered that he opposed all government, that he had only contempt for the Dresden Rising, and that it was his admiration for Hübner himself that had brought him into it. Since that last remark is probably untrue, Hübner was completely unknown to me, he later stated, and since the aims of the revolution were the opposite of his own, we are still without a motive. One of his reasons for getting involved, once he saw that it was, in his terms, a real revolution, may have been his hope of using Dresden as he had hoped to. 236. Use Poznan, Prague, and Vienna, as an Archimedes point for his grander aims, mainly his war against the Tsar, all the more urgent now that Russian troops were heading his way. It was, in fact, with this prospect of making the Dresden insurrection a spark for the larger conflagration that, he said, he had persuaded Heltman and Krzyzanowski to join him. Also, part of the deal he had made with Tchermer, behind the backs of Todt and Hübner, was a promise of money and arms from a victorious Dresden provisional government to support Bakunin's Bohemian Revolution. In their memoirs, Rockel and Richard Wagner also give as Bakunin's main concern the prospect of using Dresden in his Slavic German-Magyar revolutionary war against the Tsar. This is certainly a plausible and perhaps even sufficient reason for his involvement. But in his confession he suggests, in passing, another and, I believe, more decisive reason, one which corresponds even closer to his experiences, mood, and intentions during the preceding months. He was tempted to leave Dresden at first, he says, because the likely defeat of the Rising would expose him to arrest, if only because he was there illegally. But, he continued, it would have been disgraceful, absolutely impossible to run away. I had sent the Straka brothers to Prague, sent them and many other people into obvious danger, so I did not have the right myself to avoid peril. To stay, however, meant to fight, and to fight to the end. Once I had decided to remain, neither my character nor my situation could allow me to remain an inactive, indifferent spectator of the Dresden events. Basically, in other words, the same concern for his tarnished honor that had flooded the appeal with such rage now sent him into the town hall on May 4, gave to his arguments that day their compelling force, and thereby helped carry the insurrection to its disastrous end. We should recall his own description of his mood a few months earlier: to redeem my honor I had to hang on right to the end. I became spiteful, misanthropic, fanatic, ready to leap into any dangerous enterprise whatever, provided it was not dishonorable. My entire being was obsessed with revolution and a passion to destroy. His bravery throughout the events is above question. He stayed with Hübner after the other leaders, including Heltman and Krzyzanowski, had fled. Why? Partly because he could not bring himself to abandon poor Hübner, but also, and more important, in Bakunin's judgment, because he was more open than were the others to vile suspicions and had already been slandered more than once. It was for honor's sake that he had to see it through, he told Hübner when it was all over. The insurrection followed its predictably doomed course. Bakunin had won the trust of the provisional government by optimistically assuring them that victory would be theirs, since they could win before the Prussian troops arrived and since there were enough armed citizens to take care of the Saxon force. When he *237 saw that the citizens have left together with their arms and the people have lost their enthusiasm, he did not blame his own poor judgment, but the provisional government's waste of a day. The fourth, in negotiations carried similarly, when he learned that instead of the 500 or, at least, 300 men that he said he would need to attack the arsenal, he could get only 50 men, he did not blame the people's lack of enthusiasm for the rising, but the commander of the rebel troops, who, he was convinced, simply refused to send the available men. I was then and am now even more convinced that Heinze acted like a traitor. He contributed to the victory of the Prussian troops to a much greater degree than did the troops themselves. From the 5th to the 9th the Prussian soldiers advanced steadily, methodically, and, by all accounts, with extraordinary cruelty not only against those at the barricades, but also against non-combatants seen along the way. In spite of a brave defense, encouraged by Bakunin's and Tote's exhortations at the barricades, the Prussians rolled forward, crushing one barricade after another. As early as the 6th, Heldmann, Krzyzanowski, Todt, and Tchermer had all run off, although Tchermer later came back for a short time. Unwilling to accept the fact that the adventure had been hopeless from the start, Bakunin went on blaming others. Tchermer was nothing more than a scoundrel and a coward, and Tchermer and Heinze had so ruined things that only a miracle could have saved the Democrats. I gathered the barricade chiefs several times to try to bring about some order, to concentrate forces in preparation for an offensive, but Heinze smothered all my efforts in the bud, so that all my intense and feverish activity remained useless. On the evening of the 7th Heinze was captured. His successor, Stephen Born, could do no better. After another day and a half, in the early hours of the 9th, the provisional government ordered a general retreat to the town of Freiburg. In many ways, in spite of the defeat, this final act was Bakunin's finest performance. Throughout those 4 difficult days he seems to have remained a cool, efficient, hard-working member of the Central Command. He was no longer the Bakunin of Parisian revolutionary intoxication. He was doing, as best he could, what he felt he must do in a cause that was not his own, without any of the exhilaration, the paroxysm, of his Paris or even Prague days. It is instructive to compare his mood with that of his friend and revolutionary comrade, choirmaster Richard Wagner. I experienced a sensation of vast, indeed extravagant, delight. The view from the Creuse church steeple was splendid and the combination of bells and cannon, intoxicating. Nothing of the kind has come down about Bakunin, either in his own description of his feelings at the time or in accounts of him given by others. For once, he just did his job. And he did it, significantly, with minimal violence. Notwithstanding the desperate situation, the provocation of Prussian ruthlessness, and the illusion of 238 treason all around, there was nothing approaching a reign of terror or even excessive violence from his side. Some 70 suspects were arrested and imprisoned, mainly former officials and aristocrats. But they were very well treated, according to a recent scholar who has studied the events closely, and were hardly being prepared for the guillotine that rumor had Bakunin building for them in the yard of a little house. With respect to the only major act on the part of the rebels that has been ascribed to terrorism or barbarism, the burning of the Dresden Opera House, it has been justified by others on purely military grounds, since it held a commanding position overlooking the area under the insurgents' control. It would have been unreasonable to expect them simply to surrender it intact when they were forced to abandon it. Bakunin was also accused of burning civilian houses, and while he denies this, he says, reasonably enough, that he would certainly have done so if he thought it might save the revolution. I have never understood how one could grieve more over houses and other inanimate things than over people. Other evidence has him rather more extreme on the issue. Oh, houses, the only thing they are good for now is for burning. What are houses to us? Let them all be blown sky high. Another witness, however, claims that it was Bakunin who stopped them from blowing up the royal palace in spite of its strategic position. There is similarly conflicting evidence as to whether or not Bakunin wanted to bring all available gunpowder into the town hall, their command post, and then blow up the building and all the insurgent leaders inside in case of defeat. Finally, there are references to some harsh threats he allegedly made against a city official who opposed the gunpowder idea. Registered. Assuming that even the worst accusations about the houses, the opera house, and the threats are true, is this all that one would have expected from a blood and fire fanatic under enormous pressures and on his way to world annihilation? Demonstrating in practice a distinction he had already often made and would later stress repeatedly, he might be prepared to destroy things but not people. Even assuming he really suggested blowing up the rebels' headquarters with the rebels inside, it was a characteristically suicidal fantasy, destructive of himself, not of the enemy. Recalling later the arrest and imprisonment of the Straka brothers, he lamented that their ruined lives, for which I alone was the cause, weighs like a great sin on my soul. It is for this alone that I must answer to God. Registered. The sincerity of this regret is entirely believable. Although the fiercely revolutionary rhetoric and vision by now dominate the mask and the fantasy, they have barely, if at all, touched the man himself. As in the reaction in Germany and in numerous other publications and actions, it is the nonviolent, passive side that, however hidden and seemingly incidental, still reflects what is most authentic in the man. Nothing demonstrates the force of the fantasy more than Bakunin's actions after the retreat from Dresden. Reaching Freiburg and wishing to continue the 239 war on the Bohemian border, I hoped for a Bohemian rising. A line, in these circumstances, surely worthy of the brave knight of La Mancha to his good squire Sancho Panza. But the helmet was, after all, really a basin. Everyone was exhausted and had completely ceased believing in success. Since honor precluded either surrender or escape, Bakunin heard rumors that fresh recruits were on hand in Chemnitz. Arriving there thoroughly done in, he and Hübner collapsed in sleep. The curtain came down. Instead of the expected help, we found treason. The reactionary citizens arrested us in our beds during the night. So ended the Dresden insurrection, the Bohemian Rebellion, the Slavic-German-Magyar Revolutionary Alliance, the fall of the Austrian, Prussian, and Russian empires, and the birth of the Kingdom of Love, of Brotherhood, the boundless Kingdom of Freedom. 6. Dark Night and Apostasy. He could now rest. The final act was over, at least for that season. His performance had been brilliant, and he had good reason to take satisfaction in it. He had held firm under fire and had stayed to the end, carrying out his duties with more than enough courage to redeem his honor and to prove, as he had set out to prove, that he was a good soldier and not a Tsarist agent. Moreover, lurid accounts of him in the conservative press, echoing his own apocalyptic rhetoric, especially in the Appeal, were now depicting him as a titanic demon, as ruthless as he was powerful, the leader not only of the Dresden Rising but of a widespread, secret, and fierce revolutionary movement. Rumors mated and multiplied, compounding themselves into fictions that were just the opposite of the man and his organization. He was, thus, no longer alone in fabricating this reverse image of himself. The Promethean fantasy, until now propagated mainly through his own violent declarations, was becoming a reality, first in the press, then to the world, and, finally, for history. Understandably, his enemies responded to the fiction rather than to the facts no less than did his admirers, doing even more than they to build it up. Although he had put up no resistance whatsoever to his arrest and throughout his years of confinement lived the life of a model prisoner, compliant and cooperative at all times, he was guarded as though he were indeed Lucifer incarnate and really did command a forceful revolutionary organization ready to rush to his rescue at the first opportunity. The elaborate, panic-ridden precautions taken to forestall the expected imminent rescue attempts, especially during transit trips between prisons, would be ludicrous were it not for the additional hardships they imposed on the prisoner. 240. 241. Yet, strangely, he does not complain during these first prison years. Although the time was surely ripe for another deluge of heroic suffering, there is little of the sort in his prison letters. It would be describing his mood as more depressed than it was even to speak of resignation. To say that he was happy would be going too far, but, if we listen to what he himself says, this is the right direction to follow in summing up his state of mind at the time. His letters from the prison fortress at Königstein, where he was moved at the end of August 1849, having spent the first 2 prison months in Dresden, reflect more contentment than his letters had shown for years. As for myself, I am well and tranquil. I study mathematics a lot, am reading Shakespeare now and studying Ingshare. I feel quite well, of course as far as that is possible in prison. I am treated here extremely humanely, and I, from my side, try to avoid anything that might be used as an excuse to change this treatment, and while I am not joyful, I am also not unhappy. Thanks to several friends, I have here almost everything that one could desire, within reasonable limits: a comfortable room, books, cigars. Carrot. No doubt, as he went on to say, he would gladly have agreed to live in a forest and eat black bread in exchange for freedom, but he seems to have accepted that loss, too, with remarkable ease. He quickly organized his time, turning his confinement into a period for study, mainly mathematics, which he talks about a great deal in these letters from the fall of 1849. While he calls it positive knowledge and contrasts it to the abstract philosophical study that he says he can no longer bear, it is obvious that his absorption in mathematics serves at least in part the purpose that his philosophical interests had served in earlier periods of isolation. Once again, as in his army years, he could depend on mind and spirit to free him from oppressive reality, for, unlike the body, thoughts are duty-free, unconstrained by any fortress walls, and so they can roam the world over. Viewed from the perspective of his real life and motivations rather than from that of rumor and later mythology, his calm and even contentment is not so surprising. A decade earlier, having already exchanged philosophy for action, he had come to Germany in search of rebirth, a golden age, and a grand destiny as leader and savior. The overwhelming loneliness and depression he had suffered in Paris in the mid-1840s when he was deprived of action, and the glorious sense of power and honor he experienced when he had been involved in revolutionary action at the end of the 1840s are proof enough of the strength of that need. But, compelling though it was always balanced by a still more essential need to remain apart, always free to withdraw to his Gothic castle, on top of a 242 high, steep, inaccessible mountain, his splendid mansion with sturdy gates and locks so that nothing alien to it can again penetrate into its forbidden temple, his bright, inner world closed off with a monastic fence and a strong, high wall inaccessible to ever-changing externality, so that he could cross behind the wall whenever things went badly for him in the outer world. And things had gone very badly for him in that outer world. As he wrote a friend during those first months in prison, to be frank, I had little to be happy about in Germany during the past 2 years. I have often been in the most difficult situations. Alone, very often without money, I was, in addition, vilified as a Russian spy and at the same time, from the other side, considered to be an insane, violent Jacobin. The fact that I was regarded as a Russian spy, moreover, drove me to some intentionally careless steps, confused everything, and landed me in trouble. So badly had things gone for him, in fact, that for many years now I have not had any great desire to live. I live out of a sense of duty. What is involved here is not simply exhaustion and rest after long battle, but rather reprieve from the obligation of playing a rigorously demanding role that was the opposite of his true self. Well, the role had now been played, admirably and honorably. He had dared to seem powerful, not enough, of course, to win power and possession, but enough at least to feign virility and experience electrifying paroxysm with his beloved people's revolution. The ferocity of his declarations and the extremism of his aims, while seeming to demonstrate power, in fact virtually guaranteed by that very extremism that he would never really have to possess it. Then, having dared to appear virile, to challenge authority for possession of the people, he was duly and severely punished by defeat and imprisonment. So, the slate was clean. He had paid a high price for his audacity, and could feel free again, reprieved into prison, safe for a time behind his monastic fence and strong, high wall. In the meantime, as he spent his days in study and relative comfort, all things considered, official investigations into his role in Dresden proceeded. Especially illustrative of his calm, detached mood that first prison year is his failure to help his counsel prepare a defense. After first refusing to give the lawyer a statement reviewing his own side of the events, he decided to write one after all, but turned it in weeks after the attorney had already argued the case. In mid-January 1850 he, Hübner, and Rockel were sentenced to death, but he had been assured beforehand that this was only a dramatic gesture to make the forthcoming monarchic clemency, commuting the sentence to life imprisonment, all the more merciful. Clemency, however, first required an appeals trial. Another defense had to be prepared. The attorney begged Bakunin to write something, anything, for him. Again nothing came, until 3 weeks after the second defense had been presented registered. 243. What Bakunin sent then was an abbreviated version of the statement he had begun working on, belatedly, for the first trial. The précis is a bold reaffirmation of the principles that had guided him through the revolutionary years. As a loyal Russian, he said, he had given his life to the liberation of the enslaved masses both in Russia and abroad. But, he added, one could not really separate the struggle geographically this way. A free Russia meant a free Europe, an enslaved and despotic Russia, a dominated Europe. The same was true for Germany. There must be a free Germany, not an imperial Germany controlling Slavic subjects. Everyone should be free, and all should join in defense of civilization and human rights. After this preamble, Bakunin gave a brief survey of his travels and policies, beginning appropriately with the November 1847 speech in Paris and pausing along the way to deny emphatically the charge that he had plotted the assassination of Tsar Nicholas I. Could anyone find in the course of my life even the slightest capacity in me for murder? Concerning his remaining in Germany after the Prague failure, he said he wanted to stay close to the only theater where I could act. As for the Dresden Rising itself, he had not taken part in its preparation in any way, was surprised by it and prepared at first to leave, could not have been a leader in it since he did not know Dresden that well, and had remained only because he considered flight disgraceful. Once the appeals court confirmed, as expected, the death sentence of the lower court, the way was clear for the king's grace. It came on June 12. That same night Bakunin was turned over to the Austrians. Although the longer self-defense, from which the summary statement was drawn, never played any part in Bakunin's actual defense, it is a fascinating document in itself. It is much the longest work he had written so far, covering over 60 printed pages. To say that it attempts a political history of the modern Western world is only a slight exaggeration. It includes a survey history of Russia, a lengthy review of sectarian religious movements in Russia considered as a form of political opposition, a close look at the role of the people in the defeat of Napoleon, a discourse on German history and current German conditions, along with advice for a sound German foreign policy, an analysis of the complex interdependency between foreign policy and domestic politics in Russia and Germany, some passing swipes at liberals and Jews, a summary of the past, present, and future of Austria, Italy, Poland, and Galicia, and a bird's-eye view of 18th and 19th century European ideologies and political trends. It was, he said, his political testament. His main resource in preparing it was, he said, the nature of things. Happy face, in part, it is indeed a trial defense, in the sense that it explains the broad historical and contemporary forces that supposedly guided and justified his politics during the revolutionary years, 1848–49. But that purpose was adequately served by the short précis, and, in any case, this encyclo. 244. Petic survey was hardly what his attorney needed or wished from him. Other motives lay behind this testament. What Bakunin seems to be attempting here, and would soon try again in his confession to the Tsar, was to bring to the world, or at least to the eminent personages who would read the document, evidence of his own outstanding talents as a global strategist and policy maker. It represents, in effect, the beginning of another shift in his intellectual career, one that would take him back again not only towards reconciliation with authority but, for a time, to a radically new synthesis between power and rebellion fascism. There is some evidence even during that first prison year to suggest that he was having second thoughts about his revolutionary views. For example, the remarks quoted above about how unhappy he had been during the past 2 years, i.e., the revolutionary years, and how he had even felt life itself a burden at the time. Later in that same letter, written in February 1850, he critically re-evaluated his grand revolutionary design of 1848-49, I was alone, with nothing but my sincere goodwill, and perhaps one could reproach me for being quixotic even to think of such a gigantic undertaking. Second thoughts about his own revolutionary plans in no way implied doubts about violent change, however. He was still convinced that the slightest human progress, each new vital growth has been the result of a flood of human blood, and in expressing this conviction he still revealed as clearly as ever the personal motivations behind it. Storms in the world of morality are as necessary as they are in nature. They cleanse and rejuvenate the spiritual atmosphere. They stir slumbering powers. They destroy what is due for destruction and bestow new and everlasting luster to that which is eternally alive. It is easier to breathe in a storm. Only in struggle can you know what a man can and must do. And such a storm was surely necessary for the contemporary world, for it had come very close to suffocating in its own polluted. Both the final death struggle and, its rationale and goal, the more youthful, splendid world were still imminently at hand, but, having come to realize how quixotic his earlier fantasy had been, he was now open to new formulas for achieving the apocalyptic miracle, especially, as we will see, if they might hold as well possibilities for his own release from prison. The Saxony prisons in Dresden and Königstein were havens of comfort and indulgence compared to those that followed, first one in Prague from mid-June 1850 to mid-March 1851, then the most severely repressive of all of them, the prison fortress of Olmiitz, Moravia, where Bakunin was at times chained to the wall. He went on with his mathematics, however, and, judging from his bare 245 ing before his Austrian interrogators, maintained his spirits and his hard-won honor. Once more he was ritually sentenced to death, then given life imprisonment instead, and immediately, with even more than the usual excessive precautions, shipped out of the country, this time into the hands of those he had most feared, those who had meant death to him, the Russians, the hawk, the bear, the blind Tsar. A week later, at the end of May 1851, he was back in St. Petersburg, in the Peter Paul fortress. After the dreadful Olmiitz experience, his return home was by contrast an improvement, particularly since he was met by such noble, humane, and indulgent treatment instead of by the merciless punishment he had been expecting. 2 months after his arrival, an opportunity came for him to express his gratitude for this unexpected leniency. Through an aide, the Tsar, for reasons known only to himself, sent Bakunin a gentle, paternal letter, assuring him that his life was not in danger and urging him to confess his sins to the Tsar as he would to a father confessor. Bakunin's response was his famous confession. For his admirers, as well as for revolutionaries in general, it has been a source of deep shame and embarrassment ever since its revelation. While generally agreeing that it was a hoax, a deceptive ruse, the possibility of it being quite sincere is usually too scandalous for consideration. They divide over whether or not such obeisance was justifiable, even as a means of deception. However, set in its own prison context, considered against the background of Bakunin's life until that time, rather than his life as a revolutionary that still lay ahead, and judged in the light of the real man and not the Promethean fiction, The document stands as a fundamentally honest and forthright statement of Bakunin's thoughts and feelings at the time. Rarely, on record, did Bakunin talk about the confession. He referred to it once in a letter he wrote from Siberia to Herzen, in December 1860, and again in remarks he made to a close friend, Zemfari Rally, who mentions it in his memoirs. In neither case does Bakunin say what his staunch defenders were to say and what he might easily have said to clear himself, namely, that he was lying in order to deceive the Tsar and thereby win freedom for continuing the revolutionary struggle. I thought a while, then decided, he wrote Herzen, that had there been a jury, an open trial, I would have been obliged to sustain the role to the end, but that behind four walls, in the power of the bear, I could without shame soften the forms, and so asked for a month's time and agreed to write something like a real confession, rather in the nature of Diktung and Warit. What was Diktung and what Warit? Bakunin himself may have pointed the way to an answer in the two sentences that come after. My actions were in any event so well known that it would have been useless to try to conceal them. Warit, and thanking the Tsar in the proper terms for his indulgent attention. Diktung. If Diktung had meant much more than that, if it 246 had referred, that is, to all the self-effacing, self-lacerating, and contrite statements that fill the confession and cause his apologists so much anguish, then surely he would have made that quite clear. Similarly, in the remarks recounted by Raleigh, Bakunin does admit that the confession had been a great mistake. However, the reason he gives is not that he had feigned repentance as a way of getting out, but that he had been such a Slavophile in his statements and had given so great a role to Russia in the coming struggle for Slavic liberation. It was this, he said, that he feared would be misunderstood by the Tsar. There is not a word about putting on an act to free himself. In fact, the only talk of an act comes in his comment to Herzen about sustaining a firm revolutionary role, were there a jury to see it, which squares well with his charlatan comments in the confession. Happy face, to come to grips with this important issue, it would be best to divide the contents of the confession into credibility categories. By far the greater bulk of the work is a review of his revolutionary life in the 1840s. Since this is basically the same account that we find in his letters as well as in the statements to his attorney and to his Saxon and Austrian interrogators, there is no reason to doubt its essential authenticity. Then, there are a whole series of fascinating self-analyses, probes into his own personality and the motivations for his actions. Some of these have been quoted earlier, in connection with his life in the 1840s, so well do they summarize the character of what he was doing and saying at the time, his being at once deceiver and deceived, his acknowledged love of the fantastic, his basic shyness, his tendency toward the quixotic, and so on. In deciding whether or not to accept these and comparable remarks at face value, one should keep in mind only what had come before in Bakunin's life, since that is all that was in his mind. 5 or so years of suicidal loneliness and frustration in the 1840s, a brief year and one-half surge of revolutionary paroxysm generated mainly by personal causes that had only recently and tenuously been connected to larger social and political issues, then, crushing failure and unhappiness deep enough to lead him to question life itself, and, finally, 2 prison years to think it all over. Given his short-lived, ultimately disastrous, and psychologically guilt-ridden association with the revolution, there is nothing improbable about a decision to turn back, reconsider his relationship to it and begin to work out a new formula for satisfying his contradictory needs. Viewed from this perspective, his perspective at the time, there is ample reason to accept the sincerity of this retrospective reappraisal that he shared with his father confessor, especially since it also held out the chance of earning forgiveness and release. Apart from the vastness of the crime, you must find it very amusing, sire, that, unknown and powerless, I set out alone on a war against 247. You, the great Tsar of a great kingdom. I clearly see now my insanity and would laugh at myself, it I were up to laughing. But at the time, I saw nothing, thought about nothing, and advanced to my certain ruin as one possessed. Recalling now with what paltry means I imagined I could carry through a revolution in Bohemia, it strikes me as comic. I myself do not understand how I could have hoped for success. But nothing could have stopped me then. I reasoned as follows: revolution 20 is necessary, consequently it is possible. Accepting as authentic his account of the events, his self-analysis of his motivations, and his belated awareness of just how fantastic his plans and actions had been, we are left with a final category of statements: his groveling, obsequious submission to the Tsar's grace. Yes, sire, I will confess to you as to a spiritual father from whom one hopes for forgiveness, not here but for another world, and I ask God to inspire me with simple, sincere, words from the heart, devoid of cunning and flattery, words that are worthy, in short, of finding access to the heart of your imperial majesty. Sire, in this confession I have concealed nothing from you, nothing, not a single sin, not a single crime. I have bared my entire soul before you. You have seen my delusions, how I fell from one madness into another, from error into sin, from sin into crime. I will speak before you as I would speak before God, whom neither flattery nor lies can deceive. And now, I turn again to my Tsar and, falling to the feet of your imperial majesty, I implore you, do not let me rot in eternal prison confinement. Given the revolutionary code of prison defiance, one can understand why other revolutionaries might not forgive Bakunin such obeisance, even were it nothing more than deception. But was it deception? Merely dikdu? If he were so calculating and cunning in his attempt to win the Tsar's favor, why would he have emphasized as much as he did throughout the confession the violence of his revolutionary war against Tsarist Russia? And, surely, he could have covered the main points in his revolutionary plan without going on as long and as vehemently as he did about the evils in Tsarist Russia. Given his situation at the time, his preceding prison years, and the main currents of his youth and mind until then, even this abasement may well have been entirely sincere. Difficult as it is to bear in mind, considering what was to come, we must realize just how brief and tenuous Bakunin's revolutionary ties had been in the 1840s. Failure and disillusionment, continuing religious devotion and a profoundly religious temperament, a not unreasonable hope that his initial good treatment together with the Tsar's paternalistic invitation to confess might point the way to freedom, these all could well have joined to bring him to the stage of devout contrition. 248. One other factor may also have played its part here. Indeed, if the speculation supporting it is correct, it may have been decisive. Several times in the course of confessing to the Tsar, Bakunin spoke in terms of a son doing penance before his father. Gifted with a fervent imagination and, as the French say, d'l'me grande dose d'exaltation. I caused my aging father much grief, for which I now repent with all my soul, even though it comes late. But it is less difficult than it is painful for me, sire, to speak with you about what I have dared to think concerning the direction and spirit of your rule, painful in all ways, painful because of the position I am in, standing before you, sire, as a condemned criminal, painful to my pride, since I can hear you, sire, saying the boy is chattering away about things he doesn't understand. And most of all, painful to my heart, since I stand before you as a prodigal, estranged, corrupted son before his offended and angry fatheress he, in fact, through the mirror of the deeper drama and conflict that had guided so much of his life, standing before his father, repenting before him. The similarities between his attitude toward his father and his relations now with the Tsar are impressive. A radical ambivalence defines them both: warm, glowing praise, well suited to disarming hostility and avoiding punishment, and furious denunciation accompanying an assault on everything the two potentates stand for. Also, with regard to both his blind father and the blind Tsar, the son sharply separates the abstract role of the enemy from his living, sublime person. Not only, for example, does he assure the Tsar that there has never been in my heart even the slightest shadow of hatred against you, but he goes on to recall that, while he was in military school, he had passionately loved him and had been ecstatic when the Tsar once visited their camp. Even later, after he had become a revolutionary and was obligated to hate Emperor Nicholas, the hatred was only in imagination, in thought, not in my heart. The impressions from youth are not easily effaced, sire. Throughout the earlier chapters of this study we have seen that precisely the same recollections of early love towards his father, or at least professions of it, remained intact in spite of a constant verbal barrage against him as the personification of familial and social control. Blind obedience, a slave relationship, blind arbitrary will. The phrases and the sentiments behind them appear in his relations with his father years before they appear in his confession to the Tsar. In fact, his adolescent confessions to his father and his later voluminous letters to him, his 1840 defense of his need to go abroad, for example, or his 1837 remembrances of paternal things past, benevolent and tyrannical, read like veritable rehearsals for the later confession. Nor was the confession the first occasion of this merger between father and Tsar. Why had he turned against the Tsar in the first place? It was not because of a socially conscious political 249. Outrage over the Tsar's oppression of the Russian masses or Polish people, but a personally conscious filial outrage at being told to go home and threatened with disinheritance. We must keep in mind how late the concern for the oppressed masses or national minorities entered Bakunin's rebellion. Its essential form and dynamics were already well established long before he took any interest whatsoever in politics, much less in the fate of the people. It is only the cast of characters that change. Tyrannical father, tyrannized sisters, and liberator son become tyrannical Tsar, tyrannized people, and revolutionary. The drama was the same, and so was the fear. No wonder that as he moved eastward on his way back to the Hawk, he repeatedly suffered an inner coldness for reasons he cannot explain, and that once in the hands of the bear he rejoiced at the good treatment, certain, as he stated again and again in the confession, that he really deserved to die for his crime and sin. How strikingly like, incidentally, the time Bakunin had mistakenly assumed his father had accused him of the worst crimes, or the day he came home late for supper, paralyzed with dread of what he thought would be his father's wrath, then overcome with relief and love for him when he was spared punishment. Transferred back into this personal setting where they belong, the contrition, penance, abasement, and confession are as true as was the narrative of his objective political actions. He can confess now, unburden himself at least somewhat, because he had undergone the catharsis of punishment. Having now suffered real pain, especially in omits, and not just the fantasy pain of his familiar credo, he could forgive and, for a time, accept himself, and having found that the father Tsar was not the monster he had dreaded, he could forgive and accept him as well, confess before him, and be home again. A new period of reconciliation had begun. Expressing his second reconciliation in terms strongly reminiscent of his first, he once again bowed before the indomitable force of history, lowering the impotent arm he had dared raise in rebellion. I understand that history goes its own mysterious ways, that it has its own logic, which often contradicts the logic of the ordinary world, that it is redemptive, although it does not always correspond to our private desires, and that other than a few exceptions, extremely rare in history, that are, so to speak, permitted by Providence and sanctified by the approval of posterity, no single person, however sincere, honest, or saintly his convictions might seem to be, has either the mission or the right to raise his rebellious thought and impotent arm against this inscrutable higher destiny. I understood, in a word, that my own ideas and actions were to the highest degree comic, senseless, impudent, and criminal. 250. But the reconciliation this time was not simply a replica of the reconciliation of the late 1830s. He did not merely withdraw from the battlefield as he had done, or at least claimed to have done, in the earlier reconciliation. His strategy this time was more involved. If he could not win in his revolution against power, he would try to bring power over to the side of the revolution. Bizarre as this might seem, it was this enterprise, the attempt to persuade the archdespot, the blind Tsar, or one of his viceroys, to lead the war against despotism that Bakunin undertook in his confession and, as we will see, in most of his letters and relationships during the subsequent years of his imprisonment and exile. Actually, from the right Hegelian perspective, so evident again in that preceding quotation, this was not really so strange. The state, according to Hegel, was the highest embodiment of absolute reason as it advanced dialectically in its mysterious way. The power and victory of the Tsar were, therefore, proof of his rational reality. There was no reason why authoritarianism could not be used for good as well as for evil, and, as we have seen, Bakunin had himself usually chosen dictatorship as his midwife for the birth of the kingdom. Therefore, I ask myself, why does the present government, the autocracy, armed with limitless power, unconstrained by law or, in fact, by any rule outside of itself, by a single competing force, why does it not use its omnipotence for liberation, for the elevation and enlightenment of the Russian people? It would be incorrect, however, to say that this thought came to him only after his imprisonment. According to the confession, he had written the Tsar an even wider-ranging proposal after the Prague failure, imploring him in the name of all the oppressed Slavs to go to their aid, take them under your powerful protection, be their savior, their father, and, proclaiming yourself Tsar of all the Slavs, raise at last the Slavic flag in Eastern Europe, to the dread of the Germans and all other oppressors and enemies of the Slavic peoples. That appeal, he went on to say in the confession, echoed the hopes of all other Slavs, including even the Poles who, deceived by the French revolutionary government, deceived by the Germans, insulted by the German Yid, rushed to the protection of the Russian Emperor and asked him to be gracious enough to unite all the Poles of the Austrian and Msian provinces to Russia, even in his own plans for a revolutionary Slavic union, as we saw and as he recounts in the confession. The Poles and Czechs were expected to cede first place to Russia. Happy face, what he was offering the Tsar was something still grander than hegemony over Eastern Europe, however, for I thought, I hoped, that the Magyar nation, forced by circumstance, by its isolated position among Slavic peoples, and also by its own more Eastern than Western character, that all the Moldavians and Wallachians, finally that even Greece as well would enter the Slavic Union, and that there would thus be created a single, free Eastern state, something in the 251 way of a reborn world of the East in opposition, but not in enmity, to the West, and that its capital would be Constantinople. Carrot registered to show how seriously he took this whole line of thought. He devoted to it a substantial portion of the confession, humbly explaining to the Tsar why it would be so much better for him, for the Russian people, and for the Russian state if he were to stop pursuing his misguided reactionary policies and instead lead the way in this universal liberation. In terms of the inner drama, this was the full realization of what his successive plans for dictatorship had always implied. By playing the role of counselor to the Tsar, he could identify himself with power and share its virility not by possessing it himself, but by attaching himself to it as a subordinate, and powerless, helpmate. And through the fantasy of the Tsar as enlightened savior as well as all-powerful dictator, the dreamlike combination of opposites that had always been implicit in his fantasies about himself, he could enjoy this new alliance with real power at no loss to his revolutionary honor. Revolutionary Tsar. Absolute power and universal revolution combined. Omnipotent father and rebellious son. Here, indeed, seemed the ideal wish fulfillment, the perfect dream synthesis. Nicholas read the confession attentively, making marginal notes along the way, but was not persuaded to improve the lot of the repentant sinner, as Bakunin signed himself. He did, however, grant one request, that Bakunin's parents and his one beloved sister be permitted to visit him since his father, 84 years old and now completely blind, was not up to the trip. Brother Nicholas went in his place, taking the beloved sister, Tatiana, with him. The meeting took place that October, 2 months after Bakunin completed the confession. For the next half year after the confession, there is a break in Bakunin's correspondence, or at least in the letters that have come down to us. Once they are again available, beginning in January and February 1852, they provide additional evidence of the authenticity of the confession, for its being, in general, an honest and sincere statement rather than a cunning deception. Regret, contrition, and repentance fill these letters to his family as much as they do the confession, in some ways even more so. Blaming his fall mainly on the influence of German philosophy, he urged his brother Alexander to learn from his mistakes and to realize that the only result of such abstract philosophizing is a mass of false ideas. A person is never so stupid, he wrote, as when he thinks only about himself and, still worse, constantly criticizes and insults other people, turning them into our enemies. That is the story of my life. You recall, surely, what a crank I was in Premuckino for all outsiders. Rather than end up a dreamer and chase after illusions, Alexander should devote himself earnestly. 252. To a life of work, and not fret about his lost freedom, about his abstract studies, about his useless and aimless fantasies. His own life was now over, he went on, having no aims, no future. Except for thoughts about Premuckino, all the more intense now, he said, after the family visit and his parents' forgiveness of their profligate son, he would now try not to think at all, for thoughts torment and oppress me too much with vain regrets and repentance that comes too late. All he could do now was smoke cigarettes, read novels, and tell himself stories. To a certain extent, it is the life of an opium smoker, an eternal dream, sometimes a bad dream of a ruined Don Quixote, sometimes a fantastic dream in the spirit of Hoffmann. The only good he could do now was to sit there, like a post with the warning, "Do not take this road." But that road now lay in the past, his punishment and suffering had purified him, and I swear that were I now offered my freedom on the condition that I resume my former aimless and frantic life, I would not agree to it. All that he wanted to do now, he said, was to share the lives of his family at Premuckino through their letters, which he urged them to send more often, and let the world completely forget my existence. He now had nothing but the best to say about everyone at home, even Varvara's husband, who he hoped would write him. His father, friend, and benefactor of hundreds of immortal souls, yet at the same time caring for the needs and education of his own family, is the model he now advised his brothers to follow. How fortunate they were to have with them our kind, wise, father who knows so much, whose advice and experience will not be lost on you as they were lost on me. This change of attitude is especially evident in his advice to Alexander and his new wife, Lisa. In page after page, he gently advised them to adopt precisely that life of custom, propriety, and obligation that he had always abhorred. Besides keeping away from philosophy and attending to the business of the estate, Alexander is to dress properly, listen to the wise counsel of his father and elder brother, Nicholas, avoid introspection, and learn to laugh at himself. He should be innovative in managing the economy of the manor and, as others in their class, conscious of the responsibilities of the landed gentry, since his privileged position was a public function, a form of service, political and moral at the same time, almost religious, that is temporarily entrusted to the gentry by the government more as a duty than a right. While such privilege and power could be abused, it also gave one the possibility of doing much good. It all depends on one's ability to get down to work and not chase after impossible reforms, disdaining those that are easy to realize. Having thus warned Alexander again against being quixotic, he went on to provide him detailed instructions on how one should deal with the peasants. 253. Given their natural suspiciousness, obstinacy, ignorance, fanaticism, prejudices, they must be treated as children, children by nature of their ignorance. But they must not be forced to act against their will, they should be treated with love and respect and won over only gradually, patiently. The method of applying forceful measures is quicker, but I prefer my own because it is less abrupt, more civil, and, besides, will lead to better and more durable results, for it is based on the convictions and the voluntary agreement of those to whom and for whose welfare it is applied. However, I am not preaching weakness. On the contrary, I am convinced that along with much goodwill and, especially, constant justice, a great deal of severity is also absolutely necessary. The Russian peasant considers it a failing not to deceive where deception is possible and despises those they deceive. Although I am not at all very fond of corporal punishment, I think that, unfortunately, it is still completely necessary. If you have to order a whipping, dear friend, then do so. But never do the whipping yourself. That would be vile. Happy face, once again, nonviolent violence. It is difficult to know how long this mood lasted. The letters for the rest of that year, 1852, and through 1853 are few, brief, and rather curt. Jesus and God are still with him, and he can still praise God every day for having returned me to Russia. He continues declaring his devotion to Primukhino, still loves Tatiana more than everything in the world and laments the fact that she has ceased writing him, shares the family's deep grief over the deaths of Alexander's young wife, Lisa, and Varvara's husband, and concerns himself with the proper education of Varvara's son to make sure that he becomes not only an intelligent, but a worldly man, a complete gentleman. Nevertheless, except for remarks to Lisa in a letter from May 1852, the letters are terse, rather heavy, and not at all like the January and February letters. The reasons for this shift in sentiment may be found in letters he wrote in February 1854. Taking advantage of a visit from Paul and Tatiana that month, he secretly gave her some letters, at considerable risk to her as well as to himself. 2 years had passed since the reconciliation of January-February 1852, and 2.5 years since the confession, 2 years of unrelieved tedium and loneliness, largely in solitary confinement, made worse toward the end by serious and painful illness. It was more than reconciliation could bear. As bliss had turned to boredom in the first Hegelian reconciliation some 14 years before, in 1839, so did resignation turn, for a time, to renewed rebellion during this second reconciliation. He had no strength to go on any longer, he said in the clandestine letters. Scurvy, pounding headaches, hemorrhoids, and feverish hours struggling to catch his breath had utterly exhausted him. They had also left their mark on his appearance. He was terribly disfigured. His teeth had fallen out and his face, 254, had become heavily bloated. His brother Paul was shocked, and he himself could not bear to look in a mirror. But worse still was the by now unbearable isolation and immobility. He felt as though he had been buried alive. Nothing could be worse. Death would be a deliverance, he said repeatedly with only slightly veiled hints of suicide. Even Napoleon would sink into stupefaction and Jesus Christ himself grow embittered after years of such conditions. He craved action now as never before, he said. A flaming thirst for movement and activity consumed him, and he felt himself capable of any sacrifice and even heroism. He told Tatiana that he would begin again what led me here, only with more wisdom and more caution, and that his ordeal had in no way changed my former convictions, but, instead, made them more fervent, more determined, more unconditional. In another secret letter, however, he qualified the envisioned heroism somewhat with a significant vow: I promise you that if they free me, I will remain tranquil and undertake nothing unorthodox while father is alive. Remaining on this elemental level a while longer, his thoughts then moved, in the next line, to Tatiana. I love you, I deeply, deeply love and respect you. I even envy your son a little, Lisa's child, who, with his encouragement, Tatiana was raising. Let me also be your son, while I am here, and so come back more quickly. In mid-March 1854, about a month after Tatiana's and Paul's visit, Bakunin was moved to another prison, Schleswig, on Lake Ladoga, and while he remained isolated and under strict supervision, his material conditions improved considerably. His daily ration was increased, and even included a jigger of vodka for dinner, and he was permitted to receive more packages from home, citrus fruit for the scurvy, a variety of reading materials, and, except for occasional lapses, an adequate flow of his indispensable tea and tobacco, Turkish, please, the same kind that you once sent me, Beruski strong, from the Fortune Factory, at Zako's house in Bolshoi Morskoy. Best of all, he had won the affection and sympathetic attention of a general's daughter, who acted openly as intermediary between Bakunin and Primukhino for letters and supplies. Besides arrangements for these supplies, expressions of family affection, and criticism of Tatiana for not writing the remaining letters that year, 1854, mainly concerned the heroic role his brothers were playing in the Crimean War and the family's fears for their safety. His joy and pride in their heroism seemed quite genuine, and may well have been an important stimulus behind his rekindled flaming thirst for movement and activity, sacrifice and even heroism, the revived Fichtian passion in the secret letters. It is hard to imagine more flattering or more honorable praise than that received for defending Sevastopol. And the promise of a cross of St. George on top of it? They are all fine young men, and each one of them, given the chance, would fulfill his duty with intelligence, dedication, and strength. I am sure of that, and I know also that, through the 255 special blessing that we have inherited from Father, all that they have in common, and whereas such things as a medal or a wife cannot be shared, the honor and happiness, acquired by one, is enthusiastically shared by all. You, dear little mother, and you Tatiana, although their father had the honor of seeing his son Alexander enter the service, he did not live to share the glory of his success. He died December 4, 1854, at the age of 88. I am entirely guilty, dear Elizaveta Ivanovna, the general's daughter. I should have answered you long since and returned your journals, but the sad news struck me so hard that for a while I lacked the strength even to move a finger. Is mother well? Tatiana. Lam returning number 32 Oi review de Dumons except for one other reference to his deceased father in another letter to his benefactress. This is all we have of his response to his father's death. Almost immediately after her husband's death, Bakunin's mother began a strenuous campaign, first to be permitted to visit her son, then to win his release. The visit was arranged for early March 1855, delayed that long because of the death of Tsar Nicholas on February 18 and the succession of Alexander II. Together with Michael's brother Alexei, she spent some 3 weeks in St. Petersburg and 5 days at Schlüsselburg, during which time she met with Michael in the office of the prison commandant. She now took the main part in the family's efforts to free him. My principal hope is now in you, my dear mother. Bakunin had again felt himself able to approach his mother affectionately even before his father's death, perhaps because he once again, as during the Hegelian recantation of 1837-38, had dropped the pose of powerful, virile warrior. There had been, indeed, those desperate remarks in the letters he had given to Tatiana in February 1854, but in the context of everything else he wrote during these years in successive prisons and, then, as we will see, in exile, those sentiments are markedly the exception. However those secret letters are interpreted, moreover, they can be readily explained by the severe degeneration of his conditions and mood in the months immediately preceding Tatiana's 1854 visit, conditions that, as we have seen, had been significantly improved. In his first letters following the confession, the January-February, 1852 letters, those in which he so thoroughly defended custom, propriety, and obligation, he gave his first indication of this revived good relationship with his mother. As for you, dear mother, thank you for wanting to come. I have deeply wronged you and keenly sense how much generosity and love there is in your forgiveness. Happy face, with his father's death, his mother's visits with him in Schlüsselburg, and her energetic efforts toward winning his release, he became still more expansive and daring in expressing his tender feelings towards her. After you left, he wrote her following a visit in August 1856, I walked and walked, lay down, again walked a long time, thinking only of you, then sat down. 256. and wrote you these lines, as though I were chasing after you with my thoughts and my heart to say goodbye to you one more time, and having written, became calm. You are so kind, understanding. One feels oneself so free with you, that some outsider might think, looking at our manner with you, that you are to us an older sister, not a mother. But that is not dangerous, because along with all the love, the confiding of everything, and the freedom in our behavior with you, not one of us even for a moment forgets that deep, religious respect that children have towards their mother. Neither her efforts, nor those of his brothers and of the many influential friends the family turned to for help did any good. The state was adamant, refusing any moderation of the prisoner's punishment, much less his release. Desperate, Bakunin decided to beg again. First, he implored Prince V. A. Dolgorukov, head of the gendarmes, to give him permission to write Alexander II in the hope that Tsar would lighten his punishment and give him a chance to be something useful after a life that has brought nothing but harm to others and to myself. Although, he said, he had nothing but his word to prove to Dolgorukov the honor of his motives, he assured him that his word bound him as much as did the fortress walls. Besides, it is already too late for me to return to an active life, even if I so desired. My strength is broken. Illness has crushed me. It is only that I do not want to die in a dungeon. Permission was granted, and Bakunin wrote his second confession. In comparison to it, the first confession seems strong and dignified, perhaps because of the heroic revolutionary career it surveyed, the audacity of advising the Tsar on foreign policy, and a certain firmness, even in the more submissive sections. The plea to Alexander II is a forlorn dirge of a spent and broken man. He simply begs for clemency. The years of isolation in the silence of the tomb, the profound, inexpressibly painful regret over my having destroyed, irreparably and senselessly, any chance of ever being a support for my family, as my 5 brothers are, and an active servant of my government, a full awareness of just how empty, useless, harmful his past had been, the humiliating comparison between his own shameful inaction in the current war and the courageous service of his 5 brothers. It was all, he lamented, more than he could bear. If he could efface the sorry past through some purifying service, he would do so, willingly paying with his own blood for his crimes. But illness has made me incapable of anything, and, with nothing to offer in return, he can only implore the Tsar to spare him the fate of dying in prison, to grant him a chance to breathe one last time in freedom, gaze at the clear sky and the fresh meadows, see the house of my father, bow down before his grave, and, devoting my last days to my mother, broken with grief because of me, prepare myself for a dignified death. 257. The plea was sent February 14, 1857. On the 19th, Tsar Alexander decreed that Bakunin be allowed to exchange prison for exile to Siberia. 3 days later, he sent another letter to Prince Dolgorukov with a new and last request. Could he not stop over for a day or so at Premukhino on his way to Siberia? That request was also granted, and on March 8 Bakunin left St. Petersburg for Premukhino, where, according to one account, he spent a gloomy, almost wordless day, mainly playing games with one of the nannies, or, according to another, talked a lot, laughed joyfully, reminisced about the past, sang various songs along with the others, joked and laughed some more. Happy face, what was to happen during the ensuing 3 years of Siberian exile would show that the 8 years of prison life he was now ending had all but wiped out the 8 preceding years of faith in mass revolution, that, in other words, the lament to Alexander II was as sincere as the confession to Tsar Nicholas had been. 2 prospects were open to a well-born political exile like Bakunin. He could join his fellow-revolutionary exiles, such as the Decembrists and members of the Petrashevsky Circle .. or, taking advantage of his class and connections, he could join the Guards. Continuing the conversion already well begun in the confession, Bakunin joined the Guards, while trying, of course he was still Bakunin, to make them appear a higher order of revolutionaries. The argument that all this, too, was sham and deception, sand in the eyes of gullible officials, to help conceal a carefully thought-through plan of escape that he steadily realized step by step over 3 years not only lacks evidence and adequate plausibility, but denies the complexity of the man. For a person to feel and live at different times, or even simultaneously, sharply contrasting convictions, and to live and feel each of the opposites as intensely and authentically as the other is hardly unusual even among ordinary mortals. For extraordinary personalities like Bakunin, and many others among the Russian intelligentsia, it is practically the defining character trait. In other words, Bakunin's confession of 1851, his Philistin sermon to brother Alexander, his desperate letters of February 1854, and his doleful plea to Alexander II of 1857 all mean just what they say at the time they appear, however different the moods they express. Since, for many people, ambivalence of one sort or another is virtually the pulse of life itself, these comments are truisms and would be entirely unnecessary here were it not for the simplistic, one-sided revolutionary mold into which both critics and friends have long tried to squeeze Bakunin. It is, admittedly, difficult to believe that Bakunin spoke and acted as he did during his years of exile, that, at the very outset, for example, while in Omsk en route to Tomsk, he could write to the head of the third section, the secret police, to say how touched I was by the kindness and attentive care shown him by his guard. In his appointment as my companion to Siberia, I could not. 258. But see a continuation of that expansive, noble, and truly Russian kindness which has called me back from death to a new, proper life and which, Your Excellency, I dare to hope, will not leave me in that distant prison. Happy face, another letter he wrote on that trip is, on the contrary, all too familiar. Only one thing somewhat troubles me, he told his mother, it seems that the money you gave me for the trip was not enough, not even for the first year. I will have to make household arrangements for myself, buy a little house, perhaps, learn how to run it, to buy and sell, in other words, to stand on my own 2 feet. And you know what an impractical person I am when it comes to such things. He was now 43 years old. He actually did this time go through the motions of finding employment. He had to do something, he wrote a gendarme general who was passing through Tomsk, not only to free his family from the burden of supporting him, but also because his entire life, devoted to abstractions and finally entangling itself in illegal activities, has gone by without my having done anything useful for his family. Siberia was just the place to renew prodigal sons like himself, he went on, seemingly exhilarated by the prospect. But, he said, without capital there was only one respectable enterprise he could undertake, gold transactions, and for that he needed permission to travel long distances from Tomsk. Would the general help him get that permission? The rest of my life I will try to prove the purity of my motives and the depth of my gratitude. The general did what he could, assuring his superiors that Bakunin had sincerely and profoundly repented his former crime, is fully cognizant of the mercy the emperor has shown him, and by his behavior has earned general praise in the town. Happy face, this time, however, Dolgorukov said no. Bakunin would have to stay in Tomsk. Denied gold, he turned again to tutoring. His students were the children of a Polish nobleman who had known better times. One of them, a girl of 17, so attracted Bakunin that he decided he would marry her. The 26-year difference in their ages apparently troubled neither of them. The gap between his own parents' age had been similarly wide, he 40, she 18, and, in any case, his intentions were only to care for her as the flower of my old age, since he did have, as one biographer, Steklov, gently puts it, that certain physical characteristic that made him incapable, apparently, of conjugal life. Happy face, the girl, Antonia, was later to have children, 3 of them, but all by Carlo Gambuzzi, Bakunin's close friend, fellow revolutionary, and financial benefactor during the second phase of his revolutionary career in the 1860s and 1870s. Why did Bakunin get married? To his mother he explained it as new proof of my turning towards the right principles of a proper life, and a sure guarantee of my firm resolve to abandon everything that in my past life caused you such great anxiety and resentment. Also, the argument is often made that the Mar 259 Riage, too, was part of his constant, overriding, secret plan to escape. In order to marry and then support a family, he must have an income, and the only source for that open to him, or so he claimed in his letters to the authorities, was the gold industry, far to the east, the direction, that is, of his Pacific escape. He does, in fact, use precisely this argument in his letters requesting permission to be free to travel on business. Even were this the case, however, there can be little doubt about the reality or intensity of the love he came to feel for Antonia. His later letters and actions show that he was constantly and tenderly concerned about her welfare and longed for her when they were apart. Perhaps the best way to understand the marriage is to recall Bakunin's love for Tatiana through the years, and especially his fantasy of their living together abroad. In the underlying psychodrama of his life, Antonia may have played the role originally designed for Tatiana, a role that was also easier for him to share now that his father was dead and his mother once more approachable, for reasons discussed earlier. Moreover, since there were no family, consanguineous ties between them, Antonia was a much less threatening substitute for the mother than Tatiana had been. Bakunin's comment about his mother being like a sister to him may also be relevant here. And if the difference in age, making Antonia more like a daughter than a wife to him, helped disguise the substitution, the fact that his mother had been comparably distant in age from his father helped achieve it. Finally, the absence of sexuality neutralized the danger of the substitution, even as it helped to prove that one was taking place. Besides being able to use the marriage to support his appeal for travel permission, Bakunin could also use it as evidence of his having turned over a new leaf. Repeating the assurances he had recently given his mother, he told his captors that my intention to marry should itself be enough to prove my resolute decision to devote the rest of my life to peaceful and legal activities. Still stronger evidence of that change, however, was his general behavior. In a report sent in mid-April 1858 by the Governor-General of Western Siberia to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Bakunin's behavior is described as irreproachable, reflecting a most humble attitude and a sincere repentance for his errors. Registered, reinforcing the continuing appeals by his family and their influential relatives and friends. Such humility and contrition on his part persuaded the government to make things easier for him. While not yet allowing him free movement, he was offered a rank in government service that would facilitate his finding at least clerical employment. Predictably, he rejected the opportunity. A fussy, bureaucratic job was no less fussy in Siberia than it had been in European Russia. And at a deeper level, it seemed to me that once I put on the cockade, I would lose my purity and innocence. So, instead of taking a government job, he went on making appeals to officials like Chief of Police, Dolgorukov, Your Eminence. 260. My entire fate and the chance of any happiness in my future life now depends on you. Do not refuse me. Be now my succor and savior as you were already once before. Only your word can now resurrect me. This, too, failed, and he had to remain, for a while yet, in Tomsk, still behaving quietly and properly. In October he married Antonia, although he had told Dolgorukov in the above letter that he could not marry without the requested permission for free movement eastward. At the beginning of the next year, 1859, he took another step back towards a quiet and proper life. It was a time of political ferment in Russia, the years of intense discussion and preparation for the great reforms of Alexander II. Wishing to be a part of it, Bakunin re-entered the world of political journalism, but now as a cautious liberal, rather like his father had become after he had sown his own radical oats. His opening statement came in a letter to his old friend enemy Katkov, who was at the time editing a successful and influential liberal journal. Expressing joy over the impending thaw in Russian life and agreement with Katkov's fondness for English liberal institutions, he cautioned Katkov against being so pro-English as to discredit Russia by comparison. The freedom and property that the English cherished were indeed splendid, he said, and the Russian government was quite right in its plans to free the serfs and provide them with private, not communal, land. But Katkov should not forget Russia's own Slavic mission to liberate the oppressed Slavic peoples, who shared a general, instinctual expectation that Russia would save them. Happy Face, reflecting his habitual ambivalence towards power, he argued in another letter to Katkov that power, both at home and abroad, should limit itself to unofficial guidance. The privileged landed elite, for example, should continue their prevailing influence, but this influence should not be institutionalized into explicit, legal dominance. The same held true for relations between Russia and the other Slavic peoples, and Russia must therefore end its oppression of Poland, Russia's Ireland. However, he was pleased to tell Katkov that he had met a number of remarkable Poles who, for all their desire to see Poland free, are completely convinced now that conspiratorial methods are fruitless and that if there is to be a Polish revival it must be along a normal, broad path, one founded on rational development, both morally and materially. As for himself, he was married, completely happy, and preparing to move to eastern Siberia, where his cousin Muraviva Mirsky, Governor-General of Eastern Siberia, had found him a position. Under the pressure of insistent family appeals, Muraviv's mother and Bakunin's were first cousins, and probably impressed both by the very favorable reports on Bakunin's behavior and by Bakunin's heroic reputation and Olympian bearing, Muraviv was to be Bakunin's Siberian guardian angel, a guardianship. 261. For which Bakunin was to repay him handsomely, as we will see. The position Muraviv had obtained for him was in Irkutsk, with a Siberian business magnate named Bernardaki, who, mindful of the ways Muraviv could favor or hinder his many ventures, was delighted to take Bakunin on. Although it is unclear just what Bakunin did, if anything, he stayed with Bernardaki's Amur company until November, then quit. He said he did not like the management policies. When he gave up the job, however, he did not give up the salary, and for the next 2 years continued to receive regular payments from Bernardaki as well as loans from him even though he did no service at all in return. In the meantime, he lived on in Irkutsk with Antonia and her parents, sister, and brother, the whole family having accompanied them from Tomsk, and continued to enjoy Muraviv's protection. But Muraviv was not his only friend and benefactor among the authorities. Through him he met other prominent and useful people, for example, the young General Ignatieff, Chief of Staff Kukul, Provincial Governor Izvolsky, and Muraviv's second-in-command, Korsakov, whose sister was later to be Bakunin's sister-in-law, Paul's wife. Their doors were always open to him, and he spent much time with them, to the chagrin of other exiles who had expected something quite different of the great revolutionary. I exposed the activities of the pseudo-democrat Bakunin, the Decembrist exile Zavolishin later wrote, showing how the pseudo-liberal hobnobbed with despots, and I broke off all relations with him. This pseudo-liberal and pseudo-democrat Bakunin, who, having told me that one could not deny the abuses and coercion in Muraviv's relations with the people, said that one could still excuse him everything because he was a revolutionary, this Bakunin was welcomed at the home of Muraviv and Korsakov and published articles in defense of Muraviv in the Bell. The last reference is to one of the most scandalous episodes in Bakunin's life, from the revolutionary's perspective. In April 1859 a duel took place in Irkutsk between a top official and a lower clerk. The clerk was killed. Critics of the government, including one of the most prominent of all the exiles, Petrashevsky, called the event outright murder and pressed for an investigation. Muraviv was away at the time of the duel, but when he returned, he tried to force the opposition to keep quiet. Hoping to win support for their case, the local intelligentsia sent an account of the affair to friends in Paris who used the information for an article denouncing Muraviv in the leading émigré Russian periodical, The Bell, edited by Bakunin's erstwhile benefactors, Herzen and Ogarev. Even before arriving in Irkutsk, and months before the duel, Bakunin had come to idolize Muraviv, a noble, effective, energetic, and in all respects remarkable man, the son of Siberia, whose disappearance would plunge everything into stagnation and gloom. As for his critics, those scoundrels Zavalishyn 262 and Petrashevsky, they were out to vilify a man who would prove to be one of the best and most indispensable people in Russia. Registered in 3 letters that Bakunin wrote to Herzen at the end of 1860. The first of which was another of Bakunin's characteristic pamphlet-length discourses. He expanded this praise into a reverential panegyric that would have made Nero blush. Governor-General Muraviv was as noble as a knight, pure as few people are in Russia, with a daring, broad, fiery, decisive mind and a native-born gift for captivating, ardent rhetoric, the most courteous conversationalist, always lively, incisive, kind to such an extent that not only women but men also fall in love with him. In fact, one cannot help loving him. He himself loves and hates so passionately and has so much heart, he is all heart. And add to that, self-sacrifice and exceptional disregard for his own interests, a man of princely generosity. There is not a drop of egoism or vainglory in this remarkable man. He seeks the essence, not the form of power. Another similarity with Peter the Great, of whom, in his elemental genius, he so often reminds me. His doors are open to everyone at any time, and to each he gives his memory and his heart. He can see right through your soul, even when you choose not to open yourself to him. He seems born to command, gifted with all the capacities of a first-class general, quickness and clarity of mind, spirit, resourcefulness at the critical moment, military knowledge, a steadfastness, and most important of all, a daring, dashing, instinctually heroic decisiveness. All the guarantees of victory are combined in him to the highest degree. Here and ready is the savior of Russia, and you are his enemies. To prove how wrong Herzen had been in printing articles against Muraviv, Bakunin reviewed at length all his hero's many accomplishments, as a military leader and as the man who virtually single-handed had turned the Amur River into a thriving trade artery and dramatically developed the great mineral and other riches of eastern Siberia, in part through favoring private industry against state economic directly. Sleeping little. Always working hard and efficiently, Muraviv forced others as well to work effectively, both the common people, helpless as children, lacking all initiative, and the bureaucrats, trivial Philistines with puffed-up positions, fools trying to look profound, half-educated, crude, vain, and petty egotists with patriotic phrases, who rose to the top and kept themselves there through baseness and intrigue, mechanical, routine formalists, lacking even the thought of vital, authentic action. Happy face, in short. Muraviv had accomplished miracles, especially miraculous considering this is slumbering Russia, accustomed to replacing deeds by words and dreams. 263. But it was not simply because of these great achievements and attributes, so reminiscent of Bakunin's own fantasies about himself, or at least his potentialities, that Herzen should honor and support Muraviv instead of denouncing him and aiding his enemies. What was truly remarkable was the fact that Muraviv was also a convinced Democrat. Both by his deeds and his convictions, he is entirely ours, a Red general, the only one with strength and authority in Russia who, in the full sense of the word, and I am not in the least exaggerating, we can and must, without qualification, call ours, unconditionally ours. He is our strength and the best and strongest of us, in him is the future of Russia. To prove his point, Bakunin gave Herzen a summary of what he thought was Muraviv's progressive program, lauding it enthusiastically as he went along: liberation of the serfs with land, a jury system, elimination of classes, freedom of the press, broad public education, local self-government, and, with respect to the form of central government, the destruction of the ministries to be replaced during the first period not by a constitution and not by a blabbering gentry parliament, but by a temporary iron dictatorship, under one name or another. Muraviv, notwithstanding his position, had nothing but disdain for the privileged classes, believed in and loved only the people, and hoped that the peasants' axe will bring Petersburg to its senses and open the way there for the rational dictatorship that he is convinced is the only way to save Russia, rotting in filth, theft, mutual oppression, sterile chatter, and Philistine triviality. Happy Face, the aims of the Red General, the future iron, rational dictatorship, were not limited to Russian domestic life. He regards dictatorship as necessary also for re-establishing Russian power in Europe, and he would first of all want to direct this power against Austria and Turkey in order to liberate the Slavs and establish, not one pan-Slavist monarchy, but a freely, yet strongly, united Slavic federation. A friend of the Hungarians and a friend of the Poles, he is convinced that the first step in a rational Russian foreign policy must be the re-establishment and liberation of Poland. Registered Carat, who were his enemies? Who had turned Herzen and others against him? First of all, the liberals whom Muraviv disdains. He is a simple Democrat, and has nothing in common with them. Happy Face, the accusations of these lying correspondents who have misled Herzen were as empty as they were themselves. They accused Muraviv, for example, of paying high human costs for his enterprises. To begin with, the charges were false. The peasants supposedly abused by him through forced labor were actually, as a result of his policies, living in a kingdom of heaven compared to their life before, when they were exploited and controlled the way Russian peasants were controlled by the White Russian Yid. Registered Carat, moreover, even were the accusations correct, what does a temporary sacrifice like that matter when compared to the immense results obtained? Registered Carat. 264. Muraviv, by nature a revolutionary, can, as dictator, sometimes sacrifice private good and even personal will for the general good and general freedom. As for Muraviv's more illustrious critics, exiles like Zavaloshin and Petrashevsky, Rivsky, Lvov, and the Yid Rosenthal, they were even worse scoundrels than the liberals. Registered Carat. Petrashevsky, for instance, was simply an adventurer, a pig with a man's head, who felt at home, like a pig in filth, only in a tavern. Posing as a revolutionary activist, he was really a coward, who fought with ink rather than blood, enjoyed getting people into quarrels with each other, had a passion himself for litigation, carried the art of intrigue to the point of genius, loved to cause a scandal or do something vile simply for its own sake, and did not pay his debts. Bakunin knew that it was hard for Herzen to believe that a political prisoner might be a scoundrel, since he assumed that to be a political prisoner meant to be one of the best men in the realm. But the time for such a fiction was surely over now. Registered Carat. Muraviv could not have wished for a more devoted or articulate advocate. Why did Bakunin take on the task? There is no question here, as in the confession, about sincerity. These were closed letters sent to Herzen by courier, with the intention of publishing a defense of Muraviv in response to his Bell critics. Bakunin was, of course, grateful to Muraviv, who had gone to Tomsk to see him, publicly supported him there, according to Bakunin, arranged a place for him in Irkutsk and, through Bernardaki, 2 years of comfortable support for which he did nothing, and persistently tried to win him a complete reprieve. In part, it was a repetition of the gratitude he had felt when, instead of the dire punishment he had feared after his transfer from Austrian to Russian hands, he had experienced a marked improvement in his conditions. A still more dramatic improvement followed his transition from Ski-Iselberg to Tomsk, and he was accordingly grateful to those he felt responsible for it. But this would hardly have been enough to inspire such adoration. Bakunin said what he did about Muraviv because Muraviv had become both the ideal he had always had for and of himself, as his idealized portrait of Muraviv clearly shows, and a personified resolution of his own basic ambivalence. What he had earlier hoped to FMD in Nicholas I he now was sure he had found in Muraviv, a fusion of authority and revolution, and all that those two symbols meant to him at various levels. In effect, this merger, essentially a continuation of attitudes clearly apparent in the confession, represented yet another attempt to solve his fundamental conflict. Having tried unsuccessfully to be healed, first by turning romantically and philosophically inwards and becoming a Fichtian savior, then by submerging himself in active, surrender to the people's revolution, he was now attempting to transmute impotence into omnipotence by attaching himself to those with genuine power. Once more, however, as in the 265 first two strategies, the very means in this case the role of sycophant and, as suggested earlier, helpmate reveals the passivity, the impotence, that the strategy was designed to conceal. The ambivalence even comes through the portrait of the hero, who, as we saw, sought only the essence, not the form of power. The results of this latest strategy, however, are even more disturbing than were the puerile, solipsistic mechanism of the romantic escape or the cataclysmic violence of the revolutionary role, for the ultimate implication of his praise for the Red General was nothing less than nascent fascism. Most, or even all, of the ingredients are already there: plans for a rational, efficient, iron dictatorship, achieving miracles of economic growth, social welfare, and national glory, and exercising a dominant influence over a strongly united federation of all related peoples, Slavs, scorn for the babbling parliaments and hatred of liberals and Jews, devotion to the people, helpless as children whom the Savior loves and believes in and who, in turn, trust him alone, but who, alas, may have to be sacrificed by him at times for the larger good. He even found a place for a dislocated and disenchanted middle class in his forthcoming revolution from above. I believe in the middle class, not the merchants, who are more rotten even than the gentry, but in the real, officially unrecognized middle class, constantly taking shape from the displaced people who have lost their jobs, from shop clerks, petty traders, the children of the clergy. As for the rest of Russia's privileged class, the Russian Revolution will be terrible, yet whether you like it or not you Herzen must call it forth, for it alone can awaken us from this ruinous lethargy and bring us to real passions and real interests. Perhaps it will bring forth and create vital people, since the majority of today's prominent people are good only for the axe. Happy face, Alexander IPS reforms only scratched the surface of that evil and decay. They say that Russia is beginning to thaw, but beneath the ice there is always a lot of muck and dung, and it stinks. When, in November and December 1860, he sent these letters to Herzen, Bakunin was hopefully looking forward to a full pardon and permission to return home to European Russia. Muraviv had assured him, he said, that he would be free the following spring. Once free, he would go back to Russia in order to search out people, renew old friendships, and begin new ones, in preparation for the revolution that he was sure would soon follow the changes underway both in Russia and in Western Europe. He now knew just the kind of people to look for to lead the revolution, the Muraviv type, men like the young General Nicholas Pavlovich Ignatieff, a man of about 30, daring, decisive, energetic and competent to the highest degree, or like the retired Lieutenant G.N. Potanin, wild, naive, sometimes bizarre and, though still very young, gifted with an independent albeit not yet fully developed mind, a love of truth, that 266 at times leads him into quixotic indiscretions, an unbending persistence, love for work and a capacity for relentless effort, and, finally, an utter indifference to everything that people call the comforts and pleasures of material life. Happy face, now, 1860, in his last months as a prisoner, military officers like Muraviv, Ignatieff, and Potanin are the type of good soldier he idolizes, heirs of the warrior for holy truth, and would so much like to be himself. A decade later their place will be taken by revolutionaries like the young, energetic, steadfast, hard-working, fearless Nechayev. The characteristics will be much the same, for in the basic plot of Bakunin's inner drama, the change from Ignatieff or Potanin to Nechayev is, once again, no change at all. In January 1861 Muraviv was relieved of his post and recalled to St. Petersburg. With him went Bakunin's hopes for release that coming spring, as well as the guarantor of his relatively easy life in Siberia. Moreover, the previous October he had quarreled with another of his protectors, Kukel, who had broken off relations completely with him, and Korsakov, Muraviv's replacement, had sided with Kukel. In his behavior toward Kukel, Korsakov later wrote, as well as on many other occasions, Bakunin revealed a thoroughly bad side of himself. Happy face, since hopes for release now seemed futile, he tried to get permission for at least a short visit home, for half a year of even 4 months, he told his relatives, urging all of them to use their influence to help him. A series of other letters sent that winter suggests that he had already put his hopes elsewhere than on the indulgence of the state, that with the departure of Muraviv, he began planning some way of escape. The main evidence for this revolves around his zealous efforts at the time to obtain a large amount of money. His most likely source was still his employer, or patron, Bernardaki. Before getting more from him, however, Bakunin felt he must first repay what he owed the 2-year pension as well as the additional loans he had taken from Bernardaki. Taking full blame for what was obviously a favor to Muraviv, the 2-year unearned salary to a cousin, and showering only praise on Bernardaki, Bakunin assured him that his own brothers would make good all the debts, since, cherishing my honor, I could not accept a single kopeck for doing nothing. It was necessary to repay Bernardaki, Bakunin wrote his brothers, in order to re-establish his own financial credit with him. That, in turn, was essential, for if he were freed and allowed to return to European Russia, Bernardaki could loan him what he needed for the trip, or, if he were not freed, then I would hope that he would give me a business commission along the Amur as far as Nikolaevsk, precisely his later escape route. He was convinced, he said, that he could return Bernardaki 100% profit on his investment. 267. Covering himself in the event this plan failed and Bernardaki proved unreceptive to the Amur proposal, Bakunin simultaneously wrote Katkov again, telling him of the debt and of his brothers paying it off for him, but adding as well a new scheme, since his brothers would be unable to provide him money for some other debts once they had repaid Bernardaki, could Katkov and his friends collect among themselves a fund on his behalf, a kind of political relief fund? If it is impossible for you to carry this out, he concluded, then I will have to stay here in Siberia. Happy face, finally, in this vigorous campaign for money, he applied to the government for an allowance he had hitherto declined, a small sum regularly given to political exiles, asking payment for the period 1856–59 even though it was not due him for 1856 and the first 2 months of 1857, the period preceding his exile. In the end, nothing came of any of these efforts except for the last. Korsakov agreed to pay him the exile pension, although only for 1859. But more important, Korsakov also gave him a letter permitting him to sail down the Amur to Nikolaevsk. One way or another, he was now determined not to rot away in Siberia. Since he had not been allowed to return to life in European Russia, he would escape to renew the life he had led in the West, or, in his words, having given up regular planetary motion, I must again become a comet. Perhaps a scholar who studied Bakunin's life in Siberia is right when he says that, considering how much Bakunin had changed over the years, he would surely not have been a very dangerous member of society had he been returned to Russia. Registered taking advantage of Korsakov's trusting permission to go to Nikolaevsk and justifying the trip by procuring a trading commission from a merchant, Sabashnikov, Bakunin left Irkutsk on June 5, 1861. 6 months of perpetual motion followed, highlighted by breathtaking audacity and incredible good luck, a month down the Amur to Nikolaevsk, 7 weeks from there, first on a Russian then on an American ship, to Yokohama, where he remained for 2 weeks, 5 weeks for the Pacific crossing to San Francisco, about a month by way of the Isthmus of Panama to New York, and, finally, after a month or so visiting New York and Boston, another month across the Atlantic, arriving in London in late December. 6 months after the flight of the comet had begun. Fortune had smiled on him all the way. Heeding Korsakov's written panition, a Lieutenant Afanasyev, aide to the Governor-General of the Maritime Provinces, allowed Bakunin to go to a port where he was able to transfer to an ocean-going vessel. The aide soon learned, however, from a merchant Bakunin had turned to for money, what Bakunin's real intentions were and sent a messenger out to advise all local authorities to be on the lookout for this political criminal who had been allowed to travel on his word of honor. 268. Not to escape, but who now was trying to do just that. Unfortunately for Afanasyev, who later paid for his part with 2 months' imprisonment, the officer he charged with the message gave it to another officer, who fell ill and, not being told the message was urgent, waited to deliver it until he recovered until, that is, Bakunin was well on his way. Had the officer not fallen ill and had the message arrived in time, Bakunin, in all likelihood, would have spent the rest of his days carefully watched in Siberian exile or even returned to prison. As it was, he was now a free man, in London, ready to begin the second phase of his revolutionary career under the auspices and with the blessings of Alexander Herzen, the man who had seen him off over 20 years before to begin his golden age. Having failed in his fascist fantasy of merging authority and revolution by the iron dictatorship of the Red General, he had no choice now but to try and go back, after a year or so of fluctuating ambivalence, to the same old drama he had already played out in the 1840s. 9. Retreat to Armageddon. On the surface, the rhythm of Bakunin's second revolutionary campaign seemed to recapitulate that of the first. Like the 1840s and early 1850s, the 1860s and early 1870s opened with several transition years, 1861 to 63, blending themes that had come before with those that were to prevail later, moved into a relatively quiet 3-year preparatory period, 1864 to 67, peaked in 2 years of intense activity, 1868 to 70, and climaxed in a long period of retreat, 1871 to 76. Although apparently the same, there were, however, several important differences in the two patterns. 1. The more obvious difference was in the denouement. While Bakunin suffered defeat in both periods, Prague and Dresden in the 1840s and the Lyon fiasco, the Nechayev scandal, and the Baronata and Boland humiliations in the 1860s and 1870s, in the final years of the second campaign he experienced a triumphant success in his battle with the principal authority he challenged during that period, Karl Marx. But, as one might have predicted, this success against authority only deepened the depression that weighed so heavily on the last years of his life and hastened his final retreat from politics. Besides this difference in ending, the second revolutionary period was also different from the first in a more fundamental way, one associated with the retreat from politics. The withdrawal did not, in fact, wait until the climactic years, but was subtly and intermittently underway throughout this second period, notwithstanding Bakunin's continuing revolutionary performances. Nor should there be anything surprising about this gradual retreat. Bakunin was nearing 50 years of age when he escaped, and in broken health as a result of his prison and exile hardships, his voracious appetite, and his passion for tobacco and tea. 269. 270. One need only compare an 1862 portrait of Bakunin, on the eve of his second revolutionary phase, with one from 1842, the time he began his first campaign, to appreciate the effects of those punishments and abuses. What is amazing, on the contrary, is the fact that he did not at once retire completely, that he had the capacity to go wriglet on with this Promethean performance, that his need, in short, for more paroxysm and electrifying contact with the people's warmth and flame remained as compelling as it did for so long. The withdrawal, therefore, was not a steady and persistent process. Each retreat was followed by a return to action, which, however, led in turn to another retreat, usually deeper and longer than the one before. The retreats, moreover, as would necessarily be the case with Bakunin, were disguised to look like just different forms of attack. What makes the play as a whole especially dramatic is the fact that the fame and power that his intermittent activism brought him only hastened his flight from them. By the time the fame and the power reached their peak, the time of his victory over Marx, he had no more use for them at all, not even as camouflage. If the acts of the drama in its second performance were in general arranged as they had been in the first performance some 20 years earlier, the stage and the audience this time were much grander. Instead of the 26-year-old aspiring student of philosophy who arrived in Berlin in 1840, the man who landed in London that December 1861 was a world-renowned martyr and hero. As soon as Herzen learned, from San Francisco, of Bakunin's escape, he proclaimed the news in bold type on the front page of his journal, The Bell. His arrival in London was blazoned in its headlines. Most of the first 2 pages of the following issue were devoted to a biographical sketch of his life and long martyrdom. A notice in the next issue announced the sale of portraits of the great man, and a full supplement, longer than the rest of the paper, was attached to a subsequent issue to provide space for Bakunin's first publication since his escape, a proclamation to Russian, Polish, and all Slavic friends. All that he had done to achieve this extraordinary surge in fame was what he had done to initiate his international prominence in the first place in late 1847 he had suffered. And since the suffering was so much greater, so was the fame. In addition to unrolling the red carpet for his arrival, Herzen did what he could to help him get settled, among other things taking up a collection on his behalf both to pay the debts that Bakunin had incurred along his escape route and to maintain him now that he was free. Botkin and Turgenev were among the contributors, the latter even agreeing to provide Bakunin with a yearly subsidy. Herzen had hoped that Bakunin himself would at least help with his own support, perhaps by accepting some of the many offers that came to him now for memoirs and accounts of his thrilling escape. Bakunin did, in fact, inform his 271 family that however unpleasant it is for me to talk about myself, I will write them, and that by such publications, together with earnings from brochures, he would be able to stand on my own feet. However, as Herzen wrote Turgenev, the money is gone, and he does little work. Once more, all he could do to help himself was to turn to his family, assuring them that with this all financial dealings between us will end. Bakunin was now even more desperately in need of money than he usually was, for he was eager to arrange for Antonia's trip from Irkutsk. If there were any doubts about his love for her earlier, his stream of letters those first months in London telling her how he missed her and urging, imploring, demanding that various people help her come to him would remove them. In spite of the considerable attention and time that he gave to his efforts to bring Antonia to London, arranging her departure from Irkutsk, her stay at Premukhino, where he doubted she would be treated well, and her permission to leave Russia, which he also doubted. This was only a side issue in comparison with his renewed revolutionary activities. Deprived of political life for 13 years, he wrote George Sand at the time, I crave action. He took up exactly where he had left off in 1849. In the years since then the world has rested, he said, as solipsistic as ever, in his letter to Herzen from San Francisco announcing his escape, and it was now time to renew the old war, the battle of Slavic liberation, my idée fixe since 1846. His interests, henceforth, Herzen wrote in his Bell biographical sketch, would be exclusively Slavic Russian. Similarly, in a letter that May, 1862, Bakunin declared himself to be a Panslavist, albeit in the positive sense of the word. He surrounded himself with revolutionaries from all countries: Poland, Serbia, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Italy, France, England. Russia corresponded with leaders who were not in London, like Garibaldi, and sent couriers back to Russia with highly incriminating letters, that helped the police in their efforts to locate the revolutionaries. Any news that reached London of a possible revolution anywhere at once became for Bakunin the bell for the next round in the struggle. Rumors from a priest of the Old Believer sect about sectarian resistant movements against the state, assurance from a former Russian army officer that Russian soldiers occupying Poland were ready to rise, plans for a coming Zemsky Sober. As told by a former serf, a variety of accounts of imminent Polish revolutions narrated by competing Polish national committees, descriptions of non-existent Russian underground organizations with hundreds or even thousands of members scattered throughout the land and ready to go, even anonymous letters from police agents feigning support for the cause in the hope of enticing from Bakunin information about the opposition movements. It was all so exhilarating that Bakunin found it hard just to sit in London and watch. Irritated when told by 272. One Russian émigré that things were quiet all over in Italy, Austria, Turkey, he asked in disbelief if he would have to go to Persia or India to get some action. It is enough to drive you mad. I cannot sit still doing nothing. Fortunately for him, there were, indeed, serious rumblings in Poland. That was enough. The Austrian and Turkish empires, he told his Russian, Polish, and all Slavic friends, were crumbling, and from the ruins, the new leaders of a new civilization were offering a new life of freedom to all Slavic peoples as well as to the Italians, Greeks, and Magyars. The time is near, as the religious sectarians say. The Russian troops stationed in Poland were restive and just waiting for the word to rise against the Tsar, he assured his readers. All of Russia, in fact, was now ready for revolution. The social, economic, judicial, and administrative reforms of Alexander II had done little to change the oppressive system. Their only real importance was to make clear the division between the party of reform and the party of radical revolution. Nor could the Russian state defend itself any longer, no more than could the Austrian or Turkish empires defend themselves against their rebellious national minorities. The spirit of Russia's religious dissidents and their implacable defiance of the alien Germanic state imported into Russia by Peter the Great had spread to the entire Russian people, who no longer even feared the despised regime and its Germanic bureaucracy. Germanic Petersburg is as ruinous for the Slavs as are Berlin and Vienna, he wrote in a short Bell editorial at the time. Happy face, as for the gentry, they were, with some few notable exceptions, as vacuous and inconsequential as ever, and to look to them for the defense of the state meant to see the powerless defending the powerless. The state and its supporters did not understand this yet, but they would when the axes flashed. So let them go on playing the parliamentary game, for the awakening was near, and it would be terrible. Once the axes had cleared the way and the new civilization had emerged from the ruins, the people would at long last attain complete freedom, full freedom of movement, the free use of the land, to which both individuals and communes would have access without payment, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, and the freedom of self-government, by way of institutions rising organically, from the bottom upwards, through the free consent of independent communities. Beginning with the commune, the social and political unit that was the cornerstone of the entire Russian world, and continuing up to the regional, state and even federal all-Slavic government. Once the great and free all-Slavic federation had been achieved, all Slavs would join, not only to help each other against foreign enemies, especially against the Germans, but also to help those like the Italians, Magyars, and Greeks who similarly suffered the tyranny of Austria and Turkey. As for the unity of Russia, the Tsar need not worry, for all our neighbors will be incomparably more closely and strongly united with us than they are bound to us now. 273. The enemies were, thus, much the same as they had been in the 1840s, the empires of Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Turkey. The allies, too, were the same Russian peasants, oppressed Slavs, and non-Slavic minorities in southeastern Europe. Finally, the goal was also largely the same: complete freedom of all peoples, voluntarily joining in a great free federation, with Russia, as the first among equals. In one basic way only did the program now differ from what it had been in the 1840s, the means for achieving the goal. Between 1849 and 1861 lay the confession, Bakunin's Siberian identification with Muraviv, and his hope for revolution from above, if not from an illuminated Tsar, then from the Red General. As further evidence that those ideals genuinely reflected his sentiments at the time, we find them continuing as a main current of his thought for several years afterwards. If only the Tsar would take the lead in the people's struggle for freedom, he wrote in another article that year, 1862, the people's cause, Romanov, Pugachov, or Pestel, if only he would lead them against the gentry, against the bureaucrats, and against everything German, he would see Tsarism elevated to unprecedented heights of power and glory, and the Tsar become the people's hero, the idol of the people. Were the Tsar to rule not with force but with a broad, expansive, noble, and tmly strong Russian heart, he would see that all Russians and, yes, even all Slavs, would reach out to him, ready to serve as a pedestal for his historic greatness. Even now, in spite of everything, the great majority of the people still have great faith in the Tsar and consider him a symbol of the unity, grandeur, and glory of the Russian land. Other peoples, he said, may look to heaven for salvation. For the Russians, their salvation must be earthly. And the earthly god is the Tsar. The Tsar is the ideal of the Russian people, a kind of Russian Christ, father and provider of the Russian people, who was kept from doing the good he would do only because he himself, poor man, is unfree, bound by malevolent boyars and evil officials. Let him free himself and the people by turning against the gentry, against the bureaucrats, against everything that wears a German outfit. The way to this liberation, he went on, had already been prepared by Russian history, through such institutions as the Zemsky Sobor, the popular assembly of the late 16th and early 17th centuries that had for brief periods participated in Tsarist governments. There can be no doubt that were the Tsar to summon now a Zemsky Sobor, he would at once find himself surrounded by people truly dedicated to him. If, at this fateful moment, when the question of life and death, of peace or blood, is to be decided for all of Russia, a people's Tsar, a just Tsar, a Tsar who loved Russia more than himself, was worthy of the people's deep love, and was prepared to build the nation according to the will of the nation, what could that Tsar not do with such a people? Who would dare rise against him? Guided by such a Tsar, the Zemsky Sobor would build a new Russia. Beyond that, in alliance with Poland and the Ukraine, having 274 broken all the hateful German ties, and having audaciously raised the all-Slavic banner, he would become the redeemer of the Slavic world. A remarkable feature of Bakunin's continuing revolution from above was its relative nonviolence. The Tsar could lead a revolution without shedding a drop of blood. We are also prepared to follow him, the Tsar, because he alone can fulfill and bring to an end the great, peaceful revolution, not spilling a single drop of Russian or Slavic blood. Bloody revolution is sometimes necessary because of human stupidity, but it is nonetheless an evil, a great evil and a great misfortune, not only for the victims themselves, but also with respect to the purity and perfection of the goal for which it was carried out. Happy face, that year and the next, 1862–63, Bakunin frequently expressed this opposition to bloodshed, reminiscent of the many similarly nonviolent statements he had made earlier. He even opposed the actions and proclamations of extremist revolutionary organizations then beginning to form in Russia, those charged, for example, with starting a series of fires in St. Petersburg. Besides doubting that the fires really were started by revolutionaries, as the government claimed, he denounced all such actions for, as he put it, responding to stupidity at the top with barbarism from below. Similarly, he argued that violent revolutionary proclamations, such as Young Russia, reflected a tendency on the part of young radicals to lose themselves in a world of abstractions, and indicated as well both a lack of discipline and the radicals' distance from the people. What he found particularly galling, however, was the fact that people were attributing the fires and the proclamations to his own influence. Finally, he vigorously opposed any assassination attempts, calling them a terrible blunder, the work of undisciplined youth. Registered. But what if the Tsar refused to come to his senses and went right on with the customary Germanic domination instead of serving the Russian people and other Slavs? Then the axes would flash, and even though Bakunin cannot even think of the thousand of victims without shuddering, he could see ahead only a bloody revolution under the leadership of a self-appointed Tsar like Pugachev or a new dictator like Pestel, although there was still a chance that, perhaps, the Zemsky Sobor would save Russia. Whatever the ultimate leadership, however, the opposition must prepare itself in case the Tsar did in fact continue to betray Russia. Above all, they must end their separation from the people and their disdain for them. At present, because of this detachment from the people, the influence of the revolutionaries on the people was, he said, practically nil. But he was sure this defect would soon be remedied, that the revolutionaries would find their way to the people, for they passionately strained to be with the people and understood that to live apart from the people was impossible. 275. Our life is empty and aimless. We have nothing to do, no field for action, and if there exists any future for us, then it is only in the people. We must love the people more than ourselves. Passionately love, surrender all our soul to be at one with the people, to fuse with them in one soul and one body is a difficult task, but for us it is unavoidable and inevitable. It is only by joining them that we can 1. Free ourselves from impotence. In addition to reflecting once more the concealed meaning of Bakunin's passionate love for the people, such passages suggest that of the two ways to free ourselves from impotence and be healed, joining the Red General at the top or surrendering to the people's warmth and flame at the bottom, it was the latter that brought with it the apocalyptic violence. While the axes were bloodless when he identified himself with the Red General, his vocabulary explodes with cataclysmic violence when he describes the paroxysm of the people's revolution. There are several reasons for this. First of all, revolution from above under the aegis of the Iron Dictator shifted the emphasis away from the people and thus deprived Bakunin of the bride that had been, and would soon be again, the source of the paroxysm. Moreover, identifying himself explicitly with the Red General Muraviv and other military leaders like him was a brazenly virile display of genuine power and therefore required a severe constraint on the very power that he was demonstrating. So, the Red General must achieve a revolution without shedding a drop of blood. However, precisely because it provided no paroxysm, no violent apocalyptic annihilation, the merger of authority and revolution that Bakunin had worked out in Siberia and, as we see here, retained for a short time thereafter, was inadequate and inappropriate for him in the same way that Schelling and Reithagel had been. Nor was the role of powerful and successful leader, in the manner of Muraviv, consistent with the masochistic dimension of Bakunin's character, the cult of suffering, the martyrdom proclivities, the mfla surrender to the spirit that permeates him, and the many other modes of thought and behavior through which Bakunin sought to prove his power by suffering powerfully, by being the innocent, powerless, victim. Bakunin's pseudo-sexual paroxysm, I have argued, was not primarily derived from the pleasure of imagined aggression that one would associate with victorious leadership, but rather from the masochistic pleasure of passive suffering that Bakunin could experience, or imagine himself experiencing, by identifying himself with the people as victim, by making and being prepared to make enormous sacrifices on its/her behalf, and by 276. Imagining the vastly greater pain still to come in the anticipated apocalyptic catastrophe. Moreover, since, beneath all the layers of disguise, the violence remained for him essentially sexual, and since all sexual experience remained forever incestual, evil, filthy, demonic, Bakunin had to punish himself for it by imagining still more masochistically violent scenarios, which only meant more paroxysm, requiring more punishment, and so on. In depriving him of the opportunity for masochistic suffering, the Muraviv heroic posture also limited the scope of his feminine identification, since, as we saw, in experiencing the paroxysm, the people's warmth and flame masochistically rather than aggressively, Bakunin was identifying himself not only with the victim in general but with what to him was a feminine role. One should recall in this connection, Bakunin's frequent identification with women, whom he saw almost exclusively as suffering, innocent victims, the character of his adolescent correspondence with his sisters, his placing that important message in the postscript where, he felt it necessary to say, a woman would put it, his weeping like a woman for Paul to return to him, his passive surrender to the spirit of revolution to be permeated by it, and his persistent flight from roles identified at the time with male authority and responsibility, preferring to remain a dependent. These and other signs of what Bakunin and his period characterized as feminine traits and themes are too glaringly present in Bakunin's personality, ideas, and actions to be ignored. He, of course, was compelled to spend a lifetime trying to repress and disguise them under mountains of aggressively heroic declarations, programs, organizational plans, and absurdly quixotic forays. In every case, however, the basic pastels and the masochistic passivity managed to announce themselves clearly and distinctly, usually through the very declarations that were supposed to conceal them. In this revolutionary masochism and the related identification with the woman's role in Bakunin's view as passive, suffering victim, pleasure and pain were fused into a single experience, as they were in Bakunin's earlier cult of suffering. Masochism punished him for the Oedipal crime even as it provided the passion and fire that fueled its gratification. Passive suffering helped preserve the desired feminine maternal identification inherent in the narcissistic symbiotic couple while punishing him for the incestual character that, as discussed earlier, that couple had acquired. The rejection of male roles and the assumption of a feminine identity as a means of avoiding the Oedipal crime only led to the perpetration of the crime in the narcissistic refuge. It was through the functioning of such vicious circles as these that Bakunin was driven all his life back and forth between radical detachment and radical destruction, that he was forever locked in dialectical dualisms of permanently contradictory opposites. By 277. Repeatedly calling his cherished revolutionary passions evil and demonic, Bakunin, in effect, acknowledged this melding of sexuality, violence, pleasure, and punishment. While he could not live without the two fantasies that structured and guided his thoughts and actions, the fantasy of infantile maternal reunion, the millennial end, and the fantasy of omnipotent violent power, the apocalyptic means, he knew at some level that both were, as he experienced them, incestual and therefore damned. In short, he was never to be healed, neither through the therapeutic guise of revolutionary hero, Red General, Tsar Liberator, and Party Militant, nor that of innocent, infantile, passive, suffering victim. Happy face, as we saw before that analytic detour, Bakunin showed in the people's cause, Romanov Pugachiev, or Pastel. That he still leaned towards the nonviolent, chaste, revolution from above, we would most of all be willing to follow the Romanovs. If a Pugachiev mass rising from below were to occur, then God please there is in him Pugachiev the political genius of Pastel, for without it, he will drown Russia and, in addition, Russia's whole future, in blood. Happy face, to judge from his descriptions of Bakunin at the time, however, Herzen never noticed this relatively moderate side and saw only the same frenzied millenarian who had impressed the world by his quixotic audacity and heroic suffering over a decade earlier. As Herzen recalled, Bakunin did his best to make him see the radical light. To transform the Bell from a journal of criticism to one of active revolutionary leadership. Propaganda was not enough, there ought to be immediate action, centers and committees ought to be organized, to have people closely and remotely associated with us was not enough, we ought to have dedicated and half-dedicated brethren, organizations on the spot, a Slavonic organization, a Polish organization. Bakunin thought us too moderate, unable to take advantage of the situation of the moment, insufficiently fond of resolute measures. They argued constantly over the Belts party line, Herzen advising patience and prudence, Bakunin demanding clear and extreme action, and Ogarev leaning now to one side, now to another, although in general seeming to favor Bakunin's militancy. The conflict climaxed in their response to the Polish Rising that began in late January 1863. 4 months before, Herzen, Ogarev, and Bakunin had been holding discussions with representatives of a Polish Central Committee in London regarding the Russian response to the forthcoming rising. In July 1862 a Russian officer, Andrei Potibnia, had brought to London assurances that many Russian officers stationed in Poland were sympathetic to the Polish demands. The month before, in June, 3 Russian officers had, in fact, been shot for their support of the Polish movement. Similarly, several young Russians appeared on the scene at 278. The Time claiming to represent a secret revolutionary organization in Russia, Land and Freedom, which might also be expected to help the Polish cause, as well as use it as the occasion for advancing their own struggle against the Tsar. Are there many of you? Herzen asked one such land and freedom representative. That is hard to say. Some hundreds in Petersburg and 3,000 in the provinces. Do you believe it? Herzen then asked Bakunin. Of course. But, he added, well, if there are not as many now, there soon will be. And he burst into a roar of laughter. Happy face, since Herzen had little confidence in any of this and even less, therefore, in the success of a Polish rising at that time, he urged the Polish leaders at least to postpone it. Registered such evidence of support for the rising was more than enough for Bakunin, however. In August, a month after Potebnia's visit, he went to Paris to offer his and Russia's services to the Polish general, Miroslavsky. As the general described the strange encounter, Bakunin presented himself as the plenipotentiary delegate of a powerful Russian secret conspiratorial organization who was in a position to strengthen our uprising on the Vistula by some 70,000 Russian troops, to surrender Modlin into our hands, etc. It seems that Bakunin had just been wondering himself at the time how he might use those 70,000 Tsarist soldiers. So, he promised to form them into a Russian legion in order to start a revolution in the Ukraine and then in Russia. Miroslavsky's decision to have nothing to do with this dangerous madman apparently meant little to Bakunin. He returned to London, published a manifesto ordering Russian troops to retreat from Poland and not oppose the rising, and waited for his chance to get more actively engaged, to fulfill my destiny, convinced, as he wrote his brother Alexander that November, that I will soon play out the last act of my drama. Preparations are underway everywhere, he told Alexander, war and revolution, and in Russia, God willing, there will soon be a Zemsky Sobor. We'll try not to get ourselves killed right at the beginning, so that, maybe, we can manage to do something of value. A lot of electricity is gathering in Europe, Western and especially, Eastern. Notwithstanding his awareness that the prospects for success were slight, he was more than ever eager to immerse himself once more in the electricity, even if it would mean his death. And do you know what I pray, he went on in this same letter, that in case of failure as many Russians as possible die in the Polish struggle, so that our brotherhood will be sanctified by deeds and blood, and it would be a joy to die with them. Such, indeed, was just the advice he gave to the Russian officers themselves in his efforts to spur them on to courageous defense of the Polish cause. If it is your fate to die, then your death will serve the common cause. And, God knows, maybe your heroic deed and your rejection of the calculations of cold reason will unexpectedly be crowned with success. Happy face, in 279. October. Undeterred by his disappointing meeting with Miroslavsky, Bakunin wrote to another Polish leader assuring him that when the rising began he would be there along with the party of my Russians, referring, perhaps, to the land and freedom revolutionaries that fantasy had furnished along with the rebellious Russian troops. For Herzen, Bakunin's response to the rising was simply more of the quixotic romanticism he had already come to expect from this man who, to quote Herzen, always took the second month of pregnancy for the ninth. He longed to believe, and he believed. I saw that he was in the middle of his revolutionary debauch, and that there would be no bringing him to reason now. Beyond the insurrection in Warsaw, he already saw his glorious and Slavic Slavnuyo I Slavianskoye Federation, of which the Poles spoke with something between horror and revulsion. He already saw the red flag of land and freedom waving on the Urals and the Volga, in the Ukraine and the Caucasus, and even, if you please, on the Winter Palace and the Peter Paul Fortress. It seemed as though Bakunin were rehearsing for a theatrical performance, not a real-life insurrection and revolution, Herzen said elsewhere, echoing Bakunin's own reference to his involvement in the Polish Rising of 1863 as an act of my drama. Ogarev was more direct. You want to do something harmful, because it gives you something to do, even though it hurts the cause. Bakunin predicted that the rising would begin in the spring of 1863. For once, reality outran his fantasy. It broke out in late January, with a Polish attack on garrisons of the Russian troops that he had assured Miroslavsky were ready to side with the rebels against Tsarist occupation. Bakunin at once wrote to Polish national leaders explaining to them how wrong they had been to have launched this attack, how ready the Russians would have been at the first sign of the Polish rising to rebel themselves in the name of land and liberty, how much more difficult it would now be to bring over the Russian troops. Nevertheless, he was still prepared to do his part. First of all, he would agitate among Russians in the border regions, Russia's western provinces, in order to convert Russians from enemies to friends of the Polish Revolution. However, he admitted, this would be difficult, since the rising had caught them unprepared. Also, he would form a Russian legion in Poland itself under the banner of the Land and Freedom Party, whose existence and influence he now seemed to take for granted. Bakunin wrote the Polish leaders repeatedly to offer his help. They refused even to answer him. For the past 3 months, he informed them in early February, I have sent you letter after letter asking you to tell me whether or not I should go to Poland. I did not receive a word in reply, other than indirectly from friends in London whose advice was to stay in London, since there was nothing for me to do among you. Happy face, 280. Notwithstanding this indifference and still believing that the rising had little chance of success, he decided to go anyhow. Registered with the financial backing of a Polish count, a Canadian passport, and a fine departure dinner of soup, fish and Neil Cotelet with tomate sauce. He left London for Copenhagen on February 21, hoping he might meet some REAUI active Pole there and planning to wait for instructions, from Herzen perhaps, or from the Polish leaders. If after 3 days, well, let's say 4 or 5 days, no instructions came, he would move on to Stockholm and there await favorable news. In other words, he left London for the Baltic as he had left Paris for Poznan, to start a revolution completely empty-handed. When the first week of waiting was up, he went to Stockholm, to wait some more, spending the time on yet another diversionary plan to help the Poles, inspiring Swedes to spark a national rising in Finland. At last his orders came. On the 22nd he was told of a 150 to 200 man expeditionary force of Polish revolutionary émigrés and foreign sympathizers that had sailed from London the day before. The plan was for the ship, the War Jackson, to head for the Finnish coast and then go on to Lithuania, distributing arms to the rebels as it went. Bakunin was to meet the ship at Helsingborg, on the southeast Swedish coast, north of Malmö, and help the expedition by provoking revolution along the rest of the route. The ship arrived in Helsingborg on the 25th, expecting to pick up Bakunin then leave. But Bakunin was not able to get there until the next day. The plan, after he finally arrived, was to leave at once for Gothland Island and then use small fishing craft to sail across to Lithuania. In the meantime, however, the weather had turned bad, and the ship was forced to remain in Helsingborg 2 more days. In boarding again, as one participant recounts the event, a separate boat was used to carry Bakunin's luggage. Was this a joke or did he really mean it? There were cartons, bags and boxes of all sizes, 8 pieces in all, and with all this he was off to war. Happy face, the amazed Pole need not have worried, there was to be no war. The British captain of the War Jackson had had enough. The vile weather, the arguments among and the threats from the rebels, the grumbling among his own sailors about the polluted water they had to drink, the approaching danger not only of Russian vessels, now fully aware of the expedition, but of any official stop and search, since the ship had left London without proper papers. All of this together convinced Captain Weatherly that it was time to go home. Instead of Gothland, he sailed to Copenhagen and refused to go any farther. The best the expedition could do then was to find a Danish crew to sail them all to Mono, where Bakunin ended his role with a fine speech to a cheering crowd and a banquet that evening honoring freedom-loving Poles and Swedes. 281. A few days later Bakunin left for Stockholm where he would meet Antonia. She had at last arrived in London from Russia, and, learning this, he had wired her at once to come to him in Stockholm. She arrived there in May. As for the other rebels, the ship and its arms were sequestered by the Swedish government and went up in flames while in harbor, a contingent of 32 of the volunteers decided in June to continue the mission and set out on a faulty boat, which sank, taking 24 lives with it. And now, one survivor and the author of his account goes on, "We are in England, literally dying of hunger. Help me, Zhiro and Bompar, I want to die a worthy death for Poland, not die here of poverty." Here is a list of those who perished. The 24 names followed. Sweden welcomed Bakunin as a fearless hero. Since they had been Russia's Baltic rival for over a century and were eagerly hopeful of regaining Finland after its liberation from Russia, the Swedes were strong supporters of the Polish cause and even more enthusiastic about someone like Bakunin, who had suffered so much in his lifelong war against Tsarist tyranny. The newspapers competed with each other in their praise of him, at least during the first months of his stay. He was granted a private meeting with the king's brother and, perhaps reports vary, with King Charles XV himself. A banquet was held in his honor. The themes of his address there were mainly those of his publications the year before, especially The People's Cause, Romanov, Pugachov, or Pastel. Old Russia was tottering, rotted from within by its own corruptions, and a new, young Russia was rising. If the impending revolution did in fact break out in Russia, the Tsar himself would be to blame. He, the Tsar, was the real revolutionary. Could Robespierre or Marat have done more? As for people like himself, we are the true conservatives. We are terrified of blood. But since it is necessary that it flow, it is better that it flow not for the destruction, but for the happiness of Russia and Poland. We, the ones they call revolutionaries, we are not necessarily even republicans, he went on. If Emperor Alexander II were to choose to stand openly at the head of the political and social revolution in Russia, if he were to choose to give freedom and independence to Poland as well as to all the provinces that do not want to be a part of the empire, then, gentlemen, far from struggling against him, we would be his loyal, his most ardently dedicated servants. Since the Tsar refused to understand this, however, the Russian people would have to speak for themselves. And it now had the organization to do so, the Land and Freedom Party, which I have the honor to belong to, and to represent before you, a general, national party that included members from all provinces and all classes, generals and officers, high and low government officials, landowners, merchants, priests, sons of priests, peasants, and the millions of sectarians. This society of all Russians of goodwill, whatever their wealth or position, was now properly 282 and powerfully organized, striving to constitute itself, so to speak, a state within a state. It is organizing its own finances, its own administration, its own police, and soon, I hope, it will have its own army. As for the program of this phantom power, it was simply his own: all land to the peasants, with the state repaying the owners, a federation of free, autonomous provinces, with the village commune at their base, an end to military recruitment, to be replaced by an armed citizenry, and, to put all this into effect, the summoning of a Zemsky Soberer, with delegates elected from all Russia without respect to class, wealth, or position. Happy face! The contrast between the glorious reception he received in Stockholm and the denigrating indifference with which he felt he had been treated by Herzen and the Polish leaders made that treatment all the more humiliating to him. Failing in his efforts to radicalize the Bell or to become, as he had expected, the third in their union, the union of Herzen and Ogarev, and believing himself to have been deliberately kept in the dark about plans he was sure Herzen had been making with the Poles, Bakunin was hurt and indignant. There is, all the same, strength within me, noble and useful, which I know to be there, but which you choose not to see. Even before the War Jackson episode, he had bitterly resented the haughty, systematic, offhand disdain that he felt Herzen showed toward his recommendations. Then came the War Jackson. Why had Herzen not told him about that venture before he, Bakunin, left London? You treated me as though I were a child, alerting me only at the last minute, sending me here and there. Keep in mind that I am not a child, that soon I will be 50 years old, and that it is improper, rather, impossible to be your errand boy. As was his wont, given his ambivalence toward power and conflict, each time he broke with Herzen during this period, he apologized. In mid-1862, I am wrong, Herzen. I beg you, don't be angry. Because of an inherent awkwardness, a harsh word slipped from my tongue when there was no such harsh feeling in my heart. And now again, a week after the war Jackson scolding he had given Herzen, well, friends, I am wrong. You are right, and in relationship to you I am still a complete fool. The insulting expressions in my last letter were really not right. Having sent the letter off, I remembered them like a stab in the heart, and I wanted to take them back, but too late. I see now that you were in no way to blame. It was Kwazakio's fault. The other leaders of the expedition were also incompetent, at best, no better, that is, than the Dresden leaders had been. Lapinski, brave as he was unscrupulous. De Montois was so ill and beaten down that he could hardly move or talk. Mazurkiewicz was a scandal-mongering intriguer. Bobchinski was a gossipy old lady. The little Yedtigenbald was Lapinski's flunky and spy. As for the rest, they were just youngsters happily going off to die. Happy face. 283. Reconciled with Herzen, Bakunin spent the rest of his time in Sweden doing what he could to improve the distribution of the Bell and other propaganda materials through Sweden to Russia. As for Poland, the War-Jackson fiasco was enough for him for a while. Although he wished the Poles well, he now concluded that we Russians, it seems, must keep out of any direct involvement in their affairs. The Russian Foreign Office tried to pressure Sweden into expelling him, as other governments had done before, and may even have been preparing a publication to discredit him, with excerpts from his confession. Happy face, the publication never appeared, however, nor did the Swedish government give way to the pressure. Bakunin went on freely carrying on his propaganda work until October 8, 1863, when he and Antonia returned to London. He had no intention of remaining there, however. His failure to win enough respect and confidence from Herzen and Ogarev to make him an equal member in the Herzen-Ogarev partnership, much less give him principal control of the Bell's policy, as he apparently wanted, eliminated whatever attraction London may have held for him. There is reason to believe, in fact, that he had never really planned to stay there. As early as June 1862, 9 months before the War-Jackson disaster, he had written Antonia that as soon as she arrived in London they would go to Italy, where they could live more cheaply, pleasantly, and with a lot to do. She could also count on having a maid. He wrote her again about Italy 2 weeks later, this time mentioning his plan to form an alliance between the Slavs and Italians, both natural enemies of the Germans, in order to satisfy my special passion, the destruction of Austria. Towards this end, he told her, he was already engaged in a friendly correspondence with Garibaldi. In his February 1862 proclamation to his Slavic friends, moreover, it was Italy that he mentioned first when he announced the awakening of the world from its long rest following the 1848-49 debacles. In fact, the avidness with which he followed Garibaldi's activities while in Irkutsk, as Herzen wrote of Bakunin, and his keen interest in and frequent meetings with Mazzini in London, suggest that his intention all along may have been to settle not in England but in Italy. Leaving London at the end of November, with letters of recommendation from Mazzini and other Italian leaders, the Bakunins made their way leisurely through Belgium, France, and Switzerland, arrived in Italy in early January 1864, then, after brief stays in Turin, Genoa, Livorno, and the island of Caprera, for a 3-day visit with Garibaldi, settled comfortably in Florence. From the outside, the life Bakunin lived in Florence seemed that of a retired gentleman radical. His days and evenings were relaxed and expansive, enriched by a flow of congenial visitors, the Hungarian revolutionary émigré Count Polsky, the Mazanite Count Mario, the Russians who either lived there or were passing through, such as the scientist L1 Menshikov, who later recalled the complete 284 Le bourgeois style of the Bakunin residence, the artist G.E., the sculptor Zabello, and so forth. Besides the Menshikov description, there are several entries in the diary of the Polski governess to give us a glimpse into the cosmopolitan company that enlivened Bakunin's semi-retirement. February 13, today's company was even more polyglot than usual in its composition. Hungarians the Tarnichis, Germans Frau Urich and her daughter, and Freilein Assing, the Russians Herzen, Bakunin, and Fricken, a Garibaldian of 1860, a Potier antiquarian, Risky, a Swiss or French family, Quatermaui, a young Frenchman whose name I don't know, Garcia, a Spaniard, a Garibaldian of 1860, an American, and finally a crowd of Englishmen and Englishwomen, and, as always, Italians, glory to God, 10 nations. February 20, again a large company in the evening, few English this time but more Italians, Russians, Poles, and Germans. The famous singer Bacardi performed. The Tarnichis also came. February 23, Bakunin and Schiff. An evening at the Schwarzenberg's Hegelians. Matter is only an abstraction, we know what the will is. As for politics, these were clearly transitional months, a period of moving away from aims and patterns that had occupied Bakunin during 1862–63, the first 2 years after his escape, and towards those that would direct his life thereafter. During his brief stay with Garibaldi on Caprera, Bakunin had no doubt continued to press for the anti-Austrian alliance of Slavs and Italians that he had earlier mentioned to Antonia and in his correspondence with Garibaldi, and that, in fact, had already been tried when a Garibaldian detachment fought with the Poles the year before. Occasionally, in the first part of the Florentine year, Bakunin also wrote about a Slavic-Magyar-Italian united front. But his real views on the future of the Polish national movement were probably expressed in a letter that April, 1864, in which he said that the first and unquestionably the most painful act of the Polish revolutionary tragedy was over. The same fluctuation and uncertainty were evident in his attitude towards the other source of hope in the 1862–63 period, the Land and Freedom Party and its Russian revolutionary potential. While he went on for a time helping Herzen find a southern route for smuggling the Bell and other revolutionary literature into Russia, he now wondered whether the Land and Freedom Party had not been an illusion all along, and asked Ogarev in March if he still believed in its existence. Finally, regarding these recent themes in his political outlook, his close friendships at the time with the Hungarian émigré, General Georgy Klapka, who was a supporter of the Red Prince Jerome Napoleon, and with Karl Voigt, a defender of Napoleon III, suggest that he still had not yet given up his Red. 285. General scenario, notwithstanding a cool and awkward meeting he had had with Muraviv himself in Paris on his way to Italy. But there was no one around to play that role. To judge from his warm appreciation of Garibaldi, Bakunin might have cherished some hopes along these lines for the Italian hero, but Garibaldi's recent failures and his deep skepticism disqualified him. In every gesture or expression he clearly revealed profound melancholy. And when Bakunin had asked him why, he answered, with a Christ-like sorrow, "The harvest is ripe, but the reapers are few." If the past left little hope, no signs to indicate a promising political direction to take after the failure of 1863, the present in Florence, genial as it was, offered still less. Bakunin had indeed been warmly welcomed into the Mazzini and Garibaldi circles, led by one Giuseppe Dolfi, the town baker to whom Garibaldi himself had recommended Bakunin. But their aims encompassed nothing more lofty or powerful than a parliamentary, constitutional republic, the aims of the compromisers Bakunin had always despised, and notwithstanding the less violent tendencies that had continued after Siberia, the Zemsky Sober theme, etc., he basically had no more in common with them than he had had with the compromisers of Prussia or Saxony in the 1840s. No wonder, therefore, that he sounded so despondent in a letter he wrote in mid-March 1864 to a friend. Countess Elizabeth Vasilovna Salias de Ternamir. Civilization is rotting, barbarism has not yet grown strong enough, and we are sitting on trait du chaises. It is difficult just to go on living until the great day of Nemesis, until the terrible judgment, which this vile European society will not escape. Let my friends bulletin ud, I thirst only for destruction, because I am convinced that to build in the midst of carrion with rotten materials is wasted labor, and that only from vast destruction can there arise new materials and with them new organisms. For the foreseeable future there can be no poetry other than the harsh poetry of destruction, and we may yet be happy, if it is given to us to witness that destruction. It would be worse if instead of destruction there were peaceful putrefaction. Our era is in all respects a transitional, unfortunate era, and we, disconnected from the old and not joined to the new, are unfortunate people. But we will bear our misfortune with dignity, for complaints will not help, and we will destroy as much as possible registered. Those remarks are important for several reasons. First of all, they testify to his depressed mood at the time. They are, especially those final lines, the thoughts and feelings of an embittered old man. But the statements are significant for another reason as well, one that is indicative of another basic shift in 286. Bakunin's political posture. They show that the apocalyptic vision is back again in full force. Not only had it been noticeably absent during his prison and exile years, but it had been displaced, or at least markedly subdued, during the London and Stockholm years, 1862 to 1863, when Bakunin was actively involved in the day-to-day politics of specific national liberation movements. The return of apocalyptic expectations is also indicated in Bakunin's April 1864 letter, in which he said that the first act of the Polish revolutionary tragedy was over. Another act was just then beginning, he went on to say, but this time it would involve nothing less than a red, social, geological revolution. Considering this comment along with the apocalyptic, terrible judgment vision reasserted in Bakunin's letter to Countess de Ternamir the month before, and setting both in the context of the national liberation failures, what we see is another basic reorientation in Bakunin's life and thought away from the concrete national struggle of 1862 to 63 and back to the general, abstract, universal upheaval with its apocalyptic devastation that he had envisioned in the early 1840s, the time of the reaction in Germany. Moreover, and more to the point of the interpretation underlying this and the following chapter, this return to an abstract nemesis reflects not only a move away from specific national liberation politics, but away from politics altogether. However unrealistic Bakunin had been during his year in London, 1862, and his involvement in the Polish Rising the following year, his concerns were at least focused on identifiable movements, conditions, events, and leaders. Now such tangible politics disappeared due to the failure of the Polish Rising and the predominance in Italy of a bourgeois republicanism and constitutionalism that meant nothing to him. Nor did he seem interested, yet, in finding any new political enterprise, revolutionary or otherwise. Had active revolutionary work been his concern, then, as one contemporary noted, Milan or Naples, not Florence, should have been his destination. Also, according to another source, he had begun writing his memoirs while in Switzerland, en route to Italy, hardly something he would do were he seriously planning to devote himself to revolutionary activism, but very much in keeping with retirement. Apocalyptic devastation, nemesis, in other words, precisely because it appeared to be such violent politics, was really no politics at all, but rather Bakunin's attempt to disguise the fact and, again, first of all from himself, that he was going to Italy with Antonia to begin a slow withdrawal that would occupy the rest of his life, albeit a withdrawal interspersed with intervals of zealous revolutionary outbursts. Apocalyptic maximalism, however, was only one part of Bakunin's camouflage. The other was the organizational form, the secret society that he now 287 began to fashion for the purpose, so he claimed, of setting the people aflame and sparking thereby the final conflagration. Ultimately rooted in the same motivations that had made him the father of his Fichtian Holy Commune some 30 years before, the secret society had already become his favorite political organization, in Paris in 1846 and in Prague, Anhalt, and Dresden in 1848-49. No doubt the elite organization had become even more attractive to him after the failures of the People's Revolutions of 1848-49 and the inspiring encounters with powerful personalities like the Red General and other military leaders Bakunin had befriended in Siberia. Almost immediately after his escape, he turned to it again. In May 1862, for example, he said that we must cover our Slavic brothers with a network of secret societies, and these secret societies must encompass within themselves everything vital, advanced, energetic, everything that feels and thinks. Afterwards, all these secret societies must be united into one and put in motion at the same time in Italy, Poland, and Russia. Happy face, the Polish Rising the following year set those plans to the side, but now that the national movement had failed, he could return to his plan for a network of secret societies. Moreover, his new residence, Italy, provided an additional stream of influences in support of this organizational form. Conspiratorial secrecy had been dramatized by leaders like Buonarroti and Pisacane, by political movements on the left, Carbonari, and on the right, Caldere and Sanfedisti, and by apolitical bandit associations that were soon to win Bakunin's admiration. Besides providing him this rich Italian conspiratorial tradition to go along with his renewed apocalypse, Florence offered him two models of such an organization ready at hand: the Phalangia Sacra of the Mazzini Republicans, who had established a branch in Florence in 1863, the year before Bakunin arrived, and the Freemasons. As we saw, Bakunin had already become involved with the Freemasons in Paris during the mid-1840s, and they may even then have helped turn his thoughts toward the secret revolutionary organization that he had recommended to the Polish émigrés at that time. He had also encountered a number of Masons in London and Stockholm, among them the Polish revolutionary leader Joseph Kwaszakiewicz, the Czech Joseph de Montois, and a Swede and Frenchman who were later to play parts in his career, August Salman and Alfred Tollandier. Since he had little if any interest in the modest political aims of the local Florentine Republicans, it may have been the Freemasonry of some of those leaders, such as the Baker Dolfi, Grand Master of the Florentine Freemasons, as well as a Mazzina leader, that drew Bakunin to them. Attracted by the secrecy, the ritual, the intimacy, and the social commitment of the Florentine Masons, who the previous year, 1863, had moved to the left of 288. The dominant Concordia Brotherhood and had formed their own lodge, Tu Progresso Sociale, Bakunin found in them a reincarnation of his Holy Commune of the 1830s blended with his revolutionary ideals of the 1840s. As evidence of the seriousness of his Florentine Masonic involvement, he rose steadily up the ladder of degrees from the 23rd degree of the Scottish ritual to the 32nd, near the top. Notwithstanding this dedication or the probable influence the organization had both on Bakunin's thought and on his later secret societies, the Florentine Freemasonic movement had for him two basic flaws: its aims fell far short of the apocalypse and, even more important, it was not under Bakunin's personal control, and all his efforts to remodel it in his own image were unsuccessful. For a secret society to meet the needs of his semi-retirement, it must not only provide an atmosphere of familial intimacy, which the Freemasons did, but also help him display the mask of apocalyptic violence, needed especially now to disguise the de facto retreat, and allow him to play the part of father of the family, submitting to his will and whim as his sisters and soul sisters had done some 30 years earlier. His consequent dissatisfaction that first year in semi-retirement was already apparent in his March letter to the Countess de Tumamir. Although the apocalyptic vision had returned here in full glory, it was not accompanied, as it had been earlier, with the exultant optimism and the summons to self-confident battle that had characterized Bakunin's earlier apocalyptic declarations. Instead, the letter is a dirge of defeat and despair. Even the destructiveness comes through more as the spiteful vengeance of someone left out or behind than as the just and sacred punishment by God's or history's vanguard. The Florentine mix was not yet quite right. In September 1864 he returned for a visit to Stockholm. The reasons for the trip remain unclear, although they seem to have involved a search to fill the gaps still left in Florence. First, with respect to more action, having felt again electricity constantly building up in Europe, he may have gone to Stockholm to get closer to it, since Stockholm had been the location of his last electrifying contact with revolution, or at least with its marginal charges. Second, regarding a more appropriate secret society, he was able to recruit along the way a number of followers who were to become part of a secret society better suited to his revived apocalyptic and authoritarian fantasies than were the Florentine Masons. A third possible reason for the trip may have been related to publication contracts he made with the Swedish press so that, as he wrote Premucino, he would at last, yet again, be able to stand on my own feet. Happy face, except for writing, in his words, 2 short pages a week. For the Swedish press, he does not seem to have done very much with these business arrangements. One reason, perhaps, for sending so little to them when he returned 289 to Florence was that he had arrived home with something far more important to do: establish a secret revolutionary international. Although he may have begun working on it before the trip, it may have been, as we saw, one reason for the trip, he devoted himself to it much more zealously after his return. The reason for the intensification was his experience in London on his way back to Italy from Stockholm, more specifically, his meeting on November 3, 1864 with Karl Marx. Bakunin arrived in London from Stockholm on October 17. 3 weeks before, on September 28, a packed meeting was held in St. Martin's Hall to establish the International Workers' Association. Sensing as a result of several earlier meetings a revival of the working class, Marx had decided to set aside his research for a time and, in contrast to his usual attitude towards such activities, to take part in the gathering. He was elected to the Central Coordinating Committee and to a subcommittee charged with preparing a program and a constitution for the new organization. His famous inaugural address was the main result of this early involvement in the International. In it he reviewed the workers' plight and struggle, urged a fraternal bond of union between the working classes of different countries as a necessary base for success, and, especially important for what was to come, called for a struggle against capitalism by political means, including the conquest of political power through representation in bourgeois parliaments. Bakunin's arrival came right in the middle of this historic groundbreaking. Learning of Bakunin's presence in London from Bakunin's tailor, Marx wrote him and suggested a meeting. Bakunin replied warmly, welcoming the invitation. His later comments about their meeting indicate a strong remnant of distrust beneath the superficial reconciliation. Bakunin did not really believe Marx's disclaimer of involvement in the repeated revivals of the old Tsaristagian slander against him. Marx, for his part, seemed more sincerely enthusiastic. I like him very much, he wrote Engels. He was especially impressed by what he called Bakunin's complete break with nationalism in favor of socialism, so impressed, in fact, that Marx urged Bakunin to come out actively in favor of the International and against Mazzini's nationalism when he returned to Italy. Judging by its aftermath, the meeting had a tremendous effect on Bakunin. He would indeed go back and challenge Mazzini, but he would do so not only on behalf of the fledgling International, but also as a leader in his own right, a leader of his own entirely different International. Who could be better suited than he himself for the role of leader of an International? He was the internationalist par excellence, a man without a country, at home in all of them, widely traveled, and intimate friend of militants throughout Europe. On this last trip alone, he had added handsomely to his following men like August Salmon in Sweden, Alfred Tallendier in London, the Reclus brothers in Paris, and more. ***290. The example of the London International, reinforced by the discussion with Marx, came at just the right moment for Bakunin. To return to Florence as a defender of the local Mazzini and Garibaldi Republicans would have meant committing himself to the compromiser struggle for a parliamentary republic. Never an acceptable program, it was least of all so now that he had returned to his apocalypse. Freemasonry had been more promising, but, as noted above, suffered from similar shortcomings as for simply representing the London-based International as Marx was expecting him to do. Bakunin was surely no more willing to be Marx's boy than he had been willing to be Herzen's the year before. Again combining diverse influences into a program and direction uniquely his own, Bakunin adapted, then merged into a distinctly Bakuninist secret international, his earlier ideas about secret organizations, the London Workers' International, the Florentine Freemasonic Organization, and the various other secret societies in Italy noted above. What he needed, what had been lacking in his Florentine semi-retirement, and what he earnestly devoted himself to preparing after the Stockholm-London trip, was an international organization that would appear forthrightly revolutionary and violently powerful, commensurate with the revived apocalypse, the nemesis, the thirst for destruction, the red, social, geological revolution, that could thereby disguise his retreat and, consequently, permit him to continue enjoying it, that would disguise the disguise, that is, conceal the deceptive but still dangerous fantasy of virile power under a cloak of secrecy, and that would be totally under his mock paternal control, on the model of the Holy Commune. Through the secrecy he kept the power powerless, i.e., chaste, while through the solipsistic control he would know that he could narcissistically always find himself in his new pseudo-family, find, that is, the friend within. So secret, so powerless, and so narcissistic were these successive international revolutionary societies, in fact, that they seldom got farther than his private notebooks. However, fantasies though they were, for the most part, the enormous amount of time and the intense concern that he was to give to them, and, in fact, had already given to them in the 1840s, testify to their great, indeed, indispensable, importance for him. You reproach me for inactivity at a time when I was more active than ever, he wrote Herzen in July 1866. And the exclusive object of that activity, he went on, was the foundation and formation of an international revolutionary socialist secret society. To judge from the writings that have come down from those years, the work that so exclusively preoccupied him was a series of drafts and redrafts of organizational charts, membership regulations, party aims, sacred vows, and so on for his new secret international, the International Secret Society for the Lib. 291. A Ration of Mankind, the International Brotherhood, the Sacred Union for Freedom. This series of texts, the International Secret Society for the Liberation of Mankind, the Organization of the International Revolutionary Brotherhood, essential points of the National Catechisms, Revolutionary Catechism, and a variety of other fragmentary drafts of similar statements of goals and rules provide some important missing links in his apocalyptic message. During the 1840s he gave us his vision of the cataclysmic upheaval that would annihilate all existing institutions, but he said little about what would come next, the look of his new heaven and new earth. Also, while he was certain that the destructive force would come from the enraged masses and their warmth and flame, he had only begun experimenting with the Archimedes point that would allow him, weak and isolated as he was, to spark the mass rising the secret society. The texts of the mid-1860s filled these gaps almost completely, so much so, in fact, that everything he was to write or do along these lines for the rest of his life was essentially repetitions, elucidations, or realizations of what they say. To begin with Paradise, we can consider these documents as the first of Bakunin's later-day beatific visions of the ideal anarchist kingdom to emerge from the apocalyptic ruins. Absolute freedom, the constant theme throughout his life, beginning with his youthful flight from society's dark, filthy, and vile custom, propriety, and obligation, and ending with his final anarchist declarations, remains the base and the crown. In the new society, no man or woman will in any way have to search for any sanction for their actions other than what they find in their own conscience and reason, determine them by anything other than their own will, and be responsible for them only to themselves, first of all, and, then, to society to which they belong, but only to the extent that they freely consent to being a part of it. Not only would there be full freedom for the individual, but also absolute liberty for associations, not excluding those that, by their aims, are, or seem, immoral, or even that aim at the corruption or destruction of individual or public freedom. Consequently, all powers, authorities or institutions that limit this absolute freedom must be destroyed, such as official churches, permanent armies, centralized powers, bureaucracies, governments, parliaments, universities, state banks, as well as aristocratic or bourgeois monopolies, all the political, military, administrative, judicial and financial institutions that today make up the life and power of these states, the criminal and civil codes now in use in Europe, since they are all equally inspired by the cult of God, state, and family. Moreover, having itself ceased to exist and being, therefore, unable to repay its debts, the state could no longer force anyone to repay theirs. The repayment would then naturally revert to a matter for one's own individual conscience. 292. Repayment would be difficult in any case, since besides confiscating the possessions of all the reactionaries, the revolution would deliver to the flames all legal documents, whether relating to court cases or property or debts. Sex, marriage, and family, finally, would be freed of legal forms and formalities, becoming natural relationships, while society would protect children against delinquent parents, among other things assuring them complete equality of education. Bakunin conceded that nothing could or should be done about the inequality of talent, and that there would also be individual differences in wealth, as long as one's wealth came only from one's own energy and prudence. Equal education and an essential concern throughout the complete elimination of inheritance would gradually narrow these differences, and they could be expected to diminish still more once the age-old division between the privileged educated classes and the uneducated laboring masses came to an end, once the man of science labors and the worker thinks. There would, of course, be a governing social apparatus to take the place of the old oppressive system, but it would be organized not as today, from the top downwards and from the center to the circumference, but on the principle of free federation, beginning with the free individuals who formed the associations, the autonomous communes, and followed by the autonomous communes that formed the autonomous provinces, the provinces that formed the regions, and the regions that, in freely federating among themselves, formed the countries, which in their turn formed, sooner or later, the worldwide universal federation. Happy face, the essential content and structure of these layers of freely associating federations would be economic, or syndicalist, rather than political. Society would be divided no longer as nations, but as groups organized on the basis of production. As was the case with many other reformers and revolutionaries of the day, including Marx in his inaugural address, Bakunin was at the time greatly impressed by and placed much hope on producers and consumers' cooperatives, the model and basic building blocks, he believed, of the coming people's socialism. 3 Other principles besides cooperation and bottom-upwards federation complete the essentials of Bakunin's anarchist socialism in this period. 1. All land belonged to society and could be used only by those who worked it. 2. All products belonged to those who produced them, and 3. Wealth belonged only to those who earned it. The emphasis on economics as a basis for organization and federation, however, in no way impeded individuals from freely associating for any purpose whatsoever, religious, political, scientific, industrial, artistic, or even for the corruption or exploitation of innocents and fools, provided that they are not minors. Registered. 293. Bakunin's readiness to accept inequalities that resulted from differences in ability, energy, efficiency, or prudence, to employ inheritance laws rather than forced leveling as a means of narrowing the gap, and to distinguish between the duty of respecting others' liberty and the virtue of helping them all show that freedom and what it particularly represented to him was too inviolable even to be qualified by communal ideals. As for the possibility that this insistence on absolute freedom might in practice contradict his no less absolute commitment to equality, Such problems could be easily handled by the same intuitive deductions that had always reconciled his opposites and resolved his contradictions. As much the philosophical idealist as ever, thought is still fact, to say is to solve. Consequently, there can in no way be liberty without equality. The liberty of each is realizable only given the equality of all. Man is truly free only so far as his liberty, freely acknowledged and reflected, as though in a mirror, in the free conscience of all others, finds confirmation for its infinite extension in their liberty. Nor does he worry about the effect of absolute liberty on the social order, since the order and unity that were destroyed by violence and despotism will be reborn from the womb of liberty, and taking liberty as a base, one arrives necessarily at union _one for all and all for one. Similarly, the patriot need not fear a loss of his own nation's well-being as a result of exchanging sovereignty for universal federation, for the prosperity and happiness of his country, far from being in contradiction with those of other countries, require for their realization that there prevail among the destinies of all these nations an all-powerful ultimate solidarity. Happy face, automatically by now, as predictably as night follows day, paradise implied catastrophe, the word meant the sword. It is the elemental logic of apocalypse, and Bakunin is hardly alone, therefore, when he abruptly moves from his millennial kingdom to demonic violence. Inspired by his trip to Stockholm, London, and Paris, by the impressive example of the nascent international and Marx's role in it, and by his own determination to form an international of his own, Bakunin had purged his apocalypse of those despondent, embittered, and vengeful strains that came through so clearly in mid-March 1864 in his letter to Countess de Tournemire. No longer was it the task of revolutionaries to bear our misfortune with dignity and realize, without complaining about it, that they were simply bomb at the wrong time. Instead, their task was once again to electrify the passions of all the masses when the hour of the great revolution will have mng out anew, to ignite a war of extermination without mercy or respite, not letting down the sword until they have destroyed all states and the old religious, political and economic institutions in Europe and in the whole civilized world. Needless to say, the revolutionaries were again sternly warned. 294. Against all such impotent tactics as conciliation and negotiation. Nor should we be surprised to see that, while summoning the people to the appropriately apocalyptic war of extermination without mercy or respite, Bakunin also gently assured the world that there will be no cold, systematic terror. It will be a war against functions and things far more than against people, and once the enemies of the revolution were deprived of the means to do harm, it would not be necessary to take bloody measures against them. No less important now for Bakunin than his refurbished apocalypse, was his detailed work on the organization that would guide humanity through the cataclysmic ordeal, his secret society, the International Secret Society for the Liberation of Mankind. Its universal, apocalyptic mission is clearly spelled out at the outset. The aim of this society is the unification of revolutionary elements of all lands for the creation of a genuine sacred union of freedom in opposition to the sacred union of all the tyrannies of Europe, religious, political, bureaucratic, and financial. Registered. The postulate of vigilant secrecy imputed several corollaries. No less essential for a successful revolution, the revolutionaries must have the same philosophic, religious, political, and social convictions, the same grand principle, broad and elevated enough in order to become for those who acknowledge it a kind of religion. Registered. There must be a severe code of discipline, the whole apparatus must be kept in order by an efficient system of centralized direction. To assure that centralized direction, a provisional central junta would control the organization at its early stage, until there were some 70 members, at which time it would call a constituent assembly, which would in turn create an international directory and supreme council. These highest organs would then choose the regional and provincial juntas, and each lower body would be entirely subordinate to the one above. The national families are to have the position of apprentice in relationship to the international families, with respect both to ideas and to revolutionary practice. The members of the regional committees owe absolute obedience to the national junta, which appoints, suspends and removes them. Registered at several points in his organizational scheme the clash between freedom and authority is particularly dramatic, or psychodramatic if we recall the sources of the ambivalence. In describing, for example, the relative power of the lower bodies vis-a-vis those of the bodies immediately above, he begins by stating that the higher will in no way interfere with the lower. Yet, he then goes on to say that the higher will establish a code to which the lower must adhere. Registered there is no such ambivalence, however, when it comes to assuring unity through a common program and set of regulations. Every organ and all the members are obligated to swear allegiance to Bakunin's organizational system, his 295 Revolutionary Catechism, and all his substantive and organizational aims and theories involving the means and ends of the coming revolution. No European people will rebel any more except to realize the ideas of political and social emancipation, and they must adopt our program as their correct expression. Registered as their basic laws and principles, the international councils in each country must adopt our revolutionary catechism and our provisional organization, including the provisional rules of the international society, and they must do so without making the slightest change in any of those rules. Registered besides being strongly centralized because of the secret organization and the common program in all countries, registered the organization would necessarily be centralized as a result of a number of other indispensable requirements. While, for example, the communes, at the lowest level of the hierarchy, were theoretically free to federate or not, they would in fact have to join for the common defense and in order to carry out simultaneous uprisings. The same would be the case all the way up the scale to the single international registered the Federation of Nations. Moreover, since isolated revolutions that occurred apart from the direction of the international secret organization were doomed to fail, any such rising was to be judged treason, a crime. Finally, there were the vows to be taken by the brothers in the secret families, national and international. Two categories of brothers were defined: the active and the nominal brothers. The active brothers, from whom alone the leadership could be drawn, took the more stringent oaths. I swear on my honor and my conscience to accept with complete and unqualified conviction all the principles, philosophical, economic and social, theoretical and practical, of your revolutionary catechism. I accept as well all the organizational forms, all the precepts, and all the laws that form parts of your rules and regulations. I submit to them in a provisionally absolute manner, reserving the right and the duty to oppose at the next Constitutional Assembly all the secondary points on which I have a different opinion, but accept in advance the decisions of that Assembly as definite and supreme. I consecrate from this time forward all my strength, my efforts, and my life to the service of the Federalist and Socialist world revolution, which can have no other foundation than these principles, and since I am convinced that I can serve them in no better way than through my participation in the open and secret activity of an international revolutionary organization, I ask to be included among you. I swear loyalty and absolute obedience to the international organization and promise to its zealous activity, care, and discretion, silence regarding all secrets, the sacrifice of my own egoism, self-love, ambition and my personal interests, and the complete and unlimited surrender to 296. Its disposition of all my strength and power, my social position, my influence, my fortune, and my life, I submit in advance to all the sacrifices and assignments that it will impose on me, certain that it will demand nothing of me that is contrary to my convictions and my honor or beyond my personal capacities. Throughout the time that I am charged with a function or mission, I will unconditionally obey the orders of the immediate leader who has entrusted me with it and swear to carry out the mission with all possible speed, precision, energy, and foresight, stopping only at what seems to me to be truly insurmountable obstacles. I subordinate from now on all my activities, public and private, literary, political, official, professional, and social, to the supreme directives that I receive from the committees of this organization. Such were the first set of vows. The following set mainly concerned relations between the brothers. In the final vow, the candidate agreed to accept against himself the vengeance of the society if he betrayed his oath or even forgot it. Yet this was the same Bakunin who wrote in these same texts, "To be free is the right, duty, value, happiness, and mission of man. It is the fulfillment of his faith. Not to have freedom is not to be human. To deprive a man of his freedom and of the means of achieving and using it is not only to murder him, but to murder humanity." Carried back and forth the contest went, with the advantage going now to freedom, now to domination. He proclaimed, again and again, unlimited freedom and complete democracy, including universal, equal suffrage, the right of every individual or group to free, voluntary entry into the association and withdrawal from it, and the gradual emergence of higher levels of association only if and only as long as that was the wish of the participants at the level below. Then, he prepared in painstaking detail his secret, tightly disciplined, completely centralized militant organization in which the higher organs, from the central junta down, gave the orders and in which the members swore total submission. Not that this was something new in his life. The dualism and ambivalence that now defined his organizational schemes had in the same, if less explicit, way characterized the earlier Fichtian Holy Commune. Everywhere in these organizational texts one hears echoes both of his domination of his sisters and soul sisters and of his unquestionably sincere assurances that such domination was the farthest thing from his mind, that all he wanted was their freedom. The declarations of freedom against all authority and the proposals for authoritarian controls, the families and the brothers, the apocalyptic war of extermination and the timid flight from violence, the two camps and the implacable refusal to compromise, all these, and not merely the attack on inheritance, even as he vigorously insisted on his share of his own, or the quaintly 297 millennial demand for the liquidation of debt, reflect entirely personal needs and feelings as much as if they had been poems or paintings. As always, the story those projections and displacements tell is the opposite of what they appear to tell, not strength and assault, but weakness and retreat. The utopian goal is still the idealized pre-Mukino childhood, and the narcissistic roots of that fantasy, that had sustained him 30 years earlier during his oppressive army years. And the means, the abstract, universal, cataclysmic two-camp Armageddon that would clear the way for that regained childhood paradise, is still the heroic virile mask he had worn in the barracks, in the reaction in Germany, in X/IQ appeal to the Slavs, and in all his other Promethean soliloquies. Besides so clearly echoing the Holy Commune of the 30s, the secret societies that were henceforth to play an ever greater role in Bakunin's apocalyptic vision served the same purpose that the dialectic had been serving since the early 1840s, a vehicle for similarly transmuting impotence into omnipotence. As a left Hegelian dialectician, he had proved his powerful social role by remaining completely apart from society. Now, imagining himself the planner, organizer, and director of a vast international network of secret societies, he could lead his brothers and intimates through the apocalyptic death and rebirth of society, while situated comfortably, first in Florence, then, after October 1865, in Naples. The secret society was even more suitable for him now, at his age, than were the dialectics. Whereas the dialectics focused only on the bloody contradiction and imminent Gog-Magog upheavals and, therefore, gave priority to immediate action, the emphasis of the secret society was on gathering brothers and intimates, the formation of a new family. However inspiring, exhilarating, and potent were the fantasies that Bakunin brought back with him after meeting Marx in London, the real function of the secret society, the function those fantasies were meant to conceal, was to provide Bakunin a new pseudo-family, or series of families, which as his sisters and the Bayer sisters had done in his youth would echo and mirror his thoughts, love, honor, and obey him, and, by sanctioning his generalship at a distance, help spare him the harassments and obligations incumbent on those seriously concerned with social change. Loving Michael Alexandrovich to the point of adoration, as the wife of one of Bakunin's new intimates recalled, Cafiero was boundlessly devoted to him, acting as his nurse and governess, looking after him as after a child. Happy face, As for the participants of his new brotherhood, they were, in general, the same demi-intellectuals, the intelligentsia, that have usually then, before, and after gravitated towards and become the cotter in such maximalist revolutionary fantasies. Quite naturally, one member in the Florentine circle recalled, there gathered around Bakunin a complete staff, formed from retired Garibaldi volunteers, lawyers with few court cases, and an assortment of the most ill. 298. Matched people with nothing to say, nothing to do, and even without convictions, people always changing everything, their social situation, activities, beliefs, keeping only the extreme radicalism of their desires and aims, which they themselves did not really understand. Or, as Bakunin himself described his potential followers some years later, they were passionate, energetic youth, completely displaced, with no sign of a career, with no way out. Happy face, since the purpose of recruiting the new brothers was to provide himself a new family, it was hardly necessary for the new recruits actually to meet the stringent, paper requirements, which served, in fact, exactly the opposite purpose, that of feigning virile power, not of providing intimate solace and approval. Thus, he could laugh off one follower's resistance to the vow taken on a dagger, we did that for the Italians, ignore the fact that Fanelli, one of his closest intimates, kept his place as an elected parliamentary delegate, and forgive 3 active brothers, including Fanelli again, who joined Garibaldi in just the kind of patriotic foray that Bakunin now made a prime target in his campaign against Mazzini's and Garibaldi's nationalistic revolution. At the same time, of course, for appearances had to be maintained, he kept insisting on uncompromising, disciplined dedication and revolutionary maximalism. Throughout this period, for example, he continued to urge Herzen to stop growing old so fast, to become bolder in the bell, to drop his foolish faith in Russian reform from the top and in the constitutional, parliamentary programs of the liberals, and to support instead the young radicals in Russia who were beginning to organize seriously, not for superficial political reformas, but for total social transformation. Herzen had made a terrible mistake, he said, in criticizing Caracasso for attempting, in 1866, to assassinate Tsar Alexander II. While he himself did not expect much good would come of it and was even willing to agree with Herzen that only harm would result, Bakunin would not criticize the attempt itself, understanding, he said, the intensity of POU's oppression that provoked it. Karazazov was still one of us, he insisted, as were the radical youth, in spite of their unpleasant, disorderly, even dirty sides, since they felt a real passion for equality, work, justice, freedom, and reason. Whatever their shortcomings, they remained heroes, pioneers of a new truth and a new life. Happy face, as to Bakunin's accomplishments in Europe during these Neapolitan years of work on his secret international, he boasted great positive results. We have friends in Switzerland, in Norway, in Denmark, in England, in Belgium, in France, in Spain, and in Italy. There are Poles and even several Russians. In southern Italy the majority of Mazzini's organization, the Phalangia Sacra, has come over to our side. Carrot registered once again, as in the days of his own Holy Commune, a pseudo-family of intimates that he could paternalistically inspire and guide, this time by corps. 299. Spondents from his hilltop rooms overlooking Naples rather than from Moscow or St. Petersburg, took on the appearance of a militant front-line regiment rather than the monastic sanctuary it was. Unfortunately for his real intentions, however, this time the network of intimates was to achieve remarkable success on its own and as a result offer him the opportunity for genuine leadership that was finally to drive him completely out of politics. In short, little had changed since the days of the First Holy Commune. The secret society was necessary, he wrote, for otherwise we ourselves would reveal to our enemies our projects, which are to a certain extent illegal, our plan of action, the condition of our strength, and also our weak sides. The weak sides that he was afraid to reveal and the reason he knew his projects were illegal had no more to do with objective political or social problems than his theory and practice had ever had or would ever have. Because of its real source and purpose, even this highly sublimated fantasy of power had to be severely constrained, kept strictly secret. As usual, Bakunin's mask exposes and highlights what it is supposed to hide. It was mainly due to these entirely personal benefits that he derived from the secret society, brotherhood, family, and alliance that Bakunin was attracted to them in the first place. In spite of all the sound and fury associated with his work on his secret international, therefore, what appears to be Bakunin's first, preparatory steps into his most famous revolutionary crusade, the one that involved him in conflict with Marx over control of the international, was primarily a further step out of politics. Shielded by his revived apocalypse and by his work on the organization that would lead it, he could continue his Italian retirement in good conscience. "We live here quietly," he wrote Countess de Tournamire soon after he returned from his Stockholm-London trip. "We work little. Each week I send up to 2 short pages to Stockholm and earn thereby 100 francs and sometimes more for the week. Antonia has started to study seriously. Sometimes we go to the theater and, rarely, we visit friends. In a word, we read, study, write, sometimes chat and pass the time quietly, innocently, but quite pleasantly. The following year, 1865, we have a similarly idyllic scene, this time from Antonia, as she describes their summer at Sorrento. Life here flows peacefully and regularly as before. We rise early, Michael bathes, then has coffee and grapes. The entire morning Michael writes, while I read. At 3 Michael takes a nap. I wake him at 4, and we go swimming at 5. At 6 we eat, then at 7 take a walk. We return at 9 for tea on the terrace, after which Michael takes up his work again, and mine, until 12, he until 1 or even 2. 300. In October 1865 Bakunin and Antonia moved to Naples, where they lived near the sea, at the edge of town, on a hill overlooking all of Naples and beyond. Thus comfortably established, and having acquired a generous benefactress in the person of one Princess Zoe Obolensky, Bakunin's life flowed on as smoothly and tranquilly as his revolutionary programs were rocky and stormy. It is not surprising, therefore, that one finds a most uncharacteristic new word in Bakunin's political lexicon: patience. One needs a great deal of patience and restraint here. If we but see a millionth part of our goals fulfilled, we will, at least, be as content to die as Samson died. And if not, well, then let it be that we should not have lived entirely in vain but have left after us at least some living trace. Thanks to constant effort, I can say that there have been enough consoling successes, especially recently. He realized, he wrote in an earlier letter, that in order to achieve only the basic points of the program at least 50 years or perhaps over 100 years would be needed. But, like the Jesuits, who having created secret societies with the best organizations in the world, then worked relentlessly, fiercely for over 2 centuries. So have we founded a society for a long period that will surely outlive us and that will disband only when the entire program has been carried out. Happy face, years before, as a Fichtian father of his Holy Commune, he had balanced the needs of childhood and manhood by remaining freely, irresponsibly, and comfortably detached, while self-deceptively enjoying a sense of power and honor as God's instrument, chosen to show others how to leave society as he had. Later, as a left Hegelian revolutionary, he had exchanged thought for action, withdrawal from society for the revolutionary annihilation of society. Now, as he begins his final revolutionary phase, we find him combining both of these earlier postures, withdrawing into his revived holy communal secret societies, while continuing a fiercely apocalyptic pose with its appropriate vision of universal destruction sometime in the future. From this perspective, therefore, there is a clear continuity joining Bakunin's prison and exile years with the decade that followed. But the direction of that continuity, contrary to the conventional interpretation of Bakunin in this period, was towards further retreat. This was most obviously apparent in the hope, which Bakunin continued to cherish even after his escape, for a bloodless revolution from above, led by a radicalized Romanov. It was no less the case, however, as this chapter has shown, with respect to the opposite scenario that placed that bizarre hope, the apocalyptic, axe-flashing revolution from below and the secret brotherhood that would lead it. The abstract extremism was so far removed from any concrete political involvement, that Bakunin was left freely detached in his Florence-Naples retirement, which he shared with the secret brotherhood that helped make the retirement look like militant engagement. 301. Following the progress of Bakunin's career until this point, we see a great circular voyage. He began as a shy and lonely young man who compensated for and attempted to conceal his inadequacies by becoming, in the 1830s, God's warrior for holy truth. Then, in the early 1840s, having replaced his wife philosophy by his bride revolution, he became one of history's apocalyptic saviors, the reaction in Germany, and, somewhat later, the defender of the people's cataclysmic destructiveness, Weitling. Finally, in his most forceful and heroic performance, 1848-49, he was the fearless revolutionary leader of a repressed national minorities in rebellion against all the repressive tyrants. Then, with his arrest, imprisonment, and exile, the direction shifted into reverse. His first step backwards came when he replaced the national masses, as the principal revolutionary force, with the enlightened good Tsar and Red General. As we have seen, this scenario continued for a short time after his escape. The next regression came when, following the failure of the Polish Rising of 1863, both the national movements and the good Tsar gave way to the renewed apocalypse, the nemesis, the Red, social, geological revolution. With that, he had returned to the early and mid-1840s. Then, beginning in late 1864 and continuing in one form or another almost until the end of his life, came the secret societies and with them his return to the Holy Commune of the Fichtian days. Having reached that stage in his regression, and there were still several more steps back to take, Bakunin once again had reversed the relationship present in his right Hegelian posture. At that time, the late 1830s, the facade had displayed reconciliation, while the inner reality, his actual day-to-day life, had continued the romantic rebellion of the Fichtian Crusade. Now, in the mid-1860s, it was the rebellion that was, for the most part, the deceptive mask, as it had been in the beginning of the left Hegelian 1840s, while the reality of his life, the life he lived in Florence and Naples, was one of withdrawal and at least relative serenity. Thus, rather than leave our common bride the revolution as he had earlier left his jealous wife philosophy, he now, in effect, arranged a ménage à trois with both of them. For appearance's sake, and for the basic needs that made such appearance necessary, he would go on living with the revolution secretly. But, at first haltingly then steadily, he also would return home again, to the family, his intimates in the secret societies, and, as we will see, to thought, the eternal mirror of himself and his friend. One wishes, after all Bakunin had been through, that he could have gone on enjoying his militant inaction, a later-day variation of his ruthless surrender. And perhaps he might have, had the real world let him. But it did not. For one thing, his benefactress, Princess Obolensky, was forced to leave Italy in the summer of 1867 and move to a town near Geneva. Her estranged husband had decided he had supported her radical politics and her irregular romances long. 302. Enough. Also, as a reason for leaving Italy, Bakunin was once again facing a scandalous charge that would force him, as he wrote Herzen, to sue, duel, or leave. The charge was counterfeiting. Yet, even apart from these inducements from the real world outside, there was probably enough strength remaining in the fantasy world inside to drive him back into the fray. For the same reasons that he had been compelled so often before to exchange a too telltale passivity, Schelling, right Hegel, for the act of action, that he had left the sanctuary of his Florentine semi-retirement some 3 years earlier, in 1864, and that he had responded so zealously at that time to the stimulus of Marx and the International, the pendulum would no doubt have swung back in time and sent him back on stage once more. In any case, he left in August 1867 together with his restored Apocalypse and several of the devoted apostles from his Italian secret society to begin a new ministry in Geneva. It was an ideal location. Liberal Swiss policies had made it a haven for radicals in flight from more repressive regimes and a preferred site for political conferences and intrigues. Herzen, for example, had moved there from London, together with the Bell, in March 1865, and Bakunin had on several occasions written him to say that he, too, planned to move there. Finally, in June 1867 a group of European liberals and radicals, concerned about a Franco-Prussian war looming ahead, had arranged for a peace congress to be held in Geneva that September. It would be a fine opportunity for Bakunin to repeat his stunning and fateful success of 20 years before, when, in November 1847, he had addressed the Polish émigré community in Paris and had thereby begun his meteoric ascent. The curtain, in short, was about to rise on Bakunin's next and most illustrious act, his duel with Marx. F. Jesus C. Point for me to your house. If Jesus came to your house to spend a day or two, if he came unexpectedly, I wonder what you'd do. Oh, I know you'd give your nicest room to such an honored guest, and all the food you'd serve him would be the very best. And you would keep assuring him, you're glad to have him there, that serving him in your own home is joy beyond compare. But when you saw him coming, would you meet him at the door with arms outstretched in welcome to your heavenly visitor? Or would you have to change clothes before you let him in? Or hide some magazines and put the Bible where they'd been? Would you turn off the radio and hope he hadn't heard? And wish you hadn't uttered that last, loud, hasty word? Would you hide your worldly music and put some hymn books out? Could you let Jesus walk right in, or would you rush about? And I wonder if the Savior spent a day or two with you. Would you go right on doing the things you always do? Would you go right on saying the tidings you always say? Would your life for you continue as it does from D-carat today? Would you sing the songs you allo-carat sing, and read the books you read, and let him know the things on which your mind and spirit feed? Would you take Jesus with you everywhere you'd plan to go? Or would you, maybe, change your plans for just a day or so? Would you be glad to have him meet your very closest friends? Or would you hope they'd stay away until his visit ends? Would you be glad to have him stay forever on, or would you sigh with great relief when he at last was gone? It me be interesting to know the things that you would do if Jesus Christ in person came to spend some time with you. Lois Kendall Blanchard. I.O. The International, Zealots and Pharisees. Conventional interest in Bakunin usually begins at this point and focuses on the next 5 years, the period in which he fought Marx in the International, collaborated with Nechayev the Russian savage and fanatic, Bakunin's terms, participated in and perhaps even triggered the hapless Leon Putsch, and wrote his principal anarchist works. His fame now soars and spreads, gaining for him in a remarkably short time the enormous and enduring influence that won him his large, permanent, and constantly expanding place in history. Yet, these are not really creative years for him. As we will see, everything that he was to do now he had done before, although usually on a less grandiose scale. His ideas are either repetitions or variations of earlier themes, old wine in familiar, if sometimes larger and more colorful, bottles. Even the occasional flash and brilliance are afterglow. Once again, moreover, the success and fame came as often as not from his being used and abused by others to advance local causes rather than as a result of his own accomplishments. He is still more the passive recipient of his prominence than its maker. Conditions and the times are now more congenial for the role he had been playing for years, and, consequently, he now becomes even more the revolutionary celebrity. But, to round out this synopsis of what is to come, and further develop the theme of the preceding chapter, no sooner does his performance begin to have its great impact than the man behind the mask grows weary of the role, one that had long been essentially alien to him, however much he had been condemned to play it. Thenceforth, as the role became the cherished property of others, friends, and enemies, he withdrew more and more into himself and into his secret family of intimates. 303. 304. The déjà vu, the sense one has during this period of having seen it all before, begins with Bakunin's participation in the work of the League of Peace and Freedom, whose opening Congress in September 1867 may have been one of the reasons for his leaving Italy when he did. If, as suggested earlier, the occasion recalled November 1847, the character and constituents of the Congress were Prague 1848 all over again. A largely moderate, bourgeois, pacifist group of European intellectuals had gathered to search for ways of averting the Franco-Prussian war that they saw ahead and, in general, to plan and build a road to lasting peace. Bakunin's prominence earned him immediate and enthusiastic recognition at the Congress and election to the committee charged with working out a program. As at Prague, however, the solutions he urged at the opening Congress, in his committee, and at the Second Congress the following September, were as irrelevant to the immediate aims of the Congress as his maximalist declarations had been to the similarly restricted aims of the Prague deliberations. Building on themes he had developed in Italy, mainly in response to Mazzini's nationalism, republicanism, and the ism, he argued at the 1867 Congress that there could be no peace until nationalism, patriotism, and the state were eliminated. This must be the main work and goal of the League. In essence, all centralization, whether religious, bureaucratic or military were identical. Every centralized state, no matter how liberal it might be, even if it were a republic, is of necessity an oppressor, exploiting the people and the laboring masses in the interest of the privileged class. Finally, and the essential point with respect to the aims of the League, the state needs armies to repress the masses, and the existence of this armed force drives it into war. Peace would only come, therefore, when the people abandoned their narrow, nationalistic, patriotic sentiments, began to think in terms of universal justice, the absolute kingdom of freedom, and destroyed the existing states so that from the ruins of these entities, organized from above by despotism and conquest, there can arise free systems, organized from below upwards, a free federation of communes into provinces, provinces into nations, and nations into a United States of Europe. Carrot, having introduced his views at the first Congress, then restated them at a banquet afterwards, he further developed them during the following months into one of his principal theoretical works, Federalism, Socialism, and Anti-Theologism, which he proposed that the League's Program Committee, of which he was a member, adopt as a statement of the League's basic aims. The work is the 20-year belated drop of the other left Hegelian shoe, the vigorous assault against religion that had long been missing in Bakunin's left Hegelianism. It is to this attack that he devoted most of the pamphlet, with his denunciation of the state taking second place and his statements on socialism only a distant third. As was 305. Everything he wrote from first to last, it was essentially an impassioned defense of absolute freedom against even the slightest limitation, since this little part that you cut off is the very essence of my freedom, it is everything. Although heavily repetitive, the arguments are often perceptive and forceful, and would still provide fine grist for those choosing to work this mill. For the League members hearing them for the first time, these arguments to the Congress seem to have been powerfully effective, so much so that, as we can see from a statement of aims published by the committee in June 1868, part of Bakunin's program did in fact win the committee's approval. Supported by the program committee and hoping for similar success with the full League Congress when it would meet again in September 1868, Bakunin expanded his political horizons. He had come to Switzerland with a program to realize and the beginnings of an organization to achieve it, the secret brotherhood that he had formed in Italy and that, in the persons of several of its members, he had brought with him to Switzerland and into the League. But the bourgeois, pacifist League was hardly the instrument through which he and his brothers could do their apocalyptic work. A series of strikes in Geneva in March 1868 and the organization the strikers turned to for support pointed to a much more promising agency, the International. Although there had been little contact between Marx and Bakunin since their meeting in late 1864, Marx had sent him a copy of Volume 1 of Capital, with a personal dedication, shortly after the League's first Congress. In July Bakunin joined the International, urged close affiliation between the League and the International, and persuaded the League's president to invite members of the International who were planning to attend the International's Third Congress in Brussels to attend as well the Second League Congress, since both would be meeting in September, 1868. Bakunin was quite candid about his intentions. He was not planning to drown our League in the International, but to have them work together as complementary organizations, with the International concerning itself if not exclusively, then at least principally, with economic questions, while the League would handle political, religious, and philosophical questions, as well as prepare the issues and, thereby, clarify the political direction. As a result, and this surely was the intent of it all, we would have the power, the entire revolution in our hands. The plan could not be simpler or more explicit. He and his brothers, especially those who were in the League with him, would control the League, had he not already won over the Program Committee, and the League would, in turn, become the policy director for the International. Here was as grand a network of Archimedes points as he could want, and one that left all the threads in his hands, secretly of course, much as he had planned in 1848–49. 306. Once more, however, reality refused to play the game. Quite aware of what was going on and of the dangers for itself, the General Council of the International, i.e., Marx and his aides, had the impertinence, as Bakunin put it, to spurn the League's offer of collaboration. Then, another blow, the League, apparently less enthusiastic about federalism, socialism, and anti-theologism than its program committee, refused to adopt Bakunin's views as its own. Defeated, he and his supporters, 18 members, abruptly and noisily quit the Congress and the League. Failing to win the League over to his point of view, Bakunin reacted as he had when he had failed to win over the equally alien Prague Congress, he went underground. On September 25, 1868, the same day that he left the League, he and his intimates gathered to form a new international, or rather to further organize and adapt their earlier Florence-Naples brotherhood and family. Its essential ideas, as well as its principal founders, Fanelli, Gambuzzi, Tucci, for instance, were much the same as they had been during the Italian period. Compromising between Bakunin's wish for an entirely secret organization and the other members' preference for a public association, the founders decided to have both forms. As finally worked out, the alliance, as the organization as a whole came to be called, reflected several levels of secrecy and intimacy, that is, degrees of family ties with Bakunin. It is important that we appreciate the place of this alliance in Bakunin's later years, since it was the main issue around which his controversy with Marx revolved and a central focus for our evaluation of Bakunin's use of power. The principal aim of the organization was still the destruction of all existing states, together with all their political, juridical, bureaucratic, and financial institutions, the end of the existing order of things based on property, exploitation, domination, and the principle of authority, including, with reference now to the impertinent Marxists, the authority of Jacobin statist revolutionaries. Yet, one could not imagine a more rigidly centralized, authoritarian revolutionary organization than the one Bakunin proposed as the weapon for carrying out this destruction of all authoritarianism. The voluntary, freely federated society formed from the bottom upwards was reserved for the New World, after the Old World had been destroyed by a rigorously disciplined, martial organization formed strictly from the top downwards. The organization had two overlapping forms, one secret, involving only the intimates, and one public, the Alliance of Social Democracy. Even in its open, public mode, the alliance was to be a highly centralized organization, with all decisions on the national level approved by the Central Committee. Since it was the real controlling body, the secret organization was even more tightly centralized than the public organization, with, First, a Central Committee, then a Central Geneva SEC 307. Shin acting as the permanent delegation of the Permanent Central Committee, and, finally, within the Central Geneva section, a Central Bureau, which was to be both the executive power, composed of 3 or 5 or even 7 members of the secret organization and the executive directory of the public organization. As for the initial formation of this key bureau, it was provisionally elected by all the founding members of the alliance, most of whom, former members of the Congress of Bern, the League, have returned to their countries after having delegated their powers to Citizen B. Registered over 30 years had passed since Bakunin had formed and dominated his Holy Commune, his first vehicle for universal liberation, yet he is still acting the part of a pseudo-father over his brothers, intimates, trying hard all the while, however, to conceal this demonstration of power carefully from struggle against all power. As with power, so also with violence, here as well he must continue to have it both ways. He insisted, on the one hand, that the alliance members be filled with revolutionary passion and have the devil in their flesh, since the imminent revolution would mean death to the rulers, exploiters, and guardians of all kinds, a destruction so vast as to leave no stone on stone. Far from being fearful of releasing what people today call evil passions, he depended on those passions as the force which the revolutionaries must electrify. On the other hand, again as in the Italian version of these plans, he continued to play down violence against people. The revolutionaries must be merciless with respect to positions and things, but not to human beings. Not the people themselves, he argued, but their functions and possessions were responsible for mass oppression and deprivation, and even if members of the dominant class must be judged guilty, their guilt was as much the responsibility of the society that had formed them as was the guilt of any other criminal, and it would be both immoral and harmful to the cause to take vengeance on them. In fact, those like the Jacobins and Blanquists who struck out more against people than against possessions and functions were in his view simply showing that they were interested in taking over those same state functions and class possessions. The evil passions, the devil in the flesh, the call for death to the rulers and for a cataclysm leaving no stone on stone must somehow carefully spare people in the apocalyptic assault on the old world. One can only assume that the miracle would be achieved, the axe would be kept bloodless, by the same magic that would keep the revolutionaries from becoming dictators, even though the purpose of their invisible network was to prepare, organize, and accelerate the revolution. Besides being vital sparks to electrify the masses into revolution, the revolutionaries would have to remain in action during the transitional period that, Bakunin candidly acknowledged, would necessarily follow the 308 revolution in order to protect it against reaction, to spread the revolution to other countries, since revolution could succeed only if universal, and simply to keep things together, given the predictable social breakdown, it is necessary that, given the popular anarchy that will constitute the very life and the entire energy of the revolution, there be some organ to achieve unity in revolutionary thought and action. That organ must be the secret and universal association of international brothers. As to the number of brothers he would need for the universal revolution that would leave no stone on stone, 100 well-organized revolutionaries could take charge of the overall revolution, with an additional 200 or 300 working in each of the major countries. Bakunin set to work on several fronts simultaneously. First, he co-opted other members into the Central Bureau, since only one of the founding members remained in Geneva with him. With his état-major révolutionnaire, as he called the Bureau, now in hand, he began recruiting the troops. On October 28, 1868, a meeting was held formally establishing the Public Alliance and enrolling about 85 members into it. At weekly, Saturday, public meetings thereafter, attended by 20 to 25 members on the average, Bakunin propagated his views on the state, read from his works, reported on his trips, commented on current affairs in the Swiss and international labor movement, and, above all, urged his audience to abstain from all political participation in the existing system and to concern themselves instead with bringing it to a revolutionary end. Degree work on and in the alliance was only part of Bakunin's task in the months following its formation. The alliance, in fact, was meant at that time to be more than an end in itself. It was also to be a means for gaining control of Marx's International, which Bakunin had earlier tried and failed to control through the League. The League having failed, Bakunin and his intimates reverted back to their own Florence-Naples Brotherhood as the means of winning power over the increasingly prestigious and genuinely influential and powerful International. Referring later to this shift from the League to the International, Bakunin wrote, "The tool was tried, proved to be a bad one, and had to be rejected. The only thing to do then was to find another. The International Association of Workers naturally presented itself as that better tool. Happy Face, having joined the International in July 1868, while still in the League, he then co-opted important Swiss members of the International into the bureau of his alliance, among them Johann Philipp Becker, a veteran of the workers' movement and Marx's friend, Charles Perron, co-editor of the Geneva organ of the Intemps Zione, El Tunti National, and François Brosset, president of the Geneva branch of the International. The effect of his revolutionary fame, of his charisma, and of his eloquence on leaders of the local Swiss labor movement seems to have been overwhelming. 309. At least at first. One of our friends recalls very well with what pride Henry Ferret, General Secretary of the International's Geneva branch, showed me his name at the bottom of this famous address, adding, confidentially, that he was not the one with the talent to write such fine things, and that the address came from the pen of Bakunin, whom Henry Ferret enthusiastically admired at the time. Happy Face, the address referred to here was a fiery declaration Bakunin had sent on October 21 to the brothers in Spain, summoning them to the banner of the International. However, while he wrote in the name of the International, he and other alliance intimates who were simultaneously in the International worked primarily to promote the aims and interests of their alliance. It was more as representatives of the alliance than of the International, for example, that the veteran intimates, Finelli, Aristide Rey, and Elie Reclus were in Spain that winter organizing sections of the International in Madrid and Barcelona. Similarly, it was as president of the Bureau of the Alliance and in the name of the Central Bureau that Bakunin himself corresponded that December, 1868, with Albert Richard, an intimate from Lyon who had joined Bakunin during the earlier League disputes. From this foundation a secret bureau directing his international alliance and exerting simultaneously a strong influence in the Geneva branch of the International through overlapping directorates, Bakunin made his boldest move yet. Acting through Marx's friend Becker, he officially applied that November, 1868, for admission of the alliance as a whole into the International, on terms that would allow the alliance to retain its organizational integrity, hold its own congresses, and so on. The International would gain considerably by the merger, Becker said in a letter accompanying the application, since the alliance could make up for the International's lack of idealism. Happy Face, the two organizations would complement each other, Bakunin later wrote, since the International could continue its fine work with the masses, representing necessarily only the germs of the full program, while the alliance, at a higher level of development, would preserve the ideals of the program and thereby be in a position to give the International a really revolutionary direction. As he later was to describe the relationship between his alliance and the International, the alliance was to be a secret society formed within the International in order to provide the International a revolutionary organization, in order to transform it, together with the popular masses that were outside of it, into a force sufficiently well organized to annihilate reaction. After a month had gone by with no response to the proposed merger, Bakunin wrote Marx one of his by now characteristically ingratiating letters, praising Marx for his insight in following the road of economic revolution and 310. Assuring him that my fatherland is now the International and that, as you can see, dear friend, I am your disciple and am proud of it. Happy Face, it would be wrong to dismiss this as entirely a cynical maneuver, a ruse to help spare the alliance the same rejection that the International had earlier dealt the League. That may have been part of it, but if so, it was the lesser part. For a proper understanding of Bakunin's ambivalent judgment of Marx, one must set it alongside Bakunin's similarly ambivalent relationship to most of the other powerful authorities in his life, such as his father and Tsar Nicholas I. Bakunin is as sincere in his high praise of all three of them as he is in his strenuous efforts to obliterate the foundations of their power. A related aspect of this relationship between Bakunin and Marx's International, which will emerge more clearly as the story unfolds, is evident even now in a striking image Bakunin used in a letter he wrote to his intimate Richard on December 22, 1868, the same day that he wrote the above letter to Marx. The International, he told Richard, is a mother to us, while we are only a branch, a child. While it is unlikely that Bakunin's deference to Marx would have in any case improved the chances of his Alliance International proposal being accepted, the letter reached Marx too late. The very day that Bakunin wrote these letters to Marx and Richard, the International's General Council arrived at its decision to refuse to let the alliance into the International unless the alliance ceased being a parallel international. Bakunin's Geneva Alliance Group could join and even keep the name Alliance, but only as one of a number of Geneva sections of the International already in existence, not as the center of an independent international organization. Why had Bakunin wished to join the International yet remain apart? The Council of the Belgian branch asked in a letter to the Geneva Alliance sent in mid-January. If the International did not reflect his views, then Bakunin should leave, they said. If it did, then he should be totally committed to it. As it was, his actions, however high-minded the motivations for them might be, were divisive and in other ways seriously harmful to the cause of the working class. Moreover, the Belgian Council asked, what right did he and his alliance have to assume the role of moral guides for the rest of the International? Do you not understand that the workers established the International precisely because they wanted no kind of patronage, whether from Social Democrats or from anyone else, that they want to go forward on their own without advisers, and that if they accept into the association the International Socialists who, because of their birth and privileged situation in the present society, do not belong to the disinherited class, it is only on condition that these friends of the people do not form a group apart, a kind of intellectual protectorate or an aristocracy of intellect, in a word, leaders, but instead remain part of the ranks of the vast proletariat masses. 311. It is difficult to judge how much of a blow this rejection was for Bakunin, since, as we will see, it had little effect on either the structure or the activities of his alliance. In fact, it helped him mold the alliance into the completely secret organization he had wanted it to be in the first place. Moreover, his views and his supporters were enjoying enough success in Switzerland at the time to compensate for the setback, which, in any case, could be considered temporary. The first weekend in January 1869 some 30 sections of the International in Switzerland, from Geneva and from the Jura mountain towns, met to form a federation, La Fédération Romande. Among those elected to the Central Committee were 3 from Bakunin's secret bureau, Brosset, Duval, and Guittat, and 2 other alliance members, H. Ferret and Gilmoz, while the editorial board of the Federation's new journal, Egalite, included Bakunin himself and 4 other alliance members, H. Ferret, C. Ferrin, Gilmoz, and J. F. Becker. Registered one reason for the success of the alliance in Switzerland, that is for Bakunin's success in winning a strong following there, was the gradual radicalization of the Swiss labor movement that had occurred in the 1860s. Throughout its first years, the Swiss labor movement was gradualist and distinctly nonviolent, as one can see from the statements of early leaders like Pierre Caulery. This moderation, however, mainly reflected the attitudes of only one section of the working class, the relatively well-paid workers in the Geneva watch and jewelry factories. Conditions were much bleaker for 2 other segments of the working class: the urban construction workers, mainly migratory workers from other countries, and the still independent Jura craftsmen, scattered about the Jura mountain towns like Lod, Chaux-de-Fonds, and Saint-Imier, and facing stiff competition from the more productive factories in Switzerland and abroad. One expression of the radicalization was a spreading disenchantment with the power of the vote, the power of bourgeois elections, as a means of improving working class conditions. For leaders like Cowley, electoral politics were not only the best means for labor progress, but the means favored by the International's London leadership. Aware of the power of political privileges for the defense and perpetuation of economic monopolies, Marx in his inaugural address had urged the political organization of the Working Men's Party in order to gain political power, and ever since then Marx had made participation in political elections, wherever they were available to the workers, an essential means, along with the trade union struggle, for the liberation of the working class. Unfortunately for Cowley and for other labor leaders who thought as he did, but most propitious for Bakunin, the vote did not yet seem influential enough to achieve significant economic gains. Whether Swiss labor continued its traditional alliance with the progressive radical wing of the bourgeoisie or, as it more recently had done, decided to run its own independent labor candidates. 312. The workers fared badly at the polls and were therefore deciding in increasing numbers from now on to abstain from any participation in political elections and to turn instead to the revolutionary path. Happy face, as for the construction workers, since they were, as mentioned above, mainly transient migrants and, therefore, not voting residents, they could not in any case rest their hopes for improvement on the vote. Poorly paid as they were, in comparison with their fellow workers in the watch and jewelry workshops, and dependent only on strikes as the means of pressing their claims, these construction workers provided a particularly receptive audience for Bakunin's revolutionary strategy, his propaganda of absolute abstention from any and all bourgeois politics and concentration exclusively on the coming social upheaval that would end all such central politics. Besides offering this rich soil for his efforts, the Swiss labor movement provided Bakunin with several devoted and tireless lieutenants who must be credited with much of his success in Switzerland at the time. Of these, by far the most important was his devoted disciple, ally, and later chronicler, James Guillaume. A young man of 25 at the time, son of a state councillor who was in charge of public education in Neuchâtel, and himself a hard-working ascetic, Guillaume had first been impressed by Bakunin when he heard him speak before the League in September 1867. When Guillaume came to Geneva for the Fédération Romande meeting, he accepted Bakunin's offer to stay with him at Bakunin's apartment. The match was perfect for both of them. Bakunin found another admiring intimate, while Guillaume acquired an international luminary to support his own militant abstentionist position in Jura politics. Guillaume immediately turned the new friendship to his advantage by inviting Bakunin to visit him in Lod. Bakunin promised that he would come, but not until February, since he was preoccupied with other concerns at the time. The difficulties that forced him to postpone the trip were serious indeed, and his response to them presaged another important shift in his mood and actions soon to come. Something of a rebellion against his leadership had taken place involving a number of his closest followers. Although the malcontents included some recent Geneva recruits, the core comprised the Russian-Italian colony settled in and around Vevey, members of the old Florence-Naples Brotherhood who still hovered about Princess Obolenskaya and were financed by her and by another of Bakunin's benefactresses, one Olga Levashov. During his year's work on the League, 1867–68, Bakunin, too, had lived in the area, at Clarens, continuing, as in Italy, to enjoy the generosity of the princess. In a letter he sent to the rebels on January 26, 1869, he told them that he knew they were planning to meet apart from him, no doubt to exclude him, he said, from 313. Some new organization they were probably forming. He was at a loss to understand, he went on, why they were doing this, but he linked their action to some vast conspiracy against him that he felt had begun soon after the League's Congress in September 1868. What Bakunin may have had in mind here was the success of a recent rival of his, Nicholas Yudin, whom he had excluded from his alliance, but who had been able to win control of a Russian periodical, the people's cause, that was financed by the Vevey colony and, thus, in effect, to supplant Bakunin. Touching indirectly on what may have been a key motive for the split, his own tendency to dominate whatever organization or group he was involved in, he went on to comment on what the opposition alleged to be his dictatorial rule. It is my most profound conviction that the one who is dictator in fact, although not, of course, by law, is always the one who acts, and only as long as he acts in the spirit and interests of society. And while the other members, he charged, had been sleeping and theorizing in their dreams, he himself had been working like a black over the past 4 years, and almost always utterly alone, not because I wanted to keep you from participating, but because you were more or less lost in apathetic theorizing. Whatever the reason for the split, Bakunin was sorely hurt by this rejection of him by some of his oldest friends. This is apparent throughout the letter, but especially in his threatened response to this rejection. He would participate actively in their next Congress, he said, but until then I have decided to leave the Central Directory of the International Brotherhood as well as retire from the Central Bureau and public activities of the Alliance and, until the next Congress, not take part, either directly or indirectly, in the activities of its various societies. Not only did he need some rest after having worked all alone for so long, but he must now seriously work in order to have some means of subsistence and be in a position to feed my wife. Because his family in Russia had either been unwilling or unable to send my share of the inheritance, I have lived over the past 3 or 4 years by borrowing large sums from the kind and noble princess, but now I no longer have the possibility of turning to the same source of help. For anyone else, this plan to retire just 4 months after the beginning of the campaign, the founding of the alliance, and at a time when everything was going so well would seem strange indeed. In Bakunin's case, it was further evidence of his characteristic response to genuine authority and responsibility, the kind he was rapidly acquiring as a result of his success in the Swiss labor movement. In late January 1869 it was still only a threat, however. He settled matters with the Vevey rebels by dissolving the Brotherhood for what he called its bourgeois and republican tendencies, continued to preside over the Geneva Alii 314 and section, and went to l'Îlot, as he had promised Guillaume. While in l'Îlot, he delivered a series of lectures on philosophy, nationalism, and the history of the bourgeoisie, and enjoyed a most enthusiastic welcome from the local socialists. In the shops, the union halls, and private homes people were talking only of him. Everything about him overwhelmed the l'Îlot socialists: his immense size, his harrowing stories of prison and escape, his reputed audacity and courage, his incessant smoking. What would you do if because of the revolution you had nothing to smoke? He was asked. I would smoke the revolution. His violent eloquence: I drink to the destruction of the public order and to the unleashing of evil passions. The admiration was mutual. I must tell you that you have conquered me completely, he wrote young Guillaume. As a result of the great impression he had made in l'Îlot, new sections of the alliance were formed in l'Îlot, Chaux-de-Fonds, and Saint-Imier, and Guillaume's journal Progrès became the alliance's official journal. Never before had Bakunin been in such a strong position. His supporters controlled 2 radical journals, Égalité and Progrès. He held sway over the alliance section in Geneva. He enjoyed the significant backing of the Jura craftsmen and the Geneva construction workers, and directed, when he chose to do so, a network of intimates in Switzerland, Italy, Spain, and France who comprised his secret international alliance. Moreover, since these scattered intimates, together with the members of his Geneva section, all belonged as well to the International, he was also, in effect, gradually building a base for himself and his policies inside the International, thereby moving closer to what certainly seemed to be his goal, to what he often enough said was his goal, the control, secret, of course, of the International, the mother to us, in order to give it a real revolutionary direction. The mother, however, was firmly under the control of the authority who had already come to be regarded as the father of the International, Karl Marx, and Marx had rejected Bakunin's proposal to unite the 2 bodies, the Mother International and his alliance. Bakunin's bureau was split over a response to the rejection. Several wanted to break from the International completely. Bakunin, on the contrary, saw no reason for giving up this splendid Archimedes point, and his view prevailed. At a meeting in late February 1869, the Bureau decided to accept the conditions laid down by London, to dissolve the alliance as an international network and to turn its local sections into sections of the international. The alliance would, thus, enter the international without any organization, bureaus, committees, and congresses other than those of the International Workers' Association, registered, or so the Bureau said in a public announcement of the dissolution. In fact, no such dissolution occurred at all. Clandestine correspondence, in code, such as it was, continued to flow from Bakunin's pen to his intimates in other countries, discussing, among other things, tactics for strengthening the alliance's influence within the international, and the secret Geneva Bureau continued to exist alongside what now became the Geneva Alliance section of the international. Confusion was inevitable. For example, we read from the minutes of an alliance meeting on March 5, 1869, the minutes of the last meeting were read and approved with the condition that mention of the founding of the alliance in Spain must be made more precise in the next meeting, since it is unclear whether the aforementioned Finelli was speaking about the alliance or about the International Workers' Association. Happy face, March brought another strong boost for Bakunin's cause. A wave of strikes involving the construction workers and printers swept Geneva and led to several violent confrontations. The international sections and the radical journals, like Egalite and Progrès, were concerned with little else that month. Given his strategic position in the movement at the time, it was a golden opportunity for Bakunin to consolidate his gains and push further ahead toward genuine power. Then, that same month, just when the opportunity for real authority was rapidly taking shape for him in the Swiss and, through it, the West European labor and socialist movements, Bakunin suddenly immersed himself in an entirely new enterprise, one that turned most of his attentions eastward again. The inspiration behind this dramatic and, from the perspective of conventional politics, badly ill-timed reorientation, was a 22-year-old revolutionary desperado named Nechayev, who arrived that March from Russia aflame with fabricated stories of his own revolutionary deeds, arrest, and escape, and no less spurious evidence of an imminent Russian revolution. If the 55-year-old Bakunin had been conquered completely by the 25-year-old Guillaume in January, he was virtually hypnotized into precocious senility in March by this boy, as Bakunin affectionately called Nechayev throughout their engagement. In mid-April he tried to explain the infatuation to Guillaume. Right now I am preoccupied with what is happening in Russia. Our youth, perhaps the most revolutionary in the world, with respect both to theory and practice, is aroused to the point that the government has been forced to close the universities, academies, and several schools in St. Petersburg, Moscow and Kazan. I have here now a specimen of these young fanatics who know neither fear nor doubt, who take it as a matter of principle that many of them will have to perish at the hand of the government, but who will not rest for an instant until the people have arisen. They are admirable, these young fanatics, these believers without a God and heroes without speeches. Here in 316. Switzerland we must proceed differently. There are no such conscious youth here, they are completely reactionary. And the workers are still firmly bourgeois. They will become savage, I have no doubt, but it is necessary that something happen to transform them. Although the motivations drawing Bakunin into his bizarre relationship with Nechayev are complex and will be more fully discussed as this chapter proceeds, one important reason for the appeal is apparent in this early description of Nechayev and in the accompanying comparison between the Russian fanatics and the bourgeois Swiss youth and working class. Bakunin may indeed have been strikingly successful in his work during the half-year or so after leaving the League, in September 1868. But where was the electricity and paroxysm in presiding over Geneva Alliance meetings or in lecturing to small Swiss audiences? They were no more to be found in such gatherings than they had been present among Berlin academics in 1841-42 or Florentine Freemasons in 1864. Bakunin could drink a toast to unleashing evil passions and look forward to the Swiss youth and workers someday becoming savage, but as for the people and the events that filled his daily life, they were tediously placid and banal, and that went for the self-styled Swiss socialists as well as for the bourgeoisie. If he had looked for his bride the revolution in Switzerland, he had looked in vain. No wonder this young fanatic swept him off his feet. One should also recall again Bakunin's age, older than his years after the prison ordeal and his subsequent illnesses. As his letters to Ogarev at the time reveal, he was very sensitive about growing old, watching age mock the pose of power that had meant so much to him. 2 years before, in a heated dispute with Herzen over Herzen's attacks on just such young extremists as Nechayev, he had urged Herzen to think young and avoid the conservatism of the old, and twice in a long letter he sent to Nechayev he referred to his own age as a reason for his not being able to keep up with the boy's revolutionary zeal. In effect, Nechayev was a new version of the Red General and his martial comrades, another genuine warrior blessed with all the virile virtues that had drawn Bakunin to the Siberian strongmen. Garibaldi, and Andrei Potibnia even after Bakunin had learned the truth about the boy, how Nechayev had used, deceived, blackmailed, disdained, and generally humiliated him, Bakunin continued to cherish him as a man of rare energy, one of the most active and energetic men I have ever encountered, a force because he has immense energy, so much superior in his rough ways to the intellectuals in their white gloves who dabble in a dilettante fashion. Implying that, age notwithstanding, he had no more need for those white gloves than Nechayev had, he told Nechayev that he who wishes to retain his ideal and virginal purity should remain in the study, dream. 317. Think, write discourses or poetry. He who wants to be a real revolutionary in Russia must take off his gloves, no gloves will save him from the deep and all-embracing Russian mud. Whoever is frightened of horrors or dirt should turn away from this world and this revolution. Consequently, he shared completely Nechayev's dedication to violent mass revolution since the people's depravity is natural, forceful, and vital. That is why I am on the side of popular brigandage and see in it one of the most essential tools for the future people's revolution in Russia. Happy face, the phrasing and the choice of words make the message as clear as it is pathetic. As is so often the case in Bakunin's declarations, the reds and blacks highlight rather than conceal the pastels as they are supposed to do. To pretend to lose virginal purity, Bakunin must pretend to take off his white gloves and sink into the horrors, dirt, and depravity of the all-embracing Russian mud. While able, thanks to Nechayev, to enjoy once again the passions of apocalyptic fantasy albeit vicariously that had been denied him in Switzerland, the fantasy itself is still, as it always was and would continue to be, too obviously a surrogate for animal passions to be anything but dirty, horrible, and depraved, even at the safe distance that fantasy and abstract theory assured. While he praised the brigand as one of the essential tools, he also admitted that I recognize the necessity, but, at the same time, am fully conscious of my incapacity for this task. For myself, I cannot tolerate either brigandage or thieving, or any other anti-human violence. Fantasy aside, his own white gloves must never come off. Irresistibly drawn, Bakunin surrendered totally to Nechayev's personality, and during the 4 months they lived together, he came to love this boy of virginally pure integrity. He continued to love him, moreover, even after Nechayev had rejected him and treated him like an invalid, to be used when needed, then discarded, to use Bakunin's description of the relationship. How deeply, how passionately, how tenderly I loved you and believed in you. I loved you deeply and still love you, Nechayev. While feeling instinctively the presence of deceit in Nechayev's account of what he had already done as a revolutionary and what he planned to do, Bakunin had consciously and systematically refused to believe it. Re-experiencing what he had gone through much earlier in his relations with the Land and Freedom Party, he had doubted, he said, the very existence of the organization in Russia that Nechayev claimed to represent, but, he continued proudly, you will do me the justice of admitting that I never asked you indiscreet questions _ I believed and believe in you. I unconditionally submitted to the authority of the Committee Nechivs as the sole representative and director of the revolution in Russia, he told his readers in one of the revolutionary tracts he wrote during this Nechiv phase. 318. Even though he later asked Nechiv straight out, did your organization really exist, or were you only going to create it somehow or other? Bakunin had not asked any questions and had gone along on faith, because it really made little difference to him and to his needs whether such an organization existed or not. What mattered was the opportunity once more to act as though a Russian revolution were imminent and to pretend to play a part if only through Nechiv in it, such as he did when he gave Nechiv a membership card declaring Nechiv delegated with plenipotentiary powers by the Russian section of the General Revolutionary Alliance number 2771, all of which, of course, was pure fantasy. Of the half-dozen publications written for their Russian readers during the first period of the Bakunin-Nechiv Association, March through July 1869, only two are firmly attributed to Bakunin. The first is, fittingly, an appeal to high young brothers in Russia, published in May 1869, in which Bakunin urged Russian students to leave their universities, go to the people, and become the midwife of the people's spontaneous emancipation. Electrified by the boy and his exciting revolutionary stories, the Bakunin of the appeal to the Slavs now returned to celebrate this pitiless commitment to destruction and this coldly impassioned resolve before which the souls of our enemies tremble and the blood runs cold in their veins. The end of this infamous empire of all the Russias is near. One can sense the approach of a new bloody confrontation, of a final battle to the death between the Russian people and the state. Stenka Razin, the leader of the great peasant rising of the late 17th century, had shown the way, he repeated again and again, and the youth of Russia must follow his example, turn away from the university studies through which the state tried to castrate them, and take the lead of the new peasant upheavals. The second of Bakunin's Russian publications that spring and summer, 1869, was a brochure he called Science and the Vital Question of Revolution. Written, apparently, in July, it is largely a summary of his by now familiar views, his defense of true revolutionary socialism against the reformers and state socialists, i.e., Marx, his distinction between those acquiring socialism from books and those learning it from life, his attacks on the division between the uneducated masses and the educated exploiters, and a demand that the masses be fully educated so that they could end the exploitative class society, and his two fundamental postulates that the unjust society would end only with the end of government itself, the state, and that the masses, after centuries of submissiveness, were now ready to rise. Of the works born of their collaboration that year, 1869, one centrally important publication, the Catechism of the Revolutionary, has been considered. 319. By some to be Bakunin's, by others, Nechiv's. Recent scholarship has tended to favor Nechiv's authorship. Registered from the approach followed in this study, many statements throughout the Catechism do seem quite inconsistent with Bakunin's character. For example, among the tasks assigned to the local revolutionary organization is the use of prostitutes as sources of infamation. The revolutionary is required to destroy with his own hands everything that stands in the way of the revolution. Such emotions as friendship, love, gratitude, and even honor must be stifled in him. He is not a revolutionary if he feels pity for anything in this world. The worst of the revolutionary's enemies must be condemned immediately to death, while the less dangerous enemies must be exploited in every possible way. We must make them our slaves. The organization will employ all its power and all its resources in order to promote an intensification and an increase in those calamities and evils which must finally exhaust the people and drive it to a popular rising. Registered. The gap between such lines and even Bakunin's most extreme statements is very real and very wide. What one does not find in Nechiv, at least in his revolutionary tracts, is precisely the other side, the passive and pacific side, that almost always comes through Bakunin's works as a counterpoint to the violence. However, the essential parts of the Catechism are entirely consistent with Bakunin's views. The centralized organizational structure of the ultra-secret movement, the necessity of total dedication on the part of the revolutionary, his cold and single-minded passion for the revolutionary cause, the walls of secrecy raised even within the movement separating its various levels, the goal of a revolution that eradicates the entire state system and exterminates all state traditions of the regime and classes in Russia. All this is pure Bakuninism. Looking back on their collaboration after their split, Bakunin wrote Nechiv that your program, at least during the last year 1869, the catechism year, not only resembled, but was identical with my program. Our programs were truly identical. I was convinced of this not only by our daily conversations, but by the fact that all my writings, conceived and printed while you were here, evoked in you a sympathetic response precisely on the points which most clearly expressed our common program, and because your writings, printed last year, bore the same character. Happy face. In the second phase of the collaboration, during the winter and spring of 1870, to be discussed later, this similarity of views became even more apparent as Bakunin vainly tried to keep up with his young savage. So close did their views come, in fact, that had the catechism been written in 1870 rather than 1869, the argument for Bakunin's authorship would be stronger. As thoroughly recharged by Nechiv's energy, Bakunin returned later that spring, 1869, to his western fronts, including the Finley bourgeois Swiss 320 movement, with renewed vigor. He continued directing the Geneva branch of the Alliance, published articles in Guillaume's Progrès and in Egalite, the journal of the Fédération Romande, and intensified his secret contacts with his international intimates, the Alliance International that was supposedly suspended, in preparation for the Basel Congress of the International, to be held that September, 1869. His management of the Geneva Alliance meetings gives us a good example of the kind of dictatorship he had justified in his attack on the Vevey Brotherhood, and that the Brotherhood members apparently had found as intolerable as had Belinsky and, at least at times, the Bayer sisters. The role he played at these meetings, as reflected in their minutes, verges on the comic, so much were they his own one-man show. He presided, proposed the questions to be discussed, example the expulsion of members who miss 3 meetings, the right of the committee to co-opt new members to fill vacancies, and carried the votes, either unanimously or with only token opposition. Besides dominating these branch meetings, Bakunin was able during these months to determine the policy of a radical journal, as he had wanted to do with Herzens Bell. The opportunity came in June, 1869, when the regular editor of Egalite, Perron, gave up his position for a time due to personal reasons, and Bakunin replaced him. Bakunin used the occasion to publish a series of articles through which he apparently hoped to attract the firmly bourgeois Swiss radicals to his cause. With this particular audience, however, Bakunin had to tone down his declarations and demands. These were moderates in Switzerland, not young fanatics in Russia. Still, taken together, the articles proclaim his familiar message. The target remains the impotent bourgeoisie, and Bakunin now sees only one role left to it to play, namely, to die as quickly and gracefully as possible, to commit voluntary suicide. Since the time of Bakunin's attack against the bourgeois compromisers of 1842, however, the despised bourgeoisie had gained an illegitimate child, an heir for Bakunin's lance, the bourgeois socialists, those, he said, who tried to defuse the hatred of the exploited masses by settling for trivial concessions that in no way weakened established power and privilege. Among the main culprits were local Swiss labor leaders like Caulery, who deceived the people into believing that their lot could be improved through participation in bourgeois elections, who placed their hopes in more education within the bourgeois framework, and who favored reformist activities such as the cooperative movement, which actually benefited only a few by coopting some workers into the bourgeois style and status, and, thus, represented a form of treason to the working class as a whole. Happy face. In radical contrast to this bourgeois socialism, the new compromisers, stood revolutionary socialism. Here was the legitimate child of bourgeois radicalism, but a child that disdains the temerity of its father, accuses him of Incan 321. Consistency and cowardice. Happy face, to demonstrate this disdain and to prove his own courage and constancy, the true revolutionary must vow, among other things, to subordinate personal interests, even those of family, as well as beliefs and political and religious activities to the supreme interest of our association, and to remain faithful always to labor solidarity, for the slightest treason to this solidarity is considered by the International as the greatest crime and the greatest infamy that a worker can commit. Fulfillment of these vows would lead to the self-liberation of the working class, and with it the overthrow of everything that now exists. Towards this end the workers must avoid participation in bourgeois political institutions in their separate countries. Join in the International to overthrow bourgeois societies everywhere, and create on their ruins the universal economic republic. Reflecting the Nechayev influence and the revolutionary prospects in the East that Nechayev had revived for him, Bakunin now included Russia, too, in this workers' alliance. There, in Russia, the forces for revolution were already gathered in the mass of young students, who filled the prisons, police stations, the dungeons of the secret sections, the secret police, and the fortresses, in the activities of what was now a legion, a phalange of several tens of thousands of revolutionary youth, and in the pent-up fury of the oppressed masses. A little while now, 2 years, a year, maybe even a few months, and these two movements, the masses and the revolutionary students, will unite, and then you will see a revolution that will surpass, without doubt, everything that we have known of revolutions until now. Happy face, of course, the other side was there, too, while surpassing all other revolutions, his would also be, somehow, the least violent. It would not require the death of the individuals who comprised the bourgeoisie, but its death as a political and social body. Less bloodthirsty than were the bourgeoisie, we want to massacre ranks and objects, not people. The other side of this coin is Bakunin's hope that, as we saw, the bourgeoisie would commit voluntary suicide, die as quickly and gracefully as possible, and thus spare him even the thought of destroying them. In an article he wrote for Progrès at the time, he supported his by now characteristic attack on the state and church with detailed ethnographic and zoological evidence to prove that they and their inherent violence represented an early, animal stage of human development. Not much is said in these articles about the good society that would emerge after the bloodless massacre of ranks and objects. But we are assured that state, church, and class would end, that inheritance, the subject of a separate article, would no longer be permitted to divide people at birth into rich and poor, and that a just education for all would preclude the division between those who worked and those who thought, since everyone would do both. Bakunin was particularly antagonistic here towards the intellectual elite now that he was 322. Again trying to take off his white gloves, and was no longer, to recall an earlier rendition, paralyzed by the speculative disease. In our view, of all the aristocracies that have oppressed each in turn and at times all together, this so-called aristocracy of intellect is the most odious, the most despicable, the most impertinent, and the most oppressive. Happy face, relatively mild though these articles were, compared to what Bakunin was writing at the same time for Nechayev's fictitious Russian Revolution, the Swiss moderates who subscribed to Egalite were vehemently critical of them and lodged successive protests against Bakunin's editorship of the journal. What they wanted at the time was another alliance with bourgeois radicals in preparation for upcoming fall, 1869, elections, and this extremism could only scare off the prospective electoral partners. Registered discord between Bakunin's alliance and the Geneva moderates reached a critical point at the end of July when Bakunin came across a statement on strikes issued by the Committee of the Fédération Romande that he considered intolerable. Without denying that strikes were necessary, justified, and often effective, the statement called attention as well to their dangers. These constant wars could not only use up all the funds and energies of the workers' movement, but they could provoke as well bitter hatred towards the workers and even lead to a more or less brutal intervention by the government, with the result that labor would lose in a moment of legitimate anger the fruits of 4 years of struggle and hard work. A strike is a calamity, that is, a war, and must therefore be called only in specific and clearly defined cases, and even then only after having exhausted all other means of achieving an amicable accord. Nothing could be more distant from Bakunin's strategy and tactics, especially during this Nechiv period. At a general meeting of his alliance section, Bakunin and his supporters decided to announce through a galite that the alliance not only neither regrets nor fears provoking the bourgeoisie as a result of strikes, but, on the contrary, desires just that, in order to awaken in both the working class and in the bourgeoisie a consciousness of their mutual antagonism, with the inevitable result of eliminating the bourgeoisie. The social revolution is knocking at our doors, Bakunin had written a wavering brother, Fritz Robert, the month before. We must gather and tighten our fraternal ranks so that it will find in us a phalange able to prepare it, speed it up as much as possible, and, when it breaks out, serve it. Happy Face, unlike the Geneva moderates, Guillaume and his Jura friends were solidly behind Bakunin. Among the 4 resolutions voted by the Jurassiens in a LE-Lode meeting at the end of May, one called for the formation of an organization more effective and substantial than the International so that the proletariat 323 can oppose the coalition of the state and the bourgeoisie with a power capable of victory. Another declared that the International must completely abstain from participating in bourgeois politics, and a third supported 2 other favorites of Bakunin, collective property and the abolition of the right of inheritance, both of which had especially provoked the ire of the moderates. Gratifying as was the Jura support, however, it was hardly the phalange needed to prepare, speed up, and serve the revolution that he heard at the door. For that Bakunin needed his latest and best Archimedes point, the International. In late June, when his collaboration with Nechiv was in full progress and he had just begun the articles in a galite that so disturbed its more moderate readers, the alliance submitted its official acceptance of the General Council's terms, agreeing to dissolve the International Alliance of Social Democracy. The day before, however, we find Bakunin writing Guillaume that Richard from Lyon has arrived here today. I am extremely satisfied. He is completely ours. Happy Face, the ours refers, of course, to the dissolved International Alliance of Social Democracy. The next step, having feigned acceptance of the General Council's terms, was to prepare his now entirely secret International Alliance for the 4th Congress of the International, to be held in Basel on September 6 to 12, 1869. To organize his caucus, he wrote all our friends in July urging them to arrive early for a meeting on the 6th. They should come in full strength, he told Richard, because the Germans would bring with them a lot of doctrinarism and bourgeois socialism. He himself planned to arrive on the 3rd, so that he could make arrangements with some Belgian friends before the Congress. As the Basel Congress approached, Bakunin suffered several local reverses. Probably the most unpleasant for him was a revival in the first week of August of the accusation, spread this time, he said, by Liebknecht and Babel, that he was a Russian agent whose escape from Siberia had been aided by the Russian government and that he had phoned the alliance in order to hand the International. A jury of honor must be formed, he insisted, to clear his name yet again. In addition to this unpleasantness, he had to face growing discontent among some members of his own Geneva Alliance section, particularly, so it seems from the record, against his insistence at the July meetings that the sections committee draw up its own list of Basel delegates for the workers' subsequent approval rather than have the list openly voted by the workers themselves, from the bottom upwards. If resentment was growing against him from within the Geneva Alliance section itself, it was spreading even faster among members and leaders in other Geneva sections of the International, so much so that the Central Committee of all Geneva sections, at a meeting held August 6, 324, refused to admit his alliance section into its federation of the Geneva Canton, in spite of the fact that some 3 weeks earlier the General Council in London had accepted the alliance's June 22 submission to its terms. Far from being able to impose his own list of candidates for Basel, When the elections were held August 21 to 23, Bakunin himself was not chosen as one of the 3 delegates to be sent by the Geneva sections. He did go, however, as a delegate from both Lyon, arranged by Richard, and Naples, arranged by Gambuzzi. When his own Geneva Alliance section decided to send its delegate, they selected, instead of Bakunin, another intimate of the Secret Alliance International, the Spanish Dr. Santillán, who was visiting Geneva at the time and was already a delegate for Barcelona. Happy face, thus, Bakunin was to attend this, his first and only Congress of the International, not as a representative of the legal Geneva Alliance section recognized by the International, but as a result of his secret international alliance network that had officially been dissolved as the price of entry into the International. Then, the climax to the series of disappointments and losses, Nechayev left Western Europe in early August and returned to Russia a few weeks later, at the end of August and just a few weeks before the Basel Congress towards which so much of Bakunin's efforts that spring and summer seemed to have been aimed. We find Bakunin again writing, as he had the previous winter, of his plans to retire in solitude with Antonia, to leave Geneva after the Congress and settle in some warm, quiet retreat across the mountains in Ticino. And it was not simply to recuperate from anticipated confrontations at the Congress. The plan was to withdraw for at least a year of silent, studious, and profitable retreat. More will be said later about the second strangely ill-timed plan to withdraw, a plan which Bakunin this time carried out. But between late August, when he spoke of this year-long retirement, and October, when he was able to begin it, stood the Basel Congress. More radical than the previous Congress, 3/4 of the delegates voted for collective ownership of land as well as capital. The Congress then split into those, following Marx, who wanted state control over income and products, and those, like Bakunin, the juror representatives and other alliance member delegates who wanted income and products to go to the communes, to the free associations of free workers. In the course of arguing his case, Bakunin unexpectedly advocated construction of an international state of millions of workers on the ruins of all national states. When Guillaume asked him how he, the enemy of any kind of state, could call for an international state, he said, as Guillaume recalled, that the phrase international state, expressing as it does a self-contradictory idea and impossible to realize, is equivalent to the negation of 325. The state. Even while seeming to make a linguistic concession to the partisans of the state, he believed that he was thereby undermining the very foundations of their theoretical conception. His formula was equivalent to a demonstration by way of absurdity. Although a vote was not taken on this question, it already pointed the way to the coming conflict between Bakunin's faction, which supported local, communal control, and Marx's state socialists, as Bakunin was already calling them. At Basel, however, it was another issue that sharply divided the two camps: the question of inheritance. The elimination of the right of inheritance had been a principal focus of Bakunin's articles and lectures for years now, and it was due to his pressure and influence that it had been put on the Basel agenda. In recognition of his role in pressing the issue, he was made a member of the commission to consider it and was the spiritual father of the commission's proposal to make elimination of inheritance a central plank in the International's platform. The delegates from the London Council supported the position Marx had argued ever since the manifesto: after the workers' victory and the collectivization of property, the whole question would simply disappear, since there would be no great wealth to bequeath. In response to this argument of law reflecting economic changes, Bakunin contended that in this case a prior change of law should alter economics. Moreover, he argued, while there would be serious resistance from the peasants if one tried to take the land from them outright, the resistance would be much less if the right of inheritance were first abolished and private property allowed to die a slow death. Continuing in this unusual role of a cautious and patient gradualist, he went on to compare the Marxists' focus on the future, when all property would be collective, with the Commission's proposal to start from where we are. They have said a lot to us about being practical. Well, now it is in the name of practicality that I ask you to vote for the abolition of the law of inheritance. Although neither the Commission's proposal nor that of the General Council won a clear majority, it was apparent to all at the Congress that Bakunin and his supporters had directly and successfully challenged Marx's leadership. The Commission received 32 votes, with 23 against and 13 abstentions. The General Council got 19 votes, with 37 against and 6 abstentions. Happy face, why was it on this seemingly trivial, marginal issue that Marx and Bakunin first came into direct, public conflict within the International? Without Bakunin's virtual obsession with this question it might never have been raised at all, but rather, as one delegate argued at the Congress, be set aside, like the law of contract, for the revolutionary future to handle. Why was it so important to Bakunin that he was even willing to reveal himself as a moderate if that might help? The answer, once again, is found in personality, not politics. Given his own 326 constant dependency and its psychological sources, what better way to conceal them, and mainly from himself, than this war on inheritance? Moreover, with Marx now assuming the part of the hated and feared authority in Bakunin's perennial reenactment of the basic dramas, an attack on inheritance, the symbol and substance of filial dependency, became an ideally suitable ground for his battle with Marx. Or rather, pseudo-battle. For just as he had never ceased praising his father, while attacking everything he stood for, and just as he had gone right on demanding that Primuchino send him his share of the inheritance, even while he fought vigorously against all inheritance, so did Bakunin now not only continue to praise Marx warmly, but he also accepted precisely then, coincidentally, a commission to translate Marx's capital as a principal source of income, a commission, it should go without saying, he never carried out. The position Bakunin took in a third controversy at the Congress has also been judged highly unusual for him. Ecarius, a delegate of the London General Council, had proposed that the General Council have the right to expel any section that acted contrary to the spirit of the International, while protecting local sections of the International against their exclusion by national committees, in order to guard militant sections like his own against the kind of regional conservatism that prevailed in Geneva. Bakunin accepted the right of the London General Council to suspend existing sections. As the official report explained his action, Bakunin wants to emphasize the international character of the association and for that it is necessary that the General Council not be without authority. Registered from the perspective of Bakunin's real, and not mythological, views on revolutionary organization, his position on this issue is entirely appropriate. Strict centralism and obedience, top downwards, was the very essence of a sound revolutionary party, as he time and again described it, and if one takes seriously his stated intentions, he hoped to see the International become just that kind of genuinely revolutionary body, mainly through the growing influence of his alliance network. Even during the Basel Congress, Bakunin and his intimates, Guillaume and Aristide Ray, searched out recruits for his secret international alliance. They were especially anxious, as Guillaume recalled, to see if there were among the French delegates elements suitable for entering into a revolutionary organization, since it seemed to us very desirable that this organization, the secret international organization, should be more extensive, particularly in Paris and in the principal French towns. Happy face, Bakunin turned fiercely against such centralization in the International only when it became clear that Marx would continue to control it and to use his control against Bakunin and his supporters, much as Bakunin was soon to turn against Nietzsche's Jesuit approach to intra-party relations, mainly because Bakunin himself became one of its victims. Registered 327. From his mood and actions after Basel, one would hardly have guessed that the Congress had been something of a triumph, that he had successfully challenged the power of Marx and his followers in the International. Surely, were Bakunin seriously trying to win control of the International from Marx, he would now change his mind about leaving Switzerland to retire in solitude with Antonia, or at least greatly shorten the period, a year, he planned to be away. In fact, he did just the reverse. He was not only still determined to leave, but during the month and a half that remained before his departure, he kept away from the movement completely. I just about never, or very rarely, attended meetings of the International, and I only spoke once, on the eve of my departure. As for the Alliance section, I only took part in one discussion after my return to Geneva from Basel, and that was in order to ask the Committee of the Federal Romanda for admission of the Alliance section of the International into the Federation Romanda. The fate of that request was only more reason for him to stay and fight, if he were really committed to the battle with Marx. Even though members of the Federation Romanda Central Committee belonged as well to the Alliance, the committee decided to postpone action on the request because of the hostility towards the alliance that had been building up in Geneva. Registered to add still another blow to further depress these last days before his retreat to Ticino, Bakunin was confronted with another assault on his character. Hardly had a jury of honor been arranged at the Basel Congress to clear his name, when Moses Hess published a new set of accusations in an article appearing in the Paris press on October 2. Not only was Bakunin, so Hess claimed, the leader of a strongly pan-Slavist faction in the International, but between Bakunin's party and the rest of the International there lay all the difference that exists between civilization and barbarism, between liberty and despotism, between citizens who denounce every manner of violence and slaves accustomed to intrigues involving brute force. Moreover, it was Bakunin's intention, the accusation went on, to achieve a dominant influence for his Russian party in the International in order to alter its policies and principles in this barbaric and despotic direction. Towards this end, Hess charged, Bakunin had deceived the International by pretending to comply with its conditions for admitting the alliance. Rather than openly oppose the organization he disagreed with, Bakunin preferred to enter it and secretly work to turn it into an instrument for his own demagogic extremism. Registered the very day that article appeared, Bakunin was writing Ogarev from Locarno, where he had gone to find an apartment for the year-long retirement that he planned to begin October 17. With its friendly warmth, beauty, and ingenuous, charmingly childlike simplicity, Locarno was a veritable king. 328. Dom of heaven, especially compared to the dry, thick, drab atmosphere of Geneva. The carefree, unconstrained freedom, the simplicity and the warmth, like Nice, the air and the beauty, in other words, precisely the kingdom of heaven. He was in such an enraptured state of mind, in fact, that he feared the gentle life and air might soften my savage socialist vindictiveness. Really, it is hard to be angry even with the bourgeoisie here, since they are so simple, live so closely with the people and share their interests. Thus, 3 times during that year of fervent activism we see Bakunin thinking about and planning retirement, in January before Nechayev arrived, in August when Nechayev left, and before the Basel Congress, and, finally, in October following the Basel Congress, when after completely detaching himself from the movement while waiting for his chance to leave Geneva, he retired to his kingdom of heaven and its childlike simplicity. These facts require a closer look at the character of Bakunin's revolutionary zeal that year. It was more than coincidence that Bakunin was carried away by Nechayev's extremist fantasies so soon after he had first mentioned retirement. What we see here is a repetition of the pattern Bakunin followed in 1864–66, when he had made withdrawal from politics look like militant revolutionary dedication by reviving his apocalyptic rhetoric, the Red, Social, Geological Revolution, etc., and by devoting so much of his time to planning his secret society. It was argued earlier that Nietzsche's energy and fantasy provided Bakunin a source of fresh revolutionary exhilaration that had been missing in Switzerland, where the workers are still firmly bourgeois and where there were no conscious youth even among the Swiss radicals. However, against the background of these repeated references to retirement, and recalling the earlier Italian pattern, we can see as well another aspect of Nechayev's appeal. Nechayev's revolutionary extremism not only allowed Bakunin to experience again an electrifying paroxysm unavailable in Switzerland, but also, and no less important for him now, it allowed him to escape the increasingly burdensome, and psychologically threatening, consequences of his success in Switzerland. He rushed so eagerly and gullibly into Nietzsche's deceptions not so much because of his impatience with the firmly bourgeois Swiss, in other words, but rather because of his distress over the remarkable success he had had in the Swiss labor movement, because of the psychosexual meaning that success, visible power, had for him. As in the earlier Italian years, therefore, what seemed on the surface to be a vital burst of power and political commitment during these months of Bakunin's infatuation with Nietzsche and his revolutionary fantasies was actually a further step in Bakunin's continuing, if intermittent, retreat from genuine power and commitment. As for his ongoing participation in the Swiss movement during the Nietzsche months, his editorship and articles in Egalite, his publication for Progrès, and his 329 preparations for the Basel Congress, they find their explanation in the fact that they lasted only as long as Bakunin was with Nietzsche, that Bakunin was ready to give them all up after Nietzsche left, even though that was before the Basel Congress, and that he did actually withdraw, leaving behind the many unused possibilities for real authority offered him by his achievements, both at the Congress and in the Swiss labor movement that preceded the Congress. In short, his heightened activism, energized enough to keep him working enthusiastically even among the thinly bourgeois Swiss, was the effect of Nietzsche's influence on him, a spillover, as it were, of the renewed apocalyptic pose that lasted only as long as the source, Nietzsche, was present. More specifically regarding the Basel triumph, success there only fortified his determination to withdraw. The revitalized zeal of the Nietzsche months had indeed inspired him into active preparations for the Congress. But that zeal was mainly part of the act Bakunin was then performing together with his co-star Nietzsche, in an effort to disguise a withdrawal from the power and responsibility he was rapidly acquiring. Unfortunately for him, however, both his followers and his rivals thought the performance real, and by their actions for and against him they succeeded in offering him still more of that very power he was trying, once again, to escape. The last thing he could tolerate was genuine control. It was only from a safe, free, chaste distance that he the child could compete with Marx for the Mother International, that he could attack all that Marx stood for, as he had attacked from afar all that his father and the equally blind Tsar had stood for. The child could no more replace Marx in power over the Mother International than he could replace his father or the Tsar. The pattern of his relationship with all three was essentially and significantly the same: underlying fear, assault from a distance, appeasement and ingratiation. Public, explicit authority was still the most dangerous and repulsive thing in the world. He could not even fantasy it openly, only in secret could he reign over his paper families and in secret prepare to fight Marx. It was probably, in fact, the trauma of having dared so much at Basel that made him withdraw so quickly from everything after the Congress, without even waiting for his retirement to begin, and that kept him from ever attending any other Congress of the International. What Bakunin now needed, in the fall of 1869, following the Basel Congress and the threatening accomplishments leading him into it, was another pre-Mackinac-like sanctuary, in a place of warmth, beauty and leisure, a secret family of intimates who would visit him, correspond with him, and help, through their praise and collaboration, make his fantasies look real, and the freedom again to prove his powers through ugly safely detached and irresponsible apocalyptic declarations, without running the risk of assuming the heavy and psychologically 330 dangerous leadership that his achievements in Geneva, the Jura, and Basel had offered him. He had given 2 years to serious politics, from the fall of 1867 when he arrived in Geneva and joined the League of Peace and Freedom to the fall of 1869 when he went south again, to Ticino. That was more than enough for him. Anxious as he was, however, to leave Geneva and retire to his newfound kingdom of heaven, he had to stay on a while longer. He must refute the charges of Hess and the rest of the German Jews who, he said, were all except for Marx out to get him. While he was in no way either the enemy or the detractor of Jews, he told the editors of Le Réveil, to which he sent his response to Hess's criticism, he was convinced by ethnographic history that Jews were par excellence exploiters of other people's labor and, therefore, completely opposed to the interests as well as to the instincts of the proletariat. I know very well, he went on, that in frankly expressing my personal thoughts about the Jews I expose myself to enormous dangers. Many people share these views, but very few dare to express them publicly, because the Jewish sect, far more formidable than Catholic Jesuits and the Protestants, constitute a real force in Europe today. They reign despotically in commerce and in the banks and have overrun 3/4 of the German press and a very significant part of the press of other countries. Too bad for anyone careless enough to displease them. Of course, he did not mean, he said, that only Jews were exploiters or that all Jews were. After all, Jesus, St. Paul, Spinoza, Marx, and Lassalle were all Jews. He was only criticizing Jewish pygmies like Hess or Borkheim, some sort of maniac who, in 1868, had attacked Bakunin in a German radical paper edited in Berlin exclusively by Jews, those lacking all moral sense and all personal dignity, those German Jews skilled in the art of slander, who had been spreading such rumors about him since the early 1850s, when a meeting took place in London in which emigrant German Jews organized this campaign against him. As for the charges themselves, he dismissed them as patently groundless. How could he be accused of being a Panslavist, he asked, when he had written so vehemently against Tsarist Russia? How could he be accused of trying to undermine the International when he had just written a long series of articles in Egalite defending the International's principles? Concerning the alliance, all that existed of it, he assured the public, was the Geneva Alliance section of the International. He was, to be sure, opposed to the International's emphasis on politics rather than social revolution, for one had only to see the sad fate of Garibaldi's and Mazzini's hopes to realize how little improvement came from exclusively political change. And why, finally, did Hess come down so hard only on the Russians? Why concentrate on them and prophesy a bar 331? Barrack invasion from Russia, a destruction of Western civilization by Russians when it was the German states that were the real expansionist powers. Why had he spared Marx in his assault? Herzen asked. Bakunin replied that, first of all, it would be neither just, since Marx had contributed such great services to the cause of socialism, which he had served energetically, intelligently, and sincerely for almost 25 years, nor sensible, since Marx was still an unquestionably useful man in the International. Moreover, it would be poor tactics to attack him now, although ugly the time was near when he would have to confront Marx on the issue of state communism. Were he to do so now, he would lose, for Marx would have 3/4 of the International on his side. In this war, Bakunin concluded, he must first split off the lesser foes, divide et impera, then I would have the majority with me. Registered * the day before he explained these tactics to Herzen, Bakunin's fury against the Jews was further stoked by a dispute with his old rival among the émigré Russian community in Switzerland, the Little Russian Jew Yudin, the Maccabee and the Rothschild of the International in Geneva. The argument took place at a meeting on October 27, 1869, at which Yudin eulogized the English trade union movement. Bakunin, in rebuttal, minimized its value and contrasted its reformist aims with what he considered the International's goal of complete social transformation to be achieved through social revolution. The argument was all the more painful for Bakunin, because it was clear that two of his followers, Péron and Robin, sided with Yudin and were reorienting Egalite policy, which Péron and Robin now determined, in Yudin's more moderate direction. With Bakunin's departure for his Kingdom of Heaven 2 days after the trade union debate, this trend away from his extremism grew more pronounced, and he soon lost his influence on Egalite. If he had remained in Geneva, he later wrote, this shift of his followers away from the interests of the more radical construction workers towards those of the moderates would not have occurred. But he had not remained after finally leaving Geneva on October 29, 1869, he stayed for a time in Lugano, but finding Mazzini and his entourage there, he decided to go right on to his kingdom, Locarno. For money, he depended partly on Marx's Capital, which he had undertaken to translate for a substantial advance, an ironic and revealing arrangement, as we saw, considering the role Marx played in Bakunin's psychodrama and the importance and meaning of the inheritance issue in their conflict, and, later, on loans from a special revolutionary fund controlled by Herzen and Ogarev. He could not then turn to Gambuzzi, his follower, benefactor, and father of Antonia's children, he told Ogarev in December, because Antonia was leaving Naples, and Gambuzzi, at the time in order to be with Bakunin in Locarno. After a slow start, the Capital translation advanced 332 smoothly, and he seemed to be attending to it responsibly. It was again, as it had been in Florence and Naples 2 years before, a quiet and relaxed time. But there were also bouts of depression, to judge from his letters. Drawing out the implications of his retirement and disclosing a little more of the motivations behind it, he seemed to feel that his revolutionary days were over. He wrote Ogarev that even if the old guard like Ogarev and himself lived to see the revolution, there would be little personal consolation for them, since other people, new, strong, young, will cut us off the face of the earth, having made us useless. It is as though he already sensed what was to come in his relationship with Nechayev. A subdued, nostalgic air hovers over these Locarno letters to Ogarev. Ghosts from the past reappear: Stankiewicz, Granovsky, Belinsky, Neverov, Werder. In his recollections of Granovsky, one finds a poignantly transparent attack on the self he himself once had been and at heart always remained. Granovsky was also an idealist. But there was not in him a single drop of real Diderot or Danton blood, real love of the people. He lived and died by doctrine and by a sentimental humanistic fiction. He loved humanism, but not living people. I read several of his letters to his sisters and cousins. What lofty soulfulness, what repulsive worrying about oneself, about the impression he was making while carrying out his mission. Still, he stoically insisted, they must go on with the struggle to the last breath. Think of the revolution, he told Ogarev, think of this universal mass vengeance, and hope that fate would grant us both the chance to end with a death like Samson's. Practicing what he preached, he continued to maintain active contacts with his secret alliance intimates in various countries. He was especially concerned about the fate of the Geneva Alliance section after his departure, for even if, he conceded, one considered it an imaginary center of propaganda and action for Italy, Spain, southern France as well as for the Swiss Romanda, still, some imaginary existences are very useful. As time went on, moreover, the pendulum again was gathering strength for its swing back. He seemed envious of the activities others in the network were undertaking. At the end of November, 1869, for example, Guillaume was giving Saint-Ihon a guided tour of the Jura towns, and the following month the two of them went to visit Richard, Bastelica, and Palix, all intimates, in Lyon. Bakunin was, of course, fully aware of all this. 2 days before Guillaume and Saint-Ihon left Geneva for Lyon, he wrote Richard of their coming. Using a coded language, which as before, revealed much more of the deeper truths and motivations of his life than did the political play he was acting and trying to conceal by the code, he went on in this letter to Richard to express both his eagerness to get moving again into something really, electrifyingly, revolutionary and the force behind it. Try to come to an understanding with them, Guillaume. 333. And Saint-Ihon on all points, so that we can cease being a pleasant fiction and finally become, if not yet a reality, at least the beginning of a serious reality. This angelic existence between heaven and earth is beginning to bore me greatly, and I know you to be enough of a realist to assume that it bores you equally. So, let us give ourselves a body, but do so in such a way that this body also conforms to our soul, so that the latter does not fmd itself forced, in the manner of Egyptian metempsychosis, to live in stupid and impure animal bodies. Altering the imagery but disclosing the basic disorders no less graphically, he went on to advise Richard, Let us live with others as do parasites. Let us nourish ourselves on their life and their blood without allowing ourselves to be absorbed by an alien existence. We see again in such passages the double bind in which Bakunin had long since trapped himself. Through a sequence of substitutions, the revolution, the people's violence, and, now, the International, as representative of the people's revolutionary violence, all came to symbolize for him the body, virile power, his mask of omnipotence. However, they also meant to him our communal bride, the revolution, the beloved people whom he must passionately love, merge within one soul and one body, and a mother on whom the child must depend, on whose life and blood the child must nourish himself. This combination of meanings necessarily involved an irreconcilable contradiction. Since the main purpose of his participation in the International was to use it as an Archimedes point and mask of power, he had to approach it as a virile man, a warrior claiming leadership, not as a child after nourishment. Virile leadership, however, was just what was forbidden him. To try to acquire a powerful body through joining with and controlling the Mother International meant to recreate the very danger that he had been running from all his life. At best, therefore, he could conceive of the alliance, of linking soul and body and merging heaven and earth, as he put it, only after he assured himself that these would not be impure animal bodies. His method of meeting this dilemma, so familiar in his life, was, as always, to try to have things both ways, to attempt as long as he could, as we will see, to remain influentially inside the International, opposing those of his intimates who wanted to break with it, while at the same time keeping a safe distance from real control of it. The needs of the child for nourishment once again prevailed over the youth's need for a virile body. It was only as a child, never as a man, that he could approach the mother. He must and would continue to spurn the opportunities for power that his success was making ever more available to him, hiding instead in a succession of new secret, intimate, safe, little revolutionary brotherhoods, distracting himself from the challenge of authentic authority through renewed fantasies of world-shattering revolutions that were 334. Abstract, distant, intangible, and unreal enough never to pose the multiple threats that serious enterprises such as the International and the genuine labor movement posed to him. In mid-December, 1869, 2 weeks after sending this letter to Richard, Bakunin began hearing rumors that sent him soaring again to the heights he had enjoyed during the Nichiv months earlier that year. "Where is our dear, bright, noble adventurer, my boy in English, and what is he doing?" Bakunin asked Ogarev. "You write that he is on his way to Geneva, but just today I received a letter from NN in which I was shocked by the line, 'Is it true that NEC is dead?' Another 2 weeks, and another rumor, they have arrested our boy." Reassured by Ogarev a few days later that this was not the case, Bakunin prepared for the reunion. "I have bed and board always ready for him." Then the great day came. Nichiv had returned. "When I received your note I jumped for joy so high that I almost broke the CEIHNG with my old head. He absolutely must see the boy, but he could not travel to him for lack of funds and also because Antonia was expected to give birth at any moment. And so I will wait here for our boy, or, rather boevoy warrior. I have waiting for him blankets, bed, table, and room, and also the deepest secret _goodbye, I await the boy." Registered. In the 5 months that had passed since their last collaboration, Nichiv had put the essential principle of the catechism to its ultimate test. He had formed the basic cell of a secret, centralized, and rigidly disciplined organization that was to expand into a conspiratorial network capable of sparking and directing a mass peasant rising that he expected to occur on February 18, 1870, the 9th anniversary of the emancipation. One party member, Ivanov, resisted his domination, threatening to break away and form another organization. With the collusion of 4 other members, Nichiv killed him. Discovery of the body led to widespread arrests, but Nichiv managed to escape and in January, 1870 was again in the West, ready to begin phase 2 of the Bakunin-Nichiv affair. Repeating the experience of the year before, when Nechiv gave Bakunin the revolutionary charge he had been denied by the tepid Swiss labor movement, Nechiv now again pulled him out of his Locarno semi-retirement, which had already begun to pall. For the next half-year, Bakunin once more surrendered himself totally to the direction of the ruthless young fanatic, eagerly accepting everything Nechiv said about the strength of his organization and the imminence of the mass Russian Revolution. Bakunin's principal contribution to their collaboration this time was an appeal to the officers of the Russian army. If in writing to Ogarev a few months earlier, he had doubted that they would even live to see the Great Rising, he was now again on the very eve of the apocalyptic climax, the hour of 335. The final battle approaches. Whether the battle would be relatively bloodless or not depended on whether or not the army joined the revolution. If the army came to its senses, understood its ties with the masses and joined the mass revolution, then the battle would take few lives, since the people, magnanimous in its victory, would forgive most of the former exploiters and parasites and, for the most part, only expel them. If not, if the army opposed the masses, there would inevitably be all the horrors of merciless destruction and annihilation. Happy face, still favoring, therefore, a bloodless liberation, Bakunin did what he could, redreaming his Siberian and 1863 fantasies, to recruit the army into the revolution. First, he devoted a number of pages to the shining example of Andrei Potibnia, whose conscience had turned him against the Russian state in support of the Polish Revolution and who, unlike the Decembrists, had realized that no victory against tyranny was possible without the participation of the masses. Then he gathered a variety of arguments to persuade other young army officers to follow Potibnia's example. Among the arguments used to prove that the duty to disobey was often morally more compelling than the soldier's duty to obey was the following: well, what if the commander orders an officer to kill his father, rape his mother or surrender his sister to the pleasures of some general, grand prince or, if you will, even the Tsar? Must the officer obey even then? To prove to the officers that mass revolution was indeed possible, Bakunin went on to describe at length the powerful organization Nechiv's, that was already on hand and prepared to organize and direct the mass rising. It was a secret organization, a kind of general staff of the Revolutionary Army, strong in the discipline, the passionate dedication, and the self-sacrifice of its members and unconditionally obedient to all the orders and directives of a single committee that knew everyone, but was known by no one. The members of that committee had vowed total self-sacrifice, renouncing, once and for all personal property, all official and public authority and power, and, in general, any form of social prominence. They destined themselves to eternal anonymity, granting to others the glory, the external brilliance and the clamor of public action, while leaving for themselves, although again collectively not individually, its essence, as do the Jesuits, only not with the aim of enslaving but of liberating the people. Thus, once again, invisible power and bloodless annihilation, the persistence of the basic pattern never falters. To assure solidarity and discipline, the members were ready to accept the renunciation of their lives, their views, and their wills, agree to the rule that once having joined the organization leaving it is impossible, that entering it, each must know that he surrenders himself to it, with everything, with all the strength, resources, capacity, and life that he has, and irretrievably, consequent. 336. Lee. The organization must look upon those leaving as traitors. To tighten security still more, each member must vow to carry out all orders and instructions received from above, while speaking about the activities only with the one with whom he is directed to speak. Of course, there must be no parliamentary chatter, for that could only form opposing parties within the organization, demoralize it, waste precious time, and, by its debilitating effect, keep the organization from taking the decisive actions it had to take. So strong and determined was the secret organization with its iron discipline that Bakunin was completely convinced that there was no power that could now destroy it. That it is so firm and elusive that neither force nor cunning could undermine it. Finally, As to the period after victory, he emphasized again that power and leadership must be hidden, invisible, that not one single member of the committee will come forward or occupy a visible post. The committee will remain secret, putting in people from outside the organization, perhaps even those who are strangers to the organization as a whole, satisfied with the fact that they are carrying out its predetermined plans. Central as these passages are for understanding Bakunin's poetics, they were not the focus of his appeal to the Russian officers. As he does so often in his writings, Bakunin seemed to get stuck on a side issue about a quarter of the way through the article, in this case a discussion of what went wrong in the Polish Rising of 1863. In the end, most of the article was devoted to that theme, even though Bakunin said, when he finally did get back on track, but what is now approaching is not a Polish, but a Russian revolution. Therefore, the task before us is 1,000 times easier than it was for the Russian officers stationed in Tsarist Poland in 1862. Today it is the Russian people who are rising. Registered so exhilarated was Bakunin now, that his praise for Nechiv and Nechiv's alleged organization surpassed even the heights reached the year before. How those boys are working over there in Russia, what a disciplined and serious organization and what strength for collective action where all individuals are effaced, having renounced even their names, their reputations, their vanity, their glory, accepting only risks, dangers, the hardest privations, but also thereby the consciousness of being a force that can really act. Do you still remember my young savage? They are all like him. The individual has disappeared and in place of the individual, there is the legion invisible, unknown, and omnipresent, everywhere active, dying and being reborn each day anew, The individuals perish, but the legion is immortal. Here was yet another chance to prove that he was not weak and incompetent, as he called those who failed to move forward with this new Opportun 337. Ity. We really have acted like idealists until now, he went on to say in this letter to Ogarev, written on February 21, 1870. He who wishes to do something great, must be greatly daring. We must become practical and efficient and not let ourselves be condemned to weakness by our own helplessness and poverty. Otherwise it would be just as well for us to retire and become monks. The first and most important task of the new campaign, however, was to protect Nechiv from the police. Virtually following Nechiv's orders now, today, at his insistence. I wrote Bakunin sent a protest to Progrès, denouncing the Swiss police for helping the Russian government in its search for Nechiv and for calling him and others assassins, whereas in reality they were only people unfortunate enough to displease the Russian government. Nechiv's crime, if there was one, was that of a political activist but they say he killed. Who says so? The Russian government. But is it not being extraordinarily naive to believe what the Russian government says? Besides writing this article, Bakunin urged his friends and intimates Peron, Becker, Reichel, Voigt, Tallandier to activate similar public campaigns on their own against the continuing harassment of Russian émigrés by the Swiss government. This defense of Russian émigrés soon broadened into an effort to form what Bakunin and Nechiv saw as an entirely new organization, one that would be centered in Zurich and would be concerned above all with countering the vile things written about Russians and Russia in the best European press. But how could Bakunin give himself fully to this grand cause as long as he was burdened by his obligation, reinforced by a sizable advance payment, to translate Marx's Capital? Nechiv took care of that with ease. In mid-February he wrote a letter to the man, Lyubavin, who had obtained the commission and advance for Bakunin, ordering him in the name of the committee to release Bakunin from the contract at once or else the committee would have recourse to less civilized methods. While it may be true that, as is generally argued, Nechiv did this without Bakunin's knowledge, Bakunin seems to have accepted his sudden liberation without protest. In any case, once free, he threw himself passionately into the new enterprise. In March, 1870, he published another brochure directed to the Russian youth, entitled The Universal Revolutionary Alliance of Social Democracy. As was the case with much of his work now, it was a restatement of his basic arguments against the state socialists as well as against those moderate socialists who thought that a liberal, parliamentary, constitutional system could solve real social problems, or that the future just society could emerge out of the expanding cooperative movement. Publishing pamphlets or articles in other people's journals, such as Der Volksstaat, La Marseillaise, and Progrès, was useful but not enough. Nechiv and Bakunin wanted an outlet of their own. Although born of a sad loss, the 338th opportunity for acquiring one seemed at hand. On January 21, 1870, Herzen had died, opening the way not only to a renewed publication of the Bell, this time under Nechiv, Bakunin, and Ogarev, but to the funds to finance it. A special revolutionary fund had been placed under Herzen's and Ogarev's control by a Russian landowner, named Bakunin, who was sympathetic to radical causes. During Nechiv's first stay in Europe, Bakunin had persuaded Ogarev, and both had prevailed over Herzen's better sense, to give half the money to Nechiv's organization. The other half was still there. In his efforts to help Nechiv get both the Bell and the balance of the money, Bakunin involved himself in one of the most unflattering episodes in his life. Since prospects for a new Bell would be helped immensely if Herzen's name could be used, Bakunin and Nechiv worked strenuously from the end of February through March trying to persuade Herzen's daughter Natalie to announce her support for the venture, allow her name on the title page, and even, as Nechiv suggested, become the editor. While knowing, Bakunin wrote Natalie, that condolences were futile after such a loss, he asked her to allow him, as an old man, to suggest a way to ease somewhat her pain, help them continue Herzen's work by resurrecting the Bell. Those like himself, he went on, the practical workers, who are humbler, less gifted, and of lesser repute, wanted to do this because it was the finest monument we can erect to his memory. Her participation, moreover, would save her from leading a life of idle dilettantism. Whereas she now had no aim in life, she would then be working for the Russian cause, for the liberation of the Russian people. Finally, there was old Ogarev to consider. She must help him in this new venture. It will be unforgivable, criminal of you, to abandon Ogarev to his melancholy solitude. Happy face, on February 21 he was urging Natalie to join them in order to help Ogarev. On the 22nd he was writing Ogarev to instruct him on how to bring in Natalie in order to save her. If she went on with her aimless life, she may really lose her mind, so first and foremost you must save her. There followed detailed instructions on what Ogarev was to write, when he was to write it, how he was to express himself, all reminiscent of Bakunin's letters to the Bayer sisters in the days of the Holy Commune. He should first of all, without raising any other points about the Bell or the Russian cause, have her come and settle at your place. Should she resist or question Ogarev's judgment, he must write her a letter, not passionately patriotic, but as reasoned and skeptically as you can. Ogarev must also see to it that Natalie receive copies of a letter Nechiv published in Progrès. He should get that number and dispatch it oh so cunningly and carefully to the Natalies in Paris, by two methods, one, in a sealed envelope, and the other, inside Russian newspapers wrapped as printed matter. 339. The day he wrote that letter to Ogarev, Natalie had just arrived in Geneva from Paris in order, as she had written Nechiv on February 20, to acquaint myself much more closely with the cause, and see much more clearly by what means you wish to achieve your aims, before I can have trust. So important was it for the success of the new venture to have Natalie with them, that Bakunin decided to go to Geneva himself, borrowing money for the trip and the stay there. Keep her with you at all costs, that is the only way you can save her, Bakunin wrote Ogarev on the 29th. As Natalie recalled one of her meetings with Nechiv and Bakunin, Nechiv was continually trying to prove that these Nechiv's methods were essential. Soon Bakunin arrived and assisted him so well in this that they almost succeeded in driving me completely out of my mind. What, he Nechiv said to me. Our enemies are 10,000 times stronger than we are, and shrink from no means, and are we to think we can fight them without resorting to the same means? Bakunin tried every day to show me that I must be with them, if only to continue my father's work. I always made the same reply: I need to have a clear idea of the ends and the means. I was constantly seeking an answer to the question of what I could do. Bakunin hinted at things that filled me with revulsion. For example, a beautiful, young lady can always be useful. I was speechless with amazement. It's very simple. There are so many rich men, young and old, and it's easy to turn their heads and make them give money to the cause. Besides, she too had money, Bakunin said, and if he allowed himself to say what he really wanted to say, I would say in words of one syllable: leave yourself the strict necessaire to live on and give the rest to the common cause. It is obvious from almost everything Natalie wrote, however, that while blaming both of them for Jesuitism, she did not consider Bakunin and Nechiv equally at fault. It was not Bakunin who dragged or wanted to drag me into your carbonarism_yo. You are the principal culprit, she wrote Nechiv. Enough of accusing poor Bakunin. When Nechiv scoffed angrily at her reluctance to break with friends for the good of the cause, Bakunin took her side and said that I should not listen to Volkov, Nechiv's code name in these notes, that he did not recognize any kind of affection. Everything that was not the cause was in his opinion triviality, sentimentalism, etc. And it is indeed the case that throughout these negotiations, Bakunin comes across as the moderate intermediary, tempering Nechiv's impatient and often offensive extremism, even while supporting his general position. When discussing rumors that the Herzenairs planned a trip back to Russia and, thereby, or so it seemed to Nechiv, a reconciliation with the Russian government, Nechiv warned, it goes without saying that if you do go to Russia, our people will be obliged to get rid of you somehow. Bakunin glanced at him reproachfully and said, 340. Now, what's all this? Threatening, are you? What sort of an idea is that? Well, he really is in a rage, just look at him. Or, as he put it on another occasion, now, calm down, you little tiger. All the maneuvers failed, however. Natalie adamantly refused to submit to an organization and program about which she was allowed to know next to nothing and which was prepared to employ means she deplored. She would not be the blindly obedient organizational instrument that the Catechism, as well as Bakunin's revolutionary programs, required. In the end, Nechiv, Bakunin, and Ogarev had to reissue the bell without her. Getting the remainder of the Bakunin fund was easier, since, as Bakunin repeatedly reminded him, Ogarev was co-director of the fund, and Herzen's son Alexander did not oppose Ogarev's allocating the money as he saw fit, that is, giving it to Bakunin, who in turn turned it over to Nechiv. Though indulgently critical of the young tiger's clause, Bakunin strenuously supported and defended him throughout these months, writing a separate pamphlet, for example, Tiedza Bears of Bern and the Bear of St. Petersburg, to denounce Swiss authorities for helping the Russian police track down and harass radical Russian émigrés like Nechiv. This alliance between the Bears, East and West, he argued, proved that there was no real democracy in the much vaunted representative system, that all political organization necessarily led to a negation of liberty. In the first weeks of April, 1870, however, a serious dispute took place between Bakunin and Nechiv involving the question of political extremism. However, in this case it was Bakunin who was the more militant. The issue concerned the future color of the bell. Bakunin and Ogarev wanted it unmistakably red, openly socialist and revolutionary. Nechiv, on the contrary, was eager to attract as many different groups and individuals as possible into a concerted attack on the Russian government and, therefore, insisted that nothing at all be said about socialism, that the new bell be either multicolored or colorless. While Bakunin for a time seemed more willing to go along with him than was Ogarev, who almost came to blows with Nechiv over this, he was totally dissatisfied when the first issue came out on April 2, 1870, and said so in an open letter published in the next issue, April 9. Bakunin's only contribution to the new /e// during its brief, 5-week revival. What do you really want? What colors do you fly? Who are you? Socialists or supporters of the exploitation of the people's labor? Friends or enemies of the state? Federalists or centralists? Happy face, perhaps to emphasize his own loyalty to True Red and his opposition to Najib's blurring of party lines, even if only for tactical reasons, Bakunin sent a letter to Volksstadt on April 8, the same week he criticized the new /e// praising again the quality and promise of the revolutionary Russian youth. Once. 341. More he based his argument on a contrast between Germany and Russia, a prominent theme in Bakunin's publications since his escape from Siberia and one that would soon virtually dominate his thought. He began by dividing Germany into 4 parts, the splendid scientific and humanistic ideals, the brute official reality, the feeble bourgeoisie who dreamed the right ideals but who were powerless victims of the state, and the great hope, the working class who would actually achieve the ideals of which the bourgeoisie could only dream. There was not yet a working class in Russia, he conceded, but in its place there existed a promising youth that combined a passionate idealism, which was a religion for them, with a dedication to materialism and realism, grounded on Comte, Buckle, Marx, Lassalle, Feuerbach, Darwin, Voigt, Buchner, and Molschott. Moreover, unlike their counterparts in the West, this Russian youth, practical idealists notwithstanding their materialism, could not look forward to careers within the establishment and so were revolutionaries by circumstance as well as by ideals. Whereas the purpose of the bell, he said, should be to propagandize uncompromising revolutionary ideals, the kind he himself had argued in his appeals to Russian youth and to Russian army officers, the bell was pursuing instead the compromising, coalition aims that had always been for Bakunin the most repugnant of all political corruptions. But disappointment with Najib's bell was not Bakunin's only cause for dismay that April, 1870, for it was at this time that he began to pay the full political price in Switzerland for his retirement the previous fall and for his almost exclusive concentration on this second Najib collaboration during the following winter. Since he had left Geneva, his enemies, with Yudin at their head, had gained ground steadily. Egalite has become a reactionary journal, he wrote Richard on April 1. Here is its program, cooperatives and the local politics of the bourgeois radicals. Having won control of Egalite, Yudin had then gone on to gain a strong influence in Bakunin's own fortress, the Geneva Alliance section, where on March 13, for example, Bakunin's old ally Becker brought the majority to Yudin's side on a vote to change several key points in Bakunin's program. Yudin struck another painful blow 2 weeks later when Egalite announced the formation, by Yudin and his supporters, of a Russian section of the International, with the People's Cause, the Vevey journal Yudin had earlier won from Bakunin, as its organ. To cap his successive triumphs over Bakunin, Yudin planned, according to a report in Egalite on April 2, to keep Bakunin's alliance section out of the Federation Romanda. The alliance's application for admission was still pending, as well as to bring in his new Russian section as the real representative of Russian socialism in the International. Throughout this campaign against Bakunin, Yudin considered himself to be Marx's devoted follower and explicitly informed Marx that his goal in this affair, 342, was to expose Bakunin, who, he claimed, dreamed only of a personal dictatorship and whose programs were fundamentally inconsistent with and injurious to the International. Registered with Yudin's criticism of Bakunin to reinforce his own, Marx prepared a confidential communication concerning Bakunin and on March 28 sent it to the German Social Democratic Party. Briefly reviewing their relationship, back to their collaboration in 1843, and Bakunin's involvement in the League and the Alliance, Marx accused him of an organized, persistent, and determined effort to take over the International, of using his international alliance for this purpose, and of only pretending to have dissolved it. While Marx may have made a number of errors of fact in this general attack, he surely had good reason to accuse Bakunin of wanting to dominate the International through delegates belonging to his secret international alliance and thereby to reorient the policies of the International in what Bakunin considered a genuinely revolutionary direction. This, after all, is precisely what Bakunin himself had often said was his purpose in attaching the alliance to the International, and this at least appeared to be the intention of Bakunin's network of intimates inside the International and his continuous correspondence with them. The very day, March 12, that Yudin wrote Marx accusing Bakunin of dreaming only of a personal dictatorship and of programs injurious to the International, Bakunin was once more corroborating at least part of the accusation in a letter to Richard. Denouncing what had by now become a focus in his conflict with the Marxists, the workers' participation in bourgeois elections and parliaments, he insisted that the proletariat organize their revolution apart from all such bourgeois institutions, that in order to save the revolution, in order to bring it to a positive end, there must be formed in the midst of the inevitable anarchy of revolution an invisible, collective dictatorship, not clothed in any kind of power, but therefore all the more effective and powerful. Or, as he expressed this by now familiar theme of invisible domination in another letter to Richard 2 weeks later, we must foment, arouse, unleash the passions, we must produce anarchy and, acting as invisible pilots in the midst of the people's storm, we must direct it, not by any kind of ostensible power, but by the collective dictatorship of all the allies, a dictatorship without the sash of office, without title, without official legality, yet all the more powerful in having none of the appearances of power. SWCH is the only dictatorship that I acknowledge. In fact, Marx was quite wrong about Bakunin's real intentions, those that are so pathetically apparent in the constantly repeated formulas for secret, invisible, powerless power, all of them variations of ruthless surrender and the bloodless axes that annihilate without hurting anyone. Marx misread Bakunin's 343 aims because he judged him by himself and by other men of real power and responsible authority, and because he took Bakunin's words and deeds at face value, not realizing that they were largely fantasy revealing the reverse of what they seemed to say, that nothing could be farther from Bakunin's real aims than taking control of the International. During the first week of April, the same week that Bakunin was angered by Nichiv's bell, Yudin's attack against what was left of Bakunin's position in Geneva climaxed at the Charles d'Enfants Congress of the Fédération Romande. It was virtually a Geneva Jura division, with the exception of the more moderate Charles d'Enfants delegation itself, which, though Jura, sided with Geneva against Bakunin. On the issue of accepting or rejecting Bakunin's alliance into the Federation, acceptance 121-18. At this point, those who opposed Bakunin and his alliance left the hall and formed a separate organization, which, they said, was the real Fédération Romande because it represented far more members, over twice the number, than did the pro-Bakunin faction that had won the vote. There were, thus, two groups claiming to be the Fédération Romande, one in Geneva that included the Yudin faction and one in Charles d'Enfants that comprised the pro-Bakunin Jura towns and that was soon to become the Fédération Jurassienne, Bakunin's principal base in Switzerland. The split at the Congress was not only the result of a personality clash between Yudin and Bakunin. Behind it was the fundamental argument over revolutionary theory and strategy that had from the outset divided Bakunin and his followers, especially in the Jura towns, from the more moderate international sections in Geneva. The argument over the abstention or participation of the workers in local politics, as Bakunin phrased it, should his side lose in this great battle, he said, then he would separate from Geneva in order to form another federation. Much more was involved here than a local Swiss controversy. The Charles d'Enfants battle was only a prelude, Bakunin wrote Richard, to the far more important conflict to come at the next Congress of the International, where the issue would be clear and fundamental. Do we want the grand politics of universal socialism or the petty politics of bourgeois radicalism, as revised from the perspective of bourgeois workers? Do we want the abolition of bourgeois nations and political states and the advent of a single, socialist universal state? Do we want the complete emancipation of the workers or only an amelioration of their lot? Do we want to create a new world or patch up the old, In the weeks following the Chaz Défense Congress, the journals of the two factions vigorously defended their respective positions on this key issue of 344. Participation in bourgeois politics. Insisting that all participation of the working class in bourgeois governmental politics can have no other result than the consolidation of the existing order of things, thus paralyzing the socialist revolutionary action of the proletariat, the new organ of the Jura, Solidarity, called upon all sections of the International to renounce all activities that aim at the transformation of society by means of national political reforms and direct all their activity to the federated organization of labor, the only means of assuring the success of the social revolution. 5 days later, on April 16, now firmly in the hands of Bakunin's enemies in Geneva, argued in response that putting up workers' candidates in order to achieve representation of labor had such obvious value that they would combat abstention from politics as having consequences fatal for our common cause. Since the time Yudin had first defeated Bakunin by winning control of the people's cause and the Russian colony in Clarence-Vevey, he had advanced from one victory to another. He had taken over Egalite, won to his side some of Bakunin's closest supporters, formed an anti-Bakunin Russian section that Marx, in his confidential communication, had officially recognized, and, in effect, kept Bakunin out of the Fédération Romande, since it was the Geneva faction rather than the Fédération Jurassienne that won the recognition of the International. On April 16 Yudin initiated his next attack. He proposed the expulsion of Bakunin and 3 of his followers from the International's Central Geneva section. 2 days later Bakunin left Geneva, where he had gone to discuss the future of the Bell, and returned to Locarno. It had not been a happy trip. The collaboration with Nechiv that had meant so much to Bakunin had ended in serious discord over the color of the Bell, while his contest with Yudin and, indirectly, with Marx in London, had cost him his influence in the most important center of the Swiss labor movement. Nor was he to get much of a respite from misfortune after his return to his kingdom of heaven. At the beginning of May 1870 a young Russian revolutionary named German Lopatin, who had been among those arrested in the aftermath of Nechiv's Ivanov murder and who had fled Russia the next year, arrived in Geneva from Paris. His purpose was to find out what had happened to the Bakunin fund and to regain some letters and notes in Bakunin's and Nechiv's possession that might be used against their authors. From the information Lopatin brought with him, it became at once evident that Nechiv had indeed killed Ivanov as the Russian government had charged, that his story of being arrested then escaping was a lie, and that the great organization he claimed to represent was pure fiction. On May 7 a meeting was held involving the principal Russian émigrés in Geneva, including Nechiv himself. About the same time, Ogarev wired Bakunin, "Serious business." 345. Meeting. Concerns the perhaps suspecting the worst, or maybe because he had had enough of Geneva intrigues in March and April, Bakunin was very reluctant to go. Referring in a letter on the 9th to an earlier wire urging him to come, probably to the meeting on the 7th, he listed reason after reason for not going. There was no money, there were Antonia and her children to consider. Why come when no one told him what was really going on and when he doubted anything serious was involved? On the 10th he assumed the burning issue involved the Bakunin fund and that Yudin was making a row about it. He now said that he would come, but he insisted on having an apartment for his family in the country for Antonia's sake. Later that day, he added other requirements. Antonia must have a maid to help her, and the apartment had to have 3 beds, for Antonia, for himself, and for the children. If there was no one available with the time to search out a good apartment, then someone should be hired by the day to do so. Also, he added the next day, don't forget the linens. Hesitant as he was to go, he was also intensely anxious about the whole affair. Where is the boy? He asked repeatedly, in each note. What has been decided? How has it been decided? Where is the boy? In Geneva or not? Every other day he wrote Nechiv the 2nd, 4th, 6th, 9th, and 11th, or wired him the 5th and the 7th to an agreed upon address, but there was no response. Finally, in mid-May, he went, alone. The day he arrived, a meeting was arranged with Lopatin and Nechayev, at which Lopatin told Bakunin the truth about the Russian organization and the details about the Lyubavin affair. However, as Lopatin later told Natalie Herzin, Bakunin wrote to him after the confrontation to say that he doubted the accusations. As Lopatin put it, Bakunin continued to believe Nechayev's inventions even though their absurdity was glaringly obvious. To judge from Bakunin's later account of the meeting in a letter to Nechayev, he may not at all have been so gullible. The last trip confirmed all doubts and completely shook my faith in the honesty and truthfulness of your word. Your conversations with Lopatin in my presence on the evening of my arrival, his direct and sharp accusations, which he made to your face with a conviction which did not permit any doubts as to the veracity of his words which showed your statements to be lies. He triumphed, you retreated before him. I cannot express to you, my dear friend, how hurt I was both for your sake and for mine. I could not doubt the truth of Lopatin's words any longer. It followed that you systematically lied to us, that your whole enterprise was riddled with rotten lies and was founded on sand. If this account is accurate, then Bakunin was evidently concealing his TME feelings and did, in fact, believe Lopatin when he wrote him that he did not. Moreover, he seems to have gone right on resisting a public acknowledgement of this truth for some days afterwards. On May 26, at least a week after the 346 meeting, he stopped at Bern on his way back to Locarno to arrange for wider distribution of the Bears pamphlet defending Nechayev and to urge others to come out with comparable protests. Back in Locarno, he seemed relaxed, just glad to be away from Geneva. Ah brother. It's good here. Quiet, tranquil, one can think as much as one wants and do as one pleases. He began a letter to Ogarev on May 30th. He then went on to name those he was glad to be away from, especially the Russian colony that had been gathering to oppose Nechayev, and to list a variety of chores for Ogarev, mainly concerning distribution of the Bears. There was no mention of Nechayev, other than the indirect support expressed in reference to the Bears publication. Yet, several days before, on May 26, Lopatin had written him a long letter detailing once more the accusations and the proofs. Was Bakunin still avoiding the painful truth? If so, by June 2 he had surrendered to it, and for the next week devoted himself to writing Nechayev one of his enormous letters in which he acknowledged finally his complete acceptance of Lopatin's accusations and expressed his profound and bitter disappointment with Nechayev's policies and actions. Long and impassioned as the letter is, however, one must look closely to see just what policies Bakunin opposed, wherein lay the differences between the boy and Matrina, a name that Bakunin sometimes used when writing the boy. Had Nechayev gone too far when he murdered Ivanov? If Bakunin thought so, he said nothing about it. Besides, he himself had justified revolutionary terrorism in the case of Karakasov and, still more to the point, had himself called it an act of treason for anyone to leave the secret organization once they had joined, and had ruled that such traitors surrender themselves to the vengeance of the organization. Was Nechayev's revolution too violent? Was his call to poison, dagger, and rope, in his The Question of Revolution, too barbarous? Again, if so, Bakunin did not say so. The closest he came to opposing such brutality was his rejection of what he called in the letter Nechayev's, a term referring to ruthless desperados of the Caucasus. But, again, he himself seemed to be supporting much the same kind of criminal violence when he praised in the same letter the whole wide and numerous underground world, the world of tramps, thieves, and brigands, who were among the best and truest conductors of a people's revolution, promoters of general popular unrest, the precursor of popular revolt, and who could be more gifted with evil passions and the devil in the flesh. Nor, surely, after all Bakunin had said about secret conspiratorial organizations, could he complain against Nechayev on this score. Much of the letter, in fact, was devoted to describing precisely the same kind of organizational model. 347. Another centralized and disciplined brotherhood. Beginning with a central body of about 10, the organization would slowly grow until it reached 40, or at most 70 members. Subordinate to this central organization, there would be several hundred regional brothers, organized as regional brotherhoods, who would remain ignorant of the members of the central body and only know that there exists a central committee which hands down to them their orders for execution. Together, these two organizational levels would form the general staff. Beneath it would be the lower district brotherhoods. Rigorous discipline would prevail throughout the entire organization. There would be no parliamentary chatter, by now a ritual insistence. Instead, all the members would be strictly obedient to their local committees as would the local committees to the central committee. Within the organization, everyone's personal intelligence vanishes, like a river into the sea, into the collective intelligence, and all members obey unconditionally the decisions of the latter. Each of the many times one reads these statements one cannot but wonder at Bakunin's fame as the supreme bard of freedom. As for the individual brothers themselves, they must be the most intelligent, totally dedicated and obedient, cold, calculating, realistic and practical, motivated only by a passion to liberate the masses, ready to give their lives for them, free of all self-interest, vanity, and ambition, having nothing any longer to do with material comforts and delights nor with ambition, status, and fame. Rather than attack Nachiv on the issue of centralized, disciplined, top-downwards organization, it would seem that Bakunin was trying to compete with him to see who could be the most uncompromisingly centralist. It was in this letter, in fact, that Bakunin made more explicit than he had ever done before just how permanent his party dictatorship would be, although at the same time revealing again his ambivalence towards power and the psychological roots of that ambivalence. Imagine yourself in the midst of a triumphant spontaneous revolution in Russia. The state and with it all socio-political systems have been demolished. The turbulent filth that has accumulated in immense quantities within the people rises to the surface. In various places there appear numerous individuals, brave, clever, unscrupulous and ambitious, who, of course, try to win the people's trust and to direct it to the noun advantage. These people come into conflict, fight, and destroy each other. It seems to be a terrible and hopeless anarchy. But imagine that in the midst of this universal anarchy, there is a secret organization which has dispersed its members in small groups over the whole expanse of the empire, but is, nevertheless tightly, solidly joined, inspired by a single idea, a single aim that is adopted. 348. Everywhere, according to local conditions, of course, and acting everywhere according to one and the same plan. These small groups, unknown by anybody, have no officially recognized power. But strong in their ideas, which express the very essence of the people's instincts, desires, and demands, strong in their clearly understood aim, among a mass of people struggling without any aim or plan, strong, in that tight solidarity which connects all the hidden groups into one organic whole, strong in the intelligence and energy of the members that comprise them, and successful in having formed around themselves a circle of people more or less devoted to these same ideas and subject. Naturally, to their influence these groups, while seeking nothing for themselves, neither privileges, nor honors nor power, will be in a position to direct the popular movement in opposition to the ambitious persons who are divided and fighting among themselves and to lead it to the fullest possible realization of the socio-economic ideal and to the organization of total popular freedom. This is what I call the collective dictatorship of the secret organization registered. Besides rejecting Nachiv's abriki, Bakunin also denounced his unscrupulous tactics, your Jesuitical system. A militant, disciplined, centralized organization of individuals willing to renounce everything for the revolution was one thing, but systematic deception was something else again. That, he said, would ruin everything, corrupt the youth who were to form the base and heart of the coming revolution. Our general staff, if one considers the people as a revolutionary army, here is our general staff to fulfill their mission, he said. These young people must be of the highest moral caliber. Nachiv's system, however, could only educate them in lying, suspicion, spying, and denunciation. Never could this Jesuitical system teach them the new and only religion which has the power to move souls and create a collective force for salvation. This brings us nearer to the center of the quarrel, but not yet all the way there. For, as in the case of Nichiv's Abriki, Bakunin's attack against your Jesuitical system contradicts some of Bakunin's own actions and statements not only before the break, but right here in this letter that makes the break. He argued in the letter, for example, that since the revolutionaries were at war, there inescapably arises the necessity for violence, cunning, and deceit. Similarly, he said that other organizations whose aims were close to theirs must be forced to merge with their own organization, while organizations opposed to theirs must be destroyed, and that in all such activities cunning, diplomacy, and deceit are necessary. Jesuit methods or even entanglement can be used, for this entanglement is a necessary and marvelous means for demoralizing and destroying the enemy. 349. One might argue that Bakunin approved of such Jesuit methods only against the enemy, while strictly forbidding their use within the revolutionary organization itself. They were, he said, certainly not a useful means of obtaining and attracting a new friend. You, therefore, treat your friends as you treat your enemies, with cunning and lies. Was that, then, Nichiv's principal sin, the main feature in Nichiv's strategy and tactics that distinguished him from Bakunin? One wonders what Natalie Herzen would have said to this after her dealings with the two of them, especially had she read Bakunin's instructions to Ogarev about how to use her, or what Ogarev would have said had he known that Bakunin had told Natalie she should not say everything in Garev's presence. Also, what about those organization members whom the leaders no longer fully trusted, those who turned out to be weak-nerved, cowardly, ambitious, and self-seeking? Bakunin, they can be used as weapons by the society without their knowledge. When one of Bakunin's allies, Malin, proved to be unworthy in his eyes, Bakunin wrote Richard, in April 1869, a month after Bakunin met Nichiv, that one can make use of him, without doubt, but only on condition that we keep him on the outside. Let us live among others, to recall Bakunin's remarks to Richard about the International, and use them. But we will live with them as do parasites, nourish ourselves on their life and their blood. Similarly, with reference to Malin and Aristide Ray, another erstwhile intimate, he wrote, if kept firmly outside, they can be useful and be used when needed. Ever since that letter many years before to one Polish revolutionary expressing distrust against a former close Polish ally, intrigue and shifting alliances of this sort had been a constant part of Bakunin's intimate revolutionary life, as it had been a part of his intimate pre-Mukhano Holy Commune. In fact, until Nichiv applied his Jesuit methods against Bakunin himself, Bakunin had only high praise for the cunning fathers. You who love to ponder, he wrote Richard, have you ever wondered about the principal reason for the power and vitality of the Jesuit order? Would you like me to tell you? Well, my dear, it is the absolute effacement of individuals into the will, the organization, and the action of the collective. I do not want to be I want to be we. Long live the collective. Long live the Jesuits. Ultimately, therefore, what turned Bakunin against Nichiv was neither his organizational structure nor his revolutionary methods, but the fact that Nichiv used some of those methods against Bakunin himself. In the course of this June 1870 letter and subsequent letters, Bakunin listed a number of Nichiv's crimes against him and others: stealing letters to be used as blackmail, trying to seduce daughters and wives to entangle them in the movement, systematically lying and spying, and being willing to denounce a member, a devoted or 350 semi-devoted follower, to the secret police. Now, as was the case with regard to similar tactics in the Catechism, it is highly doubtful that Bakunin would ever have recommended or even supported such things. However, would Bakunin have denounced and broken with Nichiv over them, any more than he did over the Ivanov murder, had he himself not been one of their victims? Actually, the real blow was not what Nichiv did to Bakunin, but what those acts implied as to Nichiv's attitude towards him. By treating Bakunin as he did, Nichiv showed that you considered me as an invalid whose counsels and knowledge might sometimes be useful, but no more, whose participation in your fervent efforts would have been superfluous and even harmful. Yet, even when he realized that Nechiv felt this way about him, he went on, more and more poignantly, "It did not offend me. It was not my business to prove to you that I was not such a hopelessly unfit case for an ardent, a real movement as you thought. Besides, even if he were unfit, that was not his fault, it was because people like Yudin had paralyzed my activities, and because I am getting old. 8 years of imprisonment have led to a chronic illness. I also have a wife and children." Not appreciating all these impediments, Nechiv had treated him as though he were 3/4 blind, and did not even bother to get his approval before acting, as Bakunin said Nechiv had promised to do. "You should have talked to me as an equal, person to person." All in all, as Bakunin repeatedly concluded, I turned out to be a complete fool. Having joined with Nechiv and drawn on this energy, Bakunin had been dismissed by the boy as the invalid he knew he was. He pathetically tried to respond the only way he could. He struggled to hold on to Nechiv as long as possible, offering him in the June letter new relations on a different basis. In spite of everything, Nechiv would be restored to his good graces if only he would clear me entirely in the Lyubavin affair, acknowledge that I have never directly or indirectly interfered in the disposal of the Bakunin fund, abandon all attempts for a rapprochement with Yudin, eradicate from your organization any use of police and Jesuit systems, confining their application to the government and inimical parties, agree to publish the Bell with a clear revolutionary program. Adopt as a basis of the organization. The plan of organization and revolutionary propaganda expounded by me, and promise that this plan of organization, propaganda, and action, will be the absolute law and the indispensable basis of the whole society in Russia. The main thing now, he told his Russian friends, is to save our erring and confused friend. Therefore, let us save him together. He must be saved because, I repeat for the 100th time, he is an invaluable person, the most energetic and committed of all the Russians of our acquaintance. There was good reason, moreover, to hope for. 351. Nechiv's salvation, since we have given him so much proof both of our devotion to the cause and our friendship with him that he cannot doubt the sincerity of our actions and our words. Natalie Herzen, for one, was aghast at this continuing faith in a man who had done so much harm to everyone. How can you still envisage the possibility of working with him after all that has passed between you, after all that you say yourself in your letter to him? Bakunin would not be dissuaded. On June 20, nearly 3 weeks after he had begun his long letter to Nechiv, he sent a collective letter to Ogarev, Natalie, and the others involved in their Russian circle. It shows more than any other document the extraordinary hold Nechiv still had on him, or, rather, how indispensable Nechiv was to him. Their letters had shown him, Bakunin began, that they were too hard on Nechiv, whereas he himself continued to regard him as the most saintly person because of his dedication, self-denial, energy, tireless industry, and constancy of will. If he acted like a dictator, that was as it should be, for in my view, the man who best understands the job, who does more and who is utterly dedicated, is so long as he understands, dedicates himself, and acts a dictator by right. Bakunin now found extenuating circumstances even for the Intra-party Jesuitical practices. Given the conditions of struggle in Russia, Nechiv had either to abandon the cause entirely or adopt the Jesuit system. He was sure, moreover, that Nechiv had adopted it with a heavy heart and that he had remained throughout a man with a tender heart, and virginally pure integrity. Defending the cause inside Russia, it was quite understandable that Nechiv should have taken the road he took, Bakunin now conceded. On the one hand, the power of the state was immense, on the other, the young people who were called upon to mobilize the revolution were in fact apathetic, sluggish, and weak. To shape them into the Archimedes fulcrum needed to bring down the system, they had to be compromised to the utmost and their return to society made impossible. All their ties to family and society had to be destroyed. Only in this way could there be created a phalanx of unsparing outlaws. With a single passion in common, the passion to destroy the state and society. You must admit that this fantasy is not the product of a petty mind or a paltry soul, and that it has, alas, a great deal of validity and truth. Where Nietzsche erred, he went on in this collective letter, was not in his desire to destroy the ties these young men and women had with family and society, but in his failure to realize the need for new fraternal ties to take their place and to see that using his Jesuitical methods within the movement could only impede the emergence of these indispensable ties. Nevertheless, this flaw notwithstanding, Nietzsche remained finer and purer, more devoted, more active, and more useful than all of us together. 352. And he should not only be brought back into our ranks, but should be at the head of our ranks. As late as June 28, Nietzsche was still, in a letter Bakunin sent to Natalie, the finest and most honorable of us all. Registered in defending Nietzsche, Bakunin was protecting himself in several ways. He was defending, first of all, his judgment in having trusted and so enthusiastically supported Nietzsche. Also, he was defending his own revolutionary views on violent revolution and tightly structured and disciplined secret organizations. But most of all, he was defending a last source of virile energy in these late years of his life, a living symbol through whom he could at least vicariously go on playing the Promethean role that had been the form and meaning of his entire fait. Now that Bakunin was haltingly making his way out of politics, that role, that mask of violent power to conceal the withdrawal was more vital to him than ever. Nietzsche himself perceptibly caught the difference between Bakunin the invalid and Bakunin the actor when he scolded Bakunin and Ogarev for their warning to Guillaume about the danger of participating in a cause of which you have always been the theoretical instigators. Bakunin gave Nietzsche ample evidence for that accusation. When Bakunin praised brigandage as a weapon of the people's revolution, as a catalyst of separate popular revolts, he went on to say, as we saw, that I am fully conscious of my incapacity for the task. For myself, I cannot tolerate either brigandage or thieving, nor any other anti-human violence. He could insist, similarly, that his revolutionaries display reason cold, calculating, real and practical, and he could accept the need of breaking all ties with society first, career, and second, family bonds, romantic attachment, and vain social relations. Registered. But he could not even in this fantasy see himself among those for whom all tender and effeminate emotions of kinship, friendship, love, gratitude, and even honor must be stifled. Registered. And therefore criticized Nietzsche for not recognizing any kind of affection, for dismissing everything that did not serve the revolution as triviality, sentimentalism. Happy face, backtracking on what he himself had said must be sacrificed to the revolution, he faulted Nietzsche. After their break, for scorning human interests such as love, friendship, the family, social relationships. The essential purpose of all his intimate cricles, we should recall, from the Holy Commune to this latest People's Brotherhood that he proposed to Nietzsche in his offer of a new relationship, was to provide him with just these pseudo-familial emotions and relationships. Registered. Difficult as it was to end the relationship, he could not go on forever with an outstretched hand, needy and forgiving, in the hope of reconciliation. With no appropriate gesture whatsoever from the other side, Bakunin, after another brief trip to Geneva, finally gave up trying. While still referring wistfully to 353. Nietzsche as one of the most active and energetic men I have ever encountered, a man of rare energy, and recalling that I wanted terribly not to break with him, for he is a man gifted with amazing energy. His letters of July and August no longer justify Nietzsche or urge friends to save him, but only emphasize his flaws and crimes. Registered. Bakunin had now lost badly on all fronts. By withdrawing from the Swiss involvement, then devoting himself to the Nietzsche crusade, he had weakened his position in Geneva and made it relatively easy for Udin to displace him. And now Nietzsche had betrayed and humiliated him. Because of Nietzsche, he had compromised friends and was compromised in front of them, and had spoiled my situation with regard to the Russian and the international causes. Registered. It was like that summer and fall of 1848, when the Bohemian failure, the Neuerenskzeitung allegation of his being a Russian agent, and the reactionary policies of Jelicic had so humiliated him that he was obsessed with revolution and a passion to destroy, ready to leap into any dangerous enterprise whatever provided it was not dishonorable, and determined to struggle until the day when my death would prove to the Poles and Germans that I had never been a traitor. 190. Now again, his image and honor had been badly stained, doubly challenged by failure and scandal from the one side, by the charges again being made against him by Marx, Hess, and Juden, from the other side by the disgrace he now suffered through the Nechiv debacle, a disgrace for which he could surely be held more responsible than he was in the Jelicic affair. And he no longer had the benefit of youth to help him regain his honor. Old age is approaching, and we have few years left in which to profit by the lesson, he wrote Ogarev on August 2. The pathetic tenacity with which he clung to Nechiv and to the illusions of his own energy and strength that he drew from Nechiv was as much an attempt to deny what age and illness revealed as it was to camouflage the retirement that secretly acknowledged those facts of life. Age and illness notwithstanding, however, he could not let those successive defeats and humiliations go unchallenged. Further retirement would have to wait. While he could indeed must run away from power and success, he was no less forced to resist the evidence of weakness that those failures, accusations, and humiliations disclosed. More perhaps than at any other time in his life, he now needed some audacious, stirring, and inspiring deed to disprove through bold revolutionary action and sacrifice the intolerable charges hurled against him by the Marxists, to counter those successive defeats that Juden had dealt him and the weakness they revealed, to make amends for the deplorable revolutionary judgment shown by his alliance with Nechiv, to provide a substitute to play the role that the Nechiv fantasy had played in concealing his de facto withdrawal. 354. From politics, to dispute the testimony of age and broken health and make it absolutely clear to the world and to himself that he was not a three-quarters blind invalid, not an unfit case, that it was Juden and others like him who had paralyzed my activities rather than any essential weakness in himself. He began planning his counter-attack against Juden by forming, as he told Ogarev, a new Russian section of our secret alliance, which he would use for the final destruction of Juden. Also, he looked forward to the next Congress of the International to avenge himself against Marx and the other Jews who he felt were persecuting him. By now, Marxists and Jews were synonymous for him, and both meant enemy. Notice that all our enemies, all these carping critics against us are Jews: Marx, Hess, Borkheim, Liebknecht, Jacobi, Weiss, Kohn, Juden, and many others are Jews. All belong to this nation, restless, intriguing, exploitative and bourgeois by tradition, by instinct. The conflict at the next Congress, as he envisioned it, would involve a confrontation between his camp of Spanish, Italians, Belgians, the majority of the French, I hope, and the Swiss Jurassines against the enemy camp commanded by German leaders, for the most part Jews, that is exploiters and bourgeoisie by instinct, including the school of Marx. He expected as well, he added, seemingly as an afterthought, that the English and American delegates would also be against him. Considering the months, July and August, 1870, during which Bakunin outlined his battle plans to Ogarev and recalling his needs at the time, there is a strange omission in these letters. There is no discussion at all of the battlefield that was now to provide him exactly what he needed to replace the Nechiv fantasy and once again sweep him into a veritable delirium, one comparable to the electrifying paroxysm of 1848-49. The missing arena is the Franco-Prussian War, that, following 2 weeks of rising tensions between the two countries, had been declared by France on July 14, 1870. Bakunin makes only one passing reference to the war, or what seems to be a reference to the war, in a letter he wrote Ogarev on August 1, in which he discussed the complete liquidation of all our dealings with Nechiv. Antonia is with the children from morning to night. And I work a lot and read the papers, wondering each day, who will win. From the chatty tone and content of the paragraph that follows, ending this letter, it would appear that he was quite unaware of the revolutionary implications of the conflict. Awareness was not long in coming, however. Perhaps inspired by the swift and dramatic defeats of the badly outnumbered and outmaneuvered French troops, he soon grasped the war's political possibilities. Whereas on August 1 he had been calculating the strength of his secret international alliance for his conflict with Marx, on August 10, after Mcn victories at Worth and Weissenberg, he was making similar calculations, in a letter to Richard in Lyon, as part of a plan for a general European revolution. It indeed seemed like 1848 to 49. 355. All over again. I have spent 3 days writing precisely 23 long letters, he told Ogarev. I wish the Prussians another great victory. At the walls of Metz, he wrote his friends the Reichels in one of those 23 letters, then went on to say why, one way or another, the revolution is imminent, first in France and Italy, then, after a little while, everywhere. Long live the revolution! Registered in another of the 23, he virtually gave the signal for the universal conflagration to start. Using the coded language he enjoyed using when writing his intimates, he told Richard in Lyon that here is a fine occasion for arranging the business that James and Fran 90is proposed in my name to you in Lyon at the end of last year, the one concerning a big business deal involving Switzerland, Italy, and Spain. My friend, if you want to save us all from ruin, you must get at it today. I am writing the same thing to Augustin in a very long letter. James and Fran 90is were Guillaume and Saint-Ihan, and the Lyon trip was the one mentioned earlier. Augustin was Gaspard Blanc, another intimate in Lyon. The letter went on to mention, also in coded names, Gambuzzi, Bastelica, and Finelli, all alliance members, and to say that unhappily a great agitation reigns in Italy. People talk about the eve of a revolution. The most significant of these letters was the long one he mentioned he was writing to Augustin Blanc. Later published by Guillaume, after editing, under the title Letters to a Frenchman on the Present Crisis, it represents one of Bakunin's most explicit statements of his revolutionary strategy and tactics. Briefly, the argument went as follows: under Napoleon III, France would surely lose to Germany. The leader of the opposition, Leon Gambetta, must, therefore, end his truce with the government and his policy of class and political conciliation and drive Napoleon out. However, if and when he tried to do this, Gambetta would discover that the administrative apparatus was too far gone, the bureaucracy too corrupt and too reactionary to be an instrument for the necessary mobilization of the people against the Prussians. Even were he to try to rouse the people by sending out his own representatives, he would fail as had Lamartine and Ledru-Rollin in 1848, since, as at that time, the commissaries he would select would themselves be too moderate for the task. Therefore, Gambetta should limit his administration to Paris, abolish the state and all its central judicial, financial, administrative, and police institutions, call upon the French workers and peasants to rise against the local political and economic powers, and allow them to form their own revolutionary communes, to organize by themselves the defense of France, and to send delegates to a convention that would establish a new, free federation. Should Gambetta in Paris be unwilling to heed this advice, then some other prominent French city, like Lyon, should take the lead. By taking the stage once more as the harbinger and leader of revolution, first by fiery rhetoric and then, in Lyon, by audacious action, Bakunin would 356. Store his badly shaken self-image as well as once again experience the paroxysm of illusory power that he had enjoyed through his collaboration with the savage Nechayev. He would prove that he was no invalid, just as his reckless fervor of late 1848 and early 1849 had sought to prove that he was no traitor to the revolution. Although, to recall his self-defense in his dispute with Nechayev, he might be old, ill, burdened with debts and a family, and hindered at every turn by scoundrels like Yudin and Marx, he would show that he was still as powerful and, therefore, if need be, as violent as Nechayev. He, too, could call for a savage war to the knife, as he does in these letters to a Frenchman, praise repeatedly throughout the letters the people's savage passions, honor over and over the devil in the flesh, urge the unleashing of the people's violent passion, the liberty of proletarian barbarism, and scathingly denounce those who trembled at the prospect. There must be a spontaneous, powerful, passionate, energetic, anarchic, destructive, and savage rising of the popular masses, a furious avalanche, devouring, destroying everything. This alone could save France, for she has nothing left except the energy, desperate and savage, of her children. While the message had a shade of novelty in this particular political context, its deeper meaning and the real drama it played out in the context of his own life were almost as old as he was. Nor, it seems, was the knife to limit itself this time to the destruction of ranks and things. The state would be destroyed by destroying the influence, the official organization, and, to the extent possible, the actual persons of the imperial functionaries, mayor, justice of the peace, priest, gendarme, rural constable. He could easily understand, similarly, the joy that French workers might feel when the German workers came and destroyed the bourgeois institutions, monuments, power, and the individual bourgeoisie themselves. Moderate, anti-socialist Republicans like Gambetta were wrong to fear and impede such violence, for battle is life and life is force. The revolutionaries must learn from the reactionary governments in Italy, Austria, and Russia, who knew how to make use of the peasants' natural, instinctual hatred of the rich landowners and bourgeoisie. The revolutionaries must now use these passions in the same way, only direct them against their proper target, i.e. against the invasion of the Prussians from without, and against the treason of the Prussians within. Nothing less than this immense convulsive movement of the masses would end the defeat that had humiliated, insulted, and dishonored France. Something more important even than the defense and survival of free France was at stake, however, for if only the people could stand tall, energetic, and full of confidence amidst the mince, they would be creators of a new world. They would hurl the torch of revolutionary socialism into Germany, Europe, the whole world. They would sweep away the government of the state, the criminal 357 and civil law codes, the legal family, the law of inheritance, all private debts, taxes, and mortgages, bring an end to bourgeois civilization, and establish a society in which there will no longer be either law or state, a society that would progress freely, develop and perfect itself any way it chose, but always vitally and freely, never by law or decree. So glorious were the prospects, in fact, that the French should rejoice at the Prussian invasion for having made them possible. Social revolution, anarchy, today, national, tomorrow, universal. As had their predecessors of 1793, he wrote, the French could again become a people achieving miracles. Of course, they must not hope to renew the miracles of 1792 and 1793 as they were achieved then, by direction from above, from the Jacobins in Paris. No, France could only be saved by a miracle of the people's energy, by spontaneous social revolution from below. A new Armageddon, a gigantic battle between the great states, had brought the apocalypse again in sight, and the people were ready with their savage passions, their devil in the flesh. But who held that torch to start the blaze? Opposition Republicans were too fearful to unleash the evil passions. They did not dare anything, he charged repeatedly, they did not dare, these bastards of Danton. People of other nations, disgusted by their stupidity, cowardice, and weakness, only feel pity, mixed with disdain, for the French nation. Power lay on the ground, it was only necessary to gather it up, but there was no one to do it the right way. There were, to be sure, an assortment of revolutionaries who were ready to lead a revolution from above, the later-day Jacobins. But it would be fearfully dangerous to allow them their way, for their policy of central control would either discourage the indispensable popular involvement, or, even were such involvement forthcoming, lead to the establishment of just another form of state domination after the revolution. However, If to keep the torch in hand as the Jacobins did meant an unacceptable possession of real power, then to hurl the torch away and wait patiently for a spontaneous revolutionary combustion meant an even more unacceptable admission of powerlessness, impotence. There was only one acceptable way for Bakunin to start the conflagration, his inevitable way to do it unseen. It was the same solution that he had been arguing over and over again ever since the 1840s, the same invisible power that he had just a few months before outlined to achieve, a general staff that would not command ... the counterpart of the annihilation that would not hurt. This patent absurdity pervades T/VQ letters to a Frenchman. The good revolutionaries would not lead or direct, that would be Jacobin. Instead, they would organize the force of the proletariat, foment. The furor of the masses, provoke the revolutionary movement of the peasantry themselves, inciting them to destroy with their own hands the public. 358. Order, all civil and political institutions. In order to extend and organize the revolution, the good revolutionaries must not make it themselves by decrees, not impose it upon the masses, but must provoke it within the masses. They must not impose any kind of organization whatsoever, but rather, while supporting the autonomous organization from below upwards, work behind the scenes, using their own personal intelligence to influence the most intelligent and influential individuals in each locality, in order that this organization conform to our principles as far as possible. The entire secret of our success lies here. Sometimes he saw the contradiction. Organize, I should myself have said, let it freely and spontaneously organize itself. Usually he did not organize anarchy in the countryside. At times he forgot himself and toyed explicitly with Jacobin leadership, as he did whenever he talked about the role of the secret party after the revolution. He was, for example, as delighted at the prospect of a fierce civil war and revolutionary anarchy, as he had been in the June 1870 letter to Nietzsche, since it would provide the revolutionaries a fine opportunity to form a powerful party, albeit a small party. You will be, I repeat again, what you have never before been in the countryside, a party, and you will be able to organize extensively there a real socialism, an inspired collectivity, animated by the most complete liberty. You will organize it from below upwards, through actions that are spontaneous, but at the same time required by the force of things. As for the proper balance between actions that were spontaneous and those that were organized to conform to our principles or required by the force of things, there was the model of 1793. Again, forgetting for a moment his bedrock opposition to a centrally directed revolution, he praised the local delegates of the 1793 convention for the way they went about their work. They did not arrive in a region in order to impose dictatorially the will of the national convention. They did this only on rare occasions, only when they arrived at a district that was decidedly and uniformly hostile and reactionary. And then they did not come alone, but accompanied with troops who added the argument of the bayonet to their own civilian eloquence. They quickly recognized the real revolutionaries among the masses and joined with them to fan the revolution, anarchy, in order to put the devil in the flesh of the masses and organize this popular anarchy in a revolutionary way. This revolutionary organization was the only administration and the only executive force that the special emissaries used in order to revolutionize, to terrorize a region. The drama outlined in the letters of a Frenchman is essentially the same as it was in the reaction in Germany, still the classically apocalyptic scenario. The 359. Real enemies are still the compromisers, the craven Gambetta and his Republican pseudo-opposition, those bohemian intellectuals, with their café politics, pseudo-revolutionaries without deep, impassioned convictions, without enough revolutionary passion and resolution to attempt a perilous leap. The complete reactionaries, Napoleon III or even the Prussian invaders, come off much better, even with honor, although they are no match, of course, for the real power in the land, the savage passions of the masses. If only the small party of true revolutionaries could unite with the savage passions of the masses, the revolution would triumph over any authority, no matter how powerful it seemed. To win the people to their side, the revolutionaries must promise them the land to be seized from the state and from the rich landowners, as well as an end to conscription and taxes. They must turn them against the priests not by attacking religion and thus offending popular religious feelings, but by calling the priests Prussian agents. They must persuade the workers in the towns to stop disdaining the peasantry. In sum, by merging invisibly, behind the scenes with the people's savage passions, the small party would become revolutionary giants capable of defeating in one immense convulsive movement any power, no matter how well supplied with extraordinary arms. Registered the new factor in his familiar Oedipal fantasy, the one that distinguished this 1870 version from the reaction in Germany nearly 30 years earlier, was Bakunin's attack on the Jacobins, revolutionaries who did not fear power. Under no circumstances must the revolutionary giants really rule. The protective impotence had to be maintained, and, as always, appropriate arguments could be found. To attempt to impose communism or collectivism would only provoke popular resistance, and to repress that resistance, recourse would be necessary to armed force. In the end, along with the machinery of the reinforced state, there would soon be the state mechanic, the dictator, the emperor. All this would inevitably follow, for it is in the logic of the case. The argument is sound. The logic of the case is surely the way he describes it. But is it not at least as obvious that the logic of his own revolutionary strategy and tactics, with its invisible, disciplined, professional party emerging out of anarchy and civil war to organize the peasantry in conformity with the party's ideas, was the best recipe, indeed, the Leninist recipe for achieving just such a Jacobin dictatorship after the revolution? It was more than naivete on Bakunin's part to argue these contradictory aims, to denounce so eloquently and constantly the very domination that he himself had so often worked into his own party regulations and that his revolutionary strategies virtually assured. What was involved here was the radical self-deception that his basic ambivalence required. The Jacobins dared to draw the logical conclusions of revolution, they dared to assume the power and prerogatives of the overthrown authority. That was 360. Impossible for Bakunin. He could have nothing to do with explicit power, not even participation in bourgeois politics that his Marxist rivals advocated, much less the complete domination that the Jacobins had exercised. When he dominated, or tried to dominate, as he did in virtually every group in which he participated, indeed, that was a condition of his participation, he was adamant in insisting that he was doing nothing of the sort. When envisioning a party that would organize and direct the masses both before and after the revolution in a completely Jacobin manner, all rhetorical distinctions notwithstanding, he had to deny to himself ritualistic ally that this was what he and his intimates were doing. Acting behind the scenes, being invisible, remaining a secret organization, declining official titles, that is, public exposure of authority, was equivalent in his mind to avoiding power, even though he himself said explicitly and repeatedly that his general staff would wield even more effective power precisely because it worked secretly. As suggested above, with reference to Bakunin's anti-Jacobin arguments, the emphasis on invisible, powerless, power did represent, in one respect, a change in Bakunin's rhetoric from what it had been when he wrote The Reaction in Germany. During the 1840s, a rhetoric of omnipotence was necessary for a variety of reasons discussed earlier. Partly as a result of that deceptive rhetoric, however, Bakunin had acquired real strength over the 30 intervening years in the form of a broad following and, with it, the opportunity to acquire authentic power and authority. Considering his revulsion towards power, and the fact that he had for some years now been retreating from the dangerous opportunities for power that his rhetoric and tactics had brought him, what he needed now was a rhetoric of impotence, a theory anarchism that on principle rejected all power, including revolutionary power, and that thereby spared Bakunin himself from the intolerable danger of manhood that was threatening to impose itself on him. This is the major reason why his lifelong affirmation of absolute freedom fully crystallized into a philosophy of anarchism only in this last phase of his career. performing in a different way the same alchemy that first the dialectic and then the secret societies performed. Anarchism for Bakunin transmuted weakness, fear, and dishonor into strength, courage, and high virtue. Convinced that the continuing French defeat made revolution imminent, Bakunin spurred his lieutenants on. Gambuzzi and Finelli had written him, he told Richard on August 16, 1870, that their capitals were ready, that they and all their clients were unanimously convinced that never before had the time or conditions been so propitious for getting the business underway, that they have decided to begin. It would help them immensely if they had behind them an international company, so that the capitalists of southern France, Spain, and a particular section of Switzerland could contribute their capital to this. 361. Business. So, with Italy ready, even prepared to move alone if need be, southern France should get its wine business properly organized for this immediate large-scale speculation. Registered, again, one wonders in reading this Aesopian language, what is real and what is pretense. In the psychodrama he is playing, is the role of powerful international business tycoon any more a fiction for him than that of world revolutionary leader? Don't lose a single moment, he urged Richard on the 23rd. Don't wait any longer for a signal from Paris. If in 10 days there is no popular rising in France, France is lost. Ah! If only one were young, I would be among you and not here writing letters. The Prussians were on their way to Paris and would take it unless the people armed themselves and began a war of destruction, a war to the knife against the invaders and the traitors, the Prussians inside. Only that could save France from 50 years of slavery, from misery, ruin, degradation and annihilation. Not only France, but universal liberty was at stake. On September 2, the main French army, with some 82,000 troops, was trapped near Sedan and forced to surrender. The way to Paris was open. Outraged by the capitulation, crowds charged the Palais Bourbon on September 4 and forced the Assembly to declare the Empire of Napoleon III at an end. With the Prussians on their way to Paris and France without an any or real government, as Bakunin explained to Richard that same day, September 4, France will descend to the rank of a third-rate power and be subject to the Messian yoke. No one in Paris, neither Orleanists like Thiers and Trocco nor Republicans like Gambetta could save the day, he said, and Gambetta and his friends had already wasted a month, at a time when each day was important for arming and arousing the people to the revolution that would alone save France. They did not have the balls couilles for the job. So it was now the turn of the French people themselves. If they have the brains, the heart, and the balls for it, they will first rise against the Prussians outside and the traitors inside, and then send their delegates to some place outside of Paris to form a provisional government, the real government for the salvation of France. With Paris hopeless, some large center like Lyon or Marseilles must take the lead. But not under the guidance of the bourgeois radicals, for they lack the brains and the balls. It must be done by the workers, and it remained to be seen if the workers had the balls. They must now dare in the name of humanity and of France. Their responsibility is immense, for on them depend the destiny of France and of European socialism. Hesitation would be criminal. Young or not, Bakunin could no longer go on just sitting there while this exhilarating opportunity slipped by. 2 days after that last letter to Richard, he wrote his old friend Voigt, I have decided to drag my old bones there to Lyon. 362. And probably play there my last part, again revealing truth through incidental metaphor. Passing through Neuchâtel and Geneva, where he was joined by 2 comrades, Ozarav and a young Pole, Lankios, he arrived in Lyon on September 15. On the day of his arrival, a newly elected municipal council was in the process of replacing the Committee of Public Salvation that had administered Lyon since September 4, when a republic was proclaimed in Lyon. Some 9 hours before one was announced in Paris under the chairmanship of the new mayor, a moderate Republican named Henin. The council comprised, in the main, other bourgeois Republicans. For Bakunin, of course, the end of the empire and the free election of a local council for the new republic meant not the end, but only the beginning of the revolution. A real revolution has not yet taken place here, but there will be one, and everything is being done and readied for the real revolution, he wrote Ogarev on the 19th. The first steps toward that real revolution had been taken 2 days before, when he and his alliance intimates in Lyon announced at a mass rally that a new revolutionary organization had been formed, the Committee for the Salvation of France. Bakunin now seemed to be working feverishly to carry out the plan he had been endlessly restating for years. His small party of Spartan militants would unleash the evil passions of the people and at last bring about the great upheaval. I am playing for all or nothing, he wrote Ogarev in his letter of the 19th. His followers, men like Richard, Palix, and Coombe, who really knew what was happening in Lyon, were far more cautious. Richard kept urging him to wait. Nothing was ready yet, he said, especially since the alliance and the international networks in Lyon had been badly mauled by police harassment in the last months of the empire. Moreover, Richard added, Bakunin's repeated demand that his supporters oppose any and all participation in ordinary local, bourgeois politics and political alliances had only further isolated them from the workers. Time would be needed to re-establish contacts with the masses and gain their support, which was all the more indispensable after it had become clear that the National Guard, with a few individual exceptions, would support the elected Republican Council, not the real revolutionaries. Bakunin would hear none of this. The people were ready, he insisted, and had always been ready with their passionate hatred. Only a spark was needed. Palix vigorously opposed Bakunin's violence. To depend on the violent, instinctual passions of the masses was not only completely contrary to the French temperament, but would entail, as Richard later recalled Palix's argument, all sorts of crimes and abominations that would lend the revolution a sinister appeal, violate the grandeur of the idea by ugly instincts, and arouse against the revolution all those who deeply love everything that is fine and whose con 363. Science is filled with a sense of justice and the good. Registered. Not everyone was against Bakunin, however. Ozarav and Lankiowicz, again according to Richard's account, called for a revolution by any and all means, fire, poison, and the knife, without explanations and without debates. Bakunin scolded them for this, but did not change his own demand for immediately unleashing the people's evil passions. In the end he won, or, in Richard's words, illusion triumphed. The first direct call for revolution came on the night of the 24th, when, at another mass rally, various revolutionary resolutions were decided, along with a manifesto calling on the people to overthrow all remaining and meddling authorities, as Bakunin summarized it to Ogarev the next day. Tonight, he went on in that letter of the 25th, we will arrest all the principal enemies, then, tomorrow, the final battle and, we hope, victory. For some reason, the arrests and the battle did not take place on the 26th as planned. Instead, another rally was held to hear a reading of the manifesto. While the handwriting of the manifesto is Richard's, the ideas, sentiments and language are Bakunin's. If the people, organized for revolution, do not hasten to act, its future is lost. Inspired by the immensity of the danger and realizing that desperate action by the people must not be delayed even a single instant, the delegates of the Federated Committees for the Salvation of France united into a central committee proposed the adoption of the following resolutions. Predictably, the resolutions can be neatly divided into two parts, one destroying all power, another establishing total power, appropriately disguised. To be abolished, the administrative machinery of the state, all municipal organizations, all criminal and civil courts, all payments of taxes and mortgages. In their place, committees for the salvation of France which will exercise all power under the immediate control of the people, a revolutionary convention for the salvation of France, which will undertake the defense of the country, the justice of the people, the new courts, and contributions. Proportionate to the needs of the salvation of France, the new taxes. Other documents from these days show even more clearly the shape that the free society would take once the state was destroyed. One document lists the revolutionary committees to be established: finance and labor, banking, railroad and navigation, post and telegraph, prisons and military forces, political justice, civil and commercial justice. Another list separates the good revolutionaries from the reactionaries, the latter including, among others, the leading Leon Republicans, with Henin at the head, and Bakunin's Swiss opponents in the International, including Udin. One manifesto, attributed directly to Bakunin, brings out the Jacobin in him and his plans even more boldly. The revolutionary communes, it began. 364. Will consider their task accomplished only when they have assured the triumph of the revolution and have, consequently, joined federally, establishing themselves as the provisional authorities. Once established, these provisional authorities would decree an end to all taxes, debts, mortgages, contractual obligations, inheritance, all the codes, decrees and regulations, all government offices, and all religious organizations and associations. Unlike Bakunin's earlier programs of this sort, however, this one had teeth. Article 12. The punishment of death is pronounced in advance for all those who try, by any kind of maneuvers, to hinder the actions of the revolutionary communes or to re-establish any of the institutions that have been abolished. Article 13. The revolutionary communes will send delegates everywhere necessary to form new communes or to execute the promulgated decrees. Article 14. The revolutionary communes and their delegates will accept all claims and proposals that bear the signatures of at least 100 citizens. However, these claims and proposals will only be put into effect if they do not hinder the development and application of the principles of revolutionary equality. Article 15. To expedite the execution of these decrees, a permanent revolutionary militia is to be formed by recruiting as volunteers for a period of 6 months or more all legitimate citizens of all ages. Soldiers and non-commissioned officers of the regular army who wish to join will be permitted to do so, but officers so desiring, must first offer unimpeachable proof of their devotion to the revolutionary cause. 5 months earlier, in April, Bakunin had strenuously opposed what he considered Richard's plan, once the old regime had been overthrown, to send delegates to form a kind of national convention or committee of public salvation for the whole of France. According to Richard's plan, as Bakunin described it, the Committee of Public Salvation organizes a revolutionary state with sufficient force to repress reaction from within and without. Our plan is completely different. In a word, the revolution must be and must remain everywhere independent of the center, which must only be the expression, the product, and not the source, the direction and not the cause. Since April, however, he had come to feel how thoroughly he had been humiliated by both Nechiv, discarded as a 3/4 blind invalid, and Udin. Now more than ever he had to prove that he at least had the coups. Postponed from September 26, the revolution was now fixed for the 28th, perhaps in order to take advantage of a demonstration. The 365 national workshop laborers were planning that noon, to protest a reduction of wages recently voted by the elected council. Strategy was worked out at a meeting on the evening of the 27th. Debate seemed to center on the question of arms. Should the workers demonstrate with or without arms? While some argued for an unarmed demonstration, Bakunin vigorously called for arms. A vote was taken, and the majority voted for an unarmed demonstration, which did not, however, stop the later passage of a resolution making the distribution of arms optional. Another question concerned ways of taking control of a key fortress. Bakunin had a plan: use drugs to put the guards to sleep at their posts. The revolution began promptly at noon, in what must surely be the gentlest prelude of any insurrection on record. A small delegation of some 16 workers went to City Hall to ask the council to retract the wage reduction, but no one answered the door. The council was not to meet until later that day, at 6:30. So, about 100 determined men, with signs at their head, forced open the City Hall door and went inside the municipal building. Several members of the Central Committee for the Salvation of France, Bakunin, Paratin, Bastelica, and others went in with them. While the rest of the leaders gathered inside to decide their next move, signs went out on a balcony to proclaim to the crowd in the courtyard below that the elected council would either have to accept the articles in the manifesto of the 24th, or resign. While there on the balcony, he also appointed the General-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Federated Army of the South of France, one Cluseret, who immediately set out to mobilize support for the revolution and urge the townspeople to come en masse to City Hall. In the meantime, the other leaders argued strategy. According to Guillaume's account, Bakunin pressed for quick action, for the immediate arrest of the prefect, the mayor, and the general of the National Guard before the National Guard had a chance to organize and attack City Hall. Registered arrests were indeed made, but by the other side. Mayor Henin arrived and seeing Bakunin in the courtyard put his hand on his Bakunin's collar to arrest him. Bakunin thought a little, then was able to get a hold on Henin, but one of Henin's supporters, a small man, almost stunted, puny, grabbed onto Bakunin's coattails, separated the two men, and shoved Bakunin, who fell back into the pond. Several National Guardsmen then led Bakunin down to a basement room and locked him in. The General-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Federated Army of the South of France was more fortunate. Returning from his recruiting mission, Cluseret, too, was arrested, but another of the leaders summoned the crowd to his rescue. About an hour after Bakunin's arrest, his friend Ozarab noticed that he was missing and, gathering a detachment from the crowd, found and freed him. Then, 366. A while, the tide turned. The National Guard officers were forced to leave City Hall. By way of a court facing La Place de la Comédie, Mayor Henin was arrested, along with the prefect and several other officials, and Richard and Bastelica, who had been taken earlier, were released. Upon arriving at City Hall, Richard found the courtyard filled with both rebels and National Guardsmen, including those who had arrested Bakunin. Bakunin, who had just been released, was walking back and forth among the guardsmen denouncing them for the way they had treated him. "They stole my wallet when they arrested me," he said. "Why argue? Arrest these bourgeois who arrested me and stole 160 francs from me, and arrest as well," he went on, "all officials of the former empire and the clerics, too." No one moved. While this phase of the real revolution was underway, other National Guardsmen came streaming into the courtyard from all sides and told the demonstrators to go home. There was no resistance at all. Signs and Bastelica made a final effort to rouse the crowd, haranguing them from the balcony, but their public was no longer there and the officers whistled. Bakunin was no more successful in his continuing efforts to get the other leaders to launch a bloody collision. Unlike Dresden, they were ready for compromise. Fortunately, so were the members of the elected council when they arrived at 6:30 to begin their regular meeting as scheduled. Some conciliatory words were exchanged, and the rebels joined the councilmen in a rousing "Long live the Republic," then left, leaving the revolution behind them and the councilmen free to get on with its business as though nothing at all had happened. The council did, however, make one concession: it voted to give the workers back the 3 francs it had earlier legislated out of their wages. But the price for this victory had been high. Lyon was spared the bloodbath of Dresden, no thanks to Bakunin, who had tried as hard as he could to provoke more violent conflict, but Bakunin's personal need to play for all or nothing, to fight or die at Lyon, as he put it, did result in a wave of arrests that crippled the working class movement in Lyon for years to come. Also, according to Richard, it completely decimated Bakunin's own alliance. The day after the fiasco, Bakunin remained hiding in Lyon, still believing, amazingly, that the miracle might happen. But it would have to be in the next 24 hours, he wrote Palix, otherwise France would be lost, enslaved to the power of Germany and its ally, the knout of the St. Petersburg Tsar. If that occurred, then adieu liberty, socialism, justice for the people and the triumph of humanity. Still, even should that happen, he added immediately, my conscience tells me that I fulfilled my duty to the very end. What was probably the main reason for this letter to Palix, written that last day in Lyon, came at the 367. And, after telling Palix how he had been brutalized, pushed, shoved, pinched, twisted, and robbed of his revolver, notebook, and wallet, 65 francs this time, by the guards arresting him, he authorized Palix to retrieve the stolen goods for him. That same night, September 29, he left Lyon for Marseilles, where he spent a month fluctuating between despair and renewed apocalyptic expectation, distributing blame to explain away his own costly misjudgment, and beginning a lengthy study of the pathology of current politics, which was to occupy most of his attention that fall and through the following spring. He tried for a while to go on hoping, there were still 3-4 days, he wrote Palix, to make a revolution that will save everything, albeit a revolution of vengeance and despair. He must have considered this a serious possibility, for he went on in this letter to give very detailed and precise instructions on how he was to be informed of the outbreak of the revolution and summoned back to Lyon. Bakunin gave the letter and instructions to Lanquiois, who was quickly arrested. Worse still, Bakunin had also given him a detailed code book listing the names of his conspiratorial intimates. That, too, went to the police. It is very bad, Bakunin wrote Ogarev, it exposes them to great danger. Using the list, the police have ordered everyone's arrest. The code once more expresses the deeper reality that the real words disguised, thus, while centers of power hostile to Bakunin like Paris and Geneva become Monsieur so-and-so, the rebellious towns like Lyon, Marseilles, and Neuchâtel are Madame. The word friend was coded as useful, pillage as borrow, kill as heal, organize as paralyze, arms as his oral obsession tobacco, munitions as coffee, and artillery as the married woman. Hopes for his revolution of vengeance and despair continued through the first weeks of October. After all, he recalled in a letter of the 8th, with reference to the Lyon failure, the beginning had been magnificent, and the defeat had been the fault of the revolutionary inexperience of several of our friends or, alternately, the fault of General Cluseret, whom Bakunin charged with cowardice and treason. In other words, Lyon had not been a real test, it was merely a little adventure. And we will soon have our revenge. All that was needed was organization and, for that, money, which could be obtained by forced contributions. So, it is likely that I will soon be returning to Lyon. In a letter he began on October 20, 1870 to the recently appointed prefect of Marseilles, he was both depressed and optimistic. Should the Prussians win, he wrote, for those like us who are old, there would be nothing left to do but die. Whereas he had once hoped for a renewal of Europe, revitalized by a proletariat and peasantry not used up or depraved, things in France today almost 368 plunge me into despair, and I begin to fear with Herzen that the peasants and proletariat in France and Europe are dead also. But no, he went on, his stay in Lyon and Marseilles had only reinforced his faith in the people's instincts and powerful energies, if only they are properly organized. 3 days later, however, he wrote, I no longer have any faith in a revolution in France. The people here have themselves become as doctrinaire, circumspect, and bourgeois as the bourgeoisie. The situation is unbearable, and I tell you that as far as I am concerned, I have had enough. Registered he was planning that same day to leave Marseilles for Barcelona, he wrote in this letter, but then changed his mind and left instead for Geneva. From there, on the 27th or 28th he went home to Locarno, successfully defeated again, still free. Calvary. The next half year or so, well into the following spring, 1871, was one of the darkest periods in Bakunin's life. He was utterly impoverished, driven to an incessant search for loans and, according to Antonia, deeply depressed by it all. Crushed by the failures and losses of September and October, coming so soon after the humiliation suffered from Nichiv and Yudin, he isolated himself completely and worked on the book, the pathology, he had begun to write in Marseilles. "It is my first and my last book," he wrote Ogarev when he was almost done with the first part of it, "my spiritual testament." In successive letters to Ogarev and Ozerov, he gave detailed instructions for its editing and urged, implored, ordered Ogarev to take scrupulous care to see that everything was done with meticulous precision. The book, The Nauto-Germanic Empire and the Social Revolution, as he called it, was now the only thing that seemed to matter to him. He paid little attention to what was happening in the continuing battle between his Jura friends and their Geneva, Marxist-Udin rivals. A rising in Marseilles and another in Lyon made little impact on him. Nor, in fact, were his spirits raised by the Paris Commune, when the insurrection broke out on March 18, 1871. He acknowledged the bravery of the communards and praised their organization, wishing that the Lyon rebels had been as well organized, but he was convinced, and said so repeatedly, that they were doomed to defeat. They could only succeed if supported by a general social revolution in the provinces, and that was unlikely. Moreover, what good could come of an insurrection in which the majority of the leaders were Blanquists, supporters of a centralized political revolution? He could hope for only one positive outcome of the insurrection, that the Parisians 369, 370, in perishing, would take at least half of Paris with them. This was not the revolution for which he had been waiting. The French would have to suffer stronger shocks, and then perhaps the devil will awaken. As for himself and his friends, they must still go on preparing themselves in order to be ready for the day the devil awakens. Until that time, to spend our scanty means and those of the few others, our only treasury, would be criminal and stupid. Consequently, to turn to the first part of the letter to Ogarev from which that last quotation is taken, Ozerov should be spending less time in feverish excitement over events in Paris and more in preparing the first installment of Bakunin's spiritual testament for publication. Except for an intriguing account of European cultural and political history from the 11th century. The Nauto-Germanic Empire and the Social Revolution is yet another reenactment of the fantasy that had obsessed him throughout his adult life, the apocalyptic Armageddon between positive and negative, reaction and democracy, empires and peoples, delayed and betrayed by the golden mean compromisers, the German and Russian liberals, the French bourgeois republicans, and all the others who were neither hot nor cold. A grand, stark choice confronted Europe and the world: either a truly universal social revolution, a really great one, greater and more universal than the German Social Democrats have ever dreamed of, will awaken the devil that slumbers in them, the people, or slavery to the German state and its ally, the Russian Tsar, that Germanized Genghis Khan. Either holy revolt or universal tyranny. In part similar in its fervor to an appeal to the Slavs, the Nauto-Germanic Empire summons all true revolutionaries to arouse in themselves this deep and powerful passion that stirs the soul and provokes and achieves that which in ordinary life, in monotonous daily existence, one calls miracles, miracles of devotion, sacrifice, energy and triumphant action. The men of 1792 and 1793, Danton especially, had this passion, and with and through it, they had the strength for these miracles. They had the devil in the flesh, and they were able to put the devil into the flesh of the entire nation. Reflecting, perhaps, his anger over the recent disappointments, the apocalyptic miracle he now envisioned had become even more ruthlessly destructive. The workers of France want to save France at all costs. One must even make of France a desert in order to save her, blow up all the houses, destroy and burn all the towns, ruin everything that is so dear to the hearts of the bourgeoisie: property, capital, industry, commerce, in a word, turn the country into an immense tomb in which to bury the Prussians. They, the workers, want a war to the death, be barbaric war to the knife, if that would do it. More specifically, in response to his appropriately phrased question, what is to be done, registered, he foresaw revolutionary squadrons dispersed across the land to execute the people's will. With the devil in the flesh and following the right line, they will remove at once everything that might impede the success of the propaganda. Then they must begin to crush without striking a blow, the whole communal local administration, inevitably infected with Bonapartism, if not with legitimatism or Orleanism, to attack, expel and, if necessary, arrest the local officials as well as all the reactionary large property owners and the priests along with them, for no other cause than their secret connivance with the Prussians. Thus, the revolutionaries must burn, blow up, crush and level France into a desert, but do so without striking a blow. They must even advise the people not to maltreat anyone. Devil in the flesh and evil passions notwithstanding, the revolution will be achieved without much violence and without any bloodshed, for the people are really generous and are incapable of cruelty. Carrot registered, just as his pan-destruction would hurt no one, so would his revolutionary government of national defense and its delegates rule without limiting anyone's freedom. Completely opposed as I am to what in France one calls discipline, I recognize nonetheless a particular kind of discipline, not automatic, but voluntary and conscious and perfectly in accord with individual liberty is and will always be necessary. At the time of action, in the middle of battle, the roles divide naturally, according to different aptitudes, as evaluated and judged by the entire collective, some direct and command, others execute these commands. There was nothing at all in common, needless to say, between his command and that of the Jacobins, and their cult of state control, which he attacked as vehemently as ever throughout the book. Again and again, here and everywhere else, he insisted that it was not this or that form of state, monarchic, republican, or revolutionary, but the state itself, in principle, which was public enemy number one. That he did not see how his own revolutionary strategy and party organization must inevitably lead to a central domination of the most tyrannous kind, notwithstanding all the bottom-upward slogans, almost defies belief. Yet, it must be so, for it is even less believable to assume that he was engaged, over all these years, in conscious duplicity, saying one thing while consciously scheming its opposite. He could not let himself see the outrageous contradiction. He had to hold on to both poles, denouncing any and all forms of power, while determined to appear all-powerful through his apocalyptic rhetoric and authoritarian revolutionary organizations, albeit careful to keep his power invisible, i.e., powerless, and to assure himself and others that he and his apocalypse would not harm anyone, almost. He had found long ago in the revolutionary dialectic a magical formula for having it both ways, being totally committed through total detachment, powerfully opposing all power, merging with the pure, good, generous masses in their violent, vengeful, savage yet bloodless revolution. 372. Frustrated and angered by the successive disappointments that past year Udin, Nichiv, Leon, his vengeance found new symbols in the heritage of past revolutionary insurrections, significantly, past religious heresies that were crushed the 14th century Fraticelli, who dared to oppose the celestial despot and take the side of Satan, the spiritual head of all revolutionaries, past, present, and future, the true author of human liberation according to the Bible, the negator of the celestial empire as we are of all earthly empires, the creator of liberty, Wycliffe, Huss, and Ziska, the avenger of the people, whose memory still lives as a promise for the future, who, at the head of his Taborites, covered the whole of Bohemia, burning the churches, massacring the priests and sweeping away all the German and imperial vermin, and the Anabaptists of Munster with their attempts at a mystical communist organization. Happy face, Bakunin had discovered his true lineage. Neither the evil state reactionary, Republican, or Jacobin nor the good satanic rebellions against it was the focus of this spiritual testament, however. It was, rather, as it had been in the reaction in Germany, what Bakunin saw as the essential pathology, the bourgeoisie and its golden mean compromising. This, before all else, was the sickness that kept the devil in the flesh asleep and the apocalypse so long delayed. The principal enemy of this apocalyptic zealot remained, as always, not the conservative Sadducee, but the moderate Pharisee. In this instance, it was mainly bourgeois Republicans in France who bore the BMNT of the assault. More fearful of a people's social revolution than they were of Messian domination, they had been unwilling, he charged, to do the only thing possible to save France, call for a popular uprising. As for their constitutional and parliamentary charade, deceptive and self-serving at best, the bourgeoisie was quite prepared to exchange it for open military dictatorship the moment the people threatened to use the parliamentary forms against the privileged class and their property. Since he devoted most of the book to an attack on the French bourgeoisie, he balanced it at the end with a lengthy assault on German cultural, social, and political history from the 11th century on, arguing that the German bourgeoisie was even worse than the French, that the sentiment of revolt, that satanic pride that repels the domination of any master, divine or human, and that alone creates in man the love of independence and liberty, is not only unknown to it, but repulsive to it. Scandalous and frightening, that they cannot live without a master and are able to live in servitude, as tranquilly and happily as a rat in cheese, as long as it is a big piece of cheese. Happy face, it is from the second part of the Nauto-Germanic Empire, the segments written in February and March 1871, that one of Bakunin's most famous compositions has come down to us, God and State. Restating and amplifying themes already argued often before, especially in federalism, socialism, and anti-theologism, written for the League, it is one of his most eloquent and glowing defenses of reason and, correspondingly, most passionate critiques of religion and every other form of what he calls idealism. God being everything, the real world and man are nothing. God being truth, justice, goodness, beauty, power, and life, man is falsehood, iniquity, evil, ugliness, impotence, and death. God being master, man is the slave. If God is, man is a slave. Now, man can and must be free, therefore, God does not exist. I reverse the phrase of Voltaire and say that, if God really existed, it would be necessary to abolish him. Adopting again Feuerbach's thesis, he saw in the concept God nothing but a projection of the people's own ideals. It is the generic name of all that seems grand, good, beautiful, noble, human to them. But why, then, do they not say man? Happy face, man against God meant human freedom and dignity against human slavery and humiliation. In its earliest imagery, he said, this struggle was symbolized as Satan, the eternal rebel, the first freethinker and the emancipator of worlds, against Jehovah, who of all the good gods adored by man was certainly the most jealous, the most vain, the most ferocious, the most unjust, the most bloodthirsty, and the most despotic. From the first rebellion of Adam and Eve, inspired by the heroic Satan, against the despot Jehovah, history has seen a continuing confrontation between these principles of freedom and despotism, or, as the confrontation expressed itself in the world of ideas, between materialists and idealists. Whether in the form of religion versus rationalism, Germany's idealistic slavery contrasted with Italy's materialistic freedom, the idealism of abstract science, and the authoritarian rule of scientific experts, as opposed to the claims of concrete, everyday life, it was this perennial contest. And especially what Bakunin saw as the intellectual absurdities and social crimes of the idealists, that concerned him throughout much of the book. In setting out on this survey, Bakunin called attention to a remarkable paradox, which guided him through the rest of the work. Those who considered themselves and were called idealists turned out to be exceptionally materialistic in their greed for personal wealth and power, while those who proudly claimed to be materialists seemed to be the most selfless servants of humanity and warriors for human welfare. At the base of this paradox Bakunin saw a dramatic dialectic. Materialism represented, at the outset and in essence, man's animality, but, beginning from it, man dialectically ascended to its opposite, practical idealism. The same dialectic was TME of the idealists, only in the opposite direction. Starting from what they called idealism, they dialectically descended to what was, in fact, an animalistic materialism. The rebellion of Adam, Eve, and Satan against the idealism of Jehovah was, thus, simultaneously a rebellion of materialism against idealism and a step upwards beyond. 374. Materialism toward a new and authentic idealism. Once more the animal is at one and the same time boldly proclaimed and fearfully transcended. Both by rebellion and by the acquisition of knowledge that accompanied it, the human being separated himself from animality and constituted himself a man. From then on human history consisted precisely in the progressive negation of the primitive animality of man. Behind us is our animality and before us our humanity. Let us, then, never look back, let us look ever forward, since forward is our sunlight, forward our salvation. With such comments about animality we are down again to the personal roots that still provided the real meaning of the rebellion and the main purpose of the convoluted dialectics by which Bakunin tried again to honor the animal materialism he abhorred while denouncing the chaste idealism he lived by. The disguise of praise and honor, however, does not change the fact that the rebel is called Satan, the passions, demonic. The devil in the flesh still means the devil is the flesh. As he had always done before, here, too, Bakunin tells us what he really feels about that flesh, materialism, animality, and rebellion. They were as evil and demonic as they had always been for him and had to be denied and transcended, even in the act of being vigorously affirmed. Projecting, as he often did, his own plight onto his enemies, as he had done, for example, in his first attack against the impotent half-men, he traced the source of the idealists' troubles to their division of reality into two radically opposed parts, calling one divine and the other bestial, representing divinity and animality as two poles, between which they place humanity. They either will not or cannot understand that these three terms are really but one, and that to separate them is to destroy all of them, a most fitting description of his own malaise and a sound prescription for its cure. For some time in April 1871, while completing these first parts of the book, Bakunin had been planning a trip to Switzerland but had lacked the funds for it. Near the end of the month he received a substantial new loan from Gambuzzi, left for Switzerland on the 25th, and remained there until the middle of May. Since he could now expect little sympathy in Geneva, he decided to stay in the Jura, at Sunvilliers in the Val de Saint-Imier. While there, he delivered a series of lectures, repeating themes he had been working on over the past months for his book Attacking the French Bourgeoisie and the Jacobin Tradition, Debunking Bourgeois Parliamentary Democracy, outlining the great mission and future of the proletariat, wrestling with the contradictions between absolute liberty and social solidarity, and explaining the failure at Lyon. More than ever before, he now stressed the difficulty, as he was also doing at the time in his book, of winning the conservative, uneducated, and religious peasant to the side of the revolution. You must teach him, you must save him in spite of himself. Moreover, it was not only the peasants who were at fault, for, as he told Guillaume, who visited him in Sunvilliers, there were also too few workers who really had the character of real revolutionaries. Still, he continued to assure his followers that the revolution would surely arrive sooner or later and that we must in the meantime prepare ourselves, purify ourselves. Registered then, at the end of May, after he had left Sunvilliers for l'Îlot, an event occurred that lifted Bakunin's spirits higher than they had been since the eve of the Lyon Rising. On the 22nd news came that the Versailles army had broken the Communards' defense at the Porte de Saint-Cloud. Day after day, Bakunin and his friends followed the steady defeat of the Communards as they fought street by street until the end. Guillaume recalled the events, as told to him, this way. As for Bakunin, he remained strong. He expected the defeat. He feared only one thing, that in the final catastrophe the Communards might lack audacity and energy. But when he learned that they had defended themselves like lions and that Paris was in flames, he let go a shout of triumph. It's about time. What men, ... as he burst into the cooperative workshop, striking his cane on the table. On the 29th, the day after the last Communards had fallen, he left for Locarno, arriving there June 1, 1871. Inspired by the martyrdom of the Communards, he was now, for a short time, his old, militant self again. We must not lessen the prestige of this immense event, the Commune. We must, at the present moment, defend it to the utmost, even the Jacobins who died for it. He wrote Guillaume on the 10th. He had himself by then set out to do just that, composing as part of a preamble to the second part of his book a glowing eulogy for the heroes of Paris, who as a result of being massacred, smothered in blood by executioners from the royal and clerical reaction, have only become still more alive, more powerful, in the imagination and in the heart of the proletariat of Europe, who have given liberty and life to France, to Europe, to the entire world, who have inaugurated a new era, that of the final and complete emancipation of the popular masses, and who have confirmed their energetic faith in the destiny of humanity by their glorious fall. Henceforth, they must be looked upon as humanity crucified, notwithstanding the fact that the majority of the members of the Commune were not really socialists. That the socialists were only a minute minority while the rest were composed of Jacobins, albeit good, magnanimous Jacobins who proved their sincerity by being killed for the Commune. Who would dare ask more of them? While honoring the Jacobin communards for dying so bravely, however, he stressed again at length the radical distinction between his own free, spontaneous, federated, bottom-upward socialism and the authoritarian communists, partisans of the absolute initiative of the state. Happy face, during the first, triumphant phase of the Communards' uprising, their Jacobin 376 ism, as well, perhaps, as their initial success, had severely constrained Bakunin's praise. As martyrs, defeated victims, and powerful sufferers, their heroism became so attractive to him that even the sin of Jacobin statism could not tarnish it. Massacred, smothered in blood by executioners, they had become more alive, more powerful, his spirits aroused by seeing Paris drowned in the blood of its most generous children. He was now ready again to take on his most hated rivals, Udine. And, behind him, Marx. The conquest of Égalité, the split in the Ephemeration Romanda, and the acceptance by London of the anti-Bakunin Geneva faction in June 1870, Udine's formation of a new Russian section also recognized by Marx, and the expulsion of Bakunin and his comrades from the Central Geneva section of the International the following August on the grounds that they were simultaneously members of the Geneva Alliance section of the International did not end Udine's campaign against Bakunin. Udine now moved to drive the Geneva Alliance section itself out of the International by claiming that it had never really been accepted into it and that the letters used to prove that acceptance were fraudulent, a charge that the London General Council itself refuted at a meeting in late July 1871. When Bakunin heard from Guillaume of this latest affront, he was understandably aflame. As Guillaume puts it, he at once set aside the preface he was working on for the second part of his Nauto-Germanic Empire and began work on a detailed history and defense of the alliance, in preparation for what he expected would be a great battle on the issue at the next Congress of the International, presumably that September, 1871. Over the following 3 weeks, he worked steadily on a Protestation de l'Alliance as it was first called, careful throughout to balance his defense of the alliance with assurances of his dedication to the International and his admiration for Marx. Hardly had he finished his protestation when a new challenge was thrown at him, forcing him to do battle not only on another front, but on one requiring a fervent defense of the International. The new gauntlet came from Italy, where, in the context of a dispute between Mazzini's and Garibaldi's followers over the Commune, Mazzini published, on July 13, a stinging attack on the International. Having already become involved in the argument over the Commune, registered Bakunin felt himself called upon to answer Mazzini, which he started to do the very day he sent Guillaume the final pages of the Protestation de l'Alliance. Written in 4 days, this response to Mazzini was the first of a series of articles against him that Bakunin was to write during the next year. Although it is a strong defense both of the communards, massacred by the tens of thousands, including women and children, in defense of a cause that is the most human, the most just, the grandest ever produced in history, the cause of the emancipation of the workers of the whole world and of the Interna. Calvary 377. Chanel, the response builds up to that defense in a curious way. In keeping with the original religious focus of Bakunin's earlier attack on Mazzina, which had also been the main theme of the God and State section of the Nauto-Germanic Empire, the response is primarily a critique of Mazzina's religious idealism and of idealism in general, and rests on the paradox discussed above, namely, that idealism in practice leads to materialism, to the greed and power of the privileged class, while materialism leads to the kind of selfless idealism that ennobled revolutionaries like the communards. Throughout his vigorous attack on Mazzina, Bakunin showed him great respect and admiration. However, the same kind of respect and admiration that he had just showered on Marx in his protestation against Marx's London Council registered the response completed and mailed out. It was back to the Marxists and especially to Judin's campaign to drive the Geneva Alliance section out of the International. Then, another blow, on July 27 or 28, while Bakunin was writing the response to Mazzina, Guillaume had been deciding on a surprising maneuver against those trying to expel the Alliance section from the International. Why not voluntarily dissolve the section? After all, he wrote Bakunin explaining his position, for a long time it had served no purpose. In fact, Guillaume argued, the Alliance section was standing in the way of fuller cooperation between its members and recent 6 from the defeated Commune. Reconciliation and compromise were rearing their ugly heads right on Bakunin's home ground. The very thought of crumbling this way before Judin enraged him. I will never agree to put myself in a position of being pardoned by them when it is I who should be doing the pardoning. It is not by a posy of cowardly concessions and Christian humility, but only by firmly and forthrightly maintaining our right that we will triumph over our enemies, for the good as well of the International. Instead of surrendering, he began work on another defense of his organization, a report on the Alliance. There was, he said, only one thing that might bring him to dissolve the Alliance section: a public acknowledgement at the next Congress of the International that past attacks on him and on the Alliance had been unjust, and an expression of gratitude to the Alliance for its voluntary dissolution. Even were the Alliance section to be dissolved, however, that dissolution, he told Guillaume, must not affect the Jura Federation, the Bakuninist faction from the Chaz-de-France split. Do not be afraid of conflict within the International, he urged Guillaume. Conflict can only strengthen it, especially since someday it will no longer be a conflict of personalities, but a great battle over two principles, that of authoritarian communism and that of revolutionary socialism. The very day that Bakunin wrote this, August 6, the remaining few members of the Geneva Alliance section were meeting to dissolve it. They did not even write him about it. It was not until the 12th that he learned of 378. The dissolution through a letter from Ozarav. Bakunin could do no more than msh off another series of letters denouncing the whole affair. A few weeks after the dissolution, those last members of the Alliance formed a new section for revolutionary socialist propaganda and action, this time together with some communard refugees. Back and forth Bakunin moved from one front to another, writing further supplements to his report on the Alliance, interrupting this to work on a second response to Mazzina, then dropping that to attack Judin. Much of these labors went in vain, however, for neither the protestation nor the report on the Alliance were used by his Geneva followers. Nor could they serve as a defense in what Bakunin had thought would be the next International Congress in September, for instead of a Congress, the General Council, because of the severe repression throughout Europe in the aftermath of the Commune, decided to limit the meeting to a conference. The conference met from September 17 to the 23rd, and all but a few attending were supporters of Marx and the London Council. Most of the substantive resolutions either directly or indirectly concerned Bakunin and the threat he and his followers, mainly in Switzerland, were seen to pose to the International. Beginning with the reassertion of the basic commitment to political participation and the formation of working-class parties, the resolutions included a disavowal of all connections with the Nechiv affair, instructions to Judin to prepare a special report on Nechiv to be published in Egalite, acknowledgement of the self-dissolution of the Geneva Alliance section, confirmation of the earlier recognition of the anti-Bakunin Geneva wing of the Fédération Romande as the official voice of the International, and advice to the Jura wing either to submit to that or, if it chose to remain apart, to rename their separate faction the Jura Federation. Happy face, perhaps the battles that now followed might have been avoided or at least delayed had the International not rejected an application for admission submitted that October 1871 by the successor of the Geneva Alliance section, the new section for revolutionary socialist propaganda and action. With that last door closed, Bakunin's Jura followers had little choice but to counter-attack with their own declaration of war. Happy face, on November 12 the Jura dissidents held a congress of their own at Sunvilliers to defend what they claimed to be the original principles of the International, as it was first founded in 1864, and to accuse Marx's London Council of betraying those principles. The policies of the General Council were destroying the International, the Protestants charged, changing it from an association of independent working-class movements into an authoritarian, centrally dominated, hierarchically structured organization completely controlled by a General Council dictatorship. Instead of dictating party orthodoxy as it had taken upon itself to do, the proper function of the Council, they said, was to act as a bureau of correspondence and a center for the collection of information concerning working-class movements in different countries. Besides demonstrating yet again that power corrupts no matter who held it, Guillaume declared in a circular to all international sections, the errors of the General Council proved how wrong it was to make the conquest of political power by the working class the principal aim of the International. Marx and the General Council had pushed too hard. The wedge that Marx had hoped, apparently, would chip Bakunin and his followers off the International and rid the London Council of a marginal nuisance was now set instead right at the center of the International itself, and over the next year, down to and after the Hague Congress of 1872, it was to cut deeper and deeper until it became a major factor in splitting the International in two. However much he was affected by these controversies in the fall of 1871, Bakunin himself had little to do with them. Throughout these months, he devoted himself to his campaign against Mazzini and to the Italian involvements into which it had drawn him, that is whenever he could pull himself out from under several particularly burdensome domestic troubles that oppressed him at the time. Besides his crushing financial woes, Antonia had suffered a breakdown due to the death of her last remaining brother and her worries over the fate of her family in Siberia. Bakunin did not even learn about the London Conference resolutions until a month after they had been decided, nor did he take any part in preparing the Sunvilliers Congress. A letter to Ogarev in mid-November is especially important in this regard, reviewing despondently as it does the various domestic difficulties that Bakunin faced and discussing his continuing conflict with the Mazzini party but saying nothing at all about the London Conference or Sunvilliers. It was, at the time, in Mazzini more than in Marx that Bakunin saw the embodiment of everything he detested: religious faith, national glory, the state, parliamentary government, and class reconciliation. His successive articles and letters against Mazzini written that fall and winter, 1871–72, seem, however, relatively mild, even academic. To be sure, he expressed deep feeling when he described repeatedly the plight of the oppressed workers and the self-sacrifice of the International in its unremitting struggle for their liberation. But, for the most part, there is something rather detached and didactic about the way he developed, 4 pages on end, the commonplace positivism and naturalism of the period, proving that mind is matter and that man is a part of nature with nothing divine about him, tracing the course of man's anthropological progress, reviewing the advance of society from primitive hunters to the modern state, outlining basic human motivations, or, especially, his bête noire now, debunking all religion. 380. And enumerating its many crimes. As he does in so much of his work during these last years, he seems to have become in his Mazzini articles the academic professor he once told his father he intended to be. Except for some interesting new thoughts about a downtrodden Asia waiting to pounce on a depraved and divided bourgeois Europe, the social and political ideas he argued are neither novel in general nor new for him. For the most part, they are well developed in other, earlier works. It was his obsession to repeat over and over again the same truth so that all should know and be free, to prove and prove once more that all power corrupts, that all states oppress, that the state and church are forever allied, that both must everywhere and always defend the interests of the privileged class and help them exploit and stifle the people, that Satan is the divine rebel and Jehovah the demonic tyrant, a theme particularly emphasized in these tracts against Mazzina, that idealism, religion, and nationalism are the favored weapons of all class oppressors, and that the people will be free only when they liberate themselves from such false notions, join together in the International, and, on the model of the glorious Commune, which gave the signal for future deliverance, arise in universal social revolution to overthrow all oppressive systems and create on their ruins freely, spontaneously, cooperatively, from the bottom upwards the new world of absolute freedom and harmonious. Federated Sauterite .. It was not until the end of the year, 1871, that Bakunin turned his attention again to his conflict with the London Council. He had received, at the end of November, a copy of Guillaume's Sunvilliers circular and wrote Guillaume enthusiastically that he would set to work at once distributing it throughout Italy as broadly as possible, inundating Italy with it, as he said to his intimate Zhukovsky soon afterwards. A little later, he read another circular with an entirely different message, one that Engels had sent to Italy on December 6, openly hostile to him and his program. His situation had now become quite complicated, he wrote the editors of a socialist journal. Until now he had had to fight only one enemy of the International, Mazzina. Now, he must defend the International against two popes, Mazzina and Marx. From a letter Bakunin sent to an Italian supporter, Celso Ciaretti, we can see how well the Sunvilliers circular met his own needs in his conflict with London. Referring explicitly to the demands of the circular, he wrote Ciaretti that the Council must at once return to its original role as a simple bureau of statistics and correspondence. There is no place for any orthodoxy in the International, he went on, since it was meant to be and must remain a free federation of autonomous national members whose opinions are absolutely their own. Otherwise, the International would be no different than the Church of Mazzina. Moreover, if not even a regular Congress of the International had the prerogative to pass resolutions limiting the rights of the autonomous members, certainly the irregular, secret, and totally unrepresentative September London Conference had no such prerogative. Therefore, he concluded, all sections of the International should join in this rejection of the London Conference, publicly announce their adherence to the protest of the Sunvilliers Congress, and insist on an immediate convocation of a General Congress. Not only was justice on their side, he concluded, but the votes as well, for you will undoubtedly be pleased to learn that all of socialist and revolutionary France is with us, that the Spanish have unanimously sided with us, that the Belgians lean in our direction, that the sections in Turin, Milan, and Naples have already announced their support. The Latin world is in the process of federating, organizing, and rising up in the name of liberty, against the dictatorship of the London Pan-Germanists. Happy face. Later that month he composed two long attacks on Marx, the first of a series of such compositions, some published, some not, that were to follow throughout the coming year, 1872, the year of the decisive Hague Congress. A brief review of these two works, a letter to the Bolin members of the International and my personal relationship with Marx, will give us some idea of the substance and character of Bakunin's arguments in this momentous confrontation. The basic charge in his case against Marx was the one already argued in the Sunvilliers circular, that the General Council in London, under Marx's direction, had gradually expanded its functions from those of a correspondence and information bureau into those of a dominant ruling body, a virtual dictatorship. Making frequent comparisons between Marx and Mazzina, Bakunin claimed that in both cases the root of the evil was a desire for personal power, the need to govern, educate, and organize the masses according to their Mazzina's and Marx's particular ideas, religious in one case, scientific and doctrinaire in the other, in one case with faith in Italy, in the other with faith in Germany, but in neither with any faith at all in the people. Marx's authoritarian ascent, he argued, had been gradual, advancing slowly after the First Congress of 1866, more swiftly after his setback on the inheritance issue at the Basel Congress of 1868, then reaching its high point at the illegal London Conference of 1871. The implications of this rise to power extended far beyond Marx's own career, for his domination meant the domination by the German members of the International over the Latin and Slavic members, with the English and Americans wavering in between. However, he went on, this was not really the fault of the Germans, but rather that of a particular segment of the German intelligentsia, the Jews, since Marx was represented among German and Austrian workers by his disciple, a Jew like himself, Liebknecht, and by many other fanatical partisans, for the most part also Jews. Happy face, the Jews constitute a real power in Germany today. A Jew himself, Marx has around him as much in London as in France and in many 382 other countries, particularly Germany, a throng of little Jews, more or less intelligent and educated, living mainly off their intelligence and acting as middlemen for his ideas. Retaining a monopoly on high policy, I was going to say high intrigue, for himself, he gladly leaves to them the petty, dirty, squalid work, and one must admit that in this respect, always obedient to his prompting and direction, they do a lot for him, restless, nervous, inquisitive, indiscreet, garrulous, turbulent, intriguing, exploitative, as Jews are everywhere, business agents, writers, politicians, journalists, in a word, literary courtiers, and at the same time financial courtiers. They have taken over entirely the German press, from the most extreme monarchic journals to the most extreme radical and socialist journals, and for a long time have reigned supreme in the world of money, of high financial and commercial speculations. Having already a foot in the bank, they have been gaining in recent years a foothold in socialism and so, the whole Jewish world, forming a single sect of exploiters, a kind of human leech, a collective, devouring parasite, organized not only across state frontiers, but even across all political divisions. This world is in fact, for the most part at least, at the disposal of Marx, on one side, and Rothschild, on the other. What can there be in common between socialism and high finance? Well, it is the fact that authoritarian socialism, Marx's communism, wants central power for the state, and wherever there is state centralization, there must necessarily be a state central bank, and where there exists such a bank, the Jews are always sure not to die of cold or hunger. Carrot. Citing Austria as an example of the Jewish threat, he recalled that in 1868 there had existed among the Austrian proletariat a magnificent spontaneous movement, but that soon afterwards, propagandists and agitators, mainly Jews, of the Social Democratic Party, recently formed in the north of Germany under Marx's inspiration, began to win to their side the Austrian Jews, and together they undertook to attract, sermonize, and lead astray the German workers of Austria. To illustrate further the tactics of these Jewish writers, especially skilled in the art of cowardly, odious, treacherous insinuation, Bakunin recounted his own experiences with Marx's calumny and intrigue. No one could make better use of them than Marx, since, to begin with, he is a genius at it and, besides, he has at his disposal an army of Jews who are veritable heroes in this kind of war, such as the German Jew Hess, Liebknecht, another friend and disciple of Marx and a Jew like himself, a third Jew, Borkheim, another servitor of Marx, and of course, Yudin, a little Russian Jew, a fool but tricky, shameless, brazen, and a liar and intriguer to the marrow of his bones. Happy face, such was the army supporting the dictator Messiah Marx. But, Bakunin argued at length, it was hardly against the Bakuninists alone that Marx was mobilizing this army. Marx's aims had to be seen in conjunction with the victories of Prussian absolutism in Europe and Bismarck's plans to subordinate all Europe to the domination of the German race. It is this plan to destroy liberty, a plan that has posed a mortal danger to the Latin race and the Slavic race, that is now trying to win absolute control of the International. Against this monstrous claim of pan-Germanism, we must oppose an alliance of the Latin and Slavic races. By the turn of the year, 1871 to 1872, Marx and Mazzini had become almost interchangeable for Bakunin as embodiments of the dual evil, church and state domination. Mazzini's theologism, he said, was obvious enough, as was his exultant nationalism. But Marx, too, by trying to impose perfect theoretical solidarity in all sections of the International, turning the General Council into his own collective papacy, and issuing decrees ex cathedra as he had done in the London Conference, was acting like the head of a church no less than was Mazzini. Since one reason for Mazzini's attack on the International, the main one according to Bakunin, was the fact that the International cut across national lines and undermined national identity. And writes, Bakunin was in a rather awkward position in opposing Mazzini, since Bakunin, too, was now demanding the autonomous rights of the workers' national organizations against the centralist claims of the London Council. This difficulty aside, Bakunin seemed boldly optimistic about the outcome of his conflict with Marx. Since Sunvilliers, the confrontation had been steadily moving in favor of us, the anarchists. The Spanish and Belgians had already spoken in support of the Jura declarations, and in letters to his friends in Italy Bakunin urged them to begin a broad letter campaign to the Italian sections to get them to do likewise in preparation for the coming International Congress. Happy face. The first weeks of February 1872 Bakunin was ill and unable to work. What he thought about those weeks we cannot say, but whatever it was it seems to have caused a shift in the emphasis of his writing away from Italy and Mazzini and further back towards the Slavic-Germanic confrontation that had occupied so much of his attention, first in the late 1840s and, then, in the years immediately after his escape from Siberia. We see this, for example, in a long work written for his Jura followers. Beginning the work with another outburst against the Little Russian Jew Yudin and the dirty conspiracy of German and Russian Jews against me, registered he went on with page after page of this strident anti-Semitism, even more virulent than what we saw in his publications the previous December, which already had shown considerable flair in this genre. Since they adored a murdering God, the most barbarous and at the same time most personally vain. 384. Of all gods known on earth, and followed a leader, Moses, who ordered whole peoples massacred in order to establish his own power, it was fortunate indeed for other nations that the power of the Jewish people did not equal their cruelty. Their power was still immense, however, since the Jews formed a commercial network throughout the world and, through their control of trade and usury, dominated the simple folk, those on whom Jewish exploitation exerted its most pitiless depredations, those who were literally devoured by the Jews. As a result, in all these countries the people detest the Jews. They detest them to such a degree that all revolutions are accompanied by a massacre of Jews, a natural consequence, but one hardly likely to make of Jews partisans of popular and social revolution. The Jews were, instead, unrestrained partisans of civilization and of the state and felt horror at the thought of the unleashing of the popular masses. The Jew is, therefore, authoritarian by position, by tradition, and by nature. This is a general law and knows only few exceptions, and even these exceptions, when closely examined, confirm the rule. Revolt, the source of every liberty, is alien to the character of this people. They have once and for all stigmatized and damned it in the figure of Satan. True, the Jewish people have never lacked high intelligence. They were one of the most intelligent races on earth and could boast of such great minds as Jesus, Paul, Spinoza, Mendelssohn, Lessing, Heine, the Rothschilds, and, among others, the eminent socialist writer, the principal force behind the International Workers' Association, Karl Marx. But, alongside these great minds, there are always the small fry le Menufredin, an innumerable crowd of little Jews, bankers, usurers, industrialists, businessmen, professional writers, journalists, politicians, socialists, and speculators. These were the ones who had turned German journalism into a pit of slime with their cowardly and treacherous insinuations, foul lies, and stupid, dirty slander. People say of them that they eat only excrement, like certain insects that run through the streets. From the Jews, Bakunin then moved on to the Germans. In a long and detailed survey of German weakness, greed, materialism, and slavish submissiveness, etc., he both damns the Germans and honors their rivals, the Slavs and, almost incidentally now, the Latins. Recalling repeatedly and angrily how German Jewish social democrats, like Durkheim and Marx, had warned Europe of barbarism and brutality coming out of the East, Bakunin threw the charge right back at them. It was the Germans who were the real brutes, obsequiously submissive to their own bureaucracies, while ruthlessly oppressive in their rule over other peoples, particularly the Slavs. It was the entirely warranted hatred felt by East European Slavs against the Germans that had led the Slavs to place their hopes on Russia, thereby providing a rich soil for panslavism. And do you consider it illegitimate or bad, after all, that the Slavs look to Russian dominion for their liberation from the yoke of the Germans they abhor? But the Russian Tsar is a terrible despot. Without doubt. I would only like to know, however, if the Emperor William is any better? But the Germans are uniting for the good of universal civilization. Well, the Slavs are uniting in order to repel the civilization which they find detestable. Take the state, for instance. Unlike the Germans, the Slavs have never been a conquering race, and no Slavic state in history was actually founded by Slavic peoples. The Slavic peoples are peaceful, agrarian, and socialist by nature and have never established states. As for Russian despotism and beamtality, from the point of view of brutality, insolence, and cruelty, I frankly think that the laurels go to the Germans who exceeded, I say, everything that the Russians have done in Poland. Moreover, Russia could hardly be the threat to Europe that Marx and his followers claimed, since it lacked the wealth, organization, and science necessary for that. Throughout, Bakunin again made Marx and Bismarck partners in a shared adoration of the state. As always, it is the state as such that is the ultimate culprit. It was not in Russian tsardom that the real evil and the danger lay, but in the state itself. Russia under a constitution would be no better, and if the Germans outdid the Russians in brutality, the French Republicans of Versailles surpassed them both. Herein lay the essential difference between Marx and himself, he said, between the Hebraic Germanic wing of the International and the Federalists or Anarchists, the Slavic Latin, and Jura-Swiss, wing. The Marxists wanted only to change the state, turn it into a people's state, while the Anarchists wanted the abolition of the state, of all states, the universal men of the political world. Are we right, yes or no, to repel the political world with disgust and disdain? Happy face. While a variety of other familiar themes were touched on in the article, it was the conflict between German and Slav, or, in its extended form, between the Hebraic Germanic force and the Slavic Latin force that we mainly see unfolded before us. This great Gog-Magog struggle now occupied the central place in Bakunin's worldview, supplanting in importance to him even the universal liberation of the people, and he was to return to it repeatedly in these last years of his political life. Most immediately, we see it again in another manuscript written at the time, March, 1872, on Germany and state communism, in which he again challenged the claim that henceforth only the Germanic race, including in it the Anglo-Saxons of England and America as well as those of Holland and Scandinavia, had the capacity to exist, the energy to expand and develop, and, consequently, would henceforth remain as the only legitimate representative of humanity. Happy face. It was by such arguments, he said, that the Germans had justified their domination, and it was as a result of such claims that the entire history of Germany is really a struggle against the Slavic race. But it is not only the Slavic race, for the Latin race is equally condemned in the 386 minds of the Germans. They are condemned for different reasons, however, while the German hates and fears the Slavs because he sees in them absolute barbarism, anarchy, and therefore opposes them with the hatred of the old for those younger, with an instinctual fear that the Slavs may be summoned later to eliminate and replace them. The German has respect for Latins as more civilized, more refined, and older than themselves. From this perspective, in other words, in the progressive advance of history, the Latin race represents the aristocracy, the Slavic race, the masses, the rabble, and the German race, the bourgeoisie. Happy face, two great forces thus stood poised for a terrible, mortal struggle. On the one side, under the banner of the tyrannous and murderous God of the Jews, was all that was evil: state, church, property, domination, exploitation, civilization, compromise, and the bourgeoisie. On the other side, inspired by the archetypical rebel and freedom fighter Satan, was all that was good: anarchism, absolute freedom, the evil passions, the devil in the flesh, the masses and their pure but violent instincts, and classless, communal, federated solidarity. Germany, England, Holland, Scandinavia, American and, especially, the Jewish members of these bourgeois nations versus the Slavic and Latin races, allied with the masses, the rabble of the civilized nations, once the devil in the flesh within them had been unleashed, and reinforced by the distant threat of the still fiercer world of Asia. In the months that followed, Bakunin fused into a single epic struggle the approaching conflict with Marx in the International and this apocalyptic war of the races. Whereas in his February-March 1872 letter to the jurisdictions he felt the need to apologize for his long discussion of the racial conflict, explaining it by the fact that he had been attacked by Jewish and German slanderers who had insulted him as a Russian and as a Slav, in a letter to a Spanish follower, Anselmo Lorenzo, sent in May 1872, he argued that the two struggles were inextricably joined, that the debate that divides us today within the International is only a reproduction of the great historical question posed by current events. To whom does the future belong? To the principle of domination and the great states, represented essentially, historically by the conquering race, the violent and, therefore, authoritarian civilizers, the Germans, or to the principle, represented by Latins and Slavs, of revolutionary socialism and the spontaneous organization of popular liberty through the abolition of all the political and juridical institutions of the state and the federation of autonomous communes and associations, registered. This return to Slavic concerns, becoming more and more marked as the next round with Marx drew nearer, was not limited only to abstract racial and global. Calvary 387. Apocalyptic Visions. In mid-March 1872, one Vladimir Holstein, a Russian medical student studying in Zurich, visited Bakunin in Locarno and several days after his arrival invited two other young activists to join them, Alexander Elsnitz and Zemfari C. Arbery, usually known by his pseudonym, Rally. All three had paid heavily in Russia for their political activism, the first two with expulsion from the University of Moscow and the third, Rally, with 2 years in prison. The three remained in Locarno until April 4 and while there established with Bakunin yet another secret organization, a Russian Brotherhood. Upon their return to Zurich, a fifth member was added, Michael Sishin, known as Armand Ross. Now 27, Ross has been an intimate since 1870, when he returned to Europe from a stay in America, his refuge after escaping a sentence of Siberian exile 2 years before. Ross was not at all pleased with the prospect of sharing Bakunin's friendship with three other young men like himself, especially since, he said, all three had told me many times, and their conduct confirms this, that they are only interested in medicine. Happy face, the ground was thus laid at the outset for the first of a series of long, bitter, and essentially trivial quarrels that were to exhaust and demean Bakunin's final years. Discord among his young Zurich followers was apparent from the start. When, for example, Bakunin urged that the new brotherhood support a recently formed Polish organization, the three newcomers were for it, while Ross opposed. Registered a letter Bakunin sent Rally in May 1872 concerning this affiliation shows how quickly and deeply Bakunin had found his way into the maelstrom of competing Slavic factions that had made life in Zurich so exhilarating for its large Slavic student colony. Writing in a new number code he devised for these communications with Zurich, Bakunin approved of Rally's decision to join the Polish Society, since it would help our National Committee of the Alliance of Social Democracy and our International Brotherhood, urged him to use his participation to work against Marxist influence within the organization, argued against Rally's dislike of his Jura friends, and much more. Not content with having his followers join the Polish Society, Bakunin undertook the next month to draft a charter of aims for the group, in the form of an article written in the name of we, the poor Polish workers. In it, he praised the past glories of the independent and courageous Polish nobility, called for a free democratic Poland, to be achieved exclusively by means of social revolution, summoned everyone to rise everywhere against the state and to form, spontaneously, a new, voluntary, bottom-upwards universal federation that would know no national boundaries. At the end of June 1872, Antonia and her children left Locarno for Siberia, to visit her parents and perhaps bring them back with her. Bakunin accompanied her as far as Basli. Separation. For how long? For a year? Forever, he noted in his diary. Instead of returning to Locarno, he went on to Zurich and its 388th Russian community and remained there until mid-October, throughout, that is, the decisive Hague Congress that September. 3 days after his arrival in Zurich, still another organization, a Slavic section of the International, was established, with 15 or 20 members, mainly Russians, a few Serbs, a Croat, and a Czech, but no Poles, notwithstanding the fact that Bakunin had just the month before written the Polish program. Near the end of his stay in Zurich, he provided the Serbs as well with their program at a secret meeting of the Serbs that he attended. Some weeks after the meeting, one of the delegates wrote, "I know I was wrong in not resolutely opposing Bakunin and not telling him that he should keep out of Serbian affairs since he doesn't understand a thing about them." Happy face. The revival of the Eastern connection did not mean that Bakunin was entirely abandoning his association with the International. The part he was taking among the various Slavic organizations in Zurich at least appeared to be that of a leading member of the International, as one can readily see, for example, from the references to it, and to the alliance as well, in discussing the Polish program. While much of his correspondence with his intimates in Europe during these months has been lost or destroyed, enough remains to suggest an outline of his activities with respect to the International at the time, the period leading up to the Hague Congress. In a letter to F. Mora, sent in early April 1872, we see Bakunin stating again the principal points of the Sunvilliers resolutions and Guillaume's circular, opposing dictatorship, government, authority, since human nature is such that any domination becomes exploitation, and, therefore, opposing the London Council. That letter also shows that his dissolved alliance was still very much alive. You know, of course, that in Italy recently the International and our cherished alliance have gained very much ground. Registered in the letter he sent to Lorenzo, in which he had forthrightly set forth his vision of a universal racial confrontation, there is a similar reference to the alliance. I ask only that you do not mention a word about the alliance in your reply, because the alliance is a secret that none of us can divulge without committing treason. With prospects of a great battle, a decisive battle with the Marxists just ahead, he thus seemed to be activating his secret weapon, his network of intimates in Spain, Italy, the Jura, where he made 3 trips in July and August, registered and, now, among the various Slavic émigrés in Zurich. For 4 weeks, beginning on May 20, 2 of his principal Italian intimates, Cafiero and Finelli, had been with him in Locarno, probably working out details of their strategy for the Fall International Congress. It was their assumption at the time that the Congress would be held in Geneva, but while they were meeting among themselves in Locarno, the General Council was also meeting and, on June 11, Calvary 389 chose instead The Hague, Holland as the Congress site. Happy face. The reason for the choice was clear to Bakunin: it is to block the delegates from Italy, Spain, the south of France, and the Jura, because of the high costs of travel, and thereby assure a Marxist majority. Their own strategy would be as follows, he went on in this letter of July 16 to Gambuzzi. The Jura Committee will invite the friendly federations of Italy and Spain to join it in its protest and its request to hold the Congress somewhere in Switzerland. If after that London refuses, it will invite the Italians and the Spaniards to do what the Jura would then do, namely, send no delegates to this Congress, but rather send them to a conference in Switzerland of dissident and free sections in order to declare and preserve their independence and to organize their intimate federation, the Federation of Autonomous Sections and Federations within the International. The Spanish, he added, had already indicated their support and their willingness to demand, as we have also done today, the abolition of the General Council. What is most interesting about Bakunin's approach to the coming conflict is not his radicalism, but rather his moderation, his reluctance to break with the International, to go any farther than demand autonomy within the International. In his May letter to Lorenzo, he was already predicting that the Congress would result in a horrible scandal, but that he would have an impressive minority of Spaniards, Italians, French, and Belgians behind him, and that this minority will save the liberty and even the existence of the International. Later that month, on the 20th, he similarly asked Raleigh whether Guillaume had told a Jura Congress meeting earlier that month about my proposals concerning the character and the limits of the International. Happy face, given this apparent unwillingness to break with the International and establish a competing organization, one can well appreciate his displeasure when the Italians, meeting at Rimini August 4 under the chairmanship of Cafiero, voted to abstain from any participation in the coming Hague Congress. While the other resolutions passed at Rimini no doubt greatly pleased him, vigorously opposing as they did the General Council, the London Conference, and the control over both by the German Communist Party with its authoritarian communist doctrine, he was dismayed by the forthright conclusion of those resolutions. We deplore, he said, the Rimini appeal to the anti-authoritarian sections of the International, i.e., those against Marx's London Council, to send their delegates on September 2, 1872, not to The Hague, but to Neuchâtel in Switzerland, in order to open there the General Anti-Authoritarian Congress. The tactics decided on by a Jura Congress meeting at Jos de Fonds in mid-August were much more acceptable to him. Calling for the abolition of the General Council and for the suppression of all authority in the International, the Jura Declaration instructed its delegates to walk out of the Congress if their 390 proposals for reorganizing the International were not accepted, and expressed solidarity with other anti-authoritarian delegates from Spain, Italy, France, and elsewhere who protested loudly and clearly against the authoritarian tendencies in the International. Registered, the loudly and clearly, according to Guillaume, belonged to Bakunin. Although Bakunin attended this Jura Congress, it is unclear just whom he represented. As Guillaume writes, there were several Russian and Serbian students, and Bakunin, who was a delegate from some section I no longer recall, accompanied them. Registered Bakunin, in short, wanted the rhetoric of the Rimini extremists but the practical prudence of the Jura. His final position on the eve of the Hague Congress is evident in a letter he wrote Gambuzzi on August 31. Rejecting the Rimini decision and favoring the Jura tactic of withdrawal by the anti-authoritarian delegates in the name of the autonomy and liberty of their respective federations, Bakunin went on to say that they should withdraw while at the same time proclaiming, solemnly affirming, both their own individual solidarity and that of the federations with the International, with the proletariat of the whole world. Even were withdrawal to become necessary, Bakunin continued, emphasizing the point, the anti-authoritarian delegates would gather at another Congress in order to form there a closer alliance of the federations, not outside of but within the International. Why was Bakunin so reluctant to break with Marx's International and establish an anti-authoritarian International, as his Spanish and Italian disciples wanted to do? Why did he try to save the International, restrict himself to redefining its character and limits, seek for no more than autonomy, and insist repeatedly that whatever happens the solution must be found not outside but within the International? The answer, again, can be found in Bakunin's attitude toward public leadership, towards power visibly and responsibly managed. To campaign vigorously against Marx's authority was one thing, to practice power, to organize and direct an international, as Marx the father of the international did, was something else again, and something unthinkable for Bakunin. An autonomous status within the international was enough, for it provided him the dual benefits he had to have from any enterprise or situation: freedom to remain apart, without either responsibility or visible power, and the possibility, precisely because of this irresponsible and powerless detachment, to attack powerfully. All of that would be lost if Bakunin actually carried through the implications of his alliance network and either won control of the international from Marx or established a new international of his own. Moreover, and more essential, were he to supplant Marx, he would no longer be a child within the mother international, he would be a man in possession of that mother, always the most dangerous and repulsive thing in the world. Registered the drama, ritualistically repeated in all situations, never changes. Calvary. 391. A further, if relatively incidental, indication of Bakunin's ambiguous conflict with Marx during these months preceding the decisive Hague Congress is Bakunin's remarkably mild reaction to the main blow the Marxists dealt him during these pre-Hague months, their publication of the alleged schism in the International. In it, the Marxists blamed him and his alliance for virtually all the opposition and intrigue against the General Council, reviewed what the authors considered to be the machinations of Bakunin and his followers from 1868, when Bakunin joined the International, to the Sunvilliers Circular of 1871, and responded to his charges against the Council for alleged centralization. Throughout, the authors continued to do Bakunin the honor of making him the prime mover of specific events and more general political currents with which he had little or nothing to do. Unwilling to realize that the sources of opposition to the London Council were much deeper and more widespread than the deeds of one or another intriguer, Marx and his aides thus helped Bakunin's fantasies achieve for him the very power that the Marxists erroneously thought he already possessed, but that he had, in fact, always been careful to avoid and was still avoiding by his Slavic preoccupations during these critically important pre-Hague months. Although ugly, a serious and offensive challenge, especially threatening coming as it did just a few months before the Congress, and one that gave Bakunin a fine chance to reply, point for point, to all the charges that the Marxists had been levelling against him over the past 4 years, Bakunin responded only with a brief letter to the Jura Bulletin, calling the charges a pile of excrement, noting the earlier occasions on which he had been condemned by the furious synagogue of German Jews and the Little Russian Jew, and vowing to appeal to a jury of honor at the coming Congress. He would not respond in detail now, he said, because the charges did not deserve reply, and because he did not want to harm the International by making the quarrel public. Bakunin did not attend the Hague Congress, but Marx did, and he came well supplied with evidence against Bakunin that he had been collecting from various sources, including a letter he had just received from Lyubavin concerning the broken translation contract registered. And Information Engels had gathered on the activities of the alliance in Spain. Also, Marx and his supporters had been hard at work getting delegates sympathetic to their side. Nothing less than the life or death of the International was at stake, Marx wrote to his followers, urging them to do all they could to assure the attendance of loyal delegates registered. Marx's strenuous preparations showed in the voting. His motion to grant the General Council power to suspend not only sections but also entire federations, under certain conditions and pending review at the next Congress, carried 36-6 with 15 abstentions registered. This was a clear defeat of the anti-authoritarians' attempt to stop and reverse the steady concentration of power in the General Council. 392. Bakunin and his faction fared no better on the next question, one that was of equal importance to them, electoral politics on the part of the working class and the formation of workers' parties. The resolution supporting participation in elections as well as in bourgeois representative bodies won over Guillaume's counter-proposal by a similar margin, 35-6, with 8 abstentions registered. Major setbacks though these were for the Bakuninists, they did not go far enough for Marx. Assured from the outset of enough votes, the General Council had felt confident enough at the opening of the Congress to recommend to the Congress at The Hague the exclusion from the International of members of the alliance and to grant the Council the necessary powers to impede all conspiracies of this sort in the future. Registered in the closing hours of the Congress, a committee that had been formed to look into the accusations against the alliance decided, 4-1, that the evidence proved the earlier existence of a secret international alliance that had functioned according to statutes and pursued a social and political program contrary to those of the International. However, the report went on, the evidence did not prove that such an organization was still functioning. Finally, with reference to the Nietzsche period, Bakunin was judged guilty of deception in obtaining control of the Bakunin fund and of intimidation in gaining his release from the capital translation contract. On these grounds, a motion was formally made to expel Bakunin, Guillaume, and several others of like sympathies from the International. At this point, the Jura Plan, or at least a part of it, was put into action. A statement signed by 13 delegates was read by one of the signatories, a Dutch delegate. Declaring themselves partisans of autonomy who sought to avoid any manner of schism within the International Workers' Association, the faction announced that, henceforth, it would resist all efforts of the General Council to interfere in the affairs of the national federations, and it called upon all federations and sections to prepare to establish the principle of autonomy at the next Congress. The Congress then proceeded to vote on the expulsion motions, to expel Bakunin, 27-7, with 8 abstentions, Guillaume, 25-9, with 9 abstentions. All other expulsion motions were voted down. Registered as mentioned earlier, Bakunin did not attend the Congress. The reason, he claimed, was insufficient funds for the trip. Yet, the expenses of the Jura delegates, chosen at the Jazz de France meeting of August 18, which Bakunin attended, were paid by donations from the Jura Federation sections, and it is reasonable to assume that he could have drawn from the same source had he chosen to go. In any case, he did not and instead remained in Zeetirich, deeply involved in his now customary world of secret organizations. In fact, the very days, September 2nd 5th that the anti-authoritarian delegations were defending freedom and autonomy within the International, he was refining the details of what was perhaps his most rigidly authoritarian organization plan to date. The charter for this latest, ultra-secret international brotherhood opened with his usual apocalyptic call for universal revolution, the destruction of all religious, political, juridical, economic, and social institutions that make up the present bourgeois order, and the creation of a free humane world founded on the labor, equality, and solidarity of all human beings. To establish this new order, we invoke anarchy. Similarly, since we have complete confidence in the instincts of the popular masses, our revolutionary means are the organized unleashing of what are called the evil passions, and the destruction of what is called, in this same bourgeois language, the public order, the complete liquidation of the state and with it all debts, taxes, and inheritance, all state agencies like the bureaucracy, army, judiciary, police, clergy, and universities, all monopolies, privileges, and properties legitimized by the state, all titles and documents concerning rents, properties, loans, births, and marriage. Although ugly, all this could be achieved only by a people's social revolution, there still had to be, as in all of Bakunin's anarchist plans, a revolutionary organization to carry out the organized unleashing of the people's evil passions. In addition, there had to be some central directing body over these organizations to activate, stimulate, and direct them, and to make sure that they never degenerated or transformed themselves into governments, even if only provisionally. There was only one way to block the establishment of a revolutionary dictatorship or provisional government, and that was to organize beforehand a force, a collective, invisible organization that, while keeping others from dominating, would itself, of course, abstain from any governmental or official action or interference and would thereby exercise an all the more effective and powerful influence on the spontaneous movement of the popular masses, as well as on the actions and on all the revolutionary measures of their delegates and their committees. Such supervision and guardianship was to be the purpose of the new secret international brotherhood, code name Y. Below it, the organization would be arranged hierarchically, with international, national, and regional levels. All levels, as always in these schemes, would have absolutely the same program, the same policy, the same revolutionary tactics, and the same mode of recruitment. Happy face, besides the customary leadership qualifications, such as a real revolutionary passion, steadfastness, persistence, discretion, prudence, energy, intelligence, courage, the brothers would have to be above personal ambition, vanity, narrow family or national interests and be able to drown their own. 394. Personal initiative in the collective action. Each brother must consider the program, policies, and tactics of the brotherhood as his life, his dominant passion, his conscience and instinct. The brothers must also be both thoughtful and fervent, as cold as possible on the outside, but so ardent inside that no alien seduction can ever prevail over them. Whoever enters the international brotherhood vows himself irrevocably, body and soul, thought, will, passion and action, with all his capacities, his energy, and his fortune to the service of the social revolution. The supreme law of our brotherhood, the whole secret of our power, is the dissolution of all our individual initiative into the collective thought, will and action. Each brother is on a permanent mission. Each day, from morning to night, his thought and his dominant passion, his supreme duty must be to propagate the principles of the alliance, its extension and the growth of its power. Registered supreme power in this martial alliance would reside in an assembly, a constituent, and since there would not be different parties in the brotherhood and since the play of ambitions and personal vanities would be impossible in it, one could hope that most of the resolutions of the constituent would be accepted unanimously. The constituent would in turn establish a central bureau, which would supervise the activities of the lower-level organizations. All resolutions passed by the constituent would be absolutely obligatory for all the national councils, which would have to carry them out at all costs in their respective countries under the constant supervision of the Central Bureau, which would not only have the right but the duty to call them the national councils back when necessary to the strict and active observance of this plan. Each national council would establish its own national bureau, which must direct the entire national organization of the country. Each national bureau would be made up, as far as possible, of the international brothers living in that country, those who, in all likelihood, had also been the founders of the national organizations. Finally, to leave no doubt as to the chain of command from top downwards, the Central Bureau communicates with the national councils by means of the international brothers belonging to them, and they in turn, as we have seen, direct the entire national organization of the country. The national, regional, district and local brotherhoods form, all together, the national organization of the country, at the head of which is the National Bureau. As unqualified freedom and self-determination remain the essence, indeed the entire substance, of all Bakunin's public goals, those his followers were at the time vigorously defending at The Hague, so do rigid discipline and absolute domination remain the basic characteristics of all his secret programs and organizational designs. He insisted repeatedly here, as he had so often before, that the revolutionary must drown himself in the collective, renounce the harmful. Calvary 395. Or sterile pleasures of isolated individual action, carry out all orders without even asking the reasons for them, and in all ways submit himself totally to the secret, occult, invisible organization, even accepting his own death sentence at the hands of the organization, if condemned as a traitor, as someone, that is, who dared to give his hand to another revolution. That would be unforgivable. Any dealings, in fact, with other parties were strictly forbidden. The Brotherhood will never permit any person belonging to different parties to penetrate into its sanctum sanctorum, nor exercise the least influence on the popular masses. Any other aim, any other direction than its own could only mislead, deceive, and corrupt the masses. It was quite all right to make use of these outsiders, exploit them whenever we can do so without danger, but never allow them into our intimacy. Inti might, changed in the manuscript from sanctuary. How long would the secret, invisible, collective dictatorship go on protecting the revolution from dictatorship? As long as there existed anywhere on earth a single inequality, oppression, exploiter, guardian, master having won a foothold in one country, the victorious organization, he predicted and decreed, would be duty-bound to help the revolutionary cause in neighboring lands, and so it would continue until the revolution was truly universal. It was ironic indeed that just at the time Bakunin was working out this latest, and last, version of his perennial secret, authoritarian network, a committee at The Hague was reaching the conclusion that evidence for the present existence of such an organization was lacking. Yet, was the committee really wrong in doubting the present existence of the alliance? Did it actually exist outside of Bakunin's head and notebooks at the time? Probably not. It would be going too far, however, to say that it had never existed as an effective association. It had been real enough in Lyon, when Bakunin's correspondence with Richard and other intimates from afar and his later direction of their strategy on the scene certainly was effective, however misguided and disastrous. The alliance was also distinctly influential in the Jura, Italy, and Spain, where the intimates actively and very successfully helped recruit members into the International who were sympathetic to Bakunin's position. And, finally, as a result of that recruitment and representation, the alliance certainly showed its life and strength in the International's deliberations and voting. On the other hand, it is equally clear that none of this ever approached a genuine organization, much less the tightly disciplined party planned in these obsessively successive authoritarian programs. At most the alliance represented a secret committee of correspondence, with Bakunin determining the themes and direction of the irregular communications among the participants. No doubt the younger activists boundlessly admired Bakunin and adopted his 396 ideas. For the most part, however, they went their own ways as local or national revolutionaries, and if they took Bakunin's side in the quarrel with Marx, it was mainly because the local background and the conditions of their own revolutionary struggle in the Jura, Spain, Italy, and southern France predisposed them to similar sentiments and aims. They used him, in fact, as he used them, they were materials for his fantasy, he, for theirs. Each echoed, reinforced, and justified the other. The young militants in Spain, Italy, and the Jura were with good reason delighted by the support from the celebrated revolutionary hero and eagerly welcomed his theories and slogans for the confirmation, strength, and hope they gave. Bakunin, in turn, needed and appreciated their applause for his performance and the spurious reality that it lent his act. This is what Marx and his followers failed to grasp when they blamed Bakunin's alliance for events, trends, and Congress votes that mainly reflected the local situations and traditions of the opposition delegations. Bakunin was hardly more to blame for the shift to the left against Marx among some delegations, especially following the Paris Commune, that he was for the shift to the right among others, those, for example, from England and Germany. The International died at The Hague, notwithstanding Marx's formal, ballot victory over Bakunin, not, primarily, because of the decision to move its center to the United States, but because the different national federations had derived all they could from it and now saw more to be gained from concentrating independently on their own national struggles. As for Bakunin's intentions as he worked out the fine points of his new militant brotherhood during the Hague Congress, they were still what they had been since he first began seriously constructing these model dictatorships in Florence and Naples nearly 10 years before, building on authoritarian ideas he had proposed as early as the 1840s and on authoritarian practice that goes back to the Holy Commune. The new secret society had nothing to do with the International other than provide Bakunin with both a disguise for concealing his withdrawal from the struggle against Marx and a new sanctuary for that withdrawal. It was still the organizational counterpart of the other side of his disguised retreat from practical politics, his renewed apocalyptic vision, now expressed in the imminent, universal, racial Slavic-Germanic confrontation that had especially engaged his fancy that year. In short, challenged to decisive public combat and threatened by the opportunity for genuine power, his strategy was still to withdraw, to conceal the withdrawal under a mask of martial, apocalyptic rhetoric and organizational discipline, and, finally, to hide the mask, to keep his act of power invisible, secret. Keeping the power gesture invisible was especially important to him, as we will see by his response when he thought that several intimates had publicized the secret brotherhood. The many revealing images used throughout the program, the death sentence for the traitor who dared give his hand to another revolutionary movement, the prohibition against those of differing views entering into our intimacy, only make more evident what the sanctum sanctorum really was for him. It is understandable that he should use alternately the words intimacy and sanctuary in referring to the brotherhood, for these words very appropriately describe just what it meant to him: another holy commune serving the same purpose that the original and all its other successors had served, that of a monastic, familial refuge far away from the battle, disguised to look like a powerful frontier fortress militantly engaged in the battle. His fascination with abstract, universal, non-existent, racial confrontations and with the organizational details for equally non-existent revolutionary parties, both of which only distracted him from preparation for the real controversies ahead, his reluctance to carry the conflict with Marx to a complete break and himself to triumphant leadership of a new, free, anti-authoritarian international, his decision to settle in Zurich in the months immediately preceding the Congress and to allow himself to get entangled in a web of feudal intrigues among the sundry Slavic groups, his modest response to the insulting challenge thrown at him by the Marxists in their alleged schism publication, all were further steps along a trail of retreat, rather than the preparations for conflict that, on the surface, they might seem to be. In appearance it is all strength, power, courage, and boundless dedication, conspiratorial brotherhoods with codes and vows, death sentences for traitors, martial discipline and self-sacrifice, and all in the service of a violently catastrophic Gog-Magog Armageddon between his own Slavic-Latin Union and the Marx-Bismarck, Hebraic-German menace. In reality, however, it was another phase in the withdrawal that had been underway, haltingly, since at least the Polish debacle of 1863 and the first settlement in Italy. During the months following the Hague Congress, that retreat became clearer than ever. On September 8, 1872, a day before the Congress ended, Guillaume and several other delegates representing Spain and Italy, Fargapellicer, Ailerini, and Cafiero, met to discuss ways of both preserving the unity of the International and strengthening ties among the Bakuninist minority, which now included the Belgians. As Guillaume recounts the sequence of events, the ideas set forth at this meeting were then worked out in Zurich, where Bakunin, faithful to his formalistic tendencies, wanted to make the conditions precise by means of written statutes. When on the 11th the intimates, Cafiero, Schwitzgübel, Fargapellicer, Ailerini, Marcelau, and Morigo, arrived from The Hague, they found the Italian contingent, Finelli, Nabruzza, and Malatesta, already in Zurich, except for Costa, who arrived on the 12th. The resolutions decided on the 13th, with a fraternal kiss and solemn handshake, registered 398. Were the basis of further resolutions voted upon 2 days later at what could easily have been, had Bakunin so desired, the first Congress of a genuinely Bakuninist international, the International Congress of Saint-Imier. On that day, September 15, 1872, 2 meetings were held with only an hour between them. The first, in the morning and afternoon, was a special Congress of the Jura. Bakunin was there as one of 2 representatives from Sunvilliers, and Raleigh, using the name Ruleff, and Holstein participated as 2 of the 3 representatives of the Zurich Slavic section. In the evening, the more important International Congress met. Bakunin now joined the Italian delegation. There was no separate Slavic section. No single event testifies more to Bakunin's influence than does this first de facto Congress of the anti-authoritarians. Beginning with a scornful swipe at the General Council by refusing to recognize the 3 Swiss representatives that the Council had chosen to represent it, the anti-authoritarian Congress proceeded to pass successive resolutions against the Council and its policies. The attack was directed squarely against the authoritarian party of German communism, its attempt to substitute the domination and the power of the leaders for the free development and the spontaneous and free organization of the proletariat, its willingness to trample underfoot all decency and all justice, its campaign of intrigues, lies, and the most infamous slander in an effort to besmirch all those who dare combat it, and its artificially organized majority, which had cynically sacrificed, for the ambitions of this party and its leaders, all the principles of the International. It was not, of course, only this particular council and majority that was accused of domination. No council had legislative powers and no majority had the right to impose its decisions on the minority, and since this tendency to dominate was an inherent vice in any such organization, the Central Council itself had to be eliminated. Nor would this endanger the unity of the International, for its genuine unity was based not on central control or on a compliant majority, but on the real identity of interests and aspirations of the proletariat of all countries, on the one hand, and, on the other, the spontaneous and absolutely free association of the federations and free sections of all countries. If, to the Saint-Imier delegates, the desire for political power was the root of all evil within the International under Marx's aegis, it was no less the source for what they considered Marx's fundamentally misguided strategy against the class enemy outside the International. Although the resolution on political action began by defending the right of every autonomous federation and section to decide this issue themselves, in contrast, they stressed, to the Council's decision in favor of forming labor parties and participating in bourgeois politics, it went on to declare that, rejecting any compromise in achieving the social revolution, the proletariat of all lands must establish, apart from any kind of bourgeois. Calvary 399. Politics, the solidarity of revolutionary action. Free, spontaneous, social revolution from below, by the efforts of the proletariat itself, was the only correct strategy. That did not mean, however, pointing to another error they attributed to the Marxists, that trade union actions were enough. Strikes were fine, of course, since they could help raise workers' consciousness and confidence. But they could never achieve the revolutionary goal. Only a thorough revolution could do that. It would seem from all this that a radical break with the International and an exultant establishment of a new Bakuninist International was at last occurring. That is what the Italian delegates wanted. Instead of forming a new International, however, the majority settled for a pact of friendship, solidarity, and mutual defense among the anti-authoritarians that would assure continuing communications between them and provide support for any federation or section again attacked by a Congress majority or by the Council. The aim of the pact, the resolutions proudly proclaimed, was neither to split the International nor even to control it, but to achieve the great unity of the International. Registered. In sum, the Saint-Imier resolutions represent together a clear expression of Bakunin's ambivalence and consequent strategy. Circumstances, including the impact of his own message and example, had handed him at Saint-Imier a splendid opportunity for genuine leadership of a movement that was made to order for him, that embodied in its programs and practices most of his views. But how could leadership be assumed by someone who could never psychologically tolerate genuine leadership, who abhorred the inherent vice in power? Even to acknowledge the London Council's /a/y accompli without trying to tie us again to the Council, as one Saint-Imier delegate had advised, was apparently too audacious. Having made all the right, powerfully militant proclamations, careful all the while to preserve his undefiled freedom, his chaste powerlessness, Bakunin could leave Saint-Imier with conscience clean and return to his retreat, where, as his devoted follower Armand Ross said about a later retreat, he could occupy himself with revolutionary activities in complete tranquility. Registered by now, as we have seen, his well-disguised retreat had taken him back to apocalyptic slavism and to his new sanctuaries, the Sanctum Sanctorum, the new secret international brotherhood, and the secret Russian brotherhood that he had earlier organized with Raleigh and his friends. Registered. Through the following year, 1873, the prominence and influence of the Saint-Imier anti-authoritarians grew continuously, fed by new support from various sections of the international labor movement. In effect, the split that Bakunin was unwilling to lead took place by itself, without him. The anti-authoritarian movement is progressing well, according to an article in the 400 Brussels L Internationale. The news from various countries where the association has the most members is excellent, and soon, no doubt, one will completely forget that there is in New York a General Council registered the heir to the one in London and to the political views of the men that composed it. In a while, when one has better evaluated the consequences of the Hague Congress, one will recognize that it accomplished at least one thing useful and salutary, a clear and precise division between, on one side, the politicians and authoritarians, and, on the other, the workers who want the social revolution and want only that. One after another, national congresses met to support the Saint-Imier resolutions, Spain in December 1872 and again in January 1873, Belgium in December 1872, Italy in March 1873, the Jura, again, in April 1873. To such an extent had the New York Council General lost support in Europe, that it was the Jura Federation, following its April 1873 Congress, that proposed to all the federations of the International a General Congress of the International to meet on the 1st of September 1873. In a Swiss town. Almost immediately thereafter, the New York Council also announced a Congress of the International for that same month to meet in Geneva. Warning that if those people from the alliance try to take part, we'll just show them the door. Neither of the congresses were, in fact, very impressive. But whereas the anti-authoritarian Congress was attended by some 24 delegates from England, Belgium, Holland, Spain, France, Italy, and the Jura, only a few Swiss and Germans showed up at the Congress called from New York. The General Council itself did not even bother to send delegates. All in all, therefore, those identifying themselves with the anti-authoritarians did much better that year, 1873, than did their Marxist opponents. But, little of this involved Bakunin himself. His only connection now with what was going on was to write 2 more articles against Marx, one as a chapter in his never-ending Nauto-Germanic Empire. Other than that, his interests after returning from Zurich to Locarno on October 11, 1872 were monopolized by feudal Slavic intrigues and disputes which included along the way the final episode in the Nechayev epic. Nechayev had been captured in Zurich and, 2 weeks after Bakunin had himself left Zurich for Locarno, was extradited to Russia. He will perish heroically, and this time will betray nothing and no one, Bakunin wrote Ogarev in early November, recalling once more that here was a man of rare energy, but also urging Ogarev to help him fight the Hague accusations by stating publicly that he, Bakunin, was entirely innocent of any wrongdoing in the Bakunin affair. To make sure Ogarev got it right, Bakunin sent him a draft of the statement he wanted him to make. Besides continuing to suffer these remnants of the Nechayev fiasco, Bakunin was burdened as well that fall and winter, 1872-73, by depressing developments in the other Slavic enterprise that was occupying so much of his time. Intermittently through 1872, Armand Ross, the young man who entered Bakunin's life after Nechayev dropped from favor, had been negotiating with Peter Lavrov, another prominent revolutionary émigré, the possibility of publishing a new journal. Bakunin considered Lavrov too sympathetic to the state but was willing to have his own supporters work with Lavrov if a co-editorship could be arranged. Although this at first seemed acceptable to Lavrov, he later insisted on exclusive editorship. With this, the Bakuninists and the Lavrists parted. The dispute between them was further exacerbated in early 1873 by a quarrel over managing a Russian library in Zurich that Ross had initiated. The conflict took shape as one between the founders of the library, who were Bakuninists, and the borrowers, who were mainly Lavrists and who demanded that they have an equal part in running the library. When their demand was rejected, the Lavrists left the library, kept the books they had borrowed, and with them started a library of their own. To do what he could to help settle the argument, which at one point led to blows, Bakunin went to Zurich, in April 1873, and he and Lavrov, whom he met there for the first and only time, tried unsuccessfully to calm their respective followers. At the same time, to continue this highly condensed account of Bakunin's Slavic woes that year, a particularly bitter controversy broke out among his own followers over the way Ross was directing a publishing enterprise that he had started at the end of 1872. The main purpose of the press was to publish information about and material by the International for readers back home in Russia. Publications were to begin with selections from Bakunin's earlier work, for which Bakunin was to prepare a special introduction and 2 new articles, one on the International in Belgium and another on his own alliance. Just when they were ready to begin publishing, however, Raleigh and his friends, Holstein and Elsnitz, turned on Ross and accused him of authoritarianism in his direction of the press. Ross, in turn, again accused Holstein and Elsnitz of inadequate dedication, because of their continuing refusal to abandon their medical studies and give themselves totally to the cause. Letters flew back and forth between Zurich and Locarno, with Bakunin favoring Ross, whom he had originally suggested as director of the press. In August, Ross simply closed the door and kept the key. With that, Raleigh wrote Bakunin in mid-August telling him that he must once and for all choose between Ross and the others. "I neither can nor wish to separate from Ross," Bakunin replied. "I am too closely tied to him for that to be possible. During the 3 years and more that we have been united in friendship and action, he has given me too many proofs of his warm personal attachment and of his still more ardent and indefatigable attachment to the common cause for me even to consider a rupture with him. You 3, so it seems, are very seriously united in service to this cause. Ross and I will remain, as before, united in the same aim." Further letters were exchanged, with Bakunin hoping that 402. Personal relations between him and the 3 of them might continue. As we will see, however, other quarrels soon erupted that made that impossible and that led instead to a break that ended Bakunin's Russian brotherhood. Registered thus, Bakunin's political activities that year, 1872 to 1873, among his Slavic intimates had been as unsuccessful as the anti-authoritarian movement had been successful without him. His writing efforts were somewhat more productive, at least to the extent of striking 2 strong blows from afar against the Marxists, one, a letter to La Liehert on October 5, 1872, and the other, a section in /h.q Nauto-Germanic Empire GNQ and the title A Crit contre Marx. The letter to La Liberté begins and ends, significantly, with references to Marx's triumph at the Hague Congress, even though Bakunin said elsewhere in the letter that most countries now favored the anti-authoritarians, not, he added, because of his own influence, but because the English and the French had turned against Marx. Notwithstanding this predominance of the opposition, however, the triumphant Marx and his followers still represented an enormous danger, because this new Moses was out to establish a dictatorship, to realize the dream of Popes Gregory VII, Boniface VIII, and Emperors Charles V and Napoleon. Besides denouncing Marx in the letter as a would-be dictator of the International, Bakunin also attacked him for his moderate policies, especially his emphasis on winning political power through bourgeois elections and parliamentary politics. This, Bakunin again insisted, was nothing but bourgeois socialism fundamentally misguided for a variety of reasons. First of all, the state would remain oppressive even if socialists ran it, and if controlled by the proletariat would probably exploit the peasantry as well. Second, a political change would not necessarily lead to the economic and social changes that the masses wanted so much, in fact, that they were ready to accept them from the hands of a despot. Finally, and to this Bakunin gave most of his attention in the letter, the political aims and means that Marx advocated were simply not available to most peoples. The temperament and the history of, say, England and the United States had, perhaps, made electoral politics a realistic path for them. But that was certainly not the case for the French and the Germans, for example. Each race and each people had its own temperament, character, background, and conditions. The Germans, for instance, lacked the love of liberty, the instinct of revolt. They are the most resigned and the most obedient people in the world. On the other hand, Spain, Italy, and southern France, the south of Europe in general, could be counted on for just that instinct for social revolution. Marx was thus quite wrong. This is the new theme and insight in Bakunin's works at the time, in thinking that revolution would come first in the countries that were economically most advanced, the civilized countries. It was rather the millions of non-civilized, disinherited, wretched, and illiterate masses, who, almost completely virgin to all bourgeois civilization, bear within themselves, in their passions, in their instincts, in their aspirations, in the deprivations and miseries of their collective situation, all the germs of future socialism. Moreover, even were it possible to raise the political consciousness of those who are not now receptive to Marx's political program, it would not be desirable to do so. Not only because such political consciousness would only foster hateful illusions regarding the state and politics in general, but also because it would display sacred revolt. Revolt is an instinct of life. Even the worm rebels against the foot that would crush it, and one can say, in general, that the vital energy and the relative dignity of each animal is measured by the intensity of the instinct for revolt that it bears within itself. In the world of beasts as in the human world, there is no capacity or habit more degrading, stupid or cowardly than that of obedience and resignation. And so I claim that no people on earth have ever been so degraded that they have not rebelled, at least at the beginning of their history, against the yoke of their conquerors, their subjugators, their exploiters, against the yoke of the state. It must be admitted, however, that since the bloody battles of the Middle Ages, the yoke of the state has prevailed over all popular rebellions, and that, with the exception of Holland and Switzerland, it has been triumphant in all countries of Europe. And the masses? Alas, one must admit that they have let themselves be profoundly demoralized, subjugated, if not to say castrated by the harmful effects of the civilization of the state. It was not by elections, working class parties, and the rest of Marx's bourgeois socialism that the masses could heal their castration, but only by apocalyptic, sacred revolt. The way that Bakunin had long ago discovered was the only way that he, too, might be healed. Important as it was, however, the two-camp division within the labor movement between Marx's bourgeois socialism and Bakunin's anti-authoritarians was now only a small part of the much larger confrontation Bakunin saw ahead. His main contention now, as he argued in the letter to La Liberté, was that Marx's dictatorial, statist tendencies represented within the International a wider and much more threatening danger to the world: pan-Germanism. Reviewing once more Germany's growing power in Europe, Bakunin again drew his grim portrait of German submissiveness, authoritarianism, materialism, and narrow-minded lack of all passions, other than a fondness for dead abstract. 404. Marx and Bismarck, whom Bakunin again repeatedly compared with each other in these two works, were two fronts of the same enemy attack. Giving more and more emphasis to a theme that had been intermittently present in his thought ever since he had first arrived in Prussia, and that had become a leitmotif in his writings after the Lyon failure, Bakunin increasingly subordinated his quarrel with Marx to it. It was the same theme that dominated his last substantial work, State and Anarchy, which he wrote the following year, 1873. To judge from the subtitle of the book, The Conflict of the Two Parties in the International Workers' Association, the focus was apparently to have been the dispute in the International between the Marxists and the anti-authoritarians, or, as he called his party, the anarchists. Notwithstanding the title, however, it was not that subject, but the German threat that principally concerned him throughout the work. With its victory in the Franco-Prussian War, Germany, he said, had become the undisputed master of European politics. No country could come near competing. France had been reduced to a third-rate power. Russia was deceiving itself if it thought it could compete, especially if it expected the support of the oppressed Slavs. German economic wealth, the character of the German people, the organization and dedication of the German army, particularly its superbly trained officers, made German power invincible. Nor need Bismarck worry about a threat from within. German liberalism, the only serious opposition at the time to German monarchic domination, had played itself out in successive failures, to which Bakunin gave close attention in what is the longest section of the book, as he had given most attention to comparable compromisers in his first revolutionary tract 30 years earlier. As for the workers' movement, it had been crippled by bourgeois socialism, first under Lassalle, then under Marx, both of whom replaced authentic revolution with foolish hopes in elections and parliaments. There were only two alternative strategies: revolution and legal propaganda towards a peaceful reform of the state. Lassalle, as a German, a scholar, and as a man of Jewish wealth and origin, recommends the second. Although Bakunin did not discuss Marx and the two parties of the International until the end of the book, and only then to help demonstrate the weakness of internal opposition to the German state, he made here some of his most insightful and memorable charges against state socialism, arguing that even the reddest republic, no matter how democratic, must necessarily dominate if it governs, and that a government of workers is really a government of former workers turned domineering bureaucrats. If no other great power dared to challenge Germany's imperial designs, and if there were no signs of revolution within Germany itself, then what could save freedom and humanity? The answer, the cure, was the same as it had always. Calvary 405. Ben, social revolution, a universal rising of the masses, violent, chaotic, and pitiless _ brutal, savage against all forms of power. Italy and Spain were ready now. As for the Russian masses, they were always ready, because they long since had possessed two of the essential ingredients for social revolution: deprivation and despair. They only needed an ideal, an aim that would spark the upheaval, and even this they already had in germ form in their demand for the land and in their communal tradition. What the Russian revolutionaries must now do was to eliminate the barriers that kept the peasants from full awareness of these ideals and from acting upon them, such barriers as their patriarchal local peasant customs and their trust in the Tsar. Once the revolutionaries had shown the people the truth about those repressive forces, and that could be done immediately without the long period of preparation that the Lavrists were advocating, the people would arise. That was the direction all peoples must follow if they truly sought freedom. No other way would do, neither the traditional nationalist movements, such as the Serbians and Bohemians were then attempting to build, nor, especially, the Marxists' bourgeois, state socialism. Fortunately, he noted, the Marxists were no longer the only leaders of the working class. Ever since the days of the League of Peace and Freedom there had been an organization truly responsive to the needs of the people, the Alliance, and it had gained ground steadily in successive congresses. Although Bakunin gave a few pages, in an appendix, to the tactics of revolution, he nowhere in State and Anarchy approached the detail or the enthusiasm with which he discussed the coming revolution in earlier works. Only a relatively small portion of the work was devoted to it, since most of the space was given to his review of the birth and progress of Pan-Germanism and the weakness of its opponents. Moreover, even that limited analysis seems less the work of a revolutionary theorist than that of a detached global strategist, a professor of international relations, an elder statesman. On every possible occasion, however remote the subject was from what should have been his concern as a revolutionary, he wandered leisurely through the diplomatic and historical details. When, for example, he discussed Russia as a potential rival against Pan-Germanism, he went on at great length to survey Russia's expansion eastward, then moved on to a survey of China, and so forth. He had spent May to July 1873 on State and Anarchy. Afterwards, he seemed at a loss to know what to do next. No longer involved with the Swiss Saint-Imier anti-authoritarians nor with the Russian Brotherhood of Zurich, which, as we have seen, was crumbling under the Rally-Ross conflict, he thought he might go to Spain. A revolution was underway there, and while he knew his health was bad and that he was, therefore, unfit for adventurous expeditions, as he put it, he also always felt and thought that the best end for me 406. Would be to fall in the midst of a great revolutionary upheaval. However, his intimate Carlo Cafiero, who he had hoped would cover his expenses to Spain, and also become the protector of my wife and children in case I should succumb in Spain, turned him down. The would-be benefactor, an Italian militant of 27, urged him not to go, since he considered him, in Bakunin's words, a precious being, absolutely necessary to our circle of intimates. Besides, Cafiero had another idea for his mentor's immediate future. With an inheritance he had recently received, Cafiero planned to purchase a house that would serve as a secret revolutionary meeting place. Both the intensification of the reaction in Italy at the time and the increasingly conspiratorial and violent policies of the Italian militants made it advisable to conceal themselves and their meetings behind a peaceful and very materialistic bourgeois mask. Bakunin, Cafiero suggested, could be that mask. As Bakunin recalled the plan, I would assume even more the character of a revolutionary who had grown sick and tired of revolution, who, because of this disgust, and having lost all illusions, had thrown himself passionately into the material concerns of family and property. They found an estate just outside of Locarno that met their needs ideally. Partly hidden in the trees, up a steep slope that ran down to the road along the lake, Baronata, as the villa was called, had the appearance of a little fort, as one visiting revolutionary described it originally, and adding further to the multiple ironies of all this, it had been a monastery. As planned, Bakunin assumed title of the villa, explaining his sudden possession of enough money to buy Baronata by announcing that he had at last received his share of the Premucano inheritance. He even kept the truth from Antonia, who was still away in Siberia, and let her go on for over a year believing that he was the real owner. For a while after he moved in, August, 1873, Bakunin plunged enthusiastically into the secret revolutionary work for which Baronata had been purchased and was completely absorbed in the creation of an arm cache and a hiding place, with secret tunnels through which one could escape if necessary. Then, in early September, he went to Bern where he stayed the month with his friend Dr. Voigt. Besides a chance for pleasant reunions with his former friends and for consultations with Dr. Voigt about his health, he had gone to Bern, according to Guillaume, to find out if the Swiss government would be willing to let him finish his days peacefully in Locarno, in return for a public assurance that he would henceforth take no part in any revolutionary agitation. Was this the bourgeois mask Bakunin had agreed to wear as part of Cafiero's plan? It would seem so, since official status as a Swiss citizen was considered by the conspirators as a prerequisite for the disguise. Also, as a Swiss citizen, Bakunin could not easily be expelled from the country. His response to another event that month may also provide support for this view, if only indirectly. After their break with Ross, the other three members of the Russian Brotherhood, Raleigh, Holstein, and Elsnitz, had set up a press of their own in Geneva. As its first publication, they printed a revolutionary work that contained, in Bakunin's opinion, the essentials of the militant program he had prepared for the secret brotherhood. He was outraged by this act of treason, as he called it, spurned all their attempts to explain and defend themselves, and broke all relations with them. Was Bakunin so angry because the revelations came just when he was trying to act the peaceful bourgeois? Or was the anger fueled by a deeper source, his need to keep all such displays of power and leadership carefully hidden? Other evidence for the mask interpretation is found in a letter Bakunin wrote to the Journal de Genève sometime between September 20 and 25, 1873. Using as a pretext for the letter a new Marxist attack on him as well as some remarks about himself he had read in two articles the /ONG/ had printed earlier that month, he wrote the journal precisely the kind of public statement of retirement required by Cafiero's Baronata scheme. After reviewing the recent attacks on him by Marx, who, he said, hated him, no doubt because of Marx's triple character as communist, German, and Jew, he went on to say, in effect, that he had taken all that he wanted to take of that sort of abuse. All of that has caused in me a profound disgust with public life. I have had enough, and, after having spent my entire life in the struggle, I am leaving it. I am 60 years old, and a weak heart, which worsens with age, makes existence very difficult. Let others who are younger take up the work. As for me, I no longer feel within me either the force or, perhaps, the confidence needed to go on much longer rolling the stone of Sisyphus against the reaction that has triumphed everywhere. So I am retiring from the HSTS, and I ask only one thing of my dear contemporaries, to be forgotten. Henceforth, I will no longer trouble anyone's peace, and let them leave me, in turn, at peace. This, indeed, seems to be the public assurance that he would henceforth take no part in any revolutionary agitation demanded by the Swiss as the price for Swiss citizenship which, in turn, was part of Caffiero's plan. But was it really just a mask, a pretense at retirement? The question becomes even more intriguing and the doubts more pressing when one reads a second letter of retirement that Bakunin wrote shortly before returning to Locarno at the end of September. Although only a week or so separates the two letters and although both are explicit retirement letters, they are in tone and substance quite different. 408. In the first letter, Bakunin justified his withdrawal from the lists by the intolerable abuse he had suffered from the Marxists, the success of reaction, and his own profound disgust with public life. In other words, the disgust that had been chosen as the motivation for the new bourgeois mask. There is nothing of the sort in the second letter, written to his Jura followers. The principal justification for retirement offered here is not defeat but victory, in particular the victory of the Jura Federation, powerfully supported by your friends in Italy, Spain, France, Belgium, Holland, England, and America, against the ambitious intrigue of the Marxists. The two congresses that have just taken place in Geneva were a triumphant, a decisive demonstration of the justice as well as of the power of your cause. Your Congress, the Congress of Liberty, has united within itself delegates from all the principal federations of Europe except Germany and has proudly proclaimed and boldly established, or rather confirmed, the autonomy and fraternal solidarity of the workers of all countries. Until now, as long as this victory was in doubt, it was impermissible for anyone to abandon your ranks. But now that this victory has become an established fact, the liberty to act in accordance with one's personal needs is returned to everyone. And I am taking advantage of this, dear friends, to ask you to be good enough to accept my resignation as a member of the Jura Federation and as a member of the International. Of course, he went on, if he thought he could still be of service to the cause he would continue in the struggle. However, by my birth and my personal situation I am only a bourgeois, and as such would only be able to carry on propaganda for you. This is no longer the time for ideas, but for facts and deeds. Were I young, I would move into a working class milieu and, sharing the life of labor with my brothers, I would also participate with them in the great work of this vital organization. But age and poor health made that impossible, he said, so he must retire, leaving them one last bit of brotherly advice: they must be on guard against the reactionary forces that are represented as much by the socialism of Marx as by the diplomacy of Bismarck, a reaction that has as its final aim the pan-Germanism of Europe and that now threatens to engulf and pervert Europe completely. Whereas one might consider the first retirement letter as part of the Caffiero plan, it is difficult to see how the second can be interpreted that way. This was no act, no mask, as Guillaume himself later realized, even though at first he thought it was. What had caused the change from deception to sincerity? Had Bakunin learned something about his physical condition from Dr. Voigt to turn a feigned retirement into a real one? Or had Bakunin simply taken advantage, consciously or otherwise, of the mask required by Caffiero's scheme in order to complete and at last acknowledge the retirement that he had gradually and sporadically been attempting for a decade now? Had the conscious, intentional mask of withdrawal and nonviolence, in other words, given him the chance to take off the unconscious mask of commitment and violence that he had been forced to wear all his revolutionary life and to be honorably the timid and detached boy he had really been all along? What makes explicit retirement now especially ironic, yet entirely in keeping with the character of his life and motivations, is that it came at the very time, almost the very week, when his own anti-authoritarians had demonstrated their superiority over the Marxist International at the two Geneva Congresses, that he should use the image of Sisyphus just at the moment when the stone seemed to be holding at the top. During the following year, 1874, the first year of his Baronata retirement, Bakunin tried his best to become a good lord of the manor. His slow, intermittent regression had brought him all the way back to a mock Primucino. He did what he could to manage Baronata as his father had hoped he might at least try to manage Primucino. He even advised Guillaume to follow him in his reconciliation, make peace with the bourgeoisie, he wrote him in June 1874, and try again to get a job teaching in public education. Again one wishes that, for a change, a happy episode might be told. But it was more of the same, or worse. Failure followed failure. Here, too, his fantasy soared with its usual cavalier disregard for reality. Unconcerned about conventional constraints like costs, he spent more and more to build an additional house higher on the hill where visitors could stay and several other new buildings, to provide for the large household and the mass of people that kept streaming in, to purchase animals, 2 cows, 2 horses, to try, unsuccessfully, to restore the soil and orchards, to build a new road, and so on. In no time, Caffiero's money was gone. Not even enough was left to meet earlier political commitments that Caffiero had made, for example, to Guillaume and his Jura friends for support in expanding a cooperative printer's workshop. The Swiss blamed this unexpected refusal on Bakunin's desire to spend precious revolutionary money in order to prepare what he had called a paradise for Antonia. In mid-July 1874, the day of reckoning with Caffiero came. Bakunin told him how much would be needed to keep Baronata going for 2 years, by which time, he said, the estate should be able to pay its own way. At first, Caffiero seemed willing to go along with him, then, as Bakunin tells the story, he changed his mind and coldly told Bakunin that he would not spend another cent on Baronata. At just this time, Antonia, along with her children and parents, arrived from Russia, still believing that Baronata belonged to Bakunin. With faith in my letters she arrived happy and at ease, Bakunin later recalled, and I was dismayed at the thought of the despair that would seize her and her father at the first news of the catastrophe that awaited them. Had he been alone, he went. 410. On, he would have left Baronata there and then, but the thought of the despair and the abyss into which I would have plunged Antonia and her father made a coward of me. Rather than think of my own honor, unjustly insulted by someone from whom I had least expected it, I thought of how I might save not myself, certainly, but those who were mine. As for me, my resolution was made. I decided to die. The arrangement he made to save Antonia and her family was to give Caffiero title to Baronata and all its possessions in return for Caffiero's promise to care for them, after my death. Fortune now seemed to favor him at least with an opportunity for a hero's death. Even as he and Caffiero negotiated the Baronata arrangements, the young Caffiero was gathering arms, munitions, dynamite, and tactics for an insurrection at Bolin. Bakunin decided to join, then he changed his mind. The man he asked to tell Caffiero about this change of mind failed to deliver the message, however, so Bakunin felt, as Guillaume writes, obliged, against his will to go after all. On the way to his hoped-for hero's death he wrote Guillaume, among others, telling him that he was going to Italy to take part in a battle which he would not leave alive. Among other things he wrote along the way was a memoir justificative, explaining his side of the Baronata failure and blaming himself for believing in Caffiero. In it he also expressed his disillusionment with the masses, who did not want to become impassioned about their liberation, and without this passion of the people, we ourselves are powerless. As for Antonia and her family, he now decided that I do not want to accept anything from Caffiero, not even for the sake of my family after my death, Antonia's own dignity, her pride, will tell her what she must do. The blow she will receive will be terrible, but I count on the energy and the heroic force of her character to sustain her. Bakunin arrived in Bolin on July 30, 1874. The next 9 days, until August 8, he remained in hiding. The insurrection was to begin on the night of the 7th-8th. The Bolin rebels gathered as planned outside the walls, but the expected contingents from neighboring towns either failed to arrive or came in too few numbers. It was by far the most dismal fiasco of all Bakunin's revolutionary escapades. Those who could get away fled, the rest were arrested. Bakunin, in the meantime, waited in his hiding place expecting to be called to join the insurgents once they had entered Bolin, unaware that fate had already made a farce of his heroic tragedy. When, at about 4 in the morning, he realized what had happened, he tried to shoot himself in the head but was stopped by a comrade who assured him that there was still a chance for success, that the rebels would try again. On the 8th a wave of arrests crushed what was left of the insurrection, and that night Bakunin was led away to a new hiding place. The next day he wrote a friend in Locarno, "My friend, my brother. It is with dread that I ask you about Antonia and her father. Tell her that in the midst of all the torments that assail me, the one I suffer because I abandoned her in such a difficult situation is the most cruel. But I had no choice. After you read my long letter, you will agree with me that I did what I had to do." He then left Bolin to begin a 5-day journey back to Switzerland. In the meantime, while he was still hiding in Bolin, // Memoir Justificative 2ixnvq and Cafiero was furious and refused to give it to Antonia. But someone had to tell her that Baronata was not hers and that, in fact, she would have to leave it. Ross accepted the assignment, and, undeterred by her rage, insisted that Baronata belonged to the revolution and not to her. She left on the 9th, first to Arona and from there to Lugano. Bakunin was now completely broken, lost, and alone. Baronata was gone. Antonia refused to have him come and stay with her. For a while he thought he might emigrate to America, letting Cafiero pay the costs. He wrote Cafiero to come to see him in Spliagen, where he had stopped after crossing into Switzerland from Italy. 2 weeks passed before he heard from Cafiero in a letter telling him that they should meet not in Spliagen, but in Sierre, on the other side of Switzerland. Bakunin had no choice but to go. Deepening the humiliation still more, Cafiero was not there when he arrived. To pass the time, he tried gambling and lost. When Cafiero finally did arrive, the meeting, on September 2, was cold and formal, strictly business. Bakunin asked Cafiero for a loan of 5,000 francs for 2 years at 6%. Cafiero agreed and also gave him 300 francs for current expenses. By then, Bakunin had changed his mind about going to America and had decided instead, as he wrote in a letter the day after the meeting, to remain in Switzerland, having resolved irrevocably to retire completely from political life and action, public as well as secret, and to confine myself from now on exclusively to family life and private activities. With respect to the loan, he was sure he would be able to repay it in less than the 2 years agreed upon, first because he would earn money from the memoirs he now planned to write, second because his share of the inheritance would surely come soon, and, finally, because Antonia's sister, Sofia Losowska, whom Cafiero had wanted to countersign the 5,000 franc loan to Bakunin, seemed to be well on her way to becoming really rich. As it turned out, his sister-in-law refused to sign the loan, and at another meeting with Cafiero later that month the loan had to be renegotiated. For 3 instead of 5,000 francs and with another member of their circle as co-signator. That second meeting was held at Neuchâtel, on Bakunin's way home again. Antonia had softened and permitted him to join her in Lugano. He arrived on October 7, a month after his failure to die in Bolin and Antonia's humiliating departure from Baronata. On the return trip, he had also 412 stopped in Bern to consult with Dr. Voigt again and to try once more to get the official Swiss status. Since he had renounced all revolutionary agitation, he thought that he could now obtain the necessary documents and so return home with a full guarantee of my tranquility. He was no more successful this time, however, than he had been the last, and so remained to the end a man without a country. Still, the months at Lugano seemed to provide him a gentle respite. Antonia was forgiving and indulgent. Michael is the same as ever, she wrote in a letter on November 10, pretending to be a serious-minded, responsible man, while remaining as always an incorrigible child, or, as she put it in another letter, Bakunin is so ingenuous that it is sometimes necessary to treat him like a child. As he apparently did wherever he settled, he quickly formed a new circle of local friends, to supplement his constant flow of visitors. As for politics, however, those days were over. He had completely withdrawn, and this time withdrawn resolutely and finally from all practical activities, from any connection with practical undertakings, he wrote Ogarev on November 11. Both the worsening state of his health and the no less deplorable state of European affairs, he said, made it impossible for him to participate any longer. Bismarckism, i.e., the military, police, and financial monopolies, merged into a single system calling itself the modern state, is everywhere triumphant, and new methods requiring fresh young forces are required to fight it. Nevertheless, he was keeping busy, he told Ogarev, writing his memoirs and preparing to write the final and full statement of my most personal beliefs. He was also reading a great deal Kulturgeschichte der Menschheit, Stuart Mill's autobiography, and Schopenhauer. In general, his days were spent in meeting old and new friends, writing letters, napping, and reading. Everything seemed to be going reasonably well, except for his perennial plague money. That remained as much a problem as ever, as well as a cause of disagreement between Bakunin, who wanted to turn to Cafiero again, and Antonia, who could not even understand how he could think of that after the way Cafiero had treated him. Bakunin argued that precisely because of the way Cafiero had treated him, Cafiero owed it to him to help. So, by way of a friend, he asked Cafiero for more money but was turned down. There was some promise of better times, however. Antonia's sister, Sofia, had left Lugano for Russia at the end of November, and one of her aims was to help Bakunin get his share of the inheritance from his brothers. On January 10, 1875 there was good news. For a change, Bakunin's brothers had agreed to allow Sofia to sell a forest as Michael's part of the inheritance. That, it seemed, would take care of the future. But what of the present? I need, really, absolutely need 200 francs, he wrote that same month, not for myself alone, but to maintain the family. It is a question of paying for rent, food, and heating. As you can see, it is really a Calvary 413. Question of life or starvation, sickness, or even death. This time his plea was successful. Cafiero gave him the 200 francs, and he was now quite content. All the more so, he went on in this letter of thanks on the 14th, because of the good news from Russia. With prospects of that income ahead, in fact, he would soon be able to exclaim, "Everything is for the best in this best of all possible worlds," were it not, he added, seemingly as an afterthought for the continuing triumph of European reaction. In a letter to Elisee Reclus, one of his rare political letters to come down from these final years, he reviewed at length the substance and cause of that reaction and again expressed his disappointment with the people as a force against the fortress of reaction. The masses are disorganized. But how organize them when they themselves are not sufficiently impassioned about their own salvation, when they do not know what they should want, and when they do not want the only thing that can save them? There remains propaganda, of the sort that the Jurassiens and the Belgians are engaged in. That is, surely, something, but much too little, a few drops in the ocean, and if there is no other means of salvation, there will be enough time for humanity to decay 10 times over before its salvation. There remains one hope: world war. These immense militarized states must surely sooner or later destroy each other, devour each other. But what a prospect! If the future was apocalyptically grim for humanity, however, it seemed a little brighter for the Bakunins. The money that would soon arrive from Premukhino, once the forest had been sold, inspired him to undertake a bold new venture that, he hoped, would this time really provide the paradise for Antonia that he had so painfully failed to provide through Baronata. With credit based on the expected boon from Russia, and with help from Antonia's lover Gambuzzi, he purchased in February 1875 a villa near Lugano, the Villa Besso. There was now no pretext for the purchase, he was no longer acting the good bourgeois for the sake of the revolution. Lai had simply bought a fine estate and worked very hard to make a success of it, to do at Besso what his father had done at Premukhino. His plan was to grow vegetables, fruit, and flowers. The vegetables and the fruit would be sold at the Lugano market. The flowers would be made into bouquets and young girls would be hired to sell them along the railway track near the stations in Lugano, and then, if business were good, in neighboring Gotthard as well. He studied books on agriculture and chemistry, ordered great quantities of seeds, spent the winter cutting down the mulberry trees already growing on the land. He was delighted by this first operation, dug, walled, and richly fertilized deep pits for the fruit trees, planted them and the vegetable seeds, then irrigated and fertilized it all. He was more pleased by the prospects of a flourishing estate than he had been with anything for a long time. No. 414. Sooner had he begun work at it, than he enthusiastically invited his family in Russia, especially his brothers, to come and visit his little kingdom of heaven where he hoped to revive the memory of our father's house. The results were even worse than they had been at Baronata. This time he had worked too hard, he had planted too many trees too close together, he had sown too much seed, we must not lose an inch of soil, and, most damaging of all, he had fed and nurtured the soil with much too much fertilizer. Everything burned. Soil that had been so fertile before that it had yielded in abundance practically without labor, now gave nothing before entering paradise. One must go through purgatory, he said in a letter asking another loan. It is the same with us. On the eve of becoming rich, since Sophia Antonia's sister has just about sold the forest, if not already sold it, we remain here without a cent. Again, 5 days later, I have payments to meet and do not have a cent. It will not be long, I assure you, for the doors of paradise are already open, and we can even now see them quite near. Once more it was Gambuzzi who came to the rescue with a loan of 3,400 francs, which Bakunin promised to repay together with the repayment of an earlier loan of 2,200 francs, as soon as the money arrived from Russia. The next month, September, he worked up enough courage to visit Cafiero in Baronata, in order to follow up an agreement they had earlier made for Bakunin to buy the Baronata furniture for the new villa, on credit. In December, it was Gambuzzi's turn again to help, this time by co-signing a large mortgage loan of 22,000 francs. Bakunin doggedly went on, determined to have everything ready in our unfortunate villa by the 11th of that month, for Antonia had her heart set on moving in then. All he could do now was resign himself like a fatalistic Turk, knowing absolutely nothing of what will come. Happy Face, a fascinating memoir by a young Russian admirer who was with him at Besso provides some invaluable insights into his activities and feelings during this last period, the last 6 months of his life. A believer in peaceful socialist propaganda when she left Russia, the young woman had come to the West first to rest and restore her health and later to meet with activists in the International, including Bakunin, who she thought was still in Locarno. The place decided on by her doctor and friends as the ideal location for complete tranquility and isolation, as a town where she was least likely to run into any radicals, was Lugano. She soon learned that Bakunin was there, however, and after an introduction through one of his followers, she became a regular guest at the villa. The picture she gives is a moving testament to Bakunin's fortitude in meeting the relentless pain of these final months. Suffering kidney, bladder, and prostate disorders, he almost never slept and at times could not manage the stairway or even dress and undress himself. The only way he was able to get some relief when the attacks came was by bending stretched over a table, feet. Calvary 415. On the ground. To add to his bodily misery, the ever-deepening financial crisis left the family barely enough to buy necessities. His only luxuries were tobacco and tea. He smoked all day without stop, and all night as well, except for short periods of sleep, when the pain let him sleep. He smoked while drinking tea. He bought tobacco pounds at a time, or so it seemed, and stacked it in piles on all the tables. "Tf, you are there when I die," he often said when lighting a cigarette. "Take care now and do not forget to stick a cigarette in my mouth, so that I can take a last puff before I die." Although there was a large, comfortable bed in the guest room, he himself slept on a narrow iron bed that hardly fit his immense body. When she once asked why don't they give Bakunin, who sleeps so little and so poorly, that big fine bed in the guest room, she was told that that was the room of G.M. Buzzi, Dave Amico della Bakunina. The psychology of his marriage, his intimate relations with his wife always remained puzzling. There undoubtedly was something pathological here. But he was, she went on, an indulgent father to his wife and a gentle grandfather to her children. Still, in spite of it all, he was jovial and continued to read and write. He even planned dictating his memoirs to his new admirer and recommended that she read Pascal's Pensées, to learn the French style, he said. Although there were at times heated quarrels with Antonia, he thought her much too severe with her children. For example, he missed her very much whenever she left on trips and waited letters from her with childish impatience. He also got on well with her children, at least with the two girls, Marisha, the youngest and far and away his favorite, and Sophia. As for the third child, a boy named Carlo, Gambuzzi's first name, it was obvious that he did not like him. Years later, in 1905, Carlo committed suicide in Nice. Registered at times, admittedly, the games Bakunin played with them were risky. He liked to start bonfires for them and get them to keep the flames going while they danced around like savages. Then he would go away to his room and forget the children and the bonfires. The children were all under 10 at the time. Besides the companionship of his wife and the children, Bakunin was also favored with the help and boundless devotion of several followers, mainly Italian workers, who adored Hayu and were prepared to do anything for him. This warm and genuine ease he had with the workers made a strong impression on the new visitor, but coming from Russia herself, she put this ease in a special context. "I came to the conclusion that it was precisely the fact that he was a real Russian aristocrat that helped him in these relationships. In our serf customs, there was in practice much that was patriarchal democratic it seems to have been, in fact, just this aristocratic pride and unbending individualism in Bakunin that won her to his politics, away from the camp of 416. Peaceful socialist propaganda. Once, when he had asked her rhetorically what would come after the revolution, after all the enthusiasm had been spent, he replied, a dreary, grey barracks in which people would be forced to do what they did not choose to do. The power of the few over the many is terrible, criminal, but is not the power of the many over the single individual even more terrible? But how could he then be a socialist? She asked herself. In his speeches one feels an ardent and deep belief in the truth of socialism. His entire past confirms this belief. But can one really imagine M.A. denying himself his rights to his own self-determination? Who has ever met a more forcefully expressed individualism? As a result of such discussions and the impassioned individualism they revealed, there suddenly took place within me a real shift to Bakuninism and, along with this, my final reconciliation with socialism. How she solved the individualism-socialism quandary is left unexplained. Converted though she was by Bakunin's enthusiasm and youthful, individualistic spirit, she was no less aware that he was then an old man weary of life, so alone, so distant from all around him. Bakunin agreed, "I am really all by myself, profoundly alone," he told her. He often spoke of death and welcomed it. Death? She smiles at me, a big broad smile underscore of all the subjects they talked about. He liked best to tell her about his youth at Bakunin, about the time the family read Robinson Crusoe together, and he often recalled his father, always with love. From her, he wanted most of all to hear descriptions of the Russian countryside, not the characteristics of the people or the changes in customs since his time, but, for the most part, portraits of Russian nature underscore. If my little pictorial sketches of Russian nature were successful, Ma would insist the next day that I repeat them. Please, do tell me once more about the water meadow. Full circle. Back to Bakunin, to nature, to the self that tearing itself free of the mortal barriers that constrain it, pours itself over the entire universe, encompassing all in nature, the whole world, back to the friend within who had always been there through all the disguises. His first, jealous wife philosophy, his bride the revolution, the people he was to merge with in one body and one soul, and the Mother International were no longer needed. You imagine that revolution is beautiful. Ma said. I have seen revolution up close. Oh, how repulsive it is up close. Besides chatting with his young visitor, listening to her descriptions of Mother Nature, and being lulled into fitful slumber while she read to him, as he asked her to do, in a droning mumble as they do in church, Bakunin at times depended on her help when he strolled into town. With his immense hand, Ma leaned on my shoulder as though it were a cane. So, Oedipus and Antag. Calvary 417. 1. He said the first time he walked about Lugano with my help underscore. Bakunin walked with difficulty, repeating all the while with a strained laugh, so, Oedipus and Antigone. In early May 1876, the inheritance finally arrived, 2 months before his death. It was far less than he had expected, nowhere near enough to cover the debts, and a 3-month grace period he had received from his creditors in February was now up. His only recourse was to surrender his little kingdom to the creditors and move elsewhere. They would go to Italy, to Naples, where Gambuzzi lived. Antonia left first to make arrangements and to obtain, with Gambuzzi's help, permission for Bakunin to live in Italy. Bakunin would then follow, after a brief stay in Bern to consult Dr. Voigt again about his illnesses. Naples would mean his ultimate return, going back even before the Baronata Besso Primaclino manorial life, into complete dependency on Antonia, who now thought him a child, and Gambuzzi, the father of her children and his own provider. He would be another child in the household of Antonia and Gambuzzi. At least he was spared that final humiliation. Arriving in Bern on June 14, 1876, after getting the approval of his creditors for the trip, he was taken at once to the hospital. I have come here to die, he told his old friends, the Reichels, who came as soon as they learned he was there. For the next 2 weeks, as his condition worsened and his kidneys, bladder, and heart gave out, he seemed quite reconciled to his death, to judge from the account of these last days left by Adolf Reichel. With Mr. Reichel, he discussed music, Beethoven and Wagner, and philosophy, especially Schopenhauer. With Mrs. Reichel he chatted in Russian and enjoyed the Russian kasha she prepared for him. The 2 days before the end, he would eat nothing else. On June 30 the Reichels wired Lugano. That same day, a few minutes before midnight, he died quietly, tired of life, it seemed to Reichel. He was buried in a small cemetery near the center of Bern. Later, the cemetery was made into a park, and his coffin moved to a larger cemetery on the outskirts of the city, Friedhof Bremgarten. One can still visit the grave, located on a narrow path of individual graves, a little beyond the stately family plots. The tombstone stands out boldly, a tall dark stone, part smooth, part left rough and raw. The inscription is to Michel Bakunin, who sacrificed everything for the liberty of his country. Next to the grave is that of a former director of the Bank of Bern. Requiem. What are we to conclude about this extraordinary man and his influence? Which of his radically different images should guide our judgment? Is it right that we continue to extol him as the superbly eloquent defender of absolute freedom, social harmony, peace, and brotherhood? Should we instead be persuaded by his obsessive dedication to militantly authoritarian organizations and cataclysmic universal violence? Or, finally, is it the deeper personality behind both the mask of heroic freedom and the mask of violent power that should direct our sentiments, the personality of a fearful, timid, gentle, withdrawn boy who could never grow up, for whom freedom always meant purity, fear, weakness, and escape, and in whose dialectical world the rhetoric of destruction and domination was always a pathetically transparent attempt at camouflage and compensation? Of all the voices that sound through Bakunin's words and deeds, it is that of the frightened youth that is the most genuine. Nothing rings more true than his confession of how difficult it was for him to overcome his timidity and make those brilliant speeches that won him such acclaim, or his talk of turning inwards, closing himself off in his sturdy mansion with gates and locks, his forbidden temple with its monastic fence and immense store of food, wine, and tobacco, his Gothic castle, on top of a high, steep, inaccessible mountain. For all its bulk and ferocity, his violent rhetoric lacks the authenticity that is so apparent in his periodic appeals, virtual pleas for nonviolence, his faulting of his own negative party for the violence that circumstance imposed on it, his descriptions of his favored destructive passions as evil and demonic, his 418, 419, bizarrely passive way at times of phrasing his most violent declarations, his intermittent fantasy of authority considerately crumbling under the weight of its own sins, sparing him its overthrow. His view of himself as heroic sufferer and the pleasure that vision gave him, and his identification with what he considered to be feminine traits and modes of behavior. It is in his scrupulous avoidance of public power, not his powerful assaults on it or, as in the conflict with Marx, his feigned competition for it, that he reveals himself. The most obvious and compelling fact about his life is his persistent escape, from the time he ran away from the army and pre-Mukino obligations to the time he hypostatized escape from society into a full-blown social philosophy, anarchism. Bakunin's anarchism and freedom, therefore, for all the resounding and inspiring eloquence with which he proclaims them, do not reflect heroic strength and self-affirmation, but rather an elemental and permanent dread of society and of the psychologically intolerable demands it made upon him. To be free meant, first and last, to be safely distant from those demands and dangers, alone in the consoling embrace of the maternal friend within, or snugly sheltered in some tiny pseudo-family of intimates. The ease with which he denied freedom to party members in his successive plans for secret organizations, and with which he repeatedly spoke of submerging and losing oneself in such martially disciplined organizations, tells more about his real attitude toward freedom than do all his celebrated theories and pronouncements in defense of it. The same pathological traits that drove him out of society, however, made him return to it again and again in order to deny those traits, and compensate for the deprivations they caused him, by pretending that they were not at all his characteristics, that his personality was their exact opposite, that he was powerfully and virilely aggressive, not fearfully, impotently passive. In the psychosexual dynamics that helped generate this dialectical drama, Bakunin first completely rejected anything sexual, animal. He then transferred this total rejection to society, because it so inextricably involved directly, sex, marriage, and indirectly, power, responsibility, that Oedipally repulsive animal world. Finally, he disguised, and compensated for, the fear, weakness, and impotence by transmuting them into their opposite. His lifelong task was to discover, refine, and repeatedly replay formulas that might achieve the alchemy, fantasies of power and violence that would, 1. Conceal the fear and the impotence, while providing him something of a surrogate for the gratifications they denied him, 2. Allow him to continue a life of total narcissistic separation from society, permanently and pathologically ensconced in the dual unity with his inner maternal friend, while permitting him to persuade himself and others. 420. That he was devoting his life selflessly as well as powerfully to serving and saving it, and 3. Provide him the approval and self-esteem needed to restore the self, heal a badly weakened, fragmented ego. The progress from Schelling's romantic idealism to left Hegelian revolutionary dialectics comprised stages on the way towards discovering those formulas. He moved from Schelling's solipsistic idealism to Fichte's heroic egoism because Schelling did not offer, as Fichte did, a facade of Promethean struggle to disguise romantic withdrawal. Then he replaced Fichte by Hegel because Fichte's heroic crusade, while disguising the narcissistic retreat and the impotence, had required too intimate involvements with those to be saved and thus provoked, in the Tatiana episode, the very incestual threat that the retreat and the impotence were meant to avoid. Hegel, in his left mode, solved the problem splendidly, not just by letting Bakunin remain apart, Schelling, while appearing to be all-powerful, Fichte, but by allowing him to seem all-powerful precisely by remaining apart. Viewing this development from a somewhat different perspective, we see a fascinating process of projection. For Bakunin as a romantic Schellingite, existence was divided irreconcilably into a pure, blissful interior realm, the only gateway to truth, and a fallen, corrupt, evil outer world. Blissful though it may have been, however, the inner refuge was painfully vulnerable, exposing Bakunin after a while to his hell with all its terrors. To save himself from further assaults, he set about destroying his inner eye, as he put it, and surrendering himself to the objective absolute, identifying himself with its indomitable power. But as we saw, what he was really doing during his 2 or so years of reconciliation with the absolute was projecting his own subjective self into it, merging the two so that in the end the absolute was simply Bakunin writ large. The final step in the process came with the left Hegelian division of that objective world into, in Bakunin's terms, the positive and the negative. With that, the pre-Oedipal narcissistic split between good and bad and the Oedipal split between body and soul merged to become the apocalyptic split between the two cities, the millennial new heaven and new earth and the fallen, irredeemable world destined for annihilation. Philosophy as a whole, however, even in its mutant left Hegelian form, the terror of pure criticism did not go far enough in furnishing the needed mask and surrogate. So Bakunin moved on to Diktat, action. But in all his action, his act, he was always scrupulously careful to avoid poetical realism, bourgeois or labor politics, for example, since that required mature, responsible involvement and lacked the scope and stage for Promethean bravado. Instead, he clung obsessively to an apocalyptic maximalism that allowed full expression for violence, while at the same time saving him, precisely because of 421. The feudal extremism, from success and responsible authority as well as from too close involvement with the people he felt summoned to save. From the time he discovered his left Hegelian apocalyptic violence, virtually everything he said and did can best be explained by paradox, with appearances representing their exact opposite. Total freedom testified to total dependency, social commitment defended social detachment, the acts of omnipotence revealed the essential impotence, materia hsts became the true idealists, and idealists, the true materialists, the cold exterior that he acknowledged for himself and required for members of his secret societies reflected ardent interiors. The hatred he unleashed against his mother reinforced, safely, his bonds with her, while the tenderness he showered on his father and other authorities disguised a lifelong war to destroy all that they represented. Often the opposites merged in stunningly contradictory phrases and concepts: the ruthless surrender, the bloodless annihilation, the invisible, powerless power, the non-letting revolutionary leaders, the cherished and celebrated evil and demonic passions, and so on. And at the core of it all was the basic dialectic and the repression it achieved, as every development necessarily implies the negation of its base or point of departure. Humanity is the cumulative negation of the animal principle in man. Viewing the entire expanse of Bakunin's career, from the philosophical through the revolutionary years, one sees a great cycle completed, from pre-Mukino dependency through romantic, philosophical idealism to the abstract, universal, left Hegelian revolutionary vision of 1842 and the concrete national movements of 1848-49. Then, After an intervening period of red generals and iron dictatorships, the sequence in reverse, from the concrete nationalistic movements of 1862 to 63 through the revived abstract, universal, apocalyptic visions, the red, social, geologic revolutions, the German versus Slavic Latin Armageddon, and the new circles of intimates, the old Holy Commune refurbished, back to the would-be monoreal sanctuaries of Baronata and Besso. Only death spared him the final step, the return to complete infantile dependency as the fourth child of the Antonia Gambuzzi family. Throughout it all, however, whether in the earlier philosophical or the later political phase, it is the act that must be emphasized. The violent rhetoric and the frenzied, foredoomed revolutionary escapades were always, from beginning to end, performances, with Bakunin as his own front-row audience. It is not surprising that he so often described his forays in terms of theatrical acts, or that he should feel it entirely proper to reclaim his wallet and revolver after the Leon fiasco. It was only make-believe. Always remember, he wrote a friend from Locarno in January 1873, that revolution is made up of 3/4 fantasy and only 1/4 reality. For Bakunin's special purposes, however. 422. Fantasy was the most realistic strategy he could adopt, since it assured him the constant failure he needed to avoid real authority and its multiple dangers. Ultimately, as I have argued throughout this study, this permanent act and its incessant contradictions reflect the interaction of Bakunin's Oedipal and narcissistic disorders. Since these were the roots of Bakunin's worldview, it is understandable that the millennial apocalyptic vision should be its crown. For what is that vision if not the all-good, all-pleasurable, narcissistic infantile fantasy achieved by precisely the kind of cataclysmic destruction that Bakunin needed to pretend virility, revenge defeat, and deprivation, release rage, experience paroxysm, and through vast masochistic suffering atone for all these sinful fantasies and deeds. It has been a central concern of this study to depict and draw together the features of Bakunin's apocalyptic relationship to the world, total detachment from and uncompromising denunciation of society, incessant prophecies of its imminent and complete annihilation, denunciation of all compromising Pharisees, self-justification for the cruelty by visions of a FME new and pure world to rise from the ruins, formation of successive circles of disciples who provided him a monastic pseudo-family that he could father, assurance that his own purity and that of his intimates, his apostles, his cadre were in no way stained by the brutal violence that must inevitably pave the way to the kingdom of love and brotherhood. It was, in short, a classically apocalyptic vision, whether to be realized in the footsteps of Jesus, Bakunin's model down to and through his first revolutionary proclamation. The reaction in Germany or, later, under the fascist leadership of liberating Tsars and Red Generals or the secret direction of invisible, professional Leninist party organizations. Given the extent total, I believe, to which Bakunin's apocalypse as well as the rest of his theories, analyses, programs, and strategies are designed to meet his own psychological needs, what can one say about their validity? In one sense, everything Bakunin said was true, since it all corresponds to the objective reality that was Bakunin himself. His theories accurately describe him, his programs and strategies correctly reflect his very real malaise and his attempt to alleviate it one way or another. As for the kind of reality he claimed to be treating, if the criterion of success or failure is used to judge truth or error, then the outcome of his policies in Prague, Dresden, Lyon, the Slavic Germanic Armageddon and so forth could hardly be considered proof of validity. Yet, all that is really quite beside the point, for even were his political descriptions and judgments true, they would be so only coincidentally and, as far as he was concerned, incidentally, much as any other work of subjective expression in literature or the arts may happen to be true. And the analogy here is meant to be exact. Bakunin's theories, analyses, historical surveys, and predictions are as 423. Much projections, pure creations as are the works of any other creative artist. Bakunin's only relationship with the world outside was that of a sculptor with his stone or a painter with his palette, reality was no more than raw material for fantasy. A comparison with his Dresden friend and fellow revolutionary Richard Wagner is instructive in this regard. Wagner's impassioned declarations at the time of the Rising were even more violently apocalyptic than were Bakunin's. However, Dresden ended Wagner's play with real revolutionary fire. Thereafter, he turned to the stage and orchestra pit as arenas for his fantasies. Bakunin's channel, unfortunately, was politics, and for his plots and scenarios he had to quarry bits and pieces of reality rather than stories from ancient mythology. As a result, while Wagner did contribute significantly to the formation of Nazi fantasies, it was at least obvious that his creations were make-believe, whereas in Bakunin's case, the political make-believe had, and, sadly, still has for many, the appearance of reality, since he seems after all to be talking about real events and to be proposing concrete political action with reference to them. His words and deeds may be no more than costume, mask, and gesture designed for his own inner needs alone, but they have all too often been taken as descriptions of reality and rational responses to it and have, thereby, motivated and justified horrendous violence done in their name and after their example. None of these arguments about the pure subjectivity of Bakunin's theories, and one should recall here the influence of philosophical idealism on him in this respect, is meant in any way to deny or minimize that enormous influence on his own time and continually thereafter. Although he staged his dreams and nightmares mainly for his own therapy and even sanity, and no doubt experienced, as in all good theater, the desired catharsis, countless others in search of similar self-deceptions for whatever reason, eagerly mistook those dreams and nightmares for objective portraits of reality or serious designs for social change and acted accordingly. Bakunin is hardly alone, after all, in experiencing radically ambivalent feelings about power, in being torn between a desire to retain the carefree, detached freedom of youth and a compelling need to win the honor and power of maturity, or in searching for ways to disguise an unflattering fear and weakness by violent bombast. While it is uncertain how many workers or peasants ever knew very much about him, it is undeniably true that he was, and remains, a theorist par excellence for that critically influential class that shared so many of his concerns and dilemmas, the class of intellectuals, or, better, demi-intellectuals, the intelligentsia. This is not to say that this group either individually or as a class necessarily arrived at those concerns and dilemmas from the same or even similar psychological roots that brought Bakunin to them, although the possibility is not excluded. In fact, it may well have been the 424 energy from that particular inner turmoil in Bakunin that enabled him, compelled him, to become so sqd, insistent, and persuasive in the art of expressing those ambivalences and formulating more or less effective fantasies to resolve them. To pursue this theme a while longer, there have always been two ways for the alienated intelligentsia, perhaps a redundant phrase, to safeguard total freedom and avoid self-estrangement. The easier way, and for society's sake by far the most desirable way, is forthright withdrawal, the ascetic separation, the romantic, philosophical, religious, mystical or simply self-indulgent avoidance of the world and its obligations. But that way offers too little self-esteem, too little to satisfy the claim to honor and power, or at least to their appearance. The second way, the way Bakunin took and that countless others before and after him have taken, is to declare total war against the existing society in the name of some finer society to come. As long as the rebellion is total and uncompromising, the main assumption of the left Hegelian's dialectics, the radical critic who takes the second path is entirely free of those dreary day-to-day chores and duties that constrain not only those who accept the system, the Sadducees, but also those impotent, debased half-men, the compromising bourgeois liberals who are content with finding ways to reform it, the Pharisees. Thus, while remaining free and unburdened, the dialectical maximalist can enjoy at least the illusion of vast power, cataclysmic revolution with God and history on his side, and great honor, savior of humanity, liberator of the oppressed masses. Impresario of the word, the apocalyptic zealot with his terror of pure criticism, can indulge his imagination without restraint, conjure up fantasies of titanic and beamtal conflicts to prove his strength, glow with pride and honor in the heroic and noble roles he assigns himself, ridicule the cautious and uncertain, demonstrate his boundless compassion by drafting the floor plans of paradise, lament the high costs of its construction, then go off for drinks and dinner, proud and confident in his selfless devotion to the one true good cause. To understand why Bakunin's example and words have for so long had so great an influence on the world's intelligentsia, and to realize as well just how close he is to us, one need only recall those elite young rebels of the late 1960s who retreated into peaceful realms of inner space and time to enrich awareness, contemplate beauty, and nurture love, while at the same time idolizing the world's most violent revolutionary activists Ho, Che, Mao, and posting huge icons of them on their walls. Demanding power and participation, in their rhetoric, they, too, carefully avoided fussy burdens of routine responsibility once it was available, preferring the spontaneity of the coffee shop to the tedium of responsible involvement. Saintly idealists, whose every thought was with the wretched of the earth, they seldom, if ever, did any more than Bakunin did. 425. Actually to alleviate that wretchedness. Uncompromising individualists, they demanded complete freedom for themselves, yet lovingly extolled totalitarian societies which made such individualism and such freedom their first victims. The parallel is especially close, finally, in that the great majority of these young rebels were no more violent than Bakunin was. Rather than a velvet glove of beatific ideals disguising an iron fist of cruelty, the Nichiv Lenin model, we have in both cases an iron fist of fierce rhetoric disguising the gentle hand of very young and very fearful children, fearful, most of all, of growing up. But if it was all rhetoric and theatrical act performed mainly for his own catharsis, should Bakunin be blamed for what others did under the influence of his soliloquies, however ferocious they may have been? Was the poet Yeats unnecessarily guilt-ridden when he wrote in a poem, "I lie awake night after night and never get the answers right"? Did that play of mine send out certain men the English shot? Registered in considering this question, we should first distinguish between what Bakunin said and what he himself actually did. As I argued in an earlier chapter, I believe that Bakunin was partly, and perhaps decisively, responsible for the fact that there were so many casualties in the Dresden Rising, that the leaders of the insurrection did not realize the hopelessness of their cause and accept surrender terms. Moreover, if Bakunin had had his way, the same thing might well have happened in Lyon, since there, too, he urged the rebels to go on fighting, notwithstanding the absurdity of such an action under the circumstances. Fortunately, the Lyon rebels had more sense than had their Dresden counterparts. In Prague and, later, in Switzerland, with respect both to the League Congresses and the labor movement, the consequences of his actions were less tragic in the short run but ultimately more poetically harmful. In these cases, he persistently made the best the enemy of the better, discrediting the programs of the more moderate participants who were actually involved in day-to-day politics and undermining the chances for real change by proclaiming his maximalist, millennial fantasies. While there is, surely, no substance at all to the accusations of his being a Tsarist agent, one can understand the ease with which those rumors spread, since one of the most notorious and notoriously successful techniques of the agent provocateur has always been to pose as a NE+ ultra extremist. And is he not at least in part morally responsible for the many lives wasted in pursuit of his private fantasies and for the lives actually lost because of his no less solipsistic celebration of evil passions, devil in the flesh, sea of blood and fire, complete annihilation, storm of destruction, war to the death, barbaric war to the knife, furious avalanche, devouring, destroying everything, and so on? For one as brilliant, charismatic, and eloquent as Bakunin, the pen, the word, is indeed mightier than the sword when it summons would-be. 426. Saviors to apocalyptic holocaust, mightier and, hence, more culpable. Finally, he must surely bear a heavy charge for his extreme anti-Semitism, which he helped to make almost as endemic in the populist left as it is in the fascist right. Even had he not inspired barbaric violence and repeatedly designed authoritarian organizations, his anti-Semitism and its vile influence on socialist and anarchist movements would be enough to corrupt his message irredeemably. What then of his reputation as the great, prophetic enemy of authoritarian state socialism? Indeed, there have rarely been more perceptive insights and criticisms, and certainly not in Bakunin's time, of the dangers of socialist dictatorship than those Bakunin directed against Marx in their fateful confrontation. We, of course, are all sincere socialists and revolutionaries, and still, were we given power, even for the short duration of a few months, we would not remain what we are now. Human nature, the nature of every man, is such that, given power over others, he will invariably oppress them, placed in an exceptional position, and withdrawn from human equality, he becomes a scoundrel. Take the most radical revolutionary and place him upon the all-Russian throne, or give him the dictatorial power of which so many of our green revolutionaries daydream, and within a year he will have become worse than the emperor himself. No dictatorship can have any other aim but that of self-perpetuation, and it can beget only slavery in the people tolerating it. His keen sensitivity to the dangers of power, sharpened by the special meaning power had for him, foresaw a time when the revolutionaries would concentrate all the powers of government in strong hands, because the very fact that the people are ignorant necessitates strong, solicitous care by the government. They will create a single state bank, concentrating in its hands all the commercial, industrial, agricultural, and even scientific production, and they will divide the mass of people into two armies, industrial and agricultural armies, under the direct command of the state engineers who will constitute the new privileged scientific political class. More prophetic still, he sensed that after all the other classes had taken their turn in power, clerics, nobility, and bourgeoisie, the bureaucratic class enters, and then the state falls, or rises, depending on your point of view, to the condition of a machine. Marvelous insights, all of regardless of their ultimate roots and motivations in Bakunin's personality, and they certainly deserve the celebration they have earned their author. But who is their valid target, Marx or Bakunin himself? Whose aims and means, theories and practices, would most likely result in the socialist tyranny that Bakunin so eloquently denounced in those 427 penetrating and prophetic statements? Should the triumvirate be Marx-Lenin-Stalin or Bakunin-Lenin-Stalin? Considering again Bakunin's adoration of catastrophically violent revolution and, even more important here, his successive plans for a secret, fully committed, professional, tightly and hierarchically organized revolutionary party, only one answer seems reasonable. The authoritarian, Leninist, state socialism that Bakunin so brilliantly assailed has, in fact, historically been the result repeatedly of just those maximalist theories of violent revolution and party organization that he defended all his life and urged on his followers, in opposition to the bourgeois socialism of his Marxist rivals. Since Bakunin and Lenin belong to the same apocalyptic tradition, one should not be surprised to find, as well, many other similarities in their revolutionary strategies. There is, for example, besides their shared designs for party organization and violent, maximalist revolution, far more similarity than usually noted between their attitude toward the masses and the masses' relationship to the revolutionary vanguard, the party, and its general staff. If Lenin appreciated as did Bakunin the revolutionary potential of the peasant masses and was as ready as he was to spark such a rising whenever the masses seemed aroused enough and the state weak enough, never mind Marxist economic, social, and political preconditions, Bakunin stressed no less than Lenin did the need for a full-time, professional, disciplined party leadership. To lead, or at least to pretend to do so, meant to avoid being paralyzed, an invalid, blind, castrated, beheaded, impotent, to use the terms Bakunin repeatedly used to describe the loss of leadership. He differed from Lenin, and the difference is basic, mainly in his ambivalence towards power, his persistent fear of power and responsibility that accompanied his authoritarian scenarios. Feigning leadership and domination kept his weakness secret, but to lead openly, publicly, involved a danger that was far more threatening than the revelation of impotence, considering the true identity in his psychodrama of his bride the revolution, the people with whom he must merge body and soul, the people whose spontaneity, savagery, devil in the flesh, and convulsive movement were the source of his electricity and paroxysm and his only means of being healed. He resolved the dilemma, as he did all the other contradictions and dilemmas that harassed him, by having things both ways, as one resolves contradictions in dreams. He simply went right on compulsively constructing one dictatorial party scheme after another, while at the same time taking infinite pains to keep these fantasies secret and endlessly denouncing all those who dared publicly to defend Jacobin, state socialist, or any other manner of overt leadership. The persistence of this stark dualism is probably the most extraordinary, yet entirely characteristic, feature of his later publications. Notwithstanding 428. All he wrote about Jacobin elitism and in defense of the spontaneous uprising of an instinctively socialist and revolutionary mass, for example, he also emphasized that these same masses, as a result of their long exploitation and deprivation, were servile, weighed down by slavish habits and a general spirit of resignation, characterized by ignorance, wild fanaticism, and stupidity and by fear and obedience, utterly unorganized, and gifted by nature with an amazing patience that can really drive one to despair as well as with obtuseness and a lack of any awareness of their rights. In sum, the compact mass is a human herd barely fit for development or for the propaganda of ideas. Happy Face, consequently, it was the task of the secret organization, from its central bureau through its national bureaus and down to the local organizations, to enlighten, arouse, and guide the herd. The aroused masses of people are HKE molten metal, which fuses into one continuous mass, and which lends itself to shaping much more easily than non-molten metal, that is, if there are good craftsmen who know how to mold it in accordance with the properties and intrinsic laws of a given metal, in accordance with the people's needs and instincts. An elemental force lacking organization is not a real power. Voluntary, free, spontaneous, bottom-upwards anarchism was all well and good for public speeches, but it was still necessary to organize, direct, and intensify the revolutionary passions and forces of the people, to see to it that when revolution, brought about by the force of circumstances, breaks out, there will be a real force knowing what it must do and, consequently, capable of seizing hold of the revolution and giving it a direction beneficial to the people. Lacking such organization, the workers would be condemned to impotence, helpless against those who would behead the working class. And what would a disorganized and beheaded working class do then? Happy Face, it was the aim of the secret organization, the collective dictatorship, therefore, not merely to lead the popular movement, but to remain in existence without breaking apart or altering its direction on the morrow of the people's liberation. There were many reasons why the people's ignorance, wild fanaticism, and stupidity required the general staff to stay in office after the revolution. For one thing, Bakunin was no Tolstoyan. He honored mankind's cultural, scientific, and technological achievements and was critical only of the fact that the masses were deprived of these benefits and that the educated elite ruled. Indeed, for him the people's lack of knowledge was one of the main reasons for their enslavement by the dominant classes. Backwardness may have been indispensable for the rude, savage force that would carry through the sweeping and passionate destruction and provide the electricity and the paroxysm, but it was too raw a material to use in the construction of the new society. Thus, we find even in Bakunin's revolutionary theory the Tel 429. Tail sign of all self-deceptive revolutionary liberators, the transition period, a more or less prolonged transitional period, which is bound to follow the social revolution and which would be required for the rational upbringing, education, and the organization of society upon a basis of freedom and justice. Once when he squarely faced the sad fact that during the transitional period, society will be confronted with the problem of individuals, and unfortunately there will be many of them, who grew up under the prevailing system of organized injustice and special privileges and who were not brought up with the habit of work, he could only say that the new society will either have to force them to work, which would be despotism, or let itself be exploited by idlers, and that would be a new slavery and the source of a new corruption of society. Fortunately, after the New World was well underway, he was sure that there would remain only a few such parasites, and they could then be either expelled or considered victims of special maladies to be subjected to clinical treatment. I am perplexed. Dostoevsky's possessed Shigalev mused. Starting from unlimited freedom, I arrive at unlimited despotism. Carrot registered finally, even the people's violence made the general staff a necessary institution after the revolution. Once aroused, once the evil passions and the devil in the flesh had enjoyed their chaotic and ruthless destruction, their terrible and bloody struggle, their convulsive movement, would the masses be satisfied and stop? We have seen the various psychological meanings that this rage and fury had for Bakunin, and the reason, therefore, that these emotions had to be called evil and demonic even as he praised them and tried to provoke them, the reason also that a strong and persistent obligato of otherwise misplaced nonviolence accompanied his credo of annihilation. Associated as they were both with repressed sexuality and narcissistic rage, they required even in this poetical fantasy a powerful repressive force, a general staff. After the paroxysm, the rude, savage force must be calmed and controlled. Once the hurricane has passed, the socialists will oppose with all their might hypocritical butchery, political and juridical, organized in cold blood. We say to the worker, begin by overthrowing and throwing to the ground all those who oppress you. Then, after you are really sure of victory and have destroyed the power of your enemies, give way to humane sentiments and lift up these poor devils, beaten and henceforth harmless and disarmed, recognize them as your brothers and invite them to live and work with you upon the unshakable ground of equality. Besides Bakunin's and Lenin's shared insistence on militantly disciplined and structured party organizations, on an inevitable and total, apocalyptic revolution, and on the role the peasantry were to play in that revolution, there were a number of other similarities that placed them in the same camp. Both were 430 consummate opportunists, especially prepared to take revolutionary advantage of wartime dislocations, the Franco-Prussian War for Bakunin, World War I for Lenin. Also, while they come late and are few, Bakunin's remarks about the revolutionary potential of Asia and about the likelihood of revolution first occurring not, as Marx said, in the advanced nations but in the backward, anticipate at least the revolutionary implications of Lenin's thoughts on imperialism. Finally, the enemy who provoked in both the most vehement attacks was not the reactionary on the far right, but the bourgeois liberal or bourgeois socialist in the middle, the meliorist who saw value in the electoral vote and the trade union movement. Lenin's relentless war against Western social democrats, the heirs of Marx, by way of Bernstein and Kosky, replaced Bakunin's no less furious campaign against their progenitors a generation earlier. Registered Bakunin and Lenin, in short, were both apocalyptic zealots, while their Marxist rivals, in both periods, were in comparison Pharisees. Marx himself nowhere made this more evident than when, in 1873, he mocked Bakunin and his followers for spurning bourgeois elections and trade unionism. If, in the political struggle against the bourgeois state, the workers only succeed in forcing concessions, they are compromising, acting contrary to eternal principles. One must oppose any peaceful movements, such as the Americans and the English have the bad habit of undertaking. The workers should not struggle to get a general reduction in the length of the workday, since that would be tantamount to compromising with the owners, who would then be able to exploit them only 10 or 12 hours a day instead of 14 or 16. Nor should they try any more to gain legal prohibition against children under 10 in factories, since such methods would not end the exploitation of children over 10 and would only commit another compromise prejudicial to the purity of the eternal principles. In a word, the workers must cross their arms and not waste time with economic and political movements. Such movements can bring them only immediate results. As truly religious men, the workers, disdaining ordinary needs, must declare as an act of faith, "Let our class be crucified, let our race perish, but let the eternal principles remain immaculate. Like pious Christians, they must believe in the words of the priest, despise the 01 goods of this world and think only of attaining paradise. While there is, of course, an apocalyptic side of Marx's general crisis theory, other arguments in his scientific socialism and, more significantly, Marx's actual practice, effectively neutralize it, at least in that part of the world, the 431 bourgeois West, where his theories had their birth and relevance. By requiring, as a prerequisite for an authentic socialist revolution, that society have already lived through the bourgeois stage, he, in effect, set down conditions that sharply reduced the chances of workers' socialist movements progressing through violent revolution to party dictatorship. High productivity, widespread education, and long familiarity with bourgeois democracy and civil rights have proven to be deeply ungenial to Bolshevik means and ends. As to Marx's practice, his defense of labor participation in parliamentary elections and step-by-step improvements through trade union pressure provided workers with the experience of self-determination, which, along with the tangible gains such elections brought them, further protected them and their societies from the terrors of apocalyptic revolution and party domination. Marx in his own time was, and, for the most part, West European Marxists since have been, as Bakunin charged, bourgeois socialists. But as such, they should not be identified as a source of, or linked to the rulers of, authoritarian Leninist Stalinist Maoist state socialism. That honor belongs to Bakunin. And one wonders, in the light of all the authoritarian strains in Bakunin's theories, programs, revolutionary strategies, party organizations, and actual practice, only a small part of which has been recalled in the summary chapter, how it has come down otherwise, how Bakunin won the title of heroic champion of absolute freedom, the shield and banner of liberty against Marx's allegedly state socialist tyranny. One can, perhaps, understand how those living in Bakunin's own time might have arrived at this extraordinary misreading, for, then, much of Bakunin's authoritarian organization schemes were still concealed and, more important, the historical dynamics that were to carry such apocalyptic revolutions as he preached from the promise of absolute freedom to the practice of absolute despotism had occurred less frequently and less impressively than they have since. But the abundant authoritarian documents have been available for some time now, and the explanation for the tragic revolutionary dialectic that puzzled Shigalev, from absolute freedom to absolute despotism, is now a commonplace. Why, then, does this bizarre misrepresentation of Bakunin's politics still go on? One can only assume that it does so because those perpetuating the myth of the man choose to set aside or argue away, for personal reasons of their own, either the fact or the implications of that apocalyptic and authoritarian side. One of the aims of this study has been to make that side unmistakably clear. And it is for that side, for Bakunin's unwavering attachment to revolutionary pan-destruction and to secret authoritarian party organizations as the inevitable and indispensable costs of social renewal and individual liberation, that he is to be most harshly judged. It is true, and I have tried at length to do justice to this truth, that Bakunin's apocalyptic violence was largely an act 432 camouflage, and that his long series of strikingly Leninist organizational plans and programs were, in the main, notebook fantasies. However, with respect to performing his violent role and making his violent speeches, it made little difference to those who heard him, believed him, and acted on that belief that he was merely performing a part to convince himself that he was other than he was. Act or not, his words spawned a heritage of cruel deeds and useless sacrifice, and the cruelty and sacrifice continued and continues for generations thereafter among the countless would-be saviors he inspired. As for the Leninist secret organizations and their oppressively authoritarian character, the question is somewhat more complicated. For here we are not only dealing with an act, but with an act that Bakunin usually kept to himself and to his few intimates. Unlike the violent rhetoric, therefore, the secret society fantasy did less harm as far as the outside world was concerned. However, This in no way alters the fact that it was just such organizational plans as these that were later to be adopted by Lenin and that helped establish the foundations for Soviet party dictatorship. Nor does it change the fact that Bakunin was devoted to these authoritarian schemes constantly, obsessively. He worked on them in the 1840s before he went to prison and exile and, far more intensively, in the 1860s and 1870s during his second revolutionary campaign. And even during the decade in between, the 1850s prison and Siberian years, the essential authoritarianism of these plans was dramatically present in his appeals to the Tsar and to the Red General to take the lead of the revolution and establish an iron dictatorship. Dedicated as one might be to defending Bakunin's image and honor, these facts cannot, or at least should not, be ignored. They are glaringly there. But what of the marvelous and inspiring rhetoric of limitless freedom and the glowing vision of the kingdom of love, of brotherhood? Surely he should be praised for helping to keep those liberating lights high and bright. Perhaps so, had he not bound this messianic promise to the violence and the suffering that he insisted must clear the way for its realization. By merging social renewal and social annihilation, he committed his most grievous crime. He helped, for he is hardly alone in this, to secularize the apocalypse, to transform a devastatingly brutal vision inherited from an earlier religious era into a model for our times as well, an agenda for many who otherwise claim allegiance to reason and to the temporal realization of the good society. Why does this happen? Why do so many visionaries insist on this apocalyptic nexus of bliss and horror, beauty and bestiality? Why have there been so many who have treated this fearful merger not as myth, poetry, or theater for one or another level of catharsis, but as the plot and rhythm of history and as a guide for political action? Since it has long been obvious that maximalist violence has only and always betrayed and decimated the vision it allegedly served, Arga 433. Ments about necessity are childish and worthless. Nor is this a question of turning disillusioned utopians into vengeful prophets of doom, the way, for instance, the Russian philosopher Vladimir Solovyov turned from visions of the divine feminine to visions of an imminent Antichrist. What is involved here is the union of the two, the alliance of the divine and the demonic, paradise as the mask of hell, Christ as the mask of Lucifer, or, still closer to the roots, the divine feminine as the mask of Lilith. The merger is familiar in many religions and countless mythologies, and not only in distant, exotic gods and goddesses, such as the Hindu Kali in, for example, the Gnostic despair that is the source and soul of fundamentalist Christian millennialism. In whatever age it appears, suffering and violence are more than tragic means to the sacred end, they are themselves elemental constituents of that end, the polar or dialectical twin of paradise. The dream of a new heaven and new earth does not displace the pain of life and world, it justifies and intensifies that pain by sanctifying massive, fiery and brimstone repression of oneself and centuries of beamtal torment of others, and by propagating for nearly 2 millennia the apocalyptic vision of cataclysmic annihilation as the inevitable cost of paradise. For all his daring insights, the Russian essayist Razanov missed the point when he urged Christianity to celebrate the joy of Bethlehem, rather than the suffering of Golgotha. Parousia and the unleashing of Satan are inextricably joined in this cruel epic. It is the source of this strange adoration of pain and destruction by those who dream of paradise that we question. Why do the dreamers of the miracle not fantasy beatific means as well as ends, since these visionaries depend in any case on the omnipotent magic of their divine, demiurgic, or chthonic God, spirit, history, or nature? Bakunin's life suggests one answer, of, no doubt, very many. Utopian fantasy, at least of the kind that Bakunin envisioned, is clearly regressive, a flight from the real world of constraint, uncertainty, and inevitable mixtures of good and evil into a fantasied childhood or infancy where, in later imagination, all is lovingly given and nothing asked, where absolute freedom and harmonious love live happily together, where subject is object, where pleasure and reality join to feed and nurture. That dream and the solace it grants, the afterglow, perhaps, in every one of the primary dual unity, are not only benevolent and even necessary for stability and contentment, but may also be the source of hope and effort to reshape flawed reality into their ideal image. For Bakunin, however, that dream of maternal reunion, of infantile paradise regained, was doubly corrupted by narcissistic and Oedipal disorders. As a result, the dream of paradise became the nightmare of apocalypse. In the pathologically narcissistic pattern, it is the symbiotic couple and the all-good, maternal image that provides the new heaven and new earth, the explosive fury of archaic, narcissistic rage. 434. Against the all-bad image that provides the apocalyptic catastrophe, and the fantasy of narcissistic omnipotence that fuels the maximalism of both the blissful, all-perfect end and the cataclysmic, all-destructive means. In the Oedipal pattern, paradise is the sanctuary that encompasses, sanctions, and protects the symptoms of the Oedipal failure, the impotence, the romanticism, the effeminacy, the philosophical idealism, and the lifelong flight from power and responsibility, while the maximalist, apocalyptic violence serves to conceal the failure, channel vengeance, and provide a surrogate passion. More decisive, however, in forming and driving the apocalyptic vision than either the narcissism or the Oedipal dynamics acting alone was their interaction, specifically, the transformation of the pre-Oedipal symbiotic couple into an Oedipally incestual couple. While speculative, as acknowledged when it was first discussed, that theory best fits, I believe, the facts of Bakunin's later character, statements, and actions. As such, I would regard the dynamics described, if the theory is correct, as the decisive determinant of Bakunin's personality and behavior. To review the argument once more, before noting its central role in explaining Bakunin's apocalyptic vision, I suggested at several points that in responding to the Oedipal failure, the child regressed more deeply into the pre-Oedipal symbiotic couple. Besides further intensifying the child's fixation in the pre-Oedipal, narcissistic pattern, this regression, I believe, had a still more crucial outcome, regression more deeply into the symbiotic couple after the Oedipal crisis and as an escape from and compensation for Oedipal failure brought with it the character and consequences of the Oedipal conflict and thereby, in effect, corrupted the child-mother symbiotic couple into an Oedipally incestual couple. The symbiotic couple itself became the fulfillment of the incestual fantasy that the regressive flight inwards was meant to avoid. Withdrawing from the fallen world to be fed and nurtured by the maternal friend within and her warmth so sweet meant withdrawal into the very sin the boy was struggling to escape. The refuge from evil became its scene and instrument, and all the many and prolonged purification rites to exorcise the animal, sensual filth were in vain. The victim was forever trapped in a vicious circle that revolved incessantly throughout his life. Since the sanctuary itself perpetrated the crime he was trying to escape, he was driven put of it and into masochistic self-punishment through violent, self-destructive fantasies and actions. However, since displays of virile aggression were no less objectionable, for the variety of Oedipal and narcissistic reasons discussed throughout the study, he fled right back into the sanctuary again, back to the maternal inner friend, back, that is, into the now Oedipally incestual symbiotic couple, which began another turn of the circle, and on indefinitely. 435. Stating this another way, and drawing the implications for the apocalyptic vision, the price of endless bliss, of the regressive new heaven and new earth, was endless self-punishment. Since purification was itself contamination, purity and pain were forever inextricably joined. The result for Bakunin was a life of suffering, real and imagined, a true hell with all its terrors, both for himself and, because the dynamics involved required constant displacement and projection, for the world as he saw it. In the same way that severe deprivation and martyrdom were his punishment and atonement for living his infantile, incestual reunion, so must a comparable suffering in the form of apocalyptic violence and destruction be the world's price for attaining a similarly infantile, millennial paradise. There are no doubt many roads that lead from deprivation and anguish, whatever their causes, to the nightmare of apocalypse, and it would be unreasonable to conjecture, without an individual-by-individual inquiry, just how heavily Bakunin's narcissistic and Oedipal road to it has been traveled. Whatever the more general relationship between Oedipus, Narcissus, and Apocalypse, however, the dreams and visions involved are surely not themselves to blame for the violence. There have been countless utopias including anarchists that adamantly rejected violence or domination as means for their realization. The apocalypse is decidedly not the only home for vision. There has always been in our culture another, older, and opposing heritage, that of the Pharisees and their humanist and liberal heirs, those Bakunin so furiously despised. It is a tradition that cherishes the vision and strives towards its fulfillment, while shunning in principle and practice the violence and authoritarianism that betray it. For this tradition the answer is not the maximalists' all or nothing, that so often disguises inaction, but rather the realist something, that accompanies serious commitment and involvement. It is not for us to finish the task, but neither can we desist from it. Happy face, Appendix Narcissus and Oedipus. The psychological model I have followed in interpreting Bakunin's personality is, for the most part, a composite of traditional Freudian drive theory, oral, anal, genital, and more recent theories of narcissism, developed by Freudians and others, concerning the emergence and consolidation of the self and its relationship with the object world. In analyzing this development of the self and its object relations, clinicians pay particular attention to the dyadic relations of mother and child in the pre-Oedipal years, in contrast to the earlier tendency to focus on the triadal conflict involving child, mother, and father during the Oedipal phase. According to object relations and self theory, the self takes shape as a result of the fluctuating interaction between child and mother. At first, the mother's deepest feelings as well as her actions in that relationship are experienced by the child as his own in what is called a dual unity or symbiotic couple. During this pre-Oedipal, narcissistic phase, the child knows no other object but the self-object, this fusion of self and other into a single subjective experience. There is as yet neither a true self nor true objects. Gradually, and partly as a result of the inevitable frustrations of childhood, the psychologically healthy child emerges from this dual unity, self and object separate, and the child becomes an autonomous individual. However, and this is the central point of the theory, if the emerging self is to become psychologically healthy, as defined above, it must experience an appropriate, optimum, balance between gratification and frustration, satisfaction and disappointment. If the childhood frustrations become so serious as to be felt as persistent rejection, reflecting a basic 436. 437. Emotional inability of the parent for whatever reason to provide love, acceptance, and encouragement, the child will not develop a healthy sense of self and self-esteem and will spend the rest of his life expressing the consequences of that basic injury and attempting to repair it, usually in vain. The child's most immediate defensive response to such deprivation is to turn to its own body and its erogenous zones for compensation and substitution. He will also express the pain of the injury by feelings and outbursts of destructive fury, narcissistic rage, not merely because of a particular need frustration, but because, to restate the main point, the child's very self is under assault, since the child and the mother are experienced as one. The mother's rejection of the child means the child's rejection of that very self that is forming within him. Narcissistic rage, it should be added, can also result from the opposite extreme, too much care that threatens to smother the emerging self. With respect to this narcissistic rage, some theorists emphasize the process of spudding, a process that, they argue, takes place naturally in all children during the earliest years, or even months, but which takes aberrational forms in cases of pathological narcissism. Splitting is a way of escaping a basic dilemma. All children feel frustration because of inevitable delays and other denials, but to direct the anger against the mother is to direct it against the person the child is dependent on both for his physical survival and Lee's own emerging self. To solve the problem, the child splits the real mother into two subjectively experienced forces or images, one all good, the other all bad. Under conditions of normal maturation and satisfactory psychological environment, The SPHT is repaired as the child gradually achieves a self strong and cohesive enough to tolerate the frustrations, at which point the opposing images come together again in a true object, the good and bad mother. The same merger is simultaneously taking place within the CHDD, resulting in a comparable sense of himself as both good and bad. In pathological narcissism, the split is radically intensified. The anger persists as narcissistic rage since the frustration involves an essential injury to the emerging self of the child. As a result, the outer world remains permanently bad, alien, hostile, and the target of the narcissistic rage that is from then on hurled against it, while the internalized, idealized all-good maternal image remains forever a source of fantasy approval, love, solace, encouragement, and other gratifications denied the child in real life, a source far too important, too desperately indispensable, ever to be given up. The SPHT, in effect, never mends. The fragmented and enfeebled self remains withdrawn inward away from the painful world, dependent sophisticahi on an inner fantasy life and on his identification with the good maternal image idealized in the continuing symbiotic couple, unable to experience. 438. The outer reality as existing apart from himself, convinced that reality hates him and hating reality in return, forever striving vainly to fill the selfless void, usually by grandiose, omnipotent fantasies. In cases of narcissistic personality disorder, it is not difficult to discern the defensive nature asudavitati of the overt excitement. Behind it lie low self-esteem and depression, a deep sense of uncared for worthlessness and rejection, an incessant hunger for response, a yearning for reassurance. All in all, the excited hypervitality of the patient must be understood as an attempt to counteract through self-stimulation a feeling of inner deadness and depression. As children, these patients had felt emotionally unresponded to and had tried to overcome their loneliness and depression through erotic and grandiose fantasies. The grown-up behavior and grown-up fantasy life of these patients is usually not the exact replica of the original childhood defense because, during an excited, overly enthusiastic, hyper-idealistic adolescence devoid of meaningful interpersonal attachments, the childhood fantasies often become transformed by an intense devotion to romanticized cultural aesthetic, religious, political, etc. aims. The romantic ideals, however, do not recede into the background when the individual reaches adulthood as would be the normal, expectable course. No comfortable integration with the goals of the adult personality takes place. The dramatic, intensely exhibitionist aspects of the personality do not become securely alloyed with mature productivity, and the erotized, excitedly pursued activities of adult life continue to be but one step removed from the underlying depression carrot. So closely appropriate is the narcissistic pattern to Bakunin's life and thought that one might prefer, and some surely will, to define him as pathologically narcissistic, or even borderline psychotic, and drop entirely the Oedipal category. Bakunin's zealous and obsessive introversion, his eager adoption of successive philosophies that expressed and sanctioned radical solipsism, and through that solipsism an unbroken merger with the friend within who fed and nurtured him all his life, the idealized all-good mother image, his multiple locks, gates, and high monastic walls with which he guarded that inner refuge, his gargantuan oral needs and penchant for oral imagery, his cold, frozen heart, and his explicit feeling that there was something about himself that was unlovable, his inability to have anything to do with anything or anyone in which or whom he could not find himself and his maternal friend, his related need to see the outer, objective world only and always in terms of his subjective self, permitting, in effect, nothing but self-objects throughout his life, his 439. Repeated wish to submerge himself in all-encompassing wholes, which he then transformed into mirrors of himself, his rejection of middle-way compromises in favor of stark black-white, either-or, good-bad opposites, his constant sense of himself as being an innocent victim of a permanently inimical external world, his grandiose megalomania and his fantasies of omnipotent annihilation of the hypostatized bad world, so characteristic of narcissistic rage and omnipotence, the fury and fantasy of the elementally injured child, his telltale frenzy and mock enthusiasm that so obviously disguised and so easily crumbled into profound, even suicidal, despondency, his fluctuations between ecstatic optimism based on absolute trust in the victory of the fantasied good, a narcissistic ego identification with the omnipotent parent, and melancholic fatalism and depression when reality crushed the illusions and he felt his trust betrayed and himself abandoned. Rejected again, all this together with many other related attitudes, statements, and deeds noted along the way reflect this basic narcissism. Indeed, recent studies on narcissism could just as well have been written with Bakunin in mind, so precisely do they describe his manner of thought and action. The gentle, romantic, pastoral, undemanding Primuchino of his childhood was not, therefore, so idyllic after all. In fact, if it appeared so to him throughout his life, it was mainly because it corresponded so as did his holy commune, to the inner fantasy world into which he had earlier retreated in escape from essential injuries and losses that no mere physical environment, however splendid, could repair or redeem. If, however, the evidence associating Bakunin with theories of narcissism is abundant, it is no less so with respect to Oedipal theory. The basic formation of the narcissistic disorder occurs in the years preceding the Oedipal encounter. The child who has been fortunate in his self-object, child-mother relationships and has emerged from the dual unity with a firm and cohesive self is well prepared to meet successfully the new intrapsychic Oedipal conflict, particularly if he has a father that is supportive and takes pride in the son's assertiveness. Such success still further strengthens the self, reinforces the self-esteem already achieved in the pre-Oedipal period. Contrariwise, the child who leaves the pre-Oedipal years with a weakened and fragmented self, who is still locked into the idealized, inner all-good mother image and, in fact, clings more tenaciously than ever to it as compensation for the basic deprivation, is severely handicapped when he confronts the Oedipal crisis. To appreciate the extent to which Bakunin failed to surmount the Oedipal crisis, one need only keep in mind that for a boy to have resolved the Oedipal conflicts successfully means, basically, that he follow his father's model by assuming or preparing to assume powers and responsibilities comparable to those of his father, having accepted the guilt that this replication symbolic parricide 440 involves and, later, resolved the guilt in mature reconciliation, and by engaging in his own sexual and familial life, having freed both from the incestual associations attached to them during these early years. Nothing in Bakunin's life is clearer than the fact that he could do neither. The consequences of the Oedipal failure are doubly injurious, for not only does the boy suffer the specific maladies associated with that failure, such as impotence, fear of masculine roles, etc., but he experiences as well another assault on his self-esteem, his already badly weakened self. The harm is further compounded if the father's personality is as unempathic as the mother's had been in the pre-Oedipal years, thereby burdening the child with additional rejection and discouragement rather than the love and praise that the self, especially the weakened self, needs. As one of many effects of this series of failures, rejections, and other blows to the child's self-esteem, he will compensate in later years by fantasizing ever more glorious, praiseworthy, heroic achievements that are generally doomed to failure by their very extravagance and that, consequently, only further diminish self-esteem, which, in turn, generates still more omnipotent, Promethean ambitions and so forth. What results, in fact, are precisely those attributes that we have seen develop in Bakunin, his impotence and effeminacy, his passive masochistic cult of suffering, his grandiose, heroic plans and visions, his persistent aberrational attitudes towards sex and marriage, his passionate love-hate attachment to his mother, his general avoidance of responsible power and conventional male roles and his lifelong dedication to destroying all such power and roles, even while strongly admiring powerful leaders and trying to emulate them in secret plans, and his successive theories, including anarchism, that expressed and sanctioned this radical withdrawal and avoidance, the Oedipal counterpart to the narcissistic theories of romantic and idealistic return, reunion, and merger. When one recalls especially the enormous amount of time and space Bakunin gives to his attacks on everything animal, sensual, sexual, the sexually loaded words and phrases he uses in his condemnation of his mother, the constant appearance and reappearance of sexual imagery in his writings and the character and context of that imagery. When one recalls this and remembers as well Bakunin's radically ambivalent attitude towards his father and other authority figures, it is difficult to see how narcissistic theory, without unacceptably prolix meanderings and chains of inference, could by itself, without Oedipal theory, explain Bakunin. We are not, therefore, dealing here with two alternative or contradictory theories, but rather with two complementary theories. Both the narcissistic and the Oedipal dynamics play essential roles in determining what Bakunin said and did. While it may be necessary in treatment for the analyst to establish genetic priority and decide whether a disorder lay ultimately in the triadal 441 Oedipal or in the dyadic pre-Oedipal relationship, it is enough for biographical description and explanation to know that both were present, that Bakunin's behavior represents a composite of both sets of characteristics. In fact, while specific traits may be assigned to one or another of the two patterns, as was done in those foregoing lists, the actual dynamics should be understood as involving the mutual interaction of both. There was, first of all, the basic interaction. Pathological narcissism helped cause the Oedipal failure, first, by not providing the child with the capacities needed to resolve the Oedipal conflict, a self that was integrated and strong enough to experience the new ambivalent feelings and remain a cohesive self, and, second, by preserving the pre-Oedipal child-mother dual unity and the internalized, idealized O-good maternal image, thereby making the demand for exclusive possession of the mother all the more intense, tightening the incestual bond, and fueling STDL more hostility against the rival. The basic mutuality functioned in the reverse direction as well. The Oedipal failure added STDL another blow to the already weakened ego, strengthening the need to remain safely embedded in the world within and, most important of all, transformed the pre-Oedipal symbiotic couple into an Oedipally incestual couple, as discussed at the end of the preceding chapter. These examples of the basic mutual influence linking the narcissistic and the Oedipal dynamics are, however, only the beginning of their interaction. The narcissism and its projections not only gave Bakunin a sanctuary from the abhorred reality of sex, power, and alien objectivity, it also provided him, through its rage, archaic magic, and omnipotence, the fury and the primitive fantasy needed to conceal the failure under a torrent of apocalyptic rhetoric. Similarly, Bakunin's love-hate relations with his parents derive their energy and direction from both sources. Bakunin's father is resented as the outsider threatening the pre-Oedipal and the Oedipal exclusivity and also feared as the powerful Oedipal rival. His mother, or, more accurately, the intrapsychic experience of being mothered, fed, and nurtured, is loved narcissistically as the indispensable source of life and self and, later, Oedipally as a primary sexual object, but she is also feared and hated, narcissistically as the bad mother who frustrated the child's needs and crippled his emerging self, by deprivation, smothering, or both alternately, and Oedipally for seeming to seduce the youth into the Oedipal trap. Still narcissistically dependent on the mother, the child attempts to possess her Oedipally, but withdraws in terror from the incestual wish and projects the forbidden wish onto the mother, blaming her as the temptress and adding, thereby, another source of hostility to further intensify the narcissistic rage carried over from the pre-Oedipal phase. The narcissistic Oedipal mutuality is apparent also in Bakunin's contradictory response to the Oedipal failure: impotence and violence. Impotence defends the youth from punishment for 442. Incestual intent and at the same time expresses the desired pre-Oedipal mode of union, the safe, presexual maternal union by passivity and identification. Related to that impotence is the continuing, subdued theme of nonviolence, which can be understood both as a check against the narcissistic rage, ultimately self-destructive, since it seeks the annihilation of the self-object on which the emerging self depends, and as another Oedipal defense against a dangerously masculine aggressiveness. As for the ferocious-sounding violence, it is simultaneously the voice of narcissistic rage, the camouflage in Bakunin's mock Oedipal battle, a vehicle for masochistic self-punishment for both incestual desire and narcissistic rage, and a surrogate paroxysm for the lost sexuality. Finally, as we have seen throughout the study, both patterns join to shape and energize Bakunin's millennial vision and his credo of total destruction as the only means of its attainment, to form, in short, the roots of his apocalypse. It is, therefore, the combined impact of both disorders, each reinforcing the other, that accounts for the extremes in Bakunin's character and the extraordinary intensity with which he lived those extremes. If his rhetoric of hatred was so violent and endured so constantly and so long, it was because it was fed by so many different elemental fires. And if his fear was so deep, his withdrawal so complete, and his appetite for fantasies of omnipotent power and infantile paradise so insatiable, it was because real life threatened him so severely, and because he came to trust only what he could make a part of the inner self that he had pieced together, by means of successive illusions and fantasies, from the damaged fragments his childhood had left him. In the end, what was perhaps most extraordinary about the man was his tenacious capacity to hang on and keep going, drawing strength and purpose from little else but those fantasies that his fine mind could cull from the fragments.